Chapter 1 5 kilometers a day? Qinghe village, outside the West 5th Ring Road of Beijing, in a small side room in the northeast corner of a large courtyard. Yadali, dressed in a yellow knight's vest, carefully wiped his son's body on the bed. "It's my fault. The food I gave you this morning wasn't heated up properly, so it might be a little spoiled. It's too hot today, it's gone bad. I bought you your favorite Kung Pao chicken for lunch. Let me tell you, I had exceptionally good luck today. All the orders I got went incredibly smoothly. I've already completed 60 orders this morning. Next time, if anything happens, just have Xiao AI call me." The only sound in the room was Yadali's voice. Qinghe on the bed lay motionless, like a corpse, letting Yadali tidy him up. After tidying him up and covering him with the blanket, Yadali, just like before, kept talking and feeding Qinghe. "Not eating anymore. Then I'll eat the rest. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll buy some when I get back. How about I make you some eggplant from our hometown tonight? You like it?" Qinghe still didn't respond. Yadali didn't mind. He turned over a half-eaten box of rice next to him and put it in his lunchbox, mixing the rice and Kung Pao chicken broth with a spoon before eating it in large mouthfuls. Yadali ate very quickly, finishing a full box and a half of rice in less than 2 minutes. "I'm leaving. If you need anything, have Xiao AI call me." He picked up his delivery box from the ground, went out, locked the door, and rode his electric scooter away from the courtyard. Qinghe turned his head to watch Yadali leave, inwardly cursing. Just now, he, a model citizen, had transmigrated. This was a good thing. But before he could be happy, he discovered that the body he had transmigrated into only allowed him to move his head and head. He couldn't feel anything below his head. Even when the original owner of this body was fed unclean food by the unreliable Yadali in the morning, resulting in soiled bed, he didn't even realize it. Could there be a worse start to his transmigration than this? According to the original owner's memories, his health suddenly deteriorated 3 years ago. Yadali took him to major hospitals all over the country, but they couldn't find the cause. At first, it was just some limbs that were out of control, then he started losing sensation, and eventually, he ended up like this. They've spent all their money, sold their house and business back home, but still haven't found out what's wrong with him. Qinghe himself had given up, but Yadali wouldn't. He took him to the capital, made money, and sought out various experts, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and all sorts of supposedly capable people. If someone claimed they could cure him, Yadali would take Qinghe to try. From this tiny apartment of less than 10 square meters, you could tell how desperate they were. "You're free now, but what about me?" Qinghe sighed. He didn't know how his predecessor died, that part of his memory was absent. But he knew that even if he wanted to die now, he couldn't. He couldn't even move. How could he commit suicide? Bite his tongue to kill himself? System loading complete. Welcome to the wonderful life system. A healthy body is the foundation of everything. Please maintain your daily 5 kilometers run. Complete 5 kilometers and receive 1 chance to win a prize. Get moving. Just as Qinghe hesitated about whether to try biting his tongue to commit suicide, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. "System? 5 kilometers a day? Don't you want to look at me first before you speak? 5 kilometers? Moving even a centimeter is a medical miracle for me now." Qinghe was so angry he laughed. He transmigrated, got a system, but the system made him, paralyzed from the waist down, run 5 kilometers every day. "System? Can we chat for a bit? Make a sound?" After trying for a while, Qinghe was certain that his system was idiotic. It couldn't communicate, had no interface, and, even worse, it didn't have the newbie gift pack that everyone else had. If he wanted to die before he got the system, now he had the will to live. 5 kilometers for a chance to win a prize? What could it be? Skills? A chance to recover his body? Money? Qinghe wouldn't be satisfied without trying. The problem now is how to complete the 5 kilometers. Does he have to walk the 5 kilometers himself, or can someone else lead him? At 8:30 p.m., Yadali, carrying meat and vegetables, entered the house and immediately stopped in his tracks. According to the latest report from this station, Qinghe, who hadn't spoken for the past few months, just lying there stiffly, was actually watching TV. Worried that Qinghe would be lonely at home alone, Yadali bought him a Xiao AI speaker and a projector on a second-hand app, the kind that can connect to the internet. Qinghe could simply command Xiao AI to turn on the projector and watch TV and various programs, and could also call him through Xiao AI. But since buying it, he hadn't seen the projector turned on even once, nor had he made a single call. "Dad, you're back. Hurry up and cook, I'm hungry." What shocked him even more was that Qinghe, who hadn't spoken in a long time, actually turned his head and spoke to him. This brought tears of joy to Yadali's eyes. He quickly nodded with a smile. "Yes, I'll make it right away, it'll be ready in no time." Without even wiping away his tears, Yadali put down the delivery box, picked up the groceries, and started cooking at the makeshift stove by the door. He didn't know what Qinghe had gone through, but he knew that his child was willing to interact with the outside world and talk to him. That was the greatest good thing. These past few months, watching his silent son, he had broken down countless times in private, but he couldn't show it in front of Qinghe. He wasn't a talkative person, but these past few months, he hadn't stopped talking in front of Qinghe, hoping that Qinghe could cheer up, talk to him, and show a little bit of life. Before, he felt that Qinghe's heart was dead. Even if the body was still alive, the heart was completely dead. With his knife still in hand, Yadali turned his head and glanced through the open window at Qinghe watching the news inside, and felt an urge to burst into song. If my son is willing to talk and maintain a positive attitude, maybe his condition will improve. Here it comes. Fried eggplant. Crispy pork. Qinghe, let me tell you, I just tasted it, and I think I did an exceptionally good job today. It's incredibly delicious. Whoosh. Try it. See if it's even better than before. Hot. Take small bites. Yadali picked up a piece of eggplant that had been coated in batter, fried, and then stir-fried, blew on it, and brought it to Qinghe's lips. Delicious. Especially delicious. Qinghe opened his mouth, took a bite, and smiled. If it's delicious, eat more. Dad's in a good mood today. I'll go get some wine, have a little bit. Yadali happily stood up to get the wine. He had to have a drink today, even though he hadn't drunk alcohol for a long time. Dad, I want to go out. Can you take me for a walk? Chapter 2. Yadali's excitement. Go out. Qinghe's words stunned Yadali. He hadn't expected Qinghe to say that. Before, he had tried every day to take Qinghe out more, to let him breathe fresh air, to let him see people, so he wouldn't completely lose touch with society. But Qinghe had always refused. Now, Qinghe was not only talking and watching TV, but he also wanted to go out for a walk? No problem. We'll go out after we finish eating. I'll go find the old wheelchair. After a couple of seconds of hesitation, Yadali nodded vigorously with delight. He then went to find the wheelchair that hadn't been used in a long time. He had even forgotten about wanting a drink earlier. Dad, I'm hungry. Should we eat first, and then you can look for the wheelchair? Hearing Yadali excitedly rummaging through a pile of clutter outside the house for the wheelchair, Qinghe raised his voice and called out. Yes. We should eat first. You haven't eaten for so long, you must be hungry. Dad's been out of his mind. Eat first. Yadali finally realized how flustered he had been, and quickly returned to feeding Qinghe, feeling embarrassed. Years of being bedridden, coupled with the complete numbness in his limbs and inability to move, meant Qinghe's energy expenditure was very low, and he ate very little. He was full after only a few bites. Yadali then began to eat. This was his habit for the past 3 years. Qinghe ate first, and he would eat what was left. I'll give you a massage first, then we'll go out. After finishing his meal, Yadali put the bowl aside and, instead of looking for a wheelchair, began massaging Qinghe's limbs. With years of paralysis, if Yadali hadn't massaged him and done rehabilitation exercises every day, Qinghe's muscles would probably have atrophied beyond recognition. After more than 40 minutes, Qinghe felt nothing, but Yadali was drenched in sweat. Dad, you've worked so hard these past few years. Looking at Yadali beside him, breathing heavily and wiping his sweat, Qinghe couldn't help but say what his predecessor had wanted to say for a long time. Yadali paused in wiping his sweat, then smiled broadly. It's not hard at all. As long as you get better, Dad isn't tired at all. I'll go find the wheelchair now, let's go for a walk. Qinghe's unusual behavior today made Yadali especially happy. Qinghe hadn't spoken to him or gone out for a long time. The wheelchair was flipped over, and Yadali wiped it inside and out, then lifted Qinghe and placed him in it, assuming a proper position, and covered him with a thin blanket. Although it was June and the weather was quite hot, Qinghe was different from ordinary people, so he still needed to be careful not to be exposed to the wind. Hey, Dolly, taking Qinghe out. Yeah, just going for a walk. He really should go out. Staying home all day won't do. There were quite a few people living in the courtyard, and most knew about Yadali and Qinghe's situation. They were all very surprised that Qinghe was going out, and while talking to Yadali, they couldn't help but secretly peek at Qinghe. Such a handsome young man, and yet he's got such a disease. Who says otherwise? You haven't left the house for months, have you? Why are you willing to come out today? If it were me, I wouldn't want to go out either. I heard this illness is incurable. They've spent a fortune, but they still haven't found anything wrong. After the two left, the neighbors started whispering among themselves. Host detected to have begun moving. Please continue to complete 5 kilometers. Moved 10 meters. Not far from home, Qinghe received a notification from the idiot system. It really works. Qinghe couldn't help but get excited. Even though the system is idiotic, it's still a system. Maybe it has a way to restore his health. Son, what's wrong? In his excitement, Qinghe didn't even notice that his head was swaying slightly because of this. But Yadali noticed and immediately bent down to ask Qinghe. "It's nothing, Dad, I'm fine. I'm just a little excited because I haven't been out in so long." This matter was still completely unresolved, and Qinghe didn't know what kind of lottery the system would give him, so he didn't plan to tell Yadali anything. He was afraid of giving Yadali hope only to disappoint him again. "If you like going out, Dad will push you out for a walk every day from now on. A doctor also suggested you go out more, but let's not talk about that. Anyway, as long as you're willing, Dad will definitely do it," Yadali said with a smile, mentioning the doctor's advice when they first saw him, but he immediately stopped halfway through, realizing Qinghe wasn't too keen on bringing it up. "There used to be a restaurant over there that had really good lamb skewers. The ones I bought you before, the ones you liked, were from there. But they suddenly closed down recently for some reason. There's a dollar store over there. We buy a lot of things from there. The owner is nice. The lady selling vegetables at the third stall on the right in that market is from our hometown. She often gives us some of her unsold vegetables." Yadali's excitement was evident in his tone as he pointed out the surroundings to Qinghe. Qinghe didn't speak, only listening to the system notifications. "Moved 100 meters. Moved 500 meters. Moved 1,000 meters. There aren't any houses up ahead. Shall we go back?" Yadali had pushed Qinghe for about 2 kilometers. When they couldn't see any houses anymore, he stopped and asked. "Yes." Qinghe nodded. "It's too late today. If you want to go out for a walk, Dad will take you to the park tomorrow. The Garden Expo Park isn't far from here. I heard the scenery there is quite beautiful, and it's a big place. Or, there's anywhere else you want to go. Dad will take you out for a proper stroll tomorrow." Since Qinghe was willing to come out, Yadali felt that just taking him for a walk around the entrance was a bit perfunctory. "Can we walk a little further over there? I don't want to go back so early." When they were almost at the intersection of the tenement courtyard, seeing that the system indicated they still had more than a kilometer to go, Qinghe pointed in another direction at the intersection. "Sure, no problem. Do you want to see the Lugu Bridge? Let's go." Yadali immediately nodded and pushed Qinghe in the direction Qinghe pointed. When they were almost at Lugu Bridge, Qinghe suddenly said, "Dad, let's stop here for today. I don't want to walk anymore. Let's go back." "Ha!" Yadali was a little confused. They were almost there, why were they going back? Qinghe, however, was already impatient, looking at the lottery button that only he could see. Chapter 3 Lottery. With a strange look on his face, Yadali pushed Qinghe home, carried him back to bed, put away the wheelchair, and muttered to himself while washing the dishes. "What's wrong with this child today? Why is he behaving so strangely? Could it be?" Yadali considered a possibility that ripped the smile off his face. These parents of children suffering from rare and difficult-to-treat illnesses all had a group chat where they would share medical resources and information. A few days ago, a particularly helpful woman in the group left. He inquired about it privately. The child, unable to bear the chronic pain, struggled to tidy the house and get dressed in the middle of the night before going out to drown himself. Could Qinghe be acting strangely because he's also having a mental breakdown? Qinghe wasn't paying attention to Yadali's thoughts at all. He just wanted to see what the lottery system would give him immediately. A lottery roulette wheel appeared in front of Qinghe. The roulette wheel was huge, at least the size of an 80-inch television. In the center of the roulette wheel was a lottery button, surrounded by various options. Photographic memory. 1 Bitcoin. Fluent in English. Proficient in computer hacking. Basic financial knowledge. Basic computer hacking knowledge. 1% recovery of bodily functions. Recovery of right index finger function. Of these options, the one that excited Qinghe the most was the 1% recovery of bodily functions. He didn't know exactly what that 1% meant, but the possibility of recovery meant that one day he could truly stand on his own 2 feet. Qinghe let out a deep breath, silently praying to every deity he knew: Buddha of the West, the 3 pure ones of the East, and even Jesus Christ from abroad. He didn't ask for any special skills, he only hoped to recover his body. Even the most basic recovery of his right index finger would be enough. Then, with a mental focus, he pressed the lottery button in the center. The pointer began to spin clockwise, then gradually increased in speed, then decreased, inching closer to the point where his body's functions had recovered by 1%. Qinghe's heart was in his throat, frantically chanting in his mind, "Stop, stop, stop." But unfortunately, the pointer didn't heed his inner voice, ultimately stopping at the photographic memory skill. Then he saw a beam of light shoot from the location of the words photographic memory towards his brow. Instantly, memories of many things in his mind became clear. Books he had read and knowledge he had learned in school all came back to him, even the online novels he had read in his previous life, and university-level knowledge and financial knowledge all became clear in his mind, appearing instantly upon conscious thought. What's the use of this? I don't need to take university entrance exams or go to graduate school. Qinghe was extremely angry. Just a slight delay from the pointer would have stopped at the 1% recovery point of his bodily functions just a tiny bit more. Just a tiny bit more and he could have made a part of his body move again. However, after his anger subsided, Qinghe immediately cheered up again. The roulette wheel offered options like restoring 1% of his body's functions and restoring the function of his right index finger, meaning that one day he could fully recover, as long as he persisted with running 5 kilometers every day. If once didn't work, try twice. If twice didn't work, try 3 times. There's always a chance to draw the option to restore his body. Around 5 a.m., Yadali quietly got up. Instead of washing himself first, he changed Qinghe's diaper and cleaned him. After finishing, he left the house silently. Qinghe didn't usually wake up this early. He needed to help out at someone's breakfast stall during this time. It was run by a fellow townsman from Qinghe province. Knowing what they were doing, the stall owner was willing to let him help out the next morning, offering him 50 yuan per hour. Normally, he would work from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., 3 hours. Qinghe was unaware of Yadali's actions, as he had absolutely no awareness of his own body. When Qinghe woke up, it was around 9 a.m. He glanced around the room. The curtains were still drawn, indicating Yadali hadn't returned. Xiao Ai opened the curtains. Although the family was poor, Yadali was truly capable. To make things easier for Qinghe, he had modified many things in the house. The curtains could be controlled by voice. He only needed to buy a small controller from Dobeo. The weather was nice, sunny and breezy. Qinghe felt this was like his future, full of sunshine. Xiao Ai, turn on the projector. Hello Yu, open Weibo. The projector was connected to a computer, an old, second-hand Honor laptop that Yadali had bought for him. It was always on so Qinghe could turn it on with voice control whenever he wanted and turn it off when he didn't. To be honest, Qinghe was born in a pretty good era. Although paralyzed, many things could be controlled by voice. If it were 10 years earlier, he would have been stuck at home staring at the ceiling. The world wouldn't change because of one person's actions. Celebrities were still embroiled in scandals on Weibo, and the Middle East was still engulfed in war. Qinghe wasn't there to see these things. He wanted to see if this world was any different from his original one. Major events weren't significantly different, but many details had changed. There were actors and celebrities he'd never heard of, and some of the superstars, movies, and songs he knew were nowhere to be found in this world. At that moment, he suddenly realized the benefits of his photographic memory. Those movies and songs he'd seen in his previous life were now vividly clear in his mind thanks to this ability. He could bring these works into this world. Taking care of him was very difficult for Yadali. Because of his illness, he couldn't work far from home, only doing delivery jobs and odd jobs. Of the money he earned, 90% went to his medical treatment and rehabilitation, leaving only a small portion for their daily needs. If he could earn money online using these skills, their lives could improve. At least Yadali wouldn't have to work so hard. Chapter 4 Program Registration. This show exists in this world too. While flipping through the materials, Qinghe spotted a variety show, and his heart skipped a beat. Who's Still Standing? This show wasn't hugely popular in his previous life, but it seemed much more popular in this world, and it appeared to be recruiting challengers recently. Qinghe thought that if he wanted to quickly monetize his photographic memory, this might be one option. This show tests the contestants' knowledge reserves, and photographic memory was a perfect fit for the program. Yu, open the Who's Still Standing Challenger application form for me. Without hesitation, Qinghe directly had his smart assistant open the application form for the Who's Still Standing show. Fill out the form. Register. Complete in one go. I need to do some preparation. Qinghe felt he had a high chance of successfully registering. For no other reason than that, given his current state, unless the show's director had a brain fart, they would definitely choose him to participate. A contestant who is completely paralyzed, only able to move his head. This gimmick alone is enough to ignite viewership. Even if the contestant isn't exceptionally talented, just his presence on set is a major selling point. Therefore, as long as the production team sees his application form, he should be able to participate. There are all sorts of people here. There's even someone with only an elementary school education applying to our show. The contestant review team for the Who's Still Standing program was screening the applications they received, sharing their observations of some of the more unusual applicants. Hey, that's nothing. Come and see this applicant I just received. This one's really interesting. One of the reviewers suddenly exclaimed, eyes wide, and immediately called the others over. A dozen or so reviewers immediately gathered around. Completely paralyzed? Can't move anything except his head? Does someone like that even watch our show? If he really comes to participate, will he have to compete lying in bed? Then is our stand to the end even considered stand to the end? I just want to know, how is a contestant like this supposed to press the buzzer? Upon seeing the information, everyone was filled with curiosity about this applicant. They had seen some bizarre applicants before, but this was truly the first time they had encountered someone as eccentric as him. However, after the initial cacophony of comments, everyone suddenly realized something. While this contestant sounded incredibly strange, if they could actually get into the show, it would be a huge hit. A severely paralyzed person watches their show. A severely paralyzed person wants to participate in their show. And he actually came to the show, standing in the center of the stage. After seeing this preview, almost everyone who saw it would want to see what this scene would be like. I think we need to report this to the director immediately. After someone muttered something, the reviewer who received the request immediately picked up the phone on the table and called the director. Such a contestant is absolutely one in a million. If the contestant truly has some talent, they will definitely create a new highlight for their show. Yet Qinghe checked the previous episodes of Who's Still Standing? And quickly browsed through them at 3 times speed. After figuring out the type of questions the show was using, he started searching for related question banks online. Why are you suddenly watching these? When Yadali returned, yet Qinghe was too focused to hear him. Yadali squatted down by the bedside and looked at the projection on the ceiling, asking curiously, I watched Who's Still Standing? I thought it was interesting, so I signed up. I figured if I got selected, I should learn more about it. Who's Still Standing? What kind of show is that? Yadali knew absolutely nothing about these online shows and had no idea what kind of program it was. After Qinghe explained, Yadali's first thought was, isn't this ridiculous? The program required participation in another city, and more importantly, it would take at least 2 or 3 days, meaning he'd lose a lot of money. However, remembering how focused Qinghe had been while looking at these things, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Besides, he wondered, what good program would want someone like Qinghe to participate in a competition? Even if I signed up, the production team probably wouldn't approve it. So, there's no need to mention the setbacks. Then watch it carefully. Yadali stood up, preparing to cook. By the way, what do you get for winning the show? Money or something? No money, prizes, travel rewards, or the right to use certain things, and honors. Yadali shook his head. That show is pretty stingy, they won't even spend money. Hearing this, Qinghe laughed. It's not like they don't have money. If you defend your title for 3 rounds, you can get a 200,000 yuan annual salary from the think tank, and if you defend for 6 rounds, it doubles to 400,000. That's what he was initially interested in. If he could defend his title for 3 rounds, he would have a chance to get a 200,000 yuan annual salary, which would fundamentally improve his and Yadali's lives. Yadali wouldn't have to work so hard anymore, and they would be able to move to a better place to live. Oh, Yadali, who was cooking, simply responded with an oh and then ignored it. He thought it was impossible. Even if the production team actually offered it, and even if Qinghe were selected, it was impossible to meet this condition. Qinghe was 20 years old now. 3 years ago, he hadn't even graduated high school, and his grades were only average, not even top tier. On a show like this, he'd be eliminated in the first round. 200,000? It was nothing more than a carrot dangling in front of a donkey. After Yadali finished cooking and feeding Qinghe, he cleaned Qinghe up, gave him a hand massage, and then rode his motorcycle out to pick up orders. Qinghe, meanwhile, continued quickly flipping through various knowledge points he found online. He had never felt that learning was so easy before. He could memorize something with just a glance, no, not even a glance, but a quick scan. It felt amazing. Ding dong, the Who's Still Standing program team was quick. Before 3 p.m., Qinghe received a reply from them. Congratulations, Mr. Qinghe. Your application has been approved. Please come to our station next Wednesday, June 21st, to participate in the program recording. Thank you for your interest in the program. We look forward to meeting you. The Who's Still Standing program team. Chapter 5 Mind Transfer. Yadali hung up the phone, got off his electric scooter, pushed it to the side of the road, and squatted down to check on his phone whether the number that had just called was from the Who's Still Standing program. Someone had called to ask if he was Qinghe. After learning he was Qinghe's father, the caller claimed to be from the Who's Still Standing program, saying Qinghe's application had been approved, and asked when Qinghe would arrive, requesting his ID information to book a hotel. Yadali was very wary of this call. He had seen too many scammers in the past 3 years, and he was extremely cautious about anyone asking for his ID information. Qinghe had indeed told him he had applied for the program, but he had only applied in the morning, and they were calling in the afternoon. This seemed impossible. He had never participated in these programs before, but he knew such a response time was impossible. However, after checking on his phone, he found that the caller really was from the program. He even called the number he found online, and it actually existed. The call was immediately transferred. Only then did he believe that the caller wasn't a scammer. Qinghe actually succeeded. Yadali gave the other party his ID information and hung up the phone, muttering to himself in disbelief. He genuinely hadn't expected Qinghe to actually be able to register successfully. So, next Wednesday, no, next Tuesday, I'll be taking Qinghe to Jinling to record a program. Yet Dali had never experienced recording a program before and didn't know the process. Just as he was thinking of asking someone, the notification sound on his phone made him immediately forget about it. It wasn't until he finished work and was preparing to go home that Dali remembered. Team leader, I need to take 3 days off next week. What? Taking Qinghe to see that expert again? Dali, let me tell you, there are a lot of people. Hearing Dali ask for leave, the team leader immediately said helplessly, but Dali interrupted him halfway through. Team leader, this time it's not that. This time I'm taking Qinghe to participate in a variety show. Qinghe signed up for the Who's Still Standing program, and they called this afternoon to say his registration was successful. They want him to go to Jinling for filming next Wednesday. I have to take Qinghe there. Dali said this with considerable pride. Really? It's not a scam, is it? Qinghe is participating in a show? How can we go? I've seen that show, but... The other deliverymen nearby were surprised by Dali's words. The team knew about Dali's family situation and would help when they could, but they also knew about Qinghe's situation. How could someone in that condition participate in a show? It's true. I checked online, and it's confirmed. Although Qinghe can't move, he used to be a very good student, and I didn't expect anything bad to happen. As long as he's willing to participate, then let him go. It'll be good for him to get some fresh air, otherwise, lying at home every day is too uncomfortable. Dali replied with a smile. The others agreed that this made sense. Given Qinghe's situation, his willingness to go out was a good thing. Then we wish you all the best in your fight. That's right, I wish you all the best in your battle to the end, and may you achieve your goal. I heard that if you defend your title for 3 episodes, you have a chance to win a 200,000 yuan annual salary. I wish Qinghe all the best in winning the 200,000 yuan. What? A 200,000 yuan annual salary? Really? Yeah, 200,000 yuan. If it's really 200,000 yuan, Dali and Qinghe won't have to suffer so much. It's true, that's what the show stipulates. I watch this show often, and someone has already won. The words of these people suddenly made Dali somewhat hopeful about Qinghe's trip to Jinling. What if Qinghe really succeeds? What if Qinghe really can defend his title for 3 episodes? Then, are we going out again today? Back home, Dali learned from Qinghe that the production team had also sent him an email. While cooking, Dali asked. He still hoped that Qinghe could go out more. Go out, I want to go for a walk every day from now on. Qinghe definitely wanted to go out. 5 kilometers a day would earn him a chance to win a prize, maybe even the option to restore his body. He desperately wanted to get better. Although he had spent the whole day studying, this feeling of only being able to move his head was incredibly uncomfortable, especially when his forehead itched. He could easily scratch it with his hand, but without a hand to move, the feeling was truly unbearable. He somewhat understood why his predecessor had wanted to die. If he didn't have the system and the possibility of physical recovery, he wouldn't have been able to endure this. However, fate was unkind. After they finished eating, a clap of thunder was followed by a sudden downpour, so heavy that even an umbrella was useless. Looks like we can't go out today. Dali said regretfully to Qinghe after going out a few times. Qinghe had finally agreed to go out, but fate seemed to be against it, and there was nothing he could do. Taking Qinghe out in this heavy rain was definitely out of the question. If he fell ill, it would be a huge problem. Let's wait and see if the rain stops. Qinghe glanced at the raindrops hitting the window pane beside him, praying that the rain would stop soon. This rain is so heavy, it shouldn't last long. If it stops early, we'll go out. Dali nodded. However, the rain was unexpectedly heavy, and after an hour, it showed no signs of stopping. The water outside their house was starting to overflow, and the floodwaters were gradually rising. Fortunately, their room was on higher ground, so the water couldn't get in anytime soon. But if the rain continued like this, it was only a matter of time before the water flooded in. You stay home, I'll go check if the drain is clogged. Dali said to Qinghe, seeing the water getting deeper, and went out wearing his raincoat. Is today's 5-kilometer run just going to be wasted like this? Qinghe listened to the rain hitting the glass, the sound of it cascading down the eaves like a waterfall, and felt a little reluctant. If we can't go out when it rains, will we be unable to go out when there's a strong wind? What about when it snows? That means I'll have far fewer chances to win the lottery, right? If only there were a way to make the system register my presence without me even leaving the house. Host detected that they cannot complete the 5 kilometers distance due to weather conditions. The consciousness movement function is now enabled. Host can move within their consciousness space, but the distance traveled will be increased tenfold. Please complete the 50 kilometers consciousness movement task as soon as possible. Chapter 6: The Deadly 50 Kilometers. Consciousness Transfer? The system's sudden pop-up notification left Qinghe utterly astonished. He thought the 5-kilometer daily distance limit only applied to the real world. He hadn't expected the system to so considerately allow him to move within his consciousness space when he couldn't leave. Although the consciousness space offered a tenfold increase in distance, just from the name, it was clear it was much simpler than the real world. More importantly, the tenfold penalty meant the system also considered the consciousness space somewhat easy, hence the distance difference. Enter consciousness space for transfer? Yes. Yet Qinghe chose yes without hesitation. As soon as he selected yes, the ceiling vanished, revealing a wide road and endless rows of trees on either side. Yet Qinghe looked down and discovered he now had a physical body. This is amazing. Excitedly, Yet Qinghe made various movements on the spot. For over a day, he could only lie there, turning his head back and forth, unable to move at all, and he was nearly driven mad with boredom. Especially when a spot on his head felt itchy, the feeling of not being able to scratch it was truly unbearable. Yet Qinghe scratched his forehead, face, head, and all over his body. The suffering he endured during the day was etched into his bones. He had to alleviate the pain through this method. If I have a consciousness space, then I won't have to go out 5 kilometers every day anymore. I can just complete 50 kilometers within the consciousness space. After the initial excitement, Yet Qinghe started walking along the road. The system's requirement was to move kilometers, not specifically whether it was walking or running, so he assumed walking would suffice. But when he actually started walking, he realized he'd been tricked by the system. Because what he thought was consciousness movement was an activity that required no physical exertion and no pain whatsoever. But in reality, within this consciousness space, he could feel the pain in every part of his body. He could feel the vibrations from his feet hitting the ground while walking, and he could feel his muscles aching slightly from walking for so long. At first, he was excited, but after walking 1 kilometer, he realized he might be in trouble. If everything were the same as in reality, then 50 kilometers would definitely be a test for him. When he was healthy, the farthest he had ever walked was about 10 kilometers, he had never walked any further. Now, he had to walk 50 kilometers? After 3 kilometers, Yet Qinghe could clearly feel his calves aching and weakening. After 5 kilometers, he was already covered in sweat and panting. After 10 kilometers, he was swaying and gasping for breath. No way, walking 50 kilometers in this consciousness space is just too much. It'll kill me. Slumping to the ground, Yet Qinghe muttered to himself, panting. When he couldn't feel his body, he desperately wanted to feel it. Now that he could, he wished his body were like it was when he was paralyzed, without any aches or pains. Withdraw? The thought flashed through Yet Qinghe's mind, but he quickly shook it off. Withdrawing would mean missing a lottery draw, potentially losing a chance to recover his physical functions. What if he could win the chance to restore his bodily functions this time? Could something be worse than being completely paralyzed and bedridden? It's only 50 kilometers. No big deal. Just do it. Yet Qinghe jumped up, pumped his fist, shouted at the sky, and started running. However, he wasn't reckless. He knew the remaining 40 kilometers would be a huge challenge. If he ran too fast, he wouldn't last long before collapsing from exhaustion. Therefore, he had to jog slowly, not letting his energy drain too quickly. The seemingly endless road had a clear marker every kilometer, letting Yet Qinghe know how far he had run. System, can you change the scenery around me? Change it to a city? Yet Qinghe remembered something. The same distance doesn't feel far if you're surrounded by buildings and people, but it feels far when there's only monotonous scenery. The system didn't reply, but the scenery around Yet Qinghe changed to a city night view. There were pedestrians and bicycles passing by, but there were no cars or people on the road he was running on. Pretty smart. Yet Qinghe chuckled and started running, satisfied. 20 kilometers, Yet Qinghe felt like he couldn't lift his legs anymore. 30 kilometers, Yet Qinghe felt like he couldn't feel his legs anymore, he was just mechanically doing repetitive movements. 40 kilometers, Yet Qinghe felt like he was going to die. His whole body was out of his control, breathing felt like it was carrying sparks. Every part of his body ached, and his consciousness was becoming blurred. 43 kilometers, Yet Qinghe wasn't running anymore, it was slower than walking. 46 kilometers, Yet Qinghe felt the world shaking. 49 kilometers, Yet Qinghe could barely walk, he swayed and crawled forward, treading on the verge of collapse. 50 kilometers. Congratulations, host, for completing the 50-kilometer mission. You have been awarded 1 lottery draw. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yet Qinghe suddenly lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his rented room. The view before him had returned to the ceiling. He couldn't help but turn to look out the window. The heavy rain was still pouring down, showing no signs of letting up. Xiao AI, what time is it? Yet Qinghe turned back. Yet Dali hadn't returned, he was alone in the room. The time is 10:17 p.m. The 50 kilometers he had just covered in his consciousness hadn't even taken a minute in the real world? Hearing the time, Yet Qinghe understood that everything he had just experienced had only been a fleeting moment in reality. This is amazing. No wonder it's a system. This space of consciousness is just too much of a torment compared to the real world. In the real world, he only needed Yadali to push him for 5 kilometers, but in his consciousness, he needed to complete 50 kilometers of running, walking, and moving on his own. Dolly, is the drain clogged again? Yeah, there are some plastic bags and leaves at the bottom, I'll just clear them out. This rain is so heavy today. You agree? It's been strange how it rains like this every summer for the past few years. The sound of Yadali talking to a neighbor came from outside. Qinghe looked at the lottery wheel in front of him. Lottery. Chapter 7 Index Finger Recovery. This time, Qinghe noticed that the lottery wheel had more options related to physical recovery than before. However, he didn't pay much attention, assuming there would be some differences each time. As the pointer slowed down, Qinghe's heart leaped into his throat. Because at the current spinning speed, the pointer would likely stop at the option to restore the function of his right index finger. Although it was only restoring one finger, Qinghe felt it was much better than those so-called introduction to hacking techniques or mastery of financial knowledge. A little more. A little more. A little more. Seeing it getting closer, Qinghe couldn't help but shout. And the pointer finally moved as he expected, slowly approaching the option to restore the function of his right index finger. Although it had just entered this option, it had indeed pointed to it. Yay! Qinghe couldn't help but shout loudly. Finally, he saw a glimmer of hope for recovery. Even though it was just one finger, compared to before when he couldn't move a single part of his body, Qinghe was overjoyed. Outside, Yadali, who was bent over unclogging the drain with his hands, froze, his ears perking up. He thought he heard Qinghe shout, but upon closer listening, he couldn't hear it anymore, only the sound of rain and water dripping from the eaves. What's wrong, Dolly? Why did you suddenly go back? Yadali got up and turned back. The neighbor was puzzled. Although some of the drain had been cleared, it wasn't completely unclogged. Why had Yadali stopped? I suddenly remembered something. I'll come back and fix it later. Yadali couldn't care less about that now. He needed to know what had happened to Qinghe inside. Qinghe usually wouldn't make such noises, he had to find out. Qinghe, what's wrong? As soon as he opened the door, Yadali saw Qinghe on the bed, smiling happily, tears streaming down his face. He immediately rushed over and knelt beside the bed, asking, my right hand, my right index finger can move. Although he had only been paralyzed for 2 days, Qinghe had truly had enough. He felt that even the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty couldn't compare to this suffering, especially since before the day before yesterday he was a normal person, able to run and jump, and suddenly he was stuffed into a body where only his head could move. No one could endure that. Really? Really? Move it so I can see. Let me see. Wah! Yadali was far more excited than Qinghe. He immediately grabbed Qinghe's hand and made him move his fingers. Seeing that the fingers could indeed move slightly under Qinghe's control, the 40-year-old man burst into tears like a child. 3 years. 3 years. He had poured countless efforts, all his savings, seen countless experts and charlatans, gone to countless hospitals, and tried countless methods, thinking that his handsome Qinghe would be bedridden forever. But now, there was a turning point. He was so happy. The fear, resentment, and bitterness that had been building up inside him all seemed to burst forth with his tears at this moment. Dad, these past 3 years have been so hard. Qinghe possessed all the memories of his predecessor and knew exactly what this man, crying like a child, had endured during those 3 years. It's not hard. It's not hard. As long as you get better, no matter how much suffering I endure, it's not hard for me. Son, let's go to the hospital, right now. Let the doctors take a look and see if your illness has improved, if there's a cure. Dad, they said before they couldn't find the cause, and tried so many methods without success. Now there are signs of improvement. They should be able to find out the cause, right? Let's go. Let's go now. Dad. Yadali suddenly stood up, excitedly packing his things, wanting to take Qinghe to the hospital. He was truly overjoyed. He wanted to see the doctors immediately, to see if Qinghe could be cured, if there was a cure. So excited was he forgot the torrential rain outside, so excited he couldn't hear Qinghe calling his name. Qinghe had to raise his voice and shout again to wake Yadali. What's wrong? It's too late now, the doctors have gone home, and it's raining heavily outside. Even if we wanted to go, we couldn't. It's not urgent. Since I'm showing signs of improvement, maybe I'll recover gradually. There's no rush to go to the hospital, and it's pointless anyway. They couldn't find anything before, and they still can't find anything now. Qinghe didn't really want to go to the hospital because he didn't know if the doctors would want to do any research on him after they knew he was recovering. After all, they had done all sorts of tests before, but they couldn't find the cause, and all kinds of medications hadn't helped at all. Yes. We can't go now, but we'll go tomorrow, Qinghe. We still need to go to the hospital. He's getting better now, we need to see a doctor. What if there's a solution? Maybe it's because some of the previous treatments worked? But Yadali didn't think that way. Even if the previous doctors couldn't find the cause or cure Qinghe, these were the most professional doctors. Now that he's finally showing signs of improvement, he couldn't rest easy without seeing these specialists. Saying this, Yadali found the specialist's phone number he had left and called. Watching Yadali excitedly telling the specialist on the phone that he could move his fingers, Qinghe knew this was unavoidable. Even if he pleaded endlessly, Yadali probably wouldn't agree to not go to the hospital. After hanging up, looking at the silent Qinghe on the bed, Yadali assumed he was worried about the money. Don't worry about the money. We haven't spent much these past few months, and I've even saved a little. As long as you get better, Dad can go back to driving for others at night. Dad's still young, he can still do it. Yadali's smiling words made Qinghe's heart ache terribly. Dad's still young. He's over 40, his belly is gone in the last 3 years, he's lost a lot of weight, and he looks at least 10 years older. Still young. Money. Qinghe was desperate to earn some money quickly. The Who's Still Standing program had said that if he could hold his title for 3 episodes, he'd get an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. If he held it for 6 episodes, it would double to 400,000 yuan. This was probably the fastest he could earn right now. He absolutely had to get this money. Chapter 8 Math Prodigies. The next morning, Yadali carried Qinghe out, placed him in a wheelchair, and pushed him out of the yard. The heavy rain stopped around 1 a.m. the previous night, but the floodwaters were still quite high, leaving many areas with signs of waterlogging and areas visibly littered with trash and leaves. The streets were in better condition, as sanitation workers had likely swept them early in the morning. Instead of taking a taxi, Yadali took Qinghe by bus first, then transferred to the subway, spending over an hour to reach 301 Hospital. Seeing Qinghe's improvement, the specialist first had him move his fingers to confirm it wasn't Yadali's imagination, then had him undergo a series of examinations. This is definitely a good sign, but some results might not be available today. We need to wait for the results before we can see. Also, you need to think carefully about what you've given him during this time, what rehabilitation procedures he's undergone. We also need to know why he's showing such obvious signs of improvement. This will help us in our research on his condition. The money Yadali brought turned into a huge pile of test reports. The experts were still very impressed with Qinghe's illness and were very curious about his recovery. I know about your situation. As I mentioned before, if you're willing to cooperate with us in some research on this condition, I can provide you with some additional funding under the guise of research, and a significant portion of the costs for some tests and treatments can be reduced. Qinghe immediately shook his head at the expert's offer. We appreciate your kindness, but let's forget about it. Qinghe knew how he had recovered. Even if these experts dissected him, they probably wouldn't be able to find anything, and besides, he didn't want to be a guinea pig. Therefore, this suggestion was absolutely impossible. Qinghe. Yadali was somewhat tempted. This expert had mentioned it before, as had other experts, but Qinghe had always disagreed. However, the experts couldn't do anything about it then. Now that there was finally improvement, Yadali hoped Qinghe would cooperate, perhaps that would speed up the recovery. Dad, I want to go back. Qinghe didn't give Yadali a chance to persuade him and made his request directly. I'll try to persuade the expert again. I'll come back tomorrow when the results are out. Yadali glanced at the resolute Qinghe, said apologetically to the expert, and then pushed Qinghe away. On the way back, Yadali kept trying to persuade Qinghe, but Qinghe didn't respond at all, which annoyed Yadali greatly. The improvement in his condition was good news, but a lot of money had been spent. So even though Yadali wanted to persuade him again, once they got home, he quickly got Qinghe ready and then hurriedly rode off on his electric scooter. Win a prize. After Yadali left, Qinghe looked at the extra prize draw chances and chose to participate without hesitation. The distance from their rented apartment to the hospital was more than 5 kilometers. Qinghe hadn't expected that taking the bus or subway would be counted as part of the 5-kilometer distance by the system. It was just a pity that his round trip that day was over 30 kilometers, but the system only gave him one chance to win a prize, not one for every 5 kilometers. Otherwise, he would have had 6 chances to draw a prize. The pointer spun rapidly, gliding across the options. This time, the options were different from yesterday's. There was only one option related to physical recovery, restoring 1/3 of the function of his left little toe. This disappointed Qinghe. The pointer slowed down gradually, finally stopping at an option Qinghe had never expected to see. Math prodigy. Qinghe looked at this option, shaking his head in disappointment. What use was a math prodigy to a completely paralyzed patient like himself? Math prodigy, when facing any math problem, you will always get a hint for the next step. Looking at this description, Qinghe felt it was useless. A wasted opportunity. Glancing at the time, it was 1:30 p.m. Qinghe asked Xiao AI to turn on the computer and continued practicing the one against all questions. This was related to whether he could get a job with a 200,000 yuan annual salary in a short time, so he had to take it seriously. At 2:30 p.m., Yadali returned home. How are you? have you felt any improvement in your body today? As soon as Yadali entered the room, he asked Qinghe expectantly. Dad, if I could recover so quickly, I'd be able to stand and run in just a few days. Qinghe replied speechlessly. I was too impatient. It's not like we've finally seen some hope. Take it slow, no rush. Just keep recovering little by little. Yadali scratched the back of his head and laughed. He had indeed been too impatient. Clean, wipe, change clothes, give a massage, then eat. After eating, Yadali immediately rode his electric scooter out again. Qinghe had a chance to recover, and he was now full of energy. After studying for an hour, and having just finished eating, Qinghe wasn't really interested in looking at problems anymore, so he browsed online. Help! Is there any math expert who can help me solve this problem? A help post caught Qinghe's attention and he clicked on it. A math problem? Could his math skills come in handy? But upon opening the question, he realized it wasn't a primary school problem, it was a bunch of things he couldn't understand at all. What the hell was this? But miraculously, as he scanned the questions, the next step of the solution naturally appeared in his mind. The person asking for help was clearly quite capable, the first few steps were flawless and matched Qinghe's mental solution. However, the fourth step encountered a problem. This problem arises when dealing with eigenvalue aggregation and matrix problems. Numerical instability occurs here. For your generalized eigenvalue problem, you need to construct an effective precondition RAM to improve the spectral properties of the coefficient matrix. Since he had nothing else to do, Qinghe provided his answer in the comments section of the post. The post was very popular, but the comments were mostly things like expert, this is like reading gibberish, I can't even understand the question, let alone the solution, and I'm kneeling to read it, etc. As soon as Qinghe posted his answer, someone immediately replied, although I don't understand it, you talk a lot, and I don't understand yours either, so I'll just take your answer as correct. Seeing this reply, Qinghe smiled, closed the post, and continued browsing online. Someone replied? A second-year student in the mathematics department of Qinghe University in Beijing frowned when he saw the notification on his phone and opened his help request. Chapter 9, Author, Waiting Online, It's Urgent. Zhou Shuo clicked on the post and glanced at it, his expression instantly changing. He posted the thread partly because he had genuinely struggled with this problem for a long time and wanted to see if anyone could help him, partly, he also wanted to show off for a sophomore to solve such a problem was definitely genius. So, whenever a pop-up notification appeared with comments, he would check them whenever he had free time, mainly to see the praise or questions from other users. He never expected anyone would give him the correct answer. This time, there were many comments, mostly of this type, but this user named Xiangyang Ershen had actually pointed out the problem, and it even seemed to make sense, prompting him to immediately test it out. However, this problem wasn't one he could understand at a glance. He was actually just a junior member of the project team, the main work was done by his senior colleagues. Senior, I found a solution. Let's see if this works. Zhou Shuo immediately ran to the research lab, took out his phone, and handed the answer provided by Xiangyang Ershen to his senior colleague, Pei Ming. Where did you get this from? Pei Ming glanced at it casually at first, but then realized the problem. Zhou Shuo, how could you post this online? And even give us the detailed solution steps? Pei Ming jumped to his feet. This was no small matter. While their research topic wasn't particularly important, posting core mathematical problems online before having results was absolutely unacceptable. Do you know the consequences of this? Pei Ming's face turned red with anger as he pointed at Zhou Shuo and shouted. Everyone in the research lab turned to look. Those who had heard Pei Ming's words immediately paled. This was a very serious leak of information. If competing research groups saw their solution, they would have complete knowledge of their research progress and direction. This was no joke. Zhou Ming was momentarily speechless. He hadn't thought much about it, he just wanted to show off how capable he was, and hadn't considered any of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over with his phone after seeing Xiangyang's reply. When did you post this? Take this down from the internet right now. And hand over the lab keys, and your computer too. We'll check and delete everything on it before you take it back. I don't want to see you in this project team again. Pei Ming's head was about to explode. Their project was already in trouble, they couldn't get the crucial mathematical calculations right no matter what they did, and they were already having a headache all day long. And then Zhou Shuo pulled this stunt. If the professor found out, this wouldn't just be Zhou Shuo's problem, it would be Pei Ming's problem as the person in charge of management. No, senior, Zhou Shuo realized his mistake, he hadn't considered this at all, only thinking about showing off. Get out! Pei Ming pointed outside and roared. Zhou Shuo opened his mouth, wanting to ask someone to speak up for him, but after looking around the lab and seeing everyone glaring at him, he could only lower his head and leave. After Zhou Shuo left, Pei Ming sat down, angrily slamming something on the table to the floor. He let out a long sigh, picked up his phone to call his advisor and discuss the matter, but then he noticed it was Zhou Shuo's phone, and the screen displayed a solution to their math problem. This actually seems feasible. Pei Ming only glanced at it but realized the person's explanation made perfect sense, and this angle of approach was something they hadn't considered before. Old son, come here. Let's calculate using this method. Pei Ming, no longer caring about Zhou Shuo's situation, beckoned another math major in the group, and the two began their calculations. Zhou Shuo, head down, returned to his dorm only to realize he'd forgotten his phone. But thinking Pei Ming was still angry, he figured going now would only get him a scolding, so he decided to wait. 3 hours later, Pei Ming and Old Sun in the research lab were both beaming with excitement. It really works. It really solved it. This guy named Xiangyang Ershen is a genius. Pei Ming, do you think he might be a teacher in our school's math department? Or maybe a professor in some other math department? I don't know, but I think he's probably not from our math department. I've consulted almost every teacher in the school about this problem, and no one has given a solution. Pei Ming shook his head at Lao Sun's question. Regardless of who the other person was, one thing was certain: he was definitely a math whiz. He solved their problem with very concise language, and his method was extremely simple, much more effective than their previous complex calculations. Shouldn't we talk to this Xiangyang Ershen? Lao Sun felt that since the other person had helped solve such a big problem, they should thank him properly. We need to call Zhou Shuo back. This is his phone, we need him to come over and open it before we can talk. Pei Ming said, a bit of a headache. This phone belonged to Zhou Shuo, and he was the one who posted the message. He had taken a picture of the answer with his own phone beforehand and did the calculations. But to contact this Sunny Day project, they needed Zhou Shuo to come. This guy really went too far. Old Sun sighed. The nature of the matter was indeed egregious, but the problem was that it was precisely this action that led them to a solution. No, we have to get him here immediately. If this post isn't deleted and others see it, our project is completely finished. Suddenly, Old Sun realized a problem. When Zhou Shuo posted it before, he only let people know their problem. Not everyone could necessarily solve it. But now that they had a solution, if others saw it again, the consequences. Pei Ming's expression tightened, and he immediately grabbed Zhou Shuo's phone and ran out. Big brother, can we be friends? Big brother, thank you so much for your answer. It solved a huge problem for us. Can we be friends? Big brother. Waiting online. It's urgent. Under Pei Ming's watchful gaze, Zhou Shuo first sent a message to Xiangyang Ershen's account, then deleted his own post, and then kept sending friend requests to Xiangyang Ershen. Senior brother, did this Xiangyang Ershen really solve the problem? Chapter 10 Late Night Designated Driver. Zhou Shuo and Pei Ming thought everything was fine after deleting the post, but unbeknownst to them, their post had been seen by some people before it was deleted, who also saw Qinghe's reply, saved a screenshot, and performed calculations. Yet Qinghe had no idea that his casual reply would cause so much trouble. After answering the question and confirming that the math prodigy skill was indeed impressive, he didn't dwell on it. He didn't need to do math problems every day. For him, the skill wasn't very useful. He focused his attention on learning various types of one-stop-shop questions. This was the real issue that would change his life in the short term. With his photographic memory, he only needed to see a question once to immediately memorize it, without worrying about forgetting it. This learning pleasure was incredibly addictive to him. If he had had this ability in his previous life, he would have devoted all his energy to studying. This is truly astonishing. Looking at the results so far, yet Qinghe's other physical indicators haven't changed much. The only difference is that his cell activity seems to have slightly improved, but this doesn't explain the recovery of his right index finger's function. At the 301 hospital, the expert Yadali and Qinghe consulted looked at the report, completely baffled. He remembered Qinghe very well. He had studied the patient's illness for a while but couldn't find the cause. The father and son hadn't returned, reportedly to other specialists. He never expected their return would show improvement. This made him want to make this a new research topic. But the problem was, Qinghe seemed unwilling. Does increased cell activity really have such an effect on the recovery of bodily functions? Perhaps we should find some different patients to test and verify this. That evening, Yadali returned home to find Qinghe watching a projector screen and studying. How long have you been watching? It's a rare opportunity to be on TV, but you need to balance work and rest. You can't watch for too long, you need to relax your eyes occasionally. Yeah, I know. Qinghe turned his head and smiled. Are you going out after dinner tonight? It's not raining today. Yadali said while picking vegetables. I'm not going out today. I went out this morning. The system's task is 5 kilometers a day. Exceeding 5 kilometers won't give extra chances for the lottery, so Qinghe felt there was no need to go out again. Oh, okay then. I'll go out after dinner later. I might be back a little late. If you're sleepy, go to sleep first, don't worry about me. Yadali nodded, speaking casually. Oh, Qinghe didn't ask Yadali where he was going, he knew he was probably trying to find a way to earn money. Yet Dolly did this in the beginning, working several jobs a day. But in the last few months, his condition showed no signs of improvement, and he refused to continue treatment. Only then did he relax and stop working so much. Now that there's a glimmer of hope, Dolly must have gone out to find a way to make money. 200,000. He absolutely must get his hands on the 200,000 from the one against all lottery. Qinghe silently vowed to himself. This was the fastest way he could solve the problem right now. After eating, cleaning, and getting a massage, Dolly rode his bike out. He had done the chauffeur job before. He had a small folding electric bicycle at home, which he had charged during the day and would use at night. This kind of work is best done near crowded hotels or nightclubs, and such places are rare in their suburban area. Yet Dolly had to get into the city first. Dolly? Didn't you quit chauffeur work? Why are you doing it again? Dolly had worked in this area before, so when he arrived, some people recognized him. Qinghe's condition has improved somewhat, he can move his right index finger again. He might fully recover soon, so I need to earn more money. Dolly said happily, having said the same thing to many people today. He was genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. That's great news. Congratulations. You've finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you, thank you. Dolly replied with a smile. It was Friday, and the restaurant was doing very well. Many people who couldn't drive due to drinking were looking for designated drivers. Although Dolly arrived a little late, several acquaintances helped him put him at the front of the queue, and he quickly got a fare and drove off with his customer. When he returned, he didn't let those people cut in line for him again, he waited patiently in line. At 11:30 p.m., there weren't many people on the street anymore, and many designated drivers had already left. Dolly and two others were still there. Li? That's too far, I can't go. Me neither. Lao, yeah, are you going? Dolly was originally at the back of the queue, but the client's destination was too far, and the two ahead of him were unwilling to go, so they turned to ask Dolly. Dolly knew Li, it was about 50 kilometers from Beijing. If he drove there, getting back would be a big problem. There were no buses at this hour, and no subway there. He'd either have to cycle back or find a place to spend the night and return the next day. Go! I'll go! Dolly didn't hesitate. The place was far, but they charged by the kilometer, so farther meant more money. Although the bike battery might not be enough, Dolly figured he could just ride back if it ran out of power halfway. Lao is really going all out. What else can we do? His kids are like that at home, we need money every day. Watching Dolly put the bike in the client's trunk and drive away, the two drivers shook their heads. By the time Dolly pedaled his dead-off bicycle home in the dark, it was already past 1 o'clock. Why are you so late? Qinghe asked, turning his head at the sound of the noise. Did I wake you? I took a long-distance ride as a designated driver, and the battery died on the way back, so I was late. Dolly, afraid of waking Qinghe, hadn't turned on the light and entered the room quietly. However, he hadn't expected to wake Qinghe anyway, and said apologetically in a low voice, Xiao AI, turn on the light. No need, no need. When the light came on, Qinghe saw Dolly covered in dirt, with large scrapes on his arms, and his eyes immediately reddened. It's nothing, it's just that on the way back, a car was driving too fast, and my car battery was dead. He didn't see me, and when he rushed towards me, I jumped into the ditch. Chapter 11 Joe Warner. Dolly, feeling a little guilty, turned away while taking off his clothes and explaining, can we not take orders that are too far away at night anymore? Qinghe looked at the scrapes on Dolly's body and said with some concern, it's nothing, it was just an accident today. Mainly, I wasn't wearing a reflective vest. I'll wear it tomorrow, so other drivers can see me from a distance, and there won't be this problem. Dolly took off his clothes, filled a water bottle under the tap outside, and used a towel to wipe his wounds. While wiping, he couldn't help but gasp. Although the wounds were shallow, just scrapes, they were fine when not touched, but extremely painful when touched. After wiping with clean water, Dolly took out iodine from the first aid kit and gritted his teeth, applying it to all the areas he could reach. Come here, I'll help you apply the medicine to the back. Qinghe, who had been watching from the side, noticed that there was still a patch on Dolly's back that hadn't been treated, and spoke up. You'll apply it for me? How? Dolly looked completely bewildered. Qinghe only had his head to move, how could he apply it for him? You soak a cotton swab in iodine, then tie it to my right index finger with tape. Lift my arm behind your back, and I can apply the medicine by moving my finger back and forth. Dolly hadn't expected Qinghe's suggestion. However, he shook his head, forget it, it's just a scratch, nothing serious. Hurry up, finish and go to sleep. Qinghe said somewhat angrily. Such a grown man, and he's still so troublesome. Seeing that Qinghe was angry, Dolly didn't say anything more and did as Qinghe said, lifting Qinghe's hand with his own. A little higher, a little higher. About 2 centimeters to the right. A little higher and to the right, okay, right here. So, Qinghe, who was completely paralyzed and could only move one finger, helped Yadali apply the medicine to his back with just one finger. Alright, go back to sleep. The next morning, when Qinghe woke up, he was surprised to find someone in the room, not Yadali, but a young girl. Qinghe, you're awake? Haven't had breakfast yet? I bought you your favorite tofu pudding, with garlic sauce, chive blossoms, and cilantro. It's still warm, want some now? The girl was sitting on the small sofa next to Qinghe, looking at her phone. She was probably checking on him from time to time. She looked up and saw him awake, then smiled, got up, and came over with the food. You. Qinghe hesitated, but before he could finish speaking, he found the girl's image in his memory. Jo Wanner, his childhood sweetheart, was his classmate from kindergarten all the way to high school. After falling ill in his second year of high school, he dropped out and came to Beijing. A year later, she also got into university in Beijing and often came to take care of him on weekends. I've changed and cleaned you, but just now, I don't know if it was my imagination, but when I was cleaning you, I thought I saw your finger move slightly. Jo Wanner opened the lunchbox containing tofu pudding and mixed the broth with the tofu pudding using a spoon. She didn't mix it into very small pieces, Qinghe liked it mixed, but not too finely chopped. Qinghe was completely taken aback. She had cleaned him up and even changed his diaper? However, he then remembered that this wasn't the first time this girl had done this. For the past 2 years, no matter where they moved, this girl would come over and help him with this. In her words, didn't she know every inch of his body? She'd seen him naked when he was a child. And they'd even bathed together when they were little. I saw a hospital report on the table earlier. You went to the hospital again? What were the results? Qinghe remained silent for a long time. Jo Wanner didn't mind. Qinghe had become quieter these past few months, which was why she came over almost every weekend to encourage him. There's been a slight change. My right index finger was movable again the day before yesterday, so I went to the hospital for a checkup yesterday. But the results are pretty much the same as before, basically no change. Qinghe replied, blushing. He still felt a little ashamed. The original owner of this body might have been Jo Wanner's childhood sweetheart, having seen her naked since they were little, but he wasn't. Speaking of which, Jo Wanner was quite beautiful. Qinghe estimated her to be about 1.7 meters tall, with a perfect figure, especially her face, a classic oval face, big eyes, and 2 dimples when she smiled. Really? I told you you'd get better. See? Didn't it come true? Hearing that Qinghe could really move his finger, Jo Wanner was overjoyed. Her smile, in the sunlight, almost dazzled Qinghe. So, you have to believe in yourself that you'll get better. The fact that your finger is starting to recover is a sign. Slowly, it will happen to your whole hand, then your arm, then your body. It won't be long before you're fully recovered. Jo Wanner was genuinely happy for Qinghe's progress, speaking excitedly. Wanner's here? At this moment, Yadali returned carrying some food. Hearing Jo Wanner's voice before even entering, he knew it was her. Yes, Uncle Dolly, such great news. Why didn't you tell me? If I had known Qinghe was getting better, I should have come yesterday. Jo Wanner turned to look at Yadali, her tone slightly reproachful. I was so happy yesterday that I forgot about it. Have you eaten yet? Yadali smiled sheepishly, he really had forgotten. Really, but it's normal. I've finally waited for this day. I told you Qinghe would get better. Jo Wanner wasn't really angry. After her initial complaint, she smiled happily again. Yes, everything will be all right. Yadali was equally happy. This was definitely the happiest thing that had happened to him in the past 3 years. Uncle Dolly, what happened to you? You have so many scrapes and abrasions. When Yadali got closer, Jo Wanner noticed the injuries on his body. Although they had scabbed over, it was clear that the injured areas were quite large. It's nothing. I accidentally rode into a ditch on my way back as a designated driver last night. It's just a scrape, nothing serious. Yadali said casually, but then he smiled again, remembering how Qinghe had helped him apply medicine the night before. I also have a cut on my back. Qinghe put iodine on it for me. Qinghe put it on? How did he do it? He stuck a cotton swab on his finger, and then. Chapter 12 Jo Wanner 2. Qinghe lay on the bed, watching the two chat. Although he knew from his memories that Jo Wanner and he had always been very close, true childhood friends, he was still impressed that she would insist on helping him whenever she had time, even cleaning, despite his current situation. He truly felt that his predecessor was quite fortunate. Oh, I was so busy chatting that I forgot to feed Qinghe. Perhaps sensing Qinghe's gaze, Jo Wanner remembered that she had promised to feed him, and hadn't done so for a while. She scooped a spoonful of tofu pudding from the lunchbox, gently blew on it, and fed it to Qinghe. How is it? Is it good? Qinghe nodded. This was indeed his favorite flavor, a hint of garlic, combined with the smoothness of the tofu pudding and the taste of the gravy and cilantro. It was very fragrant and delicious. Upon receiving Qinghe's affirmative answer, Jo Wanner smiled, two dimples appearing on her face. After Qinghe had chewed a couple of times and almost swallowed, Jo Wanner tossed a small piece off the fried dough stick and held it to his lips. Qinghe, do you remember Zhao Minjiao? His family seems to have come to Beijing to develop their business. They came to my school a couple of days ago, saying they were going to make a big splash in Beijing. I'm really speechless. How can people be so shameless? What Jo Wanner didn't notice was that when she mentioned Zhao Minjiao, Yadali, sitting on the sofa behind her, looked very uncomfortable. If it weren't for your illness forcing your uncle to sell the company, how could their family be in this state now? Have they really forgotten how they could never get ahead and were always suppressed by your uncle? Coming to Beijing to develop their business? I think it won't be long before they lose everything and slink back home. He even asked you about it, but I didn't tell him. By the way, I remember you beat him up before? If you ask me, you didn't hit him hard enough. Jo Wanner didn't care whether Qinghe spoke or not, feeding him while muttering to herself. Qinghe ate slowly, and before he finished, Yadali behind him had already finished. He mainly came back to take care of Qinghe. Now that Jo Wanner was here, he didn't need to be home. Wanner, you stay home with Qinghe. I'm going to work. Wait for me at noon, I'll buy some groceries and we'll have a good meal. Okay, Uncle Dolly. A few minutes after Yadali left, Qinghe finished eating. Jo Wanner tidied up and started massaging Qinghe. The reason Qinghe is in such good shape, with minimal muscle atrophy, is because Yadali massages him several times a day. Jo Wanner had already learned these techniques from Yadali. Wanner, I'm already like this, you actually. Before Qinghe could finish speaking, Jo Wanner raised her eyebrows and glared at him. Qinghe, are you going to say that same old thing again, trying to make me not come anymore? Let me tell you, Qinghe, I only came because I felt sorry for you and because Uncle Dolly was working so hard. If you really want to be successful, then get better quickly, understand? The fact that your right index finger can recover means there's a possibility for other parts of your body too. Have some faith in yourself. You've survived the darkest 3 years, now that you see the light at the end of the tunnel, you can't give up, understand? Well, before Qinghe could finish a sentence, Jo Wanner launched into a tirade, leaving him speechless. If he could be persuaded, this childhood sweetheart wouldn't have come. Let it be. Besides, he truly had a chance to recover now. He could repay her properly once he recovered. Let's go out for a walk. I want to go out. As soon as Qinghe finished speaking, he regretted it. Although he had been bedridden for a long time, he still weighed around 110 pounds. It seemed unlikely that a girl like Jo Wanner could get him out of the house. Yes, you should go out more, see more people, and breathe more fresh air. I've been telling you to go out for ages, but you wouldn't. It's great that you've finally come to your senses. As she spoke, Jo Wanner swept Qinghe up in a princess carry. Wow, this girl is so strong, can't you tell? Qinghe turned his head to look at Jo Wanner. This time, he was closer, and even the fine downy hairs on the other's face were clearly visible. Such delicate, pink skin, such long eyelashes, such big eyes, eyes that sparkle. Qinghe felt his heart suddenly race. What? Jo Wanner glanced down at Qinghe. Nothing. Qinghe quickly looked away, but the scene from just now seemed etched in his heart, lingering for a long time, and his heartbeat took a while to return to normal. Wanner, taking Qinghe out? Yes, Aunt Lu, are you off today? Yes. Jo Wanner clearly knew some of the neighbors in the courtyard. As she pushed Qinghe out, some people greeted her familiarly. Try this milk tea. These cream puffs look pretty good. Want to try some? Why is there such a long line over there? Shall we go check it out? Someone's singing live over there, shall we go watch? Unlike Yadali, who brought Qinghe out, Jo Wanner bought him this and that to encourage him to join in on any interesting activity. She didn't treat Qinghe like a patient at all, it was like a shopping trip with a close friend. 5 kilometers without Qinghe's specific reminders, they'd already covered the distance without him even noticing, and Jo Wanner wasn't going back yet. She pushed Qinghe to the mall to pick out clothes. I think this outfit suits you quite well. Your skin is already fair, it'll make you look even fairer. Wanner, really, I don't need any of this. I have clothes to wear. Qinghe immediately refused when Jo Wanner held up the clothes to herself. Those clothes of yours are so old, and the styles are so outdated. Don't worry about them, it's not like you're spending any money. Since you came out with me, you should listen to me. Jo Wanner didn't give Qinghe a chance to refuse, buying several items before she was satisfied. You rest for a while, I'll rinse these new clothes in the water. Back home, Jo Wanner carried Qinghe to bed and went outside to wash his new clothes. Qinghe stared at the lottery wheel in front of him, silently praying he would draw a recovery-related option. Lottery. The pointer spun, then slowly slowed down, finally stopping on an option. English proficiency. Qinghe looked at the only recovery option among all the choices next to English proficiency, and felt utterly disappointed. So close. Just a little bit more, and he would have gotten 1% of the recovery. Chapter 13 Godfather, child was wrong. No, this translation is terrible. You missed so many technical terms, it doesn't flow smoothly at all. I definitely can't pay you the final payment for this. Back home, Joanna sat on the sofa, looked at her phone for a while, then picked it up and made a call, her tone full of dissatisfaction. Don't say so much. You worked hard, but I'm not satisfied with the result. I told you before that these were professional documents, and you needed to specifically look up the relevant technical terms. You assured me it would be fine, and what is this translation? Impossible. With this, there's absolutely no way I'll pay you the remaining amount. I even feel like I wasted the money I paid you before. Fine, come find me then. Let me tell you, I, Joe Warner, am not easily intimidated. It was clear that a serious conflict had occurred with the person on the phone last night, and the other party even wanted to meet Joe Warner in person. However, Joe Warner, a tomboy since childhood, wasn't afraid at all. After speaking angrily, Joe Warner slammed down the phone and sat on the sofa, silent. What's wrong? Qinghe turned his head and asked. You don't know, I found a translator to translate a rather difficult English document for me. He promised so readily, but what he gave me is utter nonsense. Qinghe's question immediately gave Joe Warner an opening, and she began to complain about how unreliable the other party was. Within the first minute, Qinghe understood the whole story, but after listening for another 5 minutes, Joe Warner showed no sign of stopping, so Qinghe had to interrupt her. It's just translating an article, how difficult can it be? I'll translate it for you. Coincidentally, his newly acquired skill was fluency in English, and Qinghe felt he could help Joe Warner with this. You can do it too. Actually, Joe Warner didn't believe Qinghe could do it, but since Qinghe had said so, she couldn't directly tell him he couldn't. Qinghe had an accident in his second year of high school and hadn't continued his studies. Although his grades were decent back then, he wasn't top tier. His English was only average, hovering around the top 10, but never in the top 5. With that level of English, and without any opportunity to study for the past 3 years, how could he possibly understand her English literature? Even she, a university student, couldn't understand it. Finding a professional translator was even more impossible for Qinghe. But since Qinghe had finally spoken, she didn't want to discourage him. She transferred the article to Qinghe's computer and projected it onto the ceiling. Joe Warner planned to comfort Qinghe when he said he couldn't do it later. Serverless containers and functions are widely used in the deployment and management of cloud software. This technology is favored because, compared to traditional deployment methods, it reduces operational costs, improves hardware utilization, and simultaneously achieves faster elastic scaling of redstone weapon applications, meeting both economic and scalability requirements. Listening to Qinghe read the translation aloud, Joe Warner was dumbfounded. How can you really know that? You're not. The rest of the words Joe Warner wanted to say remained unspoken. I'm just paralyzed, not stupid. Although I can't move these past few years, I can still study, I can read a lot of things, and I even study some English when I have time. Don't make a fuss. Seeing her surprised expression, Qinghe stopped translating, turned around, and said irritably, Yes. I was so naive, Godfather, please help me. You don't know how greedy these language students are. They dared to charge me 400 yuan for translating just this one piece. If I hadn't been smart enough to give them 200 first, saying I'd pay the remaining 200 after they confirmed the manuscript was accepted, I would have lost 400 this time. Joe Warner immediately knelt down. She really knelt. Right beside Qinghe's bed. Alright, it's not a big deal. I'll translate it for you. Get up, no need to kneel, Dad will help you. Qinghe smiled. He hadn't heard the term Godfather in a long time. I kind of miss those days. Want some water? Or should I order some takeout, maybe a milk tea? Or maybe I can massage your legs? Joe Warner didn't care about that. As long as Qinghe could really help her translate this paper, she'd do anything. No need for milk tea. Drinking too much of that stuff makes me pee a lot. Just massage my legs. As someone who's been paralyzed for years, drinking milk tea wouldn't have much of an effect, but Qinghe usually didn't drink much water. After all, drinking too much water meant frequent urination, and his diapers couldn't hold that much. It's okay, drink as much as you want. I'm here today. At worst, I'll just change your diaper a couple more times. Joe Warner acted all magnanimous, but Qinghe felt a little uncomfortable hearing her words. Let's forget it. Qinghe shifted his gaze from Joe Warner to the ceiling. No, are you shy? I really consider you a brother, you can't have any thoughts about me. Joe Warner noticed Qinghe's unusual reaction and immediately realized why he said that. She looked at him incredulously. Do you want me to translate for you? If so, shut your mouth. Qinghe's face was genuinely slightly flushed. After all, he wasn't the original owner of this body, it was normal for him to have slightly different thoughts. Fine, you, Qinghe, I consider you a brother, and you're actually thinking. I'm tired, I can't translate anymore. No, 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 Godfather. Godfather. I was wrong, I'll shut up and massage your legs, please forgive me. Seeing Qinghe close his eyes and not intend to translate for her, Joanna immediately backed down, smiling obsequiously and apologizing repeatedly. She then immediately ran to the side to massage Qinghe's legs. Little brat. You think I can't handle you? Qinghe rolled his eyes at Joanna smugly. He instructed Joanna to open the document on his computer and then begin translating it, comparing the two side by side. However, voice input methods inevitably have some issues. They can't accurately recognize every word. Some adjustments were needed along the way, which required Joanna's assistance. This took an hour, and Joanna was truly amazed by Qinghe's vocabulary. She had to look up those technical terms to understand them, yet Qinghe translated them without a moment's hesitation. However, while massaging her leg, she suddenly smelled something and reached down to pull down Qinghe's pants. Without even looking, the smell was coming from here. Qinghe, v. Chapter 14. Like she in illness. When Joanna changed his diaper earlier, Qinghe was asleep, so even if he thought about it, he felt ashamed. But now he was awake and could see everything she did. This made Qinghe feel like dying. Really shy? Ha 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 ha. Joanna laughed when she saw Qinghe close his eyes. She had felt ashamed at first too, but after 3 years, she was used to it. Qinghe rarely spoke before and would turn his head away, but he had never blushed like this before, which she found amusing. Hearing this tomboy's laughter, Qinghe really didn't know what to say. He could only pretend to be dead. Although he couldn't feel anything she was doing to him, just thinking about having his pants pulled down, being cleaned, washed, and then having a diaper changed was unbearable for Qinghe. This damn system. Why can't I just heal instantly? Other systems can regenerate after death. Is it really that hard for your system to restore my body directly? And a lottery. What a load of rubbish. There's only one option for restoring my body each time, and the rest are skills that are useless to a paralyzed person like me. It's utterly useless. Qinghe cursed his system in his mind for a long time. But what's meant to happen will happen. Alright, open your eyes. It's all done. You said it's not the first time, what's there to be shy about? After a while, Qinghe opened his eyes after hearing Joanna's voice. Qinghe didn't answer Joanna, but continued translating the documents. Joanna didn't say anything more when she saw him like this, but just gave Qinghe a few meaningful glances. Not bad, your English level is actually good enough to take translation jobs. How about I ask my classmates? If they need help, you can translate for them. You're much more professional than those guys charging 400, I think you should charge 600 to 800. Joanna genuinely thought Qinghe's translations were excellent, even better than the translations she'd seen her senior classmates get. Those guys charged 700, Qinghe could easily charge 600. Sure, but I need someone to proofread. I can translate, but my voice input method has problems, so making changes is a bit inconvenient. Qinghe wouldn't refuse. He desperately needed money right now, and if he could take on some jobs, even one a day, that would be great. That's no problem, I'll help you then. Joanna said casually. At noon, Yadali didn't buy groceries to cook himself. Instead, he went to a restaurant and bought some dishes to bring back. After eating, Yadali left immediately again. Joanna stayed until after 3 p.m., cleaning Qinghe up again before leaving. This time, although Qinghe was still embarrassed, it was a little better than before. Joanna didn't come on Sunday, she had other things to do, which relieved Qinghe. Although Joanna was there, keeping him company and helping him with chores, he still preferred to be home alone. Because Qinghe's condition had improved, Yadali worked even harder. On Sundays, aside from going home to feed Qinghe and help with chores, he was basically out all day, leaving at 5 a.m. and not returning until after midnight. This meant Qinghe couldn't go more than 5 kilometers that day. 50 kilometers is still too far for me. In his mental space, Qinghe gritted his teeth and ran forward with all his might. He had already run 36 kilometers, with only 14 kilometers left, but he felt like his legs weren't his own anymore. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and every breath felt like it was carrying sparks. If it weren't for the possibility of physical recovery, Qinghe felt he might not have been able to keep running like this in reality. Even if he did manage to, he'd probably have to lie in bed all day the next day, suffering from leg and back pain for days. There was one thing he liked about this consciousness space. As long as he completed the mission and returned to reality, all these negative effects would disappear, otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to persevere. 40 kilometers. 45 kilometers. 50 kilometers. The moment one foot crossed the 50-kilometer mark, Qinghe immediately lay down. So tired. He really didn't want to move a single finger. Lottery. Back in reality, Qinghe immediately chose to draw a lottery ticket. It seems there are quite a few more body recovery options in this lottery wheel. Seeing the investment wheel appear, Qinghe's eyes lit up. There were options to restore fingers, toes, and even bowel and bladder control. Qinghe wanted both options. Of course, he felt that bowel and bladder control could be relegated to a later position. Right now, he couldn't move his body. Even if he recovered, he would only suffer in silence. It was better not to recover at all, at least then he wouldn't feel it, otherwise. Just imagining that scene made Qinghe grit his teeth. The pointer spun rapidly, then slowly stopped, finally pointing to an option Qinghe had never even considered wanting. Character, sickly as she. A person with this temperament evokes inexplicable pity and an irresistible urge to protect. You've gone to so much trouble for me. If only I could be healthier, that would be wonderful. System, come out. Why don't you take a good look at me? I'm a man brimming with masculinity. You're giving me this kind of aura. Is it appropriate? Is it even appropriate? Qinghe was truly on the verge of a breakdown. Although he was paralyzed in bed, he had never considered trying to gain pity by feigning weakness. In his straight male eyes, such behavior was something only a lecherous person would do. But no matter how much he screamed inwardly, this idiotic system didn't respond at all, simply attaching this aura to him. Qinghe. Age, 19. Physical condition, above the neck, right index finger healthy. Skills, photographic memory, math whiz, fluent in English. Elegance, slender and graceful. Qinghe looked at the information displayed by the system and was speechless. But there was nothing he could do, he'd been drawn, so he had to accept it. Dolly returned very late. As before, he didn't turn on the lights, using the dim light from his phone to wash up in the dark. He was about to clean Qinghe when he reached Qinghe's bedside and saw him. For some reason, his heart suddenly clenched. Poor Qinghe. Chapter 15 The Effect of Temperament. Dolly had always felt sorry for his son. He should have been healthy, going to university like Joe Warner, enjoying his youth. But this sudden, strange illness had confined him to bed, leaving him only able to move his neck and head. But for some reason, seeing Qinghe sleeping with his eyes closed today, his frail appearance filled him with unbearable sorrow. It's all my fault. If I were rich enough, I could have cured you long ago. I could have made you healthy again, let you go to school, date, chase girls, and freely enjoy life. The more Dolly looked at Qinghe, the more guilty he felt, tears welling up in his eyes. Dad, you're back? What's wrong? Someone was watching him, and there was light in the room. Qinghe was a light sleeper and woke up quickly. Seeing Dolly standing there, his eyes filled with tears, he asked curiously. It's nothing, I just suddenly feel really sorry for you. It's because Dad is useless. Dolly turned his head, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, composed himself, and then turned back, forcing a smile. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? I've never thought you were useless, Dad. If it weren't for you, I might have already. Qinghe smiled, trying to comfort Dolly, but he forgot about his own frail, almost delicate, appearance. This smile, combined with his delicate features, made him appear even more pitiful in Dolly's eyes. Qinghe. Dolly opened his mouth to say something, but his lips choked with emotion, and he couldn't utter a word. Only then did Qinghe remember the frail, almost delicate aura he had drawn today. Damn! Is this thing really that powerful? Of course, it's also possible that Dolly is his father, having personally experienced everything he's gone through, making him more emotional. If it were someone else, perhaps they wouldn't react this way. What could Qinghe do? He could only turn his head away, preventing Dolly from seeing his face. This did have some effect. Dolly's emotions quickly stabilized. What's wrong with me today? Why am I crying so easily? Dolly wiped away his tears somewhat embarrassedly, grabbed a tissue from the nearby table, and blew his nose, wondering to himself. The next day, the doorbell rang early. Dolly quickly answered his phone, then hurriedly got up to fold up the sofa. He glanced at Qinghe, and his heart clenched again. Poor Qinghe. Why have I been having these thoughts these past 2 days? After avoiding looking at Qinghe, Dolly muttered to himself again. But he didn't dwell on it, quickly washed up, and headed to his fellow villagers' breakfast stall. Qinghe, are you awake? I got you a translation job at school. It's computer-related literature, 500 yuan. It's due tomorrow. I'll come find you after class this afternoon. At 11:40 a.m., probably just after class, Joe Warner called Qinghe. Okay. 500 yuan is still money, of course Qinghe wouldn't refuse. At noon, when Dolly came back to feed Qinghe, he realized why he had been having such strange reactions these past 2 days. The reason lay with Qinghe. As long as he didn't see Qinghe, everything was fine. But whenever he saw Qinghe, especially his face, his heart ached uncontrollably. Why hadn't he felt this way before? Why was he feeling it now? Dolly couldn't understand. Dad, you don't need to rush back tonight. Joe Warner said she'd come over after class this afternoon. It's Monday today. Isn't Warner in class? What's up? What brings her over? Dolly asked curiously. Joe Warner usually only came over on weekends, never on weekdays. Why would she come on Monday? I translated an English article for her on Saturday. She said it usually costs money to hire someone, so she found someone at her school. 500 yuan per translation. You translated for Joe Warner. Dolly looked incredulous. Although Qinghe's English was decent when he was in school, Joe Warner was a university student. Could university English be the same as high school or middle school English? How could someone who didn't even graduate high school translate for a university student? Could it be that Joe Warner wanted to help them but felt giving them money directly wasn't appropriate, so she came up with this idea? Well, although I can't move, reading is no problem. I've also taught myself some things over the years, so I have some ability in English. Qinghe had anticipated Dolly's reaction. He deliberately said this to prepare Dolly mentally. After all, he planned to make a name for himself on Who's Still Standing, and this was a prelude, so that even if someone asked later, Dolly wouldn't be at a loss for words. Study hard. Study hard. Knowledge changes destiny. The money you make translating one article is more than I make running around all day. Dolly didn't doubt Qinghe's words at all. After all, Qinghe couldn't move. Besides reading materials and studying, there wasn't much else he could do. Moreover, Qinghe being able to earn money was a good thing for him, at least he would feel useful. His dejected appearance a few months ago had worried him. After Dolly left, knowing that Joe Wan would be coming over that evening for something, and that the translation work wouldn't be completed quickly, Qinghe decided he should first finish his 50 kilometers for the day. Entering his consciousness space, Qinghe slowly began to run. After 2 long runs, he understood that to persevere, he needed to control his pace. He couldn't start running because he felt energetic, only to find himself needing a long rest later. He needed to run slowly, at a comfortable pace, not focusing on speed, but on running for as long as possible and covering as much distance as possible. 30 kilometers was a hurdle. For him, reaching 30 kilometers was basically his current limit. The next 20 kilometers were entirely a matter of willpower. It seems that expecting to adapt quickly is impossible. Despite adjusting his pace as much as possible, Qinghe still felt overwhelmed at 30 kilometers and had to stop to rest. However, although he stopped to rest, Qinghe didn't completely stop like before. He had read some information about running and knew that even when resting in this situation, he shouldn't really stop. He could walk slowly to let his body recover, but he shouldn't sit or lie down immediately. At the 50-kilometer mark, Qinghe was again so tired he didn't want to move at all, collapsing to the ground and not getting up for a long time. He should have waited for Joe Warner to come and have her push him for 5 kilometers. He shouldn't have chosen this option. Chapter 16: Joe Warner's Discovery. Ventriloquism. Looking at the lottery draw, Qinghe shook his head. Useless. This 50 kilometers was a waste. Although there were quite a few physical recovery options, he was unlucky and drew the least useful skill for himself. At 4:50, Joe Warner arrived. I brought you a cup of milk tea and some fried chicken legs from the store. Do you want some? Joe Warner had a key to Qinghe's house. She opened the door, put the thing she was carrying on the table, and then collapsed onto the sofa, picking up a palm leaf fan to fan herself. I won't eat the chicken legs, but I can have the milk tea. Qinghe had eaten quite a bit at noon and wasn't hungry at all. Wait a minute, let me catch my breath before I feed you. Joe Warner reached up and pulled up her short-sleeved shirt, fanning herself with the palm leaf fan, revealing large expanses of slightly damp, sweaty skin to Qinghe. Joe Warner had a great figure. While she didn't have 8-pack abs, her waist was very smooth, especially when she straightened up. It was quite a sight to behold. Qinghe couldn't help but stare, mesmerized. Isn't it beautiful? Joe Warner, fanning herself, suddenly realized someone was watching her. Seeing Qinghe's expression, a mischievous smile crept across her lips, and she raised an eyebrow at him. Ha! What? Hearing this, Qinghe realized what he'd done and immediately pretended he hadn't been looking, just staring blankly in that direction. Your acting is still lacking. Fine, you're looking, aren't you? Call me daddy, and I'll let you see even more. Joe Warner burst out laughing. Qinghe was hilarious like this. Qinghe turned around, ignoring Joe Warner, looking at the ceiling, completely disregarding this crazy guy. All talk and no action. Pouting, Joe Warner fanned herself for a while longer, then, feeling it was enough, picked up her milk tea and walked towards Qinghe. It was too hot when she came in, so she hadn't noticed. But now, seeing Qinghe staring at the projection on the ceiling, her heart suddenly softened for some reason. He must be in so much pain. What's wrong? This time it was Qinghe's turn to ask her. Seeing her standing there motionless, looking so pitiful, made Qinghe feel very awkward. He liked Joe Warner, the talkative one who constantly bantered with him. It's nothing, Qinghe. I'll come to see you more often. Joe Warner's voice became extremely gentle, a voice Qinghe had never heard before. Damn system. I don't want this kind of aura. I want the aura of a macho man, the kind of aura that makes people say he's a real man even when he's lying down. Yeah, Qinghe roared angrily in his heart. Yeah, Dolly is like this, and Joe Warner is like this too. Does this mean everyone who sees me will treat me like this from now on? Can you stop speaking in such a convoluted way? It's giving me goosebumps. Speak properly. I still prefer your manly side. Yeah, Qinghe's words immediately calmed Joe Warner down a bit. She glared at Ye Qinghe, then sat down on the bedside, gulped down half of her milk tea, and then tilted her head to offer it to Ye Qinghe. I must have been possessed. How could I have felt sorry for you just now? I shouldn't have been so nice to you, even thinking of buying you milk tea. I should have drunk it all before you came in, leaving you with an empty cup. This was the Joe Warner he knew best. After Ye Qinghe took a few sips and put the milk tea aside, Joe Warner first cleaned him up, changed his clothes, and massaged him for a while before taking out the English documents she had brought and asking Ye Qinghe to help translate them. After finishing the translation, it was past 7 o'clock. Joe Warner went out and bought some food. Why do I feel like you're a little different today? Especially when you're not talking, I always feel like you have Joe Warner expressed her feelings while feeding Ye Qinghe, but couldn't find a suitable word. A Yandere? That doesn't seem right either. Your reaction makes you seem like Lin Dayu. How would I know? I don't even know what I look like now. How would I know what you're talking about? Is it because you've been on your period these past few days, making you all melancholic? Yeah, Qinghe vehemently denied it. He knew this, but he definitely couldn't say it aloud. You're the one on your period. I'm perfectly fine. Joe Warner couldn't help but slap Ye Qinghe. By the way, I'll take this translation back. I think I can get you a few more orders at school. I'll come back after school tomorrow and try to translate a couple more a day. I'm afraid I can't for the next few days. I have to go out tomorrow, and it'll take a few days. Going out for a few days? What for? To the hospital? Should I come to the hospital to find you? Joe Warner assumed Ye Qinghe was going to the hospital for treatment because he was showing signs of recovery. No, I signed up for the show Who's Still Standing. We have to record it the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to Jinling, and we probably won't be back until Thursday. If it's just one episode. Ye Qinghe wasn't sure if the show only recorded one episode or several episodes at a time. You? Signed up for Who's Still Standing? Really? Joe Warner was surprised. Ye Qinghe, in his current physical condition, participating in a variety show? Are you kidding me? She hadn't watched the show much, but she knew it was basically a quiz competition to see who had the broadest knowledge and the fastest answering speed. How could Ye Qinghe possibly answer first? Really, the tickets are already bought. The production team bought them, and the hotel was also arranged by them. Ye Qinghe's answer made Joe Warner realize this wasn't a joke. Just you and Uncle going? Joe Warner's eyes flickered. What else? Ye Qinghe was a little confused. Can I come along too? I've never participated in a show recording before, and I want to see what it's like. Also, I really like the host, Brother Xiang. I'd like to meet him in person and get his autograph. Joe Warner said shyly. We've already booked the tickets. If you go, you'll have to buy your own, and you'll have to book your own room too. Besides, it's uncertain how many days you'll be gone. Can you take 3 or 4 days off and skip class? Ye Qinghe's words caused the excitement on Joe Warner's face to gradually fade. Indeed, if she were to go, she'd need to take several days off, and her teacher definitely wouldn't approve such a long leave. Sigh. Don't sigh, call me Godfather, and I'll bring you an autographed photo. Seeing her like this, Ye Qinghe said with a smile. Stay away. I just wanted to participate in a program. You think I'd call you Godfather just because of an autographed photo? No way. Joe Warner curled her lip and said disdainfully. I'm not going to waste my breath on you anymore. I'm going back. I won't see you off tomorrow. I'll come back when you return. Chapter 17 Patrick Starr's underwear. This person sent me so many messages? After Joe Wan left, Ye Qinghe didn't study. Instead, he browsed the internet, clicking on the website where he had left a message before. He found the site's inbox was overflowing with messages from the person who set the question. Since he answered the question that day, he had received over 100 messages, the most recent one being half an hour ago. Please check my inbox. My senior brother is going to kill me if I don't. Please reply, please. Most of the messages were asking him to reply, or to add the other party's contact information on the site, such as their WeChat or phone number. It seems his previous reply was correct. Ye Qinghe knew from this that his math genius skill must have solved the question correctly, otherwise the question setter wouldn't be contacting him so frantically, adding them, even just for a chat. Without much thought, Ye Qinghe added the person's WeChat ID. I'm born to face the sun. When Zhou Shuo saw this message on WeChat, he was lying on his dorm bed and immediately jumped off the top bunk. The big shot finally replied to me. Oh my god, Standing on the floor, he stared at the friend request on his phone in disbelief, shouting with wild joy. What's going on? Joshua, are you out of your mind? You smashed my laundry tub. Is it the big shot you mentioned who solved your project problem? Is he a professor in our college? Holy crap, how did you even get down here? The others in the dorm were drawn to Joshua's erratic behavior and turned their attention from the game. It's that big shot. I thought he was ignoring me, but I just got a friend request from him. I have to add him right now and go find my senior. Joshua immediately accepted, not caring that he was only wearing his underwear, jumped out of his roommate's tub, put on his slippers, and ran outside. Damn it, you have to pay for my basin. Old Joe, you're not wearing any clothes. He just went out like that. Holy crap, he went out in his underwear. At first, the roommate was worried about his basin, but after another roommate said that, they realized Joshua had rushed out in his underwear. They exchanged glances and quickly chased after him to the door, but by the time they opened it, Joshua had already run down the stairs and was out of reach. Joshua replied to a message on his phone to the Sunny Days expert while running towards the project team. There should still be people in the project team at this time, and while he wasn't sure about others, Pei Ming, the senior student, was definitely there. Wow, this guy. No wonder it's Qinghe, there are all sorts of amazing people here. I've learned something new. But, he wondered if it was because he looked more handsome today or what, but why were so many girls on the street smiling at him, and some even covering their mouths while taking pictures of him? So, someone finally discovered his handsome nature? Joshua was overjoyed. My solution solved a key step in their problem, but it's not complete. I hope I can finish it for them, they'll pay me for it. Meanwhile, Qinghe was unaware of what this college student named Emperor's Posture was up to through his friend. He hesitated upon seeing the reply. This wasn't difficult for him. Although he wasn't a math major, he had the skill. He figured he could solve it step by step. But how much should it cost? He didn't know. So Qinghe didn't reply to Emperor's Posture but instead searched online for related information, looking for information on how much these kinds of problems usually cost. While he wasn't replying, Joshua, who was running, was even more anxious. He rushed towards the project team at a speed he'd never used before. It was normal for the expert not to reply. Someone capable of solving this kind of problem definitely didn't have much free time and must be busy with many other things. He had to find senior brother Pei quickly and have him talk to the other party. This resulted in him not hearing anyone on the street mention he was only wearing his underwear, and he didn't even answer his roommate's voice messages. Senior, I contacted that big shot. I added him on WeChat. He's online right now. The project team was using a classroom, a large open space with desks arranged like an office, offering no privacy. There were 5 people inside, 3 women and 2 men. Pei Ming was very attentive. Joshua rushed in, handing his phone directly to Pei Ming, panting heavily. Patrick Star. I didn't expect our junior brother to be so childlike. He. Yeah, we didn't realize he was quite well endowed before. At this moment, the laughter and amused expressions of the 3 senior women made Joshua realize something was wrong. How did they know he was wearing Patrick Star underwear? Joshua instinctively looked down, then collapsed, curling up into a ball, squatting on the ground, burying his head in his hands. How did I end up wearing this? No wonder all the female classmates laughed at me on the street today. No wonder so many people took pictures with their phones. I was running naked. Wow, Joshua, performance art. Pei Ming also found it amusing. This Joshua really can't stand not causing trouble every day. A few days ago he posted their core mathematical calculations online, and today he's doing a naked run. I really don't know what the professor saw in this kid to get him involved. Senior, could you find me some clothes? I was so excited just now, I thought I'd come over and tell you. I forgot I wasn't wearing any clothes. Joshua cautiously looked up, looking embarrassed. He could imagine that he, Joshua, was going to be famous. Those who took pictures would definitely post them online. He hadn't covered himself up at all, and when someone took a picture, he even smiled at the camera. Once these photos were posted online, Joshua became a real sensation. There's a lab coat over there, I think it's in the cabinet. Go get it yourself. Give me your phone. Are you sure the person who added Joshua is Xiangyang Ershen? Pei Ming shook his head and pointed to the cabinet under the table not far from Joshua. He remembered there was a lab coat there that hadn't been worn in a long time. However, the most important thing now was to confirm whether the person who added Joshua was Xiangyang Ershen. I'm sure. How long did the big shot take in Chapter 18? After searching online, Qinghe had a general idea of how much he charged. For problems like the ones he solved, the normal price would be around 500 to 3,000 yuan. Although it involved some interdisciplinary knowledge, such as numerical solutions to partial differential equations and advanced applications of matrix theory, he couldn't provide accompanying code implementation, error analysis, or report writing, nor did it involve any innovative derivations of unpublished solutions. Therefore, the price would be at most around 3,000 yuan. Of course, it's not entirely fixed, some projects offer higher amounts, depending on the difficulty of the project and the adequacy of research funding. It's a pity that these kinds of things don't happen often. Otherwise, if I could get 2 or 3 a week, I could make tens of thousands of yuan a month, and I wouldn't need to participate in the show to compete for the 200,000 yuan annual salary job. Qinghe said with some regret after reading it. He didn't think this could develop into a long-term job, he could only take it on a whim. Just as he was thinking about how to reply, another message came in. "Hey, are you still there?" "Yes," Qinghe replied. "Hello, sir. Although we've made some progress with your help in the core algorithm calculation, we still can't complete it. We were wondering if you have time to help us finish the remaining calculations? Don't worry, we understand the rules, we can offer you 5,000 yuan as a reward." The other party was very understanding, offering a reward before he even spoke, and it was even 2,000 yuan higher than the price he had found online, which made Qinghe very satisfied. "Senior, isn't this fee a bit high? Will our advisor approve it?" In the Qinghe classroom, a group of students huddled together, staring at Zhou Shuo's phone. After Pei Ming offered a hefty sum of 5,000 yuan, a junior female student asked. As for Zhou Shuo, he was currently standing on a chair nearby, wearing a white lab coat, looking down at them. Because his senior sister had said that seeing him wearing only underwear under his lab coat, she didn't want any physical contact with him and wouldn't let him come over. "It's alright, I'll pay the extra myself. It's not easy to meet such a genius, I can't be stingy. This project is just a small one. I have another big project with our advisor, and we've run into some problems with mathematical calculations lately. If the other party is truly capable, we can ask them to help solve the other project as well." Pei Ming smiled. It was good for him that the big shot was willing to step in and earn money. He was just afraid the big shot wouldn't be interested in the money and wouldn't be willing to help. "Sure." Qinghe immediately agreed, seeing how readily the other party agreed. The big boss agreed. "Quick, Zhou Shuo, I'll transfer 5,000 to you, you pass the money on to the big boss." Pei Ming didn't hesitate. With a big boss like this, you can't wait until they do the work before paying them. He transferred the money directly to Zhou Shuo, who then passed it on to Xiangyang Ershen. Qinghe hadn't expected the other party to be so quick. They didn't ask when it would be finished, nor did they mention signing a contract or anything, they just transferred the money directly. So, after having the problem sent over, he started calculating. How long do you think it will take the big boss to finish? After seeing that Xiangyang Ersheng had taken the money and remained silent, Pei Ming, Zhou Shuo, and the others began discussing how long this big shot would take. They'd been stuck here for almost 20 days, contacting various people, but the other party hadn't provided any results. "I think 3 days. Since the previous steps were so perfect, this problem should be solved within 3 days. However, that's assuming this big shot genuinely dedicates his time to this. If he has other projects on his plate, the time frame is hard to say," a long-legged, slim-waisted senior sister guessed. "About that, but I don't think it'll take 3 days, 2 at most." "Wait, you guys don't even know who this person is, and you dare to guess like that? Haven't you considered that this person isn't Xiangyang Ersheng, but just a con man who somehow found out about this?" Another senior brother, who had been there but hadn't really stood out, said with a puzzled expression. "No, they added me through the message I sent in the site's private messaging system. This is a secondary account, others don't know. I only mentioned it in the private messaging system, not to anyone else. Otherwise, I wouldn't only have this one friend on this account." Zhou Shuo was so certain that the other person was indeed Xiangyang Ersheng. Having said that, the senior brother had nothing more to say. A message came in. The group chatted for a while, and just as they were discussing whether to leave, Zhou Shuo's phone beeped with a message notification. Zhou Shuo immediately took out his phone. "How long did you guys think it would take the big boss?" Seeing the message, Zhou Shuo couldn't help but ask. "The fastest is 2 days. What's wrong?" The long-legged senior sister replied. "It seems the big boss has solved it." "How long has it been since he asked for the question?" Zhou Shuo stared blankly at the message on his phone, his tone full of disbelief. 20 minutes? 15 minutes. Zhou Shuo had a chat history on his phone showing the exact time, 15 minutes from when the other person asked for the question to when they sent it to him. Pei Ming snatched the phone from Zhou Shuo and quickly started looking at it. "Senior, let me see too." "Me too." "Senior, why don't you put the phone's content on the big TV so we can all watch together?" Several people immediately crowded around, wanting to see it first. The senior, who had been rather unassuming, offered the most suitable suggestion. After the results were displayed, the group stared at the solution process in silence for a long time. It was consistent with the previous solution that only solved one step concise, and the approach was completely different from theirs. "Although there are a few parts I don't quite understand, I've looked at it roughly and it seems correct. To be 100% sure, we need to verify it from beginning to end." What do you mean? Should we do it now, or tomorrow? After reading it, Pei Mingzhen felt that the 5,000 yuan was well spent, and he couldn't wait to verify it. Of course, now. After seeing this solution process, who can go back to sleep? Let's do it. At worst, it'll be working all night. It's not like we haven't done it before. The long-legged senior sister said, her eyes shining. That's right. Let's just do it. This kind of ingenious problem-solving approach is more exciting than watching a movie. How can we just leave it unverified and go back to sleep? Yeah, come on, hurry up, let's finish as soon as possible. Maybe we can go back and catch up on some sleep. Let's do it. A group of young people, none of them had any intention of putting this matter down or going back to sleep, all clamoring to verify it immediately. Let's do it. Chapter 19 Arrival in Jinling. Yadali stood outside the gate of the courtyard, smoked a cigarette, and then took out all the test results he had brought back from the hospital and glanced at them. Qinghe's father. Qinghe's case is extremely rare and very valuable for research. If you can persuade Qinghe to participate in our project, I can promise that all the tests you do at our hospital will be charged only at cost price, hospitalization will be free, and we will also give you a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan. He can recover under these conditions. If we can figure out the cause, it's not impossible for him to recover his health and be like a normal person. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about Qinghe. Do you want to see him lying in bed like this for the rest of his life? Can you bear it? He's only 19 years old. He has so many years ahead of him. We can't let him be like this forever because of an immature decision. The expert's words kept echoing in Yadali's mind. The expert's words made a lot of sense, both emotionally and logically, and they resonated with him deeply. He didn't want Qinghe to be like this forever either. But Qinghe refused, he'd known that for a long time. Talk to him again. Yadali inhaled the last puff of his cigarette, exhaled forcefully, threw the butt at his feet, stubbed it out with his toe, and carried his folding electric scooter home. He unlocked the door, entered, and found the house dark, Qinghe was already asleep. Yadali moved quietly, trying not to make a sound or disturb Qinghe. He turned on his phone, gently pulled back the sofa, and spread out the bedding. Yadali went to Qinghe's side, checking on him, then cleaning, washing, and changing his diaper. After finishing, he looked down at the sleeping Qinghe, and that pity welled up inside him again. It's all Dad's fault for being useless. If Dad had worked harder, strived more, and earned more money in his younger days, would we have been able to take you abroad for medical treatment? You were able to recover even one finger, which means your body can recover. If you had gone abroad earlier, wouldn't you be in this situation? The more Yadali looked at Qinghe, the more his heart ached. Covering his mouth to stifle his sobs, Yadali quickly returned to his sofa bed and lay down, feeling a little better. He was leaving for Jinling on Tuesday, his train ticket was for noon. Yadali had asked his team leader for leave these past few days, but he still went to help his fellow villagers with their work in the mornings, only returning half an hour earlier than usual, at 9 o'clock. Qinghe, are you up? Having thought about it all night, Yadali decided not to rush to discuss the medical reports and the specialist with Qinghe. It wouldn't be too late to talk about it after returning from Jinling. He wanted Qinghe to happily participate in the program recording first. How's it going? Ready for the recording? Qinghe, who was reviewing the question bank, turned his head. Don't worry, I'm going to fight to the very end and take their 3-term championship. Good. That's ambitious. Let's go and take that 3-term championship. Yadali had watched some of the show in his spare time these past few days and knew what the reward was for defending the title for 3 rounds. Although he didn't think Qinghe could achieve it, he wouldn't say anything discouraging at this moment. After breakfast, Yadali cleaned Qinghe up, gave him a massage, changed him into clean and smart clothes, lifted him into the wheelchair, and then, with the various items he had prepared beforehand, took a bus, then the subway, and arrived at the high-speed rail station. They arrived at the high-speed rail station at around 11:30 a.m. Once they entered the waiting room, ticket checking began. The production team had booked second-class seats for them, 2 seats, DF, but the person who booked the tickets had clearly forgotten Qinghe's physical condition. This seat was in the middle of the carriage. Yadali could sit there, but Qinghe couldn't. Yadali found a train attendant and asked them to help him find a seat at the back of the carriage, switching places with another passenger so that Qinghe's wheelchair could be placed in the luggage compartment. Worried that Qinghe might be bored, Yadali took out his phone, switched to an audiobook, and put headphones on Qinghe so he wouldn't be bored sitting there. Qinghe didn't want too many people to see him, so he asked Yadali to face him towards the carriage wall. Some people noticed Qinghe's situation and tried to strike up a conversation, but Yadali wasn't keen on discussing Qinghe's situation in detail with strangers, simply mentioning it briefly and quickly brushing off the topic. The hourly train from Beijing to Jinling was the fastest, and in 3.5 hours, Qinghe and Yadali arrived in Jinling. The production team was quite considerate. They actually sent someone to meet them at the station platform, holding a large sign. Welcome Qinghe and Yadali. In fact, the staff meeting them recognized Ye Qinghe and Ye Dali the moment they got off the train. Ye Qinghe's appearance made him hard not to be recognized. Mr. Ye Dali and Mr. Ye Qinghe, right? I'm here from the production team to pick you up. Just call me Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun immediately stepped forward to take Ye Dali's luggage and offered to help push Ye Qinghe's cart, but Ye Dali waved his hand, insisting on pushing Ye Qinghe himself. Here's the thing, we have a car outside. We'll take you both to the hotel first, and after you check in, I'll take you to dinner. After dinner, I'll take you to our station to meet our director and go to the studio to get a brief overview of our program's filming process. Is that all right? Xiao Sun said as he walked out. However, while speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Ye Qinghe. Was he really paralyzed? Ye Qinghe was covered with a blanket, so his physical condition couldn't be seen. As for his head, which was exposed, it looked almost normal. The only thing that struck him was that Ye Qinghe did have a certain fragility, the kind of fragility one would feel when dealing with a patient, making one want to protect him. No problem, we'll follow the production team's arrangements. They exited the station, entered the underground parking garage, and got into the car. Xiao Sun knew Ye Qinghe's condition, so he drove a minivan provided by the production team. The middle row of seats had been removed, allowing Ye Qinghe, in a wheelchair, to sit inside. Have you been to Jinling before? After settling Ye Qinghe in, Xiao Sun started the car and drove off. He came to see me before. In the past 3 years, especially the first year, Ye Dali had taken Ye Qinghe to many places, including Jinling. Oh, Xiao Sun nodded and started chatting with Ye Dali. Ye Qinghe sat in the car without speaking. The scenery outside the window was similar to other cities, but this was his first time here. He had passed through a few times in his previous life but had never been here before. That's our TV station, and the hotel is right next to it. Chapter 20 Arrival in Jinling 2. The hotel was a 4-star establishment, and they likely had a contracted rate with the TV station. Xiao Sun simply gave them the program crew's name and checked them in without paying. Would you like to rest for a while? Xiao Sun asked as they entered the room. Yes, I need to give Qinghe a massage. Why don't you sit in the lobby downstairs for a bit? I'll come down to you when we're done. Ye Dali nodded. Ye Qinghe had been traveling for so long, he definitely needed some cleaning up, and the massage had to be done at the appointed time. Xiao Sun, understanding the situation, nodded and left. After all this was done, half an hour had passed when Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe appeared in the lobby downstairs. I'm sorry, because of my physical condition, it took a little longer. Ye Qinghe apologized to Xiao Sunday. Xiao Sun smiled and said, that's normal, I understand. Shall we go eat something first, and then go to the station? Sure. Xiao Sun didn't take the two outside, they ate at the hotel restaurant. Because Ye Dali needed to feed Ye Qinghe first, the meal was rather slow. Xiao Sun remained very patient and waited quietly. After finishing their meal, he took Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe to the television station. It was the first time for both Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe to be in a place like a television station. They were curious about many things inside, looking around, and Xiao Sun actively explained things to them. They even encountered 2 celebrities on the way. Although they weren't very famous, they had seen them on television before. Some people surrounded them, asking for autographs and photos. Xiao Sun asked Ye Qinghe if he wanted to go over, but Ye Qinghe shook his head. He didn't particularly like any celebrities. Although he recognized these 2 and had seen their programs, autographs and photos were out of the question. Welcome, welcome. You must have had a long journey. Producer Zhao Qingyang, upon hearing the knock and seeing Ye Qinghe being wheeled in, immediately stood up happily and went over to shake hands with him. I'm sorry, I can't shake your hand. After Ye Qinghe finished speaking, he suddenly realized, slapped his forehead, apologized apologetically, and then shook hands with Ye Dali behind Ye Qinghe. Sorry, I didn't quite get it, but welcome to our TV station and our program team. We've been looking forward to your arrival. After shaking hands with Ye Dali, Zhao Qingyang gestured for the others to come inside. Once everyone was seated, he said to Ye Qinghe, you flatter me. Ye Qinghe smiled slightly. No, what I said next wasn't meant to offend you, but it's the truth. With your physical condition, Qinghe, appearing on a variety show like this would definitely be a huge hit. So, after you successfully registered, we've been focusing our promotional efforts on you for this episode. According to our statistics, a lot of viewers are indeed curious about your appearance on this show and are looking forward to seeing you. Therefore, for us, you will be a guarantee of high viewership for this episode. Zhao Qingyang first apologized to Ye Qinghe, then revealed his true feelings. He's a straightforward person and doesn't mince words. Ye Qinghe didn't find this offensive. When he agreed to participate in this episode, it was already destined. The production team was willing to let him come, providing round-trip tickets and accommodation, precisely because of his physical condition. I'm honored too. I've watched many episodes of your show before and quite like it, which is why I thought I'd give it a try. Ye Qinghe spoke humbly. Although he aimed to defend his title for 6 episodes, he couldn't say that right away. Regarding your arrival, Qinghe, we wanted to test your knowledge base first, to get a better understanding of your abilities. Actually, before Qinghe arrived, the production team had discussed it. They felt that for a contestant with such explosive potential as Qinghe, it was necessary to make an exception and give him some convenience, allowing him to stay on the show for one more episode. This would definitely be a good thing for the show. And for the contestant, they believed he wouldn't refuse. After all, appearing on 2 episodes would significantly increase exposure, something many people desire. However, Zhao Qingyang felt it unnecessary to directly state this. His idea was to test Qinghe's abilities first. That way, at the beginning of the show, he could selectively focus on Qinghe's strengths, enough to keep him in the next episode. There was no need to bring this up publicly. After all, their show had always claimed to have no behind-the-scenes manipulation, relying solely on the contestants' genuine abilities. No problem. Qinghe, of course, had no problem with this. Qinghe, what are you good at? Leading Qinghe to the studio and placing him in his contestant's position, before the questions appeared on the big screen, Zhao Qingyang casually asked. I'm good at almost everything, whether it's history, humanities, or even nature, I have some knowledge in all of them. Qinghe's answer made Zhao Qingyang feel that Qinghe was somewhat superficial. A person's energy is limited, how could one be good at everything? Mainly because I have a lot of free time and can't do anything else, I can only look at all sorts of things every day, which leads to memorizing a lot of things and learning a wide variety of subjects. However, Qinghe's next words, combined with the sickly, almost ethereal feeling he gave off upon entering, made Zhao Qingyang realize how wrong he had been to think about what he had just been thinking. What a wonderful child. Being this sick is already pitiful enough, how could he have thought of him like that? Perhaps he should follow the suggestion of the other members of the production team and give this child a little special treatment. He needs more exposure so that more kind-hearted people can donate. In fact, not only Zhao Qingyang, but also Xiao Sun and everyone else on the set felt a pang of tenderness when they saw Qinghe. Poor young man. So young and handsome, how could he be paralyzed like this? How many people in history have been granted the title of Marquis of Champion? A1, B2, C3, D4. I choose D4. This was the last question, there were 30 in total, and Qinghe answered each one without hesitation. This surprised Zhao Qingyang and the others. This Qinghe really has some skill. Chapter 21 begins. Although it was just a test, Zhao Qingyang and the rest of the production team were genuinely impressed by Qinghe's breadth of knowledge. No wonder he dared to sign up for the show. The number of questions they gave him wasn't large, but many were quite tricky. For example, the last question, when people think of the title Champion Marquis, they usually only think of Huo Qubing, but in reality, 5 people in history received this title, one of whom was Huo Qubing's son, Huo Shan. However, he inherited the title, not receiving it for the first time, so this question was a hidden trap. Even so, Qinghe answered correctly without any hesitation when he saw the question. With such ability, Zhao Qingyang felt that he didn't need to show any favoritism, Qinghe had the ability to make it to the 2nd episode, and possibly more than 2 episodes. This was much better than giving him preferential treatment privately. It could withstand any scrutiny, and the show's buzz would last longer, allowing them to heavily promote Qinghe. A patient paralyzed from the neck down, only able to move his head, persevered in his studies despite his immobility. What an inspiring story. If he could win a few more episodes in a row, then Zhao Qingyang felt his show was about to create a memorable moment. It could be said that the longer Qinghe stood on stage, the better the effect on the show. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Qinghe, you've truly exceeded my expectations, excellent. Absolutely excellent. Zhao Qingyang happily went over to shake Qinghe's hand again, but realized his actions were somewhat offensive and could only awkwardly withdraw his hand. I'm sorry, you always make me unconsciously overlook your physical condition. Zhao Qingyang apologized to Qinghe. It's all right. Qinghe replied calmly. Okay, let me explain the program's flow to you first. Zhao Qingyang didn't offer much flattery, but instead began explaining the program's format. Qinghe was different from the other contestants. He wanted to ensure that Qinghe and Dali had a very clear understanding of the program. As the challenger, you stand in the center, while the 10 defenders stand around the circular stage. Each defender holds a prize of different value. After the host's introduction, the challenger will choose their first opponent. The 2 take turns answering questions, each with a 20-second time limit. The challenger has one exemption. Correct answer continues, incorrect answer results in elimination. The challenger takes turns challenging the defending champions. Winning against 3 in a row allows the challenger to choose to quit or continue. Winning against 5 in a row triggers another exit. After eliminating 10 champions, the challenger can choose to answer 5 carefully selected questions for the ultimate prize. Answering all correctly earns the title of Standing God. Yet Qinghe actually knew all this before coming, but since the other party had mentioned it, he didn't interrupt and nodded repeatedly in agreement. This was the first time Yadali had heard this, and he was genuinely listening attentively. That's roughly the process. I wish you success in your challenge. After Zhao Qingyang finished speaking, he turned to Ye Qinghe and said, if I become the reigning champion, I can choose to remain on stage as the current champion and accept challenges in the next round, right? This was what Ye Qinghe cared about most. He came specifically for this. Yes, it seems Qinghe is very confident in himself, coming for our 200,000 yuan annual salary? Zhao Qingyang nodded. Every contestant who came was actually aiming for this, he wasn't surprised. Yes, I came for the 200,000 yuan annual salary. My father and I are currently facing some financial difficulties, and I want to use this money to improve our lives. Yet Qinghe didn't make excuses, stating it directly. Then good luck. We also hope you can become the champion and eventually become a member of our think tank. Zhao Qingyang clenched his fist to cheer Ye Qinghe on. He wasn't afraid to pay the 200,000 yuan, because if Ye Qinghe could truly become a member of their think tank, it would definitely bring a lot of buzz to the show. Back at the hotel, Yadali settled everything for Ye Qinghe, sat by the window, looking at the street scene outside, and felt a lot of emotions. Ye Qinghe's performance today truly gave him a glimpse of the possibility of a 200,000 yuan annual salary. It also made him realize for the first time that Ye Qinghe wasn't joking. Yadali felt a strange pang of sympathy for Ye Qinghe. This knowledge came at the cost of his freedom. While others studied in school, he could only study in bed. While others played with friends, he could only study in bed. Damn it! Yadali couldn't help but curse inwardly. He wished this had happened to him, not Ye Qinghe. If he could take Ye Qinghe's place, he would gladly do so. The recording method for the program was different from Ye Qinghe's memories. This program was also broadcast live. Those who couldn't watch the live broadcast could watch the edited version on Friday night. The live broadcast had already begun at 10 a.m., with each contestant accompanied by a live broadcast staff. It started. I wonder who the contestants are this season. I heard there's a contestant who's completely paralyzed. I wonder what he's like. I'm here for that. A completely paralyzed person participating in a show? I have to see. Is it fake? Who's really paralyzed and still interested in participating in a variety show? As soon as the show started, many people typed in the comments. Each episode, besides the previous week's champion, features 11 newly selected contestants. Some are well known, with their own fan bases, while the rest are mostly unknown. When this episode was announced, there were 2 moderately famous authors, 1 internet celebrity, and the rest were unknown contestants. However, despite lacking fame, Ye Qinghe's popularity surpassed that of the other 3 famous contestants. After all, everyone was curious about how a paralyzed contestant could participate in a show. The first contestant to appear on camera wasn't Ye Qinghe, but the internet celebrity, a sweet-looking contestant who rose to fame with her fitness videos, named Qinghe. Although she's nicknamed Sister Qinghe, meaning busy, her body isn't actually bulky. Instead, she's slim in the right places and curvy in the right places, exuding sex appeal. Many of her fans call her wife. Even though my wife isn't wearing yoga clothes, her beauty is undeniable. Beautiful. Honey, your husband's here. Go for it. Try to take them all down and show them that you're beautiful and smart. I must say, Sister Qinghe's figure is top-notch. With Sister Qinghe so beautiful, how can the other contestants concentrate on answering the questions? Chapter 22 program begins too. Qinghe was already at the TV station, waving to the audience as she walked towards the studio. I hope everyone will support me. The camera then switched to an ordinary contestant. Although this contestant was dressed up, her figure and appearance were far inferior to Qinghe's. Almost no one in the live stream talked about this contestant. Hello everyone, I'm Zhu an online author. I'm very happy to participate in this program recording. The third contestant was a female author with bangs, big eyes, and a cheerful smile. Are all female authors this beautiful? I love it. I really didn't expect this one. I thought female authors were all the kind who wear thick glasses and look like bookworms. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. I'll go search what kind of book she writes. Zudada, you're neglecting your work. Wouldn't it be better to use the time spent on the program to write more chapters? Do you want us to send you razor blades? Zhu also had some fans watching the program. She had mentioned this to her fans in her books, so there were quite a few comments from fans in the live stream. However, compared to her group, her fans mostly complained that she wasn't updating her content more often and instead participated in the show. Of course, most of their comments were sarcastic. One contestant after another appeared on camera, 5 men and 5 women, including authors, internet celebrities, college students, drivers, and programmers. The authors and internet celebrities were the most popular, and the comments section became increasingly lively with each contestant's appearance. When Ye Qinghe appeared on camera, she was already in the studio's dressing room, sitting in a wheelchair. Her hair had been styled in a neat and energetic way by the show's makeup artist, and her face was covered in foundation. Is this the guy who's completely paralyzed? Oh my god, it's so heartbreaking. So handsome, what a pity. Why does looking at him feel like my heart is being ripped out? Beauty is often envied by heaven. This is the first time I've truly understood the meaning of that phrase. So handsome, so incredibly handsome, you just want to hold him in your arms and cherish him. Yet Qinghe's delicate, almost frail beauty was captured on camera by everyone watching the live stream, making him instantly memorable. The comments section exploded, exceeding the combined total of the previous 10 viewers. Even the fans of the female author and the author couldn't match Ye Qinghe's popularity. Great! We really made the right choice with Ye Qinghe. His aura, his frailty, is so captivating. Looking at the frenzied comments and the growing number of viewers, Zhao Qingyang was incredibly grateful that he hadn't refused to let the man go on stage because of his health. Give Ye Qinghe more screen time, especially close-ups of his face. I want all the online viewers to be captivated by his charisma. Zhao Qingyang picked up the walkie-talkie and gave orders to his staff. He had already realized that Ye Qinghe would be the star of this episode, and now that Ye Qinghe was on camera, he was even more certain of it. Even if Ye Qinghe unfortunately failed this episode, he felt it was necessary to find a way to bring him back. For one thing, just having Ye Qinghe on the show would attract a lot of viewers. This young man was practically born to be in front of the camera. If he also had a healthy body, becoming a top star would be no problem at all. These days, it's incredibly difficult for celebrities to have a single, memorable feature. At 10:30 p.m., the recording of the show officially began. The camera showed the contestants entering the studio, and the audience also coming in, finding their seats. Ye Qinghe was pushed into the studio by Ye Dali, but he didn't appear on stage. As the challenger, he needed to be the last to go on stage. Once everyone was standing and the audience was seated, the hosts, Qinghe and Xiao Min, walked onto the stage with smiles. Good evening, everyone, both in the studio and watching at home. Welcome to One Against All, exclusively sponsored by Honor Mobile. I'm Li Xiang. Qinghe delivered his opening remarks in an enthusiastic voice. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Min. Xiao Min's voice was gentle and soothing. This is the most thrilling quiz battleground in the country. Tonight, 1 challenger and 10 defenders who will become the new champion. Who will be the new reigning champion? Who can stand until the very end? The answer. Tomorrow, let's give a round of applause to the challenger. With Qinghe and Xiao Min's passionate opening remarks, rousing music filled the venue, and the lights shone on the stage entrance. Ye Qinghe sat in a wheelchair, covered entirely by a blue blanket, with Ye Dali pushing it from behind. Following the lights, and as instructed by the staff, Ye Dali slowly pushed Ye Qinghe to the center of the stage. Today, our challenger is a truly unique challenger, perhaps the most special challenger we've ever seen. Qinghe walked to Ye Qinghe's side and said softly, "Yes, today's challenger is a special contestant unlike any seen in any variety show before." Xiao Min knelt down beside Ye Qinghe. "Qinghe, may I call you that?" "Sure." Ye Qinghe smiled. "Could you introduce yourself to everyone?" Xiao Min held the microphone to Ye Qinghe's lips. "Hello everyone, I'm Ye Qinghe. I'm 19 years old. 3 years ago, I suddenly fell ill, losing control of my limbs. Now, I've completely lost sensation below the neck." Although the production team had mentioned Ye Qinghe's situation beforehand, and many knew that the challenger was a completely paralyzed contestant, many sentimental viewers couldn't help but tear up when Ye Qinghe calmly recounted his experience. 19 years old. He's only 19, about the same age as my son. How could he have ended up like this? If this happened to me, I probably would have committed suicide. Ye Qinghe, well done. Well done. Ye Qinghe, you're the best. He fell ill at 16, and over the past 3 years, he gradually felt his body slipping out of control and slowly losing all sensation. To be so calm after all that, he's a real man. I probably would have had a mental breakdown by now. Exactly. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. To be so emotionally stable and still participate in the show, he's a real man. After hearing Ye Qinghe's introduction, the comments section was filled with praise for him. Ye Qinghe's demeanor, coupled with his experiences, evoked pity in everyone who saw him. They felt it was a tragedy that such a talented person was so envied, and they admired his incredible strength. Qinghe, well done. Jo Warner, though in class, secretly took out her phone, put on her headphones, and watched the live broadcast of the program. Seeing Ye Qinghe so frankly sharing his experiences, she also turned on the live chat and sent a comment. Chapter 23 program begins 3. Everyone who perseveres through hardship deserves praise. Because not everyone has the ability to remain optimistic and mentally healthy after experiencing adversity. Ye Qinghe, despite being completely paralyzed and without access to medical treatment, still persisted in his studies and was willing to appear in public, which earned everyone's deepest admiration. The screen was instantly flooded with comments. Countless people, recommended by their friends, flocked to the One Against All live stream. Zhao Qingyang watched the number of viewers steadily increase, his smile practically reaching his back. It was totally worth it. Putting everything else aside, Qinghe's performance alone was worth all the expenses they had paid for him. Give the reviewer who brought Qinghe's information a 1,000 yuan bonus. In high spirits, Zhao Qingyang announced directly into the walkie-talkie to everyone, "We need to discover more talents like him so the show can continue to be popular." Even though he was completely paralyzed and confined to his sickbed, Qinghe never bowed to fate. With unwavering resilience and a smiling attitude, he faced adversity head-on. His eyes shone with light, his heart burned with fire, he looked up and moved forward through thorny days. Such a spirit of facing the sun is truly admirable. Xiang Ji, moved after hearing Qinghe's story, exclaimed to the camera, "Yes, when I heard that a paralyzed contestant was coming to our stage, I didn't quite believe it. In my eyes, it was impossible. But when I actually met Qinghe, I understood how precious it is to turn the impossible into the possible." Xiao Min also looked deeply moved. "Now, I want to say, please give Qinghe another round of applause, everyone in the audience, including those here and those watching on TV." As Xiang Ji spoke, everyone in the audience, including the defending contestant and staff, stood up and gave Qinghe the loudest applause. They admitted that if they were in Qinghe's position, they might not have been able to do what he did. Dali watched as everyone stood up and applauded Qinghe, as they praised him, and tears welled in his eyes. Of course, we should also applaud our Mr. Dali. During the years Qinghe was ill, he sold his company and property, accompanying him all over the country for treatment, giving Qinghe the greatest support. Seeing the tearful Dali, Xiang Ji immediately realized there was someone else who deserved applause. Dali hadn't expected applause for him. After a moment of surprise, he clasped his hands together in front of everyone and bowed. The applause lasted a long time. Only at the director's signal did Xiang Ji take control, stopping the applause and resuming the normal proceedings. "Qinghe, whether you make it to the end or not, I still consider you my champion, the moment you stepped onto the stage." However, before starting, Brother Xiang shared his thoughts with Qinghe. Qinghe smiled at him but remained silent. "However, since you've come to our show, the proper procedures must be followed. Now, you must choose one of these 10 defending champions as your first opponent for today. If you fail, then she will become the new challenger." Xiang Ji didn't waste any words and immediately began the procedure. Qinghe turned his gaze to the 10 contestants present. Each of them waved to him when he looked over. "I choose number 7. My lucky number is 7, so let's start with contestant number 7. After looking around, Qinghe announced number 7. "Alright, then let's invite contestant number 7 to enter a 1v1 quiz battle with Qinghe. Each question has 20 seconds to answer, and the question types include multiple choice and fill in the blank. A wrong answer or exceeding the time limit will result in elimination from the stage. Here, I want to tell Qinghe that as the challenger, you have one exemption right, which you can pass one question to your opponent." Xiang Ji gave the mid-show introduction. Qinghe already knew all this yesterday, so he simply nodded. "What is the largest landlocked country in the world?" "Kazakhstan." "Who is the author of the poem Since Ancient Times, Who Has Ever Escaped Death?" "Let My Loyal Heart Shine in History." "Wen Tianxiang." In physics, which scientist is the unit of force named after? Newton. Which poem was praised by Wang Shizhan of the Qing dynasty as surpassing all of Tang poetry with a single work? The 7th challenger visibly opened his mouth upon seeing this question, but then seemed unsure and swallowed his words. After thinking for a while, with 20 seconds almost up, he said somewhat uncertainly, "Spring River Flower Moon Night." Correct. Hearing the correct answer made contestant number 7 visibly relieved. Next up was Qinghe, who was the representative figure of the School of Names during the Warring States period who advocated the logical proposition a white horse is not a horse. This question caused many in the audience to frown. It was a little difficult. Gong Sun Long. But before they could even think of it, Qinghe answered without hesitation. Correct. From the beginning until now, Qinghe had answered almost every question instantly, without any hesitation, which surprised many people. This Qinghe really has some talent. The later questions were clearly more difficult, but he didn't need to think at all. It really feels like the heavens are jealous of talent. If he were still in school, he would definitely be at a top university like Qinghe University or Peking University. What a pity. Even if he didn't go to school, he would have been famous long ago as an actor or idol. The stronger Qinghe's performance, the more pity he felt seeing him like this. If it weren't for this illness, he would definitely be even more unrestrained and extravagant. What is the name of the philosophical work written by Yang Xiong, a Han Dynasty writer imitating the Analects? As soon as this question was posed, the 7th challenger's expression changed slightly, because this question truly hit a blind spot in his knowledge. He had absolutely no clue. Contestant number 7, you have 5 seconds left. 5, 4. 1. Congratulations to Ye Qinghe for successfully completing the challenge. Xiang Ji didn't even realize that, despite not showing any favoritism, he unconsciously felt a different attitude towards Ye Qinghe during the competition. Amazing! At first, I thought he was just a gimmick brought in by the production team, someone who'd make a brief appearance and then disappear. I didn't expect him to actually be so talented. Yeah, his answering speed is the fastest I've ever seen on a show. He doesn't even need to think. Amazing! Maybe the new standing god will be Ye Qinghe. No, he shouldn't be called the standing god, he's the sitting god, he's always in a wheelchair. Chapter 24. Xiang Ji's frowning. Qinghe, please choose the next contestant. Qinghe, please choose the next contestant. Qinghe, you now have the right to choose whether to quit while you're ahead, take your prize and leave, or continue the challenge. What's your choice? I choose to continue. Okay, then, who will you challenge next? I choose number 3. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, Ye Qinghe defeated contestant after contestant, whether they were university students from top universities or well-informed online authors, none of them posed any challenge to him. Ye Qinghe seemed to know the answer to each question beforehand, providing the answer the moment he saw it. He's too strong. Really too strong. I think with his current form, winning the title of God of the Hill is impossible. He's aiming for the third-round champion, hoping to take home the 200,000 yuan annual salary. If he really has that kind of drive, it would be really interesting if a bedridden person won the 200,000 yuan annual salary. Do you think it's possible that the production team hired a plant, and that it's not actually like that? Maybe all the questions were given to him by the production team beforehand, just to artificially create a sensation? That's possible too, but if the production team wanted to fake it, they wouldn't need to find such a special person. Whether such a person actually exists is easy to find out. The probability of this faking it being exposed is too high. I'm from Jinling Hospital. Although I didn't treat Ye Qinghe personally, I remember him visiting our hospital. However, we couldn't find the cause of his illness, and he left after a short stay. Some people suspected a conspiracy, and others came forward to confirm it. Soon, different hospital staff publicly stated that Ye Qinghe was indeed a person, and the person on the show was indeed Ye Qinghe. This immediately led to attacks on the person who had mentioned a conspiracy and inside information. While they were arguing fiercely in the comments, Ye Qinghe defeated all the defending contestants and took the top spot. I looked at these 5 questions, and they are indeed quite difficult. If I didn't know they were randomly selected, I would really suspect the production team didn't want Qinghe to win. Seeing the 5 randomly selected questions, Xiang Ji frowned first, then said somewhat unhappily. In his opinion, these 5 questions were the most difficult in all the recent episodes. Indeed, these 5 questions are quite difficult. Qinghe, you need to be mentally prepared. Xiaoman also had some doubts about whether Ye Qinghe could answer them correctly after seeing the questions. These 5 questions didn't seem randomly selected, they seemed more like deliberately difficult questions designed for Ye Qinghe. It's okay. I came here to take on the challenge. If I fail, it just means I still have a lot to learn. Ye Qinghe smiled, a hint of fatigue on his face. Although he won against all 10 opponents, challenging 10 people takes a considerable amount of time, and he hasn't focused on anything like this in the past 2 years, especially not in competition with others. It's normal to feel some fatigue, but could you let me have some water before I start answering the questions? My mouth is a little thirsty from talking for so long. Ye Qinghe's lips were already a little dry. This intensity wouldn't be a problem for an ordinary person, but it was a challenge for him. It's our responsibility, it was our oversight. Xiang Ji immediately noticed Ye Qinghe's condition. The production team really did a poor job in this aspect, they didn't even think of this. It's not entirely the production team's fault. Normally, contestants have water available nearby. Ye Qinghe can't get it himself, so he has to speak up. Look how thirsty Qinghe is, his mouth is all dry. Poor Qinghe. Ye Dali also realized his mistake. It was his first time on such a stage. Although he didn't have to speak, the cameras were constantly on him. Standing behind Ye Qinghe, he barely dared to move, completely forgetting about giving Ye Qinghe water. He quickly took the water from the backstage staff, unscrewed the cap, and held it to Ye Qinghe's lips. Ye Qinghe was indeed thirsty, and gulped down almost half a bottle before he felt quenched. Alright, that's enough, Ye Qinghe said to Xiang Ji after Ye Dali wiped his mouth with a tissue. Okay, these 5 final questions are all science and technology related, which is quite rare, and they're all rather cutting edge. That's why I felt I was deliberately making things difficult for you. Xiang Ji looked at the questions in his hand. It's okay, I believe in my abilities. Although the time was short, Ye Qinghe possessed a photographic memory, and he had reviewed a vast number of questions in the past few days. Even the latest science and technology questions were familiar to him. He didn't think it was just a coincidence that all of them were questions he couldn't answer. Okay, please listen to the question. During the Qinghe 5 lunar soil sampling mission, to prevent the sampler from being adhered to by lunar dust, what special protective coating derived from aerospace technology was used on the surface of its sampling robotic arm? As soon as this question appeared on the big screen, all the viewers understood why Qinghe had said what he did earlier. This question is indeed too difficult. Qinghe 5 has only been down for a short time, and this kind of question appears so soon. It's definitely not good news for Qinghe. This is too hard. Yeah, who knows? Has this technology been publicly discussed? If not, isn't it a bit inappropriate to use it as a question? Who said there was some behind-the-scenes manipulation? Now I think it really is. This is clearly targeting Qinghe. If he can answer this correctly, then really. Not only were there discussions at the scene, but the online audience was also in an uproar. Everyone understood why Qinghe's expression had been somewhat unpleasant, and they were all worried about Qinghe. Most people didn't think that such a question should be given at this time. This question is indeed quite difficult. I really didn't expect to draw such a question at this time. Qinghe's luck seems. Xiaomin also looked at Qinghe with a worried expression. I actually know a little about this. It uses a PTFE self-cleaning coating. But before Xiaomin could finish speaking, Qinghe gave the answer. I can't even remember this name. What kind of technology is this? Can any experts explain? This is amazing. He can answer such a question so readily. No way, this is incredible. Everyone stared at Qinghe in astonishment. No one could have imagined that Qinghe actually knew such obscure and cutting-edge knowledge. Chapter 25: Becoming a Standing God. When SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft completes its first crewed test flight, the hydrazine-based propellant used in its external thrusters will not produce which of the following products during combustion? C. Carbon dioxide. When the Striver lander landed in the Mariana Trench, the operating frequency of its acoustic velocimetry and positioning system precisely matched the acoustic propagation characteristics of which medium in the deep ocean at a depth of 10,000 meters? The interface medium between seawater and seabed sediments. In the CRISPR-Cas9 technology, which is related to the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, the accuracy of the Cas9 protein in recognizing and cutting DNA depends on which molecular interaction mechanism between the guide RNA and the target DNA. Base complementarity pairing and specific hydrogen bond binding. My country's first 6G experimental satellite, the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, features a terahertz communication payload. Compared to 5G millimeter wave communication, what is the biggest technological breakthrough achieved in this area? Ultra-large bandwidth and ultra-low transmission latency on a single link. The 5 final questions were indeed, as Qinghe had said, extremely difficult. When these questions were presented, almost 99% of the audience, both in person and online, could understand the questions, but were completely baffled by the specific questions asked. However, Qinghe provided the accurate answers immediately upon seeing the questions, just as he had done with his other answers before, without hesitation. That's incredible. He knows all that? Yeah, no wonder Qinghe specifically pointed this out. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be done for on the first question. I'm so curious how Qinghe memorized all these questions in one day. These are completely different from the previous ones. These questions are from recent events. If you don't pay attention to related information, you wouldn't know the answers at all. His knowledge is too broad. He knows all this? I'm starting to think Qinghe is a shill. Who in their right mind would know all this? The comments section exploded again. Some said Qinghe was amazing, others said he was a shill. But this time, no one objected like before. Instead, many people felt there was indeed something fishy about it. The reason was simple: the questions were relatively difficult, and Qinghe's quick answers seemed fake to them. Let's congratulate Qinghe on becoming this round's champion. He can take home all the rewards for this round, plus the grand prize. Congratulations Qinghe! Qinghe shouted excitedly into the camera. He hadn't expected Qinghe to actually answer correctly. If he didn't know Qinghe hadn't used any connections, he would have suspected foul play. However, he also admired Qinghe's breadth of knowledge. When he saw the question, he thought Qinghe was doomed to fail. Backstage, another person who breathed a huge sigh of relief was Zhao Qingyang. The moment the question was drawn, he was completely stunned. He never expected Qinghe's luck to be so bad. Some of the newly added extremely difficult questions were chosen by Qinghe. If Qinghe had failed at this final hurdle, all his previous plans would have been in vain. Fortunately, Qinghe performed admirably, unfazed by the questions, and delivered a perfect answer. Congratulations to Qinghe! Congratulations on becoming our new champion! Xiaomin smiled and said from the side. The audience and the 10 eliminated contestants all stood up and applauded Qinghe, impressed by his performance. Qinghe, now you are the new champion. You have a choice whether to challenge the previous champion. If you challenge and succeed, you will become the new champion. If you successfully defend your title 3 times, you will have the opportunity to work as a think tank researcher with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. Now, please tell me your choice. As the applause subsided, Qinghe approached Ye Qinghe, half squatted down, and asked earnestly, I accept the challenge. That's why I came here. Ye Qinghe answered clearly into the microphone Qinghe handed him. Alright, now please welcome our champion, Meng Xingyu, who has defended his title twice in a row. Champion Meng Xingyu, who had been seated in the champion seat since the beginning of the show, stood up upon hearing Qinghe's voice, waving his arms at the camera and the audience. Meng Xingyu has successfully defended his title twice. If he succeeds this time, he'll secure a job with a 200,000 yuan annual salary. Facing the formidable Ye Qinghe, can he win this crucial battle? Ye Qinghe, who has completed the extremely difficult task, faces Meng Xingyu, who has already successfully defended his title twice. Can he stage a comeback and seize the champion's throne? Let's come back after the commercial break. By now, not only the people on set but also the audience were getting restless. So, after Qinghe announced come back after the commercial break, the entire program paused. Contestants drank water, others went to the restroom, and the audience got up and left. However, the live broadcast continued even when the program was paused. This pause in the recording was clearly visible to the viewers, which was a highlight of the show, and many people appreciated this authenticity. How are you, Qinghe? Tired? Qinghe walked over to Ye Qinghe and asked with a smile. Even a normal person would be tired after such a long recording session, let alone a patient. I'm not tired. You guys are tired because your bodies have sensation. I don't feel anything right now, so I don't feel tired at all. At most, I might feel sleepy after a while due to fatigue. Ye Qinghe said with a smile, not minding making fun of his own condition at all. You have such a good attitude. Xiao Min, who was standing beside him, looked at Ye Qinghe with admiration. She honestly didn't think she could do that. The main thing is, I can't do anything bad. What can I do if I'm not good? So I can only think positively. Ye Qinghe shook his head with a smile. That's true, but how many people can actually do it? However, our program is filmed back-to-back for 2 episodes. If you succeed in the challenge, you might have to film for a long time. Can you handle it? Qinghe was worried about this. Given Ye Qinghe's demonstrated knowledge, he felt Ye Qinghe was very likely to be the final winner. That would mean Ye Qinghe would have to record for several more hours, and whether his body could handle it was a question. Excuse me, I need to take Qinghe to take care of his personal hygiene. Chapter 26 Right Thumb Recovery. Ye Dali said apologetically from behind. Ye Qinghe didn't feel it, but as someone who had taken care of Ye Qinghe for the past 3 years, he knew that after such a long recording session, Ye Qinghe needed to clean himself up. Of course, he was the same. Ye Qinghe was sitting and didn't feel it, but he had been standing and was already quite tired. It was time to rest. Sorry, we forgot about that. You guys go ahead, we'll find you in the dressing room later. Qinghe immediately said apologetically. He and Xiao Min were already used to this rhythm. They would eat and drink as little as possible before going on stage, and they would also rest when the camera wasn't rolling, so this recording was no problem for them. But for Ye Dali and Ye Qinghe, it was definitely unbearable. See you later. Ye Qinghe nodded to the two of them and then, pushed by Ye Dali, went to the backstage dressing room. Knowing his physical condition, Zhao Qingyang arranged a large restroom for him, complete with a restroom, which saved him a lot of trouble. Although the live stream continued, the camera didn't follow the contestant, instead, it followed Qinghe and Xiao Min, who took turns sitting in front of the camera chatting. During the program's pause, news of Ye Qinghe's performance began circulating online. Because the edited version of the program was scheduled to be released the day after tomorrow, screen recording was strictly prohibited during the live stream. Recording the screen with another phone was strictly forbidden. If discovered, the TV station would contact the platform to have it removed and the video creator banned. Therefore, most people would only use a single photo to discuss the matter. A completely paralyzed patient stood on the stage of Who's Still Standing and defeated 10 healthy contestants. Shouldn't someone like that be lying in bed every day, with tubes in his body, staring at the ceiling waiting to die? How could he have the heart to come on a show like this? This young man is so pitiful. Just looking at the photos makes my heart ache. I have to watch the live stream. It's true. I was his high school classmate. He really did suddenly have health problems in his second year of high school and then dropped out to seek treatment. After watching his answers, I have a feeling that God made him like this because he was too smart, just like Stephen Hawking. His looks are amazing. If he were in the entertainment industry, he would definitely charm a lot of people. What a pity. Although it was just some photos, Ye Qinghe's charisma, combined with the captivating title of Completely Paralyzed, drew many netizens to the live stream. The number of viewers surged again, much to Zhao Qinjiang's delight. Let's have someone in Qinghe ask if he's finished taking care of his personal hygiene. If he has, could we take this opportunity to meet with his online friends? Everyone who came to the live stream was there to see Qinghe. Now that he wasn't there, many viewers immediately flooded the chat with messages urging the production team to stop having Xiang Ji and Xiao Min chat and replace Qinghe. Zhao Qingyang then beckoned to a staff member, asking them to check if Qinghe could come out for a moment. "Qinghe, are you alright? If not, we can refuse." Hearing the staff member's words, Yadali asked with concern. He himself felt tired, yet Qinghe, who had been lying at home all day, seemed even more exhausted. While cooperating with the program was expected, he didn't think it was mandatory. "I'm fine, I can still chat with the viewers for a bit." Qinghe, however, didn't want to miss this opportunity. "But your health?" Yadali was still worried. "Dad, don't worry. Maybe it's because I figured some things out these past few days, and with you taking me out, my right thumb was able to move again this morning." As he spoke, a slight movement was clearly visible under Qinghe's blanket. "Really?" Upon hearing this, Yadali immediately pulled back the blanket covering Qinghe. Seeing that Qinghe's right thumb could indeed move, tears of joy streamed down her face. This wasn't an illusion, Qinghe's body was indeed gradually improving. Although it was only 2 fingers, it meant that Qinghe was no longer as hopeless as before. Now that he could recover 2 fingers, he could eventually recover his entire hand, arm, and even his entire body. This excited Yadali even more than when his right index finger could move. "So, you don't need to worry about me, I can do it." "Okay. I'll push you over now, but if you feel unwell or tired, don't push yourself. Tell me immediately, okay? We've finally started to recover, we can't afford to make any mistakes because of overexertion." Yadali nodded, giving her instructions. Qinghe hummed in agreement, then Yadali pushed him towards the studio. The recovery of his right thumb was actually something he won in a raffle yesterday. They traveled such a long way by high-speed rail yesterday, and only had one chance to win. The raffle wheel only had one item, physical recovery. But Qinghe was lucky and actually won. However, since this recovery happened so recently, Qinghe didn't tell Yadali. "Hello everyone, I'm Qinghe." Arriving in the studio and in front of the live stream camera, after Xiang Ji's introduction, Qinghe greeted the viewers. "Qinghe, some viewers asked how you remember all this stuff." Xiang Ji selected some questions from viewers and asked Qinghe. "It's simple. Because I can't move, all I can do every day is look at things, so I'm probably less distracted, and my memory is better." Qinghe replied. "Qinghe, someone asked, is your paralysis so severe that you can't move at all? Have you received any treatment?" "Yes, I can't move any part of my body except my head. However, I've improved a bit recently. I can move my hands slightly. Experts say I might recover in the future, but it's hard to say exactly when, it's just a possibility." Qinghe believed he would one day recover his health, so he didn't intend to hide it. Instead, he shared it with his online followers. This way, if he did recover, he would have evidence to prove he had shown signs of it beforehand. This was to avoid accusations that he was faking his paralysis to gain sympathy. "Really? That's wonderful. I wish you a speedy recovery and that you regain your health. I'll invite you back to our show then." Chapter 27 The Zhao Family. That paralyzed bastard isn't dead yet? In a high-end residence in Beijing, Zhao Minjaya stared at Qinghe on his computer screen, his face filled with displeasure. "What's wrong?" Hearing Zhao Minjaya's words, Zhao Hai walked over and glanced at the screen. "Isn't this Qinghe from the family? Why is he on TV? Who knows? Using his paralysis as an excuse to beg for pity, is he? I thought he was long dead. Turns out he's still alive. A scourge that lives on forever. If you ask me, this kind of person should just commit suicide. Living is a waste of food, dying would save the country some resources." Zhao Minjaya grew increasingly annoyed watching Qinghe on the program. "Don't be fooled by this Qinghe, everyone. I know him very well. He didn't have such good grades in school, and he even got into fights outside of school, getting reprimanded by the whole school. Oh, and he had shady dealings with some female classmates. It's only because he's paralyzed that he's a delinquent, a menace to society." Zhao Minjaya turned on the live chat and started commenting. "Why bother arguing with someone like that? He's on a completely different level from us. Even if he survives, he'll be bedridden for life, he'll never amount to anything. You're different. You're the future heir of the Zhao family. All those factories and businesses are yours." Zhao Hai shook his head, watching Zhao Minjaya's actions. Yadali was a formidable figure, always keeping him in check and preventing his business from taking off. But sometimes you have to accept fate. What good is being powerful? His son came to collect a debt, not only squandering his entire fortune but also forcing him to deliver food in Beijing at his age. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai, after taking over Yadali's business at a low price, became the richest man in their county and even the entire region. Now, his business has expanded beyond the province and is heading towards Beijing. Looking at Yadali on the screen now, Zhao Hai felt a surge of triumph. There's no comparison, but I get so angry just looking at Ye Qinghe. Back then, this guy, relying on being more handsome, richer, and healthier than me, gave me a lot of trouble. I just couldn't stand him. And now, even in his current state, Zhou Wan'er still can't forget him. I heard from a classmate last time that they're still in contact, but when I contacted Zhou Wan'er, she wouldn't give me a kind look. Zhao Minjia got angry just thinking about it. The son of the richest man in the entire region, and a paralyzed man in debt, is there even a comparison? But why is Zhou Wan'er so dense, so unable to understand? Don't worry about that. Zhou Wan'er is a kind-hearted girl, but mainly she hasn't experienced the harsh realities of society. Once she graduates and discovers that society is completely different from what she imagined, she'll realize how good you are. Then, she'll be chasing after you. Zhao Hai laughed upon hearing this. He knew Zhou Wan'er. She and Zhao Minjia had been classmates for many years. She was indeed beautiful, and her family was well off. She was a leader in the county. If they could become a couple, he would be happy to see it happen. Humph, I won't want her then. I'll have plenty of women in front of her, letting her know that I, Zhao Minjia, am the man she can't have. Zhao Minjia's words made Zhao Hai laugh. This kid still hadn't grown up. However, I can't let Ye Qinghe get away with this. Does he think he can make money just by appearing on TV? Impossible. Dad, I remember you know a manager at the food delivery company. Can you make sure Yadali can't deliver food anymore? That can be arranged, but there are so many jobs now. Even if he doesn't deliver food, he can deliver packages, run errands, be a designated driver, or even drive for ride-hailing services. Blocking one path doesn't block all. He's not from our world anymore. We need to be magnanimous. There's no need to get angry over someone like him, a nobody. Zhao Hai spoke with great magnanimity. To an outsider, he might seem like a broad-minded person. But in reality, those who know him understand that this guy is petty and narrow-minded. Just then, Zhao Hai's phone rang. What? Didn't you tell them Yadali is no longer in this line of work? Okay, I got it. As soon as he hung up, Zhao Hai's face immediately turned grim. He stared at Yadali on the screen, his eyes filled with fierce intent. What's wrong, Dad? Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Zhao Minjia wasn't angry anymore and asked cautiously. This cooperation deal fell through. That company only accepts Yadali, saying they won't cooperate with him if it's not Yadali. They only agreed to the contract before, but now that it's expired, they don't plan to renew it. Zhao Hai truly hadn't expected this outcome. Before coming, he thought it was a sure thing. Most importantly, this partner was their biggest business relationship. Losing this partner would cause their business to drop by at least 30%. That damned Yadali. Zhao Hai now had no intention of letting Yadali off the hook. Ye Qinghe sat in the champion's seat, somewhat bored. He had won the challenge against the champion, and now he had to continue recording the second episode. Like the previous champion, he sat in the champion's seat, waiting for the next successful challenger to come and challenge him. Fortunately, the camera didn't focus on him constantly, it mostly panned to the challengers and the defending champions, with him only occasionally appearing as background. But sitting here was incredibly boring. Although his paralysis prevented him from getting tired from sitting for long periods, staying here wasn't easy either. He had to try his best not to fall asleep. Otherwise, being caught on camera wouldn't be good. I think this second challenger isn't as good as Ye Qinghe. Same here, the speed of answering questions and the confidence are different. I think if it weren't for that exemption right, this challenger would have lost. See? He failed. I wonder if this defending champion can stand until the end. This defending champion is really lucky, being chosen 8th. If he wins against the next two, he can become the reigning champion. Without Ye Qinghe in the live stream, the popularity was noticeably lower than before. Many people felt there wasn't much to watch this time, and it wasn't much different from the previous episodes, so they stopped watching. Seeing the popularity, Zhao Qingyang was pondering how to get Ye Qinghe back on stage. He couldn't rely solely on that final push. However, he hadn't yet figured out a method. The new challenger was quite lucky. The remaining two defenders both showed obvious knowledge gaps and were defeated. I choose not to challenge. Chapter 28 Hibiki's Loss of Composure. Wei Rui had been there, watching Ye Qinghe effortlessly answer all the questions. He knew that even if he chose to challenge, there would only be one outcome: defeat. So, it was better not to challenge. That way, he wouldn't lose. Not losing was equivalent to winning. Anyway, when people mentioned this, he hadn't lost to Ye Qinghe. He simply didn't want to compete with a completely paralyzed person for a job with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. He was doing a good deed. Yes, that's exactly it. He chose not to challenge because he felt the other person needed it more, not because he was afraid of losing or that he couldn't compete. Wei Rui felt incredibly clever. He won. He won to the point of exhaustion. Even if Qinghe won the championship for 3 or even 6 rounds, he still wouldn't have won against him. So, when he gave up the challenge, Wei Rui smiled broadly. But while his smile was broad, others couldn't. Zhao Qingyang burst into a tirade backstage. What's wrong with Wei Rui? Doesn't he know this is so obvious? Didn't anyone tell him to take on the challenge? The audience is expecting him to compete against Qinghe, to get Qinghe on stage. How can we boost ratings like this? How can the show be a hit? Zhao Qingyang was practically jumping up and down. During his break, he had instructed his staff to specifically talk to Wei Rui, and now this had happened? We did. We told him, and he didn't refuse at the time, he just nodded. We thought he agreed. Who knew he'd go back on his word now? The staff member was equally annoyed. Was Wei Rui playing him for fools? What do we do now? Lots of people in the live stream were looking forward to the challenge, and now, with him like this, the viewers are furious. Zhao Qingyang was seething with anger. If this were a pre-recorded show, he could simply force Wei Rui to go on stage, or at worst, replace him with other people and edit the footage to prevent Wei Rui from appearing. But this was a live stream. Everything was clearly visible to the audience. He couldn't do anything about it. It was truly infuriating. Who was the idiot who came up with this whole live stream recording thing? He forgot that he was the one who championed this format. Okay, let's not stop the live stream yet. Let's do another interview with Qinghe as a bonus. There was no other way. Without a challenge, Zhao Qingyang could only have Qinghe go on stage. Qinghe had already talked to everyone before, so now they could only ask questions they hadn't yet asked. Qinghe thought the recording was over, but after finishing his personal cleaning and massage in the dressing room, there was a knock on the door. I hope I'm not disturbing you? Qinghe was a little embarrassed. It was a task assigned by the director, and even though he felt a bit awkward, he still came. No, what's up, Qinghe? Qinghe shook his head. He was about to leave with Yadali. It's like this, your screen time in this episode was too short, and the viewers are dissatisfied. The director wants me to talk to you a little longer, is that alright? Qinghe phrased it tactfully, but Qinghe knew he couldn't refuse. After all, he was still eyeing the 200,000 to 400,000 yuan annual salary from the show. Refusing such a small request would jeopardize his salary. Of course, no problem. Qinghe nodded. Thank you for understanding. Qinghe thanked Qinghe, opened the door, and the live streaming crew came in with cameras. Damn it! If he refused, people might accuse him of being arrogant. Our viewers still have many questions for Qinghe, so we'll have another brief conversation with him. After everything was set up, Qinghe sat down next to Qinghe, smiling as he looked at the camera. Here's what we'll do, we'll pick some questions our viewers want Qinghe to answer. This question is a bit pointed. I need to ask Qinghe if he wants to answer it. Seeing the question with the most likes, Qinghe hesitated. What's the question? Qinghe was a bit far away, and unable to move, he couldn't see the question clearly. It's like this, some netizens are very curious, since you're completely paralyzed, how are you sitting in this wheelchair? Qinghe's expression was a little unpleasant. The question was indeed somewhat impolite, but since so many people asked, he had to read it aloud. Yes, after such a long recording session, how does a paralyzed person sit so steadily? I'm curious about that too. In my understanding, it's unlikely for a paralyzed person to sit like that. Exactly, I'm also very curious about the answer to that question. Hearing this question, many netizens on the screen expressed their desire to know the answer, especially since Qinghe mentioned during the previous interview that he came by high-speed rail. They were curious about Qinghe's condition during a long journey. It's actually not complicated at all. I just felt that such things shouldn't be discussed with everyone. Since everyone wants to know, that's fine too. Qinghe smiled and said calmly, Dad, take the blanket off me. From the moment Qinghe appeared on camera, he was covered by a blanket, completely obscuring his body from shoulders to ankles. Qinghe sat upright and prim in front of the camera, showing no signs of paralysis or weakness, which was the main reason so many people were curious. Hearing Qinghe's words, Yadali hesitated for a moment, then slowly peeled the blanket off Qinghe. As soon as the blanket was partially removed, Qinghe, who had seen it before the viewers, immediately covered his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief, then quickly turned his head away, wiping his eyes. This left all the viewers wondering what he had seen. What could have made the usually composed Qinghe so distraught? No, Qinghe, I don't know. I didn't know it was like this. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. After wiping away his tears, Qinghe turned around and reached out to press down on Yadali's hand as he pulled back the blanket. The tears in his eyes were clearly visible to viewers on camera. Qinghe looked utterly ashamed. He truly hadn't known it would turn out this way. If he had known earlier, he would never have asked that question. It's alright, Qinghe. Chapter 29 Restraint. Qinghe observed Qinghe's reaction and gently shook his head with a smile. What did he see? Why is Qinghe reacting so dramatically? Yeah, what's under that blanket? My curiosity is completely piqued now. I just want to know what's going on. It's not something special. The viewers watching the live stream couldn't contain their curiosity any longer. Qinghe's expressions, actions, and words only fueled their curiosity about what was under Qinghe's blanket. I'm sorry, I lost my composure a bit. Mainly, I genuinely didn't imagine Qinghe would restrain himself this way. More importantly, he's been filming the show for so long today, and he's remained silent like this the whole time. I really felt bad for him. If I had known he was like this, I would have definitely spoken to the production team and asked him to find another way to stay still when the cameras weren't rolling. As a host, and a well-known one at that, Qinghe reacted quickly. Looking at the comments, he knew his actions had piqued the curiosity of many viewers. Since Qinghe himself didn't mind being seen, it was necessary to make it clear to everyone what state Qinghe was in during the filming of these 2 episodes. After speaking, he reached out and helped Yadali completely remove the blanket covering Qinghe. Under the blanket, there was nothing shocking, only a series of restraints used to prevent the patient from struggling excessively. These restraints bound Qinghe's body tightly to the wheelchair. Rings of restraints firmly secured Qinghe's body, thighs, and calves. There's no other way. I'm completely paralyzed. If I were to sit normally in this position, I basically couldn't. So, to prevent slipping or tipping during movement, this is the only way. Don't feel distressed or sad, because I can't feel anything at all. Of course, being restrained for too long isn't good either. Although I've lost sensation in my body, to have any hope of recovery, I still need regular massages to maintain muscle activity. But compared to what you might imagine, I don't experience any pain, and there's no need to feel sorry for me. As the chat on the screen paused in shock at this, Qinghe smiled calmly at the viewers in the live stream. But the calmer his tone and the brighter his smile, the deeper the knife pierced the hearts of netizens. He spoke so lightly, as if this body had nothing to do with him, yet coupled with his frail, delicate demeanor, that fragile yet strong appearance had instantly shattered many hearts. I really deserve to die. What the hell did I do? I'm inhuman. How could I be so curious? Why did I have to watch? The production team is inhuman too. Didn't they do any research beforehand? Didn't anyone even ask about Qinghe's physical condition? My God, I really can't imagine what it feels like to be bound by so many restraints. Even though Qinghe says he doesn't feel anything, just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. I suddenly understand why he can remember so much. Only by putting all his energy into studying, focusing intently, can he forget about his physical problems. Yeah, just imagine someone lying there, without any physical reaction, only their head is clear, their consciousness is clear, but their body is completely out of control, without feeling anything. Just thinking about it is enough to drive anyone crazy. After Qinghe finished speaking, the screen was flooded with comments. Countless people were shocked by Qinghe's restrained state. They truly hadn't imagined that Qinghe would spend an entire day on set in such a state. Even after they witnessed it, he could still use such a calm tone to try and lessen their guilt and remorse. At that moment, they felt that Qinghe radiated a light, a ray of life shining through despair. Although this light was faint, it was so dazzling. It was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes, so bright that tears uncontrollably streamed down their faces. Qinghe's mindset is truly amazing. Putting yourself in his shoes, if I were in that situation, I probably couldn't handle it, I might go crazy. Qinghe, sitting beside him, couldn't help but say, "It wasn't that I was in a good state of mind from the beginning. I've gone through a lot, and only recently have I been able to truly calmly face the fact that I've lost most of my body control. Of course, there's also a positive side recently, which is that I've regained control of some parts of my body, and that's the most gratifying thing." Qinghe continued with a smile, moving his right index finger and thumb when he mentioned regaining some control over his body. Really, you can really move freely. That's a good thing. Maybe it won't be long before you're fully recovered. Seeing that only his right index finger and thumb could move, Qinghe couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. There's really no need for that. Let's see what questions the netizens want to ask first. Unable to move his body, Qinghe raised his right index finger and shook it. I did lose my composure quite a bit today, mainly because I was really touched. Okay, let's look at some of the questions from the netizens. Qinghe turned his head to the side, wiping away the tears from the corner of his eyes, then returned, trying his best to regain his professionalism. Although I know this question might be a little inappropriate, I still want to ask, when was Qinghe at his most desperate during this period? This was a question posted by a netizen, which Qinghe read aloud. Since Qinghe didn't even care about his health, he felt it was a valid question to ask, and one that many people probably wanted to ask as well. The most desperate moment. Qinghe thought for a moment, then laughed. The most desperate moment is when mosquitoes are buzzing around your face, constantly flying towards you, looking for a place to land, but you can only try to shoo them away by blowing on them. Chapter 30 The Most Desperate Moment. Or you might have a spot on your forehead that feels itchy, but you don't have a hand to scratch it. Even just scratching it might completely eliminate the symptom. But when you're lying in bed alone, with no one around to help you, the itch intensifies. The more you try to scratch, the more you can't reach it, the more intense the itch becomes. This is yet Qinghe's most genuine feeling. He's been experiencing this sometimes these past few days. If he could move his hand and scratch his forehead, the pain would likely disappear immediately. But because he can't move, the pain lasts a long time. Yet Qinghe described it very vividly, and many people immediately pictured it in their minds, unable to help but smile knowingly. But soon, the smile froze on their faces. Because for any normal, able-bodied person, this is an insignificant matter, but for Yet Qinghe, it's like an insurmountable chasm. He can't do it. He could only endure the feeling intensify little by little until it became unbearable, and then it gradually disappeared. At first glance, it sounds like a joke, but upon closer inspection, it's an extremely cruel form of torture. This was indeed a moment of utter despair. At times like this, I wish someone could actually develop a robot, so I could control it with my voice when no one's around and have it scratch me like this. Just one scratch. If seeing Yet Qinghe strapping himself tightly to his wheelchair with restraints for the show was the first blow, then this answer was like pushing that knife even further in. Yet Qinghe, have you accepted online donations? Or any fundraising campaigns to help with your treatment? I want to donate some money to you. Qinghe, who was once again slightly overwhelmed, his eyes red and tears streaming down his face, brightened when he read out this question. This was the most he had ever cried in his career. He truly felt sorry for Yet Qinghe. Only 19 years old, and already gone through so much. He's managed to process all of this on his own, and then talk about it so calmly, so jokingly. There's a saying, the more sensible a child is, the more heartbreaking it is. Because the child is sensible, he must have suffered. Now, he also wants to offer Yet Qinghe some help within his means. This is really unnecessary. My current situation doesn't actually require a lot in terms of treatment costs. My father works as a delivery driver and a chauffeur every day, which can barely cover it. We don't think it's necessary to ask for donations. The money can be donated to those who need it more. I can earn some money now, it's not completely useless. So please don't donate money to me. I haven't started any similar fundraising campaigns on any platform. If you see anything like that, it's definitely fake. Report it. Report it immediately. Yet Qinghe and Yedali had never actually done this before. It wasn't that they were unaware, but initially, Yedali had sold his house and business, leaving him with a considerable sum of money. This was enough to cover his initial expenses for traveling around, seeking expert advice, and using various imported medications. Now, they've been reduced to renting a very small place, simply because that money has run out, but they genuinely don't have many other expenses lately. Therefore, they're even less inclined to consider fundraising. However, while Yet Qinghe said this, Yedali was actually somewhat tempted. Before Yet Qinghe's recovery, he probably wouldn't have considered it. But now that Yet Qinghe clearly has a chance of recovery, he feels it's necessary to find a way to raise more money. The main issue is that Yet Qinghe is unwilling to undergo expert research. If he accepts, many of their tests and treatments might not cost too much, but if he doesn't, it will amount to an astronomical sum. Otherwise, the money they earned from selling their business and house wouldn't have been completely spent in just 3 years. You can still earn some money? How do you do it? Qinghe was a little doubtful about Yet Qinghe's words. Yet Qinghe's body was already in such a state, confined to his home, unable to move. How could he possibly earn money? That's the power of knowledge. Yet Qinghe smiled. Although I can't move, my knowledge is still quite broad. A childhood friend of mine helped me get some translation work on academic papers at her university. Each translation earns a few hundred yuan. Also, I took on a job online doing mathematical calculations for others. I just finished it a couple of days ago and earned a few thousand yuan. After Yet Qinghe finished speaking, many people immediately posted comments on the live stream. I also have translation work. Qinghe, do you want to take it? The price will be the highest on the market. How do I connect with this job? I need it. I'd like to place an order too. I can pay first, and we can talk about the translation later when I'm free. That's right, just tell me how to place the order, I'll place it now, we can talk about the translation later. Many people were impressed by Yet Qinghe's positive attitude and wanted to do their part. Are you trying to get me to place orders? Are you trying to donate money to me? But I really don't need that. I'm taking on these kinds of jobs because I want to be self-reliant. In this desperate situation, self-reliance is sometimes more important than money. If you become overly dependent on others or things, you might never recover. Yet Qinghe understood what they meant. He was confident that he would recover his health one day, and he was confident that he had the ability to do even better in the future, so he absolutely couldn't owe them any favors. Please don't ask me these kinds of questions anymore. I won't answer them anyway. I don't want you to just pity me. After telling the netizens, Qinghe told Xiang Ji to stop asking about donating money to him or donating money indirectly. After Xiang Ji selected some questions and answered them for the viewers, Qinghe ended his live stream tonight amidst the viewers' reluctance. The recording had indeed taken too long. Although he didn't feel physically tired, he was mentally exhausted. He needed to go back and rest properly. I'm truly sorry. I know you might not mind, but I still need to express my apologies. On the way back to the hotel, Xiang Ji apologized to Qinghe again. Chapter 31 Half-Year Agreement. Did you get paid for the translation you did for Joe Warner? Back at the hotel, after settling Qinghe in and cleaning him up and giving him a massage, Yadali suddenly asked. I definitely won't charge her for her translations, but I will charge her for some of the translation jobs she helps me find. Qinghe replied with a smile. Given his relationship with Joe Warner, it was impossible for him to accept money. It was just talk, he wouldn't actually take any. If he did, he would feel guilty. I never imagined you'd learn so much while you were bedridden. Ultimately, it's because your father is incompetent. I couldn't hire someone to take care of you, and I couldn't cure you. Looking at Qinghe's smiling face, Yadali felt incredibly guilty. During the live broadcast, when Qinghe spoke of his most desperate moment, it sounded like a joke to others, but it truly pained him deeply. He could genuinely empathize with how much Qinghe must have suffered at that moment. You don't need to say that anymore. You've done more than enough. Qinghe was also helpless about his frail, delicate appearance. These past few days, Yadali had said similar things to him many times, and he felt it was all influenced by this temperament. And isn't it gradually getting better? Maybe I'll recover soon. Then I'll earn money to support you in your old age. As long as you get better, that's all that matters. Whether I support you or not is irrelevant. But speaking of this, I talked to the specialist when I got the report the other day about your situation. Well, I think it's best to stay the way it is. I don't want to go to the hospital and be studied by those so-called specialists. When I was sick before, they couldn't figure out what caused my illness, and I don't think they can figure out how I'm getting better now either. So I think the best way is to stay the way we are now. Maybe after a while, I'll get better. Qinghe's words made Yadali suddenly realize the flaw in his thinking. Yes, when Qinghe was sick before, he took Qinghe to every hospital in the country and saw every specialist, but no one could diagnose the cause. On the contrary, a lot of money was spent, and Qinghe suffered a lot as a result, undergoing all sorts of examinations and tests. Even just looking at the tests Qinghe had done during that period made my scalp tingle. Now that Qinghe's health has improved, these experts don't even know the cause of his illness, so how could they possibly determine why he's improving? Are they going to make Qinghe go through all those various tests again, only to conclude that they don't know? What you said does make some sense. How about this? We observe him at home for 3 months. If your condition doesn't improve further within 3 months, then we'll go to the hospital and have a specialist examine you? Yadali felt that they could listen to Qinghe for now, but they couldn't completely follow his advice. 6 months, I guess. If there's no significant improvement in 6 months, we'll go to the hospital for a checkup. Compared to the unaware Yadali, Qinghe understood his physical condition much better. He believed that even with the worst luck, 6 months would be enough time to draw many options for recovery. Then he'd have a good reason for Yadali not to take him to the hospital. Okay, 6 months it is. Yadali nodded. 3 months and 6 months didn't really make a difference. For Qinghe's symptoms, a noticeable change in 6 months would be considered a very good condition. After that, the two didn't speak again. Yadali gave Qinghe a full-body massage and then went to wash up. As for Qinghe, he entered his consciousness space to complete the 5 kilometers he hadn't finished that day. Today, the distance from the hotel to the TV station was too short, and the space at the TV station wasn't large enough, so he hadn't completed the 5 kilometers. No, even though I didn't complete 5 kilometers today, I still moved at least 2 kilometers, right? Doesn't that count? Is it still 50 kilometers? But after Qinghe entered his consciousness space, he found that he still needed to complete 50 kilometers, which made him complain. Yesterday he moved almost 1,000 kilometers. It was one thing that the extra distance didn't give him any extra chances in the lottery, but today's 2 kilometers weren't even counted in his consciousness space. This system was really going too far. However, no matter whether he complained or not, the system didn't react. He either had to give up on the 50 kilometers and today's lottery chance, or he had to complete the 50 kilometers. I really can't afford to be impatient with this idiotic system. Just run. What could he do? Qinghe could only start running. Lying down all day, he couldn't feel his body. Now that he had the chance to feel his healthy body running, Qinghe actually felt quite good. Without this conscious space, allowing him to feel his body moving and jumping, he felt he wouldn't last long before becoming depressed. Although running these 50 kilometers would leave him exhausted, even pushing him to his limit, feeling like his body was about to collapse, this pain also brought him considerable comfort. Thinking this, he felt much more at ease. He didn't even rush to finish the 50 kilometers like before, but instead strolled leisurely through the space, stopping and starting as needed. System, can this space be changed a bit more? I'd like a bedroom here, a living room here, a workout area over there, and a study over there. Although the system had changed the running route after his suggestion, transforming the surroundings into a city street scene, it still felt a bit monotonous. Yet Qinghe thought that since he could stay here for a long time, why not add some things he wanted? The system listened to his request for changes last time. He wondered if it would work this time. If it works, next time I come in, I can take advantage of the fact that only a moment has passed outside and do something else. Wow, it really works. Looking at the bedroom, living room, gym, and study that appeared on one side of the road after he finished speaking, yet Qinghe jumped up excitedly. He might have just been impulsively thinking about the other places, but he genuinely felt the study would be very useful. Chapter 32 Useless Abilities. Awesome! Entering the bedroom, yet Qinghe leaped up, landing heavily on the bed with a joyful shout. Although he spent all his time in bed, he had never truly experienced its softness and comfort. Sleeping on this bed now, he felt genuinely happy. He had never felt this way before. Now that he couldn't feel it anymore, experiencing it again, he truly felt that sleeping on such a bed was a blessing. After rolling around on the bed for a while, yet Qinghe finally got off, completely satisfied. Next was the living room. He spent quite a while tossing and turning on the soft sofa before finally getting off. The gym wasn't anything special. He just casually tried out the exercise equipment. While these things were actually somewhat useful in real life, he felt they were useless here. He had only thought about it, he hadn't actually planned to work out there. The study was large, with 3 enormous bookshelves filled with all sorts of books. However, when Qinghe took them down, they were empty. Only some content he had already read was displayed on the shelves. So, anything I've read, I can see here, right? Qinghe muttered to himself. That was normal, though. He possessed a photographic memory. He would memorize these books after reading them, so whether he actually had that ability or not was irrelevant. What he valued more was the ability to do mathematical calculations here. If Zhou Shuo gave him another project later, he could calculate everything here and then directly generate the corresponding process in reality without thinking, saving a lot of trouble. However, if he did that, he wouldn't be able to complete his daily 50-kilometer run too early. With a different mindset, the 50 kilometers didn't seem so difficult. After running for a while and getting tired, Qinghe would rest for a bit before continuing. This time, Qinghe took nearly twice as long as usual to run 50 kilometers. Meanwhile, in reality, Dolly had only just gone to wash up. Lottery. Qinghe thought to himself. He had discovered something these past 2 days. It seemed that completing 50 kilometers in his consciousness space increased the chances of getting bodily restoration options in the lottery. Restore right middle finger, restore anal control, restore right index finger. Today, there were 3 bodily restoration options, and what he wanted most was to restore anal control. Although he couldn't move yet, he really wanted to stop needing diapers. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't good. The option he drew was a useless ability, the ability to smell apples. What the hell is this useless skill? Smell apples? What use is this to me? It's not even as good as ventriloquism. At least ventriloquism can entertain me. Seeing the option he drew, Qinghe was about to curse. This thing is absolutely useless. It's a complete waste of my chance to win a prize. Even winning the 2 bitcoins from the one next to it would be better than this. Swearing won't help, so after a wave of impotent rage, Qinghe could only accept the reality. Qinghe, I saw some welcome fruit from the hotel by the entrance. The apples look pretty good, do you want to try some? After washing up, Dolly noticed the fruit the hotel had placed by the entrance and casually asked, "Get one, let me smell it first. If it's good, I'll eat it." Well, that's perfect. Qinghe hadn't expected to be able to use this ability so quickly. Dolly casually picked up an apple, walked over to Qinghe, and held it to his nose. Qinghe sniffed, discovering that the apple smell was indeed detectable. Judging from the taste, it was rather mealy and not sweet enough, not his type. This isn't the kind of apple I like. Do you have any others? This piqued Qinghe's interest in the ability. Previously, if you wanted to eat an apple, you had to take a bite first to determine if it tasted good or if you liked it. Now, with this ability, it saves some trouble. Dolly didn't think much of it, took the apple, and returned to the fruit plate, bringing over the other fruits as well. The hotel had given them 2 apples today. Dolly picked up the remaining apple and held it to Qinghe's nose. This apple tasted slightly better than the previous one, but it still wasn't to Qinghe's liking. It's not good, I'm not eating it. Qinghe shook his head. Why is everything so strange today? You can tell if someone likes an apple just by smelling it, right? Aren't they all the same? Dolly shook his head. What about the other fruits? Never mind, I won't eat them. I'm tired today, and Dad, you've been standing all day too, you should rest early. Qinghe didn't want to eat, he just wanted to test his ability. Okay, then should we get up early tomorrow to go for a walk? Last time we came to Jinling, we didn't get to see much of the place. This time we have time. The train back to Beijing is in the afternoon, so we can go to some places in the morning. Dolly nodded. I think I'll pass. I'm not really interested in these places right now. If there was a 5-kilometer mission, Qinghe would go, but with such a long journey tomorrow, he wasn't too keen on going. Dolly nodded, turned off the light, and lay down on the bed beside him. Qinghe still hadn't completely resolved his inner conflict. The next morning, the two didn't go out, but stayed in the hotel until almost time to leave. The production team still sent Xiao Sun, who had previously received them, to see them off to the high-speed train. However, this time, the production team upgraded them, not booking them second-class seats, but first-class seats. Director Zhao said that it was the production team's oversight when they came. Next time you come to film, the production team won't make the same mistake. Xiao Sun saw the two onto the train and apologized to Qinghe on behalf of the production team. It's all right. Dolly and his son shook their heads with smiles. The first-class seats on the high-speed train were much more comfortable than the second-class seats. Qinghe no longer had to stand facing the aisle where luggage was stored, and Dolly lifted him from his wheelchair and helped him sit in the first-class seat. Qinghe, tell me quickly, have you secretly improved? How did you suddenly become so amazing? I thought you were just going on a trip, but I didn't expect you to directly defeat both the station god and the champion. Zhou Wanner appeared on the platform as Qinghe and his group disembarked. Chapter 33 Landlord Terminates Lease. Zhou Wanner watched almost the entire live stream of Who's Still Standing? She cried buckets during the part where Qinghe described his most desperate moment. Besides Dolly, she understood Qinghe's state of mind best. She could imagine Jing lying in bed alone in a rented room, her face itchy but unable to scratch the despair she felt. However, there was also the problem, she couldn't be with Qinghe all the time. She had to go to school, and the school was quite far from where Qinghe and his family lived. Just like Dolly couldn't quit his job to stay home and take care of Qinghe full-time. She couldn't always take care of him, but she could pick him up from the station. She had asked Dolly what time they would arrive and waited for them on the platform. Although she felt sorry for Qinghe, she wouldn't show it in front of him. She acted as before, hugging him immediately and speaking to him in a tone as if he were a brother. Of course I have to improve. I can't keep improving while I stay stagnant. How about that? Weren't you surprised? Aren't you incredibly impressed with me? Do you have a lot of respect for me now? Qinghe was equally happy to see Zhou Wanner. You haven't even done anything yet, and you're already getting cocky? If you really become a big star, will you be so arrogant you won't even see me? Seeing his expression, Zhou Wanner feigned disdain. You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? Let's find a place to eat first, okay? It's a way of celebrating Qinghe winning the titles of War God and Champion. Zhou Wanner naturally took Qinghe's wheelchair from Dolly and pushed him towards the escalator at the high-speed rail station. Let's eat near home. Eating near the high-speed rail station is too expensive. A celebration is no problem, Qinghe nodded, but he felt it wasn't necessary to eat there since the restaurants near the high-speed rail station were all too expensive. Okay, no problem. This was exactly what Zhou Wanner had expected. The three of them took the subway directly from the high-speed rail station, a journey of an hour, and then a bus to get back to Qinghe's place. They didn't look for a particularly large restaurant, just one that Dolly usually delivered to, a place he thought was good, popular with customers, and had a clean kitchen. Qinghe and Zhou Wanner sat at one side of the table, and Zhou Wanner naturally fed Qinghe. At this scene, Dolly thought that if Qinghe were in good health, he and Zhou Wanner would be a perfect match. Zhou Wanner had a good personality, good grades, and a good family background. She was excellent in every way. Unfortunately, Qinghe's physical condition made a relationship with Zhou Wanner impossible. After dinner, when the three of them returned to their place, they discovered a major problem at home. Dolly, you're finally back. The landlord came yesterday and said he's not renting this place to you anymore. He told you to move out as soon as you get back. He's only giving you one night, and you have to vacate the place for him tomorrow. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Aunt Lu, who was about to leave, saw them and immediately came over, looking worried as she spoke to Dolly and Qinghe. What happened? Weren't we renting the place properly? We've been paying the rent monthly, haven't we? We've never been behind on rent, and the landlord never mentioned that we had to move out? This puzzled Dolly. The landlord seemed like a decent person, he knew their situation and would occasionally give them things. Why would he suddenly ask them to move out without even a phone call? At this point, Aunt Lu glanced around mysteriously to make sure no one was watching before whispering to Dolly and Qinghe. I inquired privately. The landlord said someone was offering money to make you move out. The offer was quite substantial. The landlord initially refused, but the other party threatened him, leaving him no choice but to agree. The landlord himself knew he hadn't handled things properly, so he was too ashamed to see you or even call you. He just wrote a note on the door and told us. Originally, according to the tenant's request, the landlord was supposed to move your things out of the house yesterday, but he dragged it out until tomorrow. Don't blame the landlord. He said he hadn't handled things properly, so he'll refund this month's rent. Now Yadali, Qinghe, and the other two understood why the landlord suddenly wanted to kick them out. But they didn't have any enemies in Beijing, so why was someone suddenly offering money and threatening the landlord to make them move out? They didn't see anything wrong with the landlord's actions. After all, when they first moved in, the landlord hadn't even asked for their deposit, considering their situation. What kind of person is this? It's outrageous. How could they do something like this? If they had a problem, they should have come at us directly. Why pressure the landlord to kick us out? Jo Warner cursed angrily. She had the utmost contempt for these backstabbing types. Don't say I told anyone about this. Just keep it to yourself. I have to go now. Aunt Lu quickly gestured to distance herself from the situation and hurried away. When the three of them returned home, they found a note on the door left by the landlord. It conveyed the same message Aunt Lu had given. They were to move out the next day. The note included apologies from the landlord, saying he was too ashamed to see them and wouldn't come over. He told them they could simply move their belongings out and give the keys to anyone in the yard, or leave them under the flower pots by the door. What should we do? Where are you going tomorrow? How about I take a day off from school and help you find a place to move? After opening the door and settling Qinghe in, Jo Warner asked. The landlord had already dragged his feet for several days. They'd done everything they could. They couldn't just stay here indefinitely, so the only solution now was to move. Although apartments were available for rent anytime, finding one that met their needs might not be so quick. So Jo Warner's idea was that she and Yadali would both go out to look for a place to live tomorrow, settle down as soon as possible, and move out before nightfall. No need, we can handle this ourselves. You should go to school, we can't let that interfere with your studies. Yadali quickly waved his hand. Jo Warner had already done so much by coming to take care of Qinghe whenever she had free time, helping him alleviate his loneliness, and finding him some work to earn money. He couldn't let Jo Warner take time off work for them anymore. Chapter 34 New Projects. It's alright, my classes tomorrow aren't important, it doesn't matter if I skip them. Jo Warner still wanted to help. Yadali and Qinghe didn't have many friends in Beijing. When they moved, Qinghe wouldn't be able to help at all, and would even be a burden. They really needed help. Uncle Dolly, please let me stay. Tomorrow is very busy, we need to find a place and pack. I can help pack and keep Qinghe company. Otherwise, you simply won't be able to manage alone. Jo Warner's words reminded Yadali. Indeed, he might not be able to manage alone. Okay, thank you so much, Warner. Uncle Dolly, you don't need to be so polite. I'll go back now and come over first thing tomorrow morning. It was already late, and Qinghe and the others couldn't accommodate Jo Warner, so she had to rush back. Also, she needed to go back to school to ask her teacher for leave or ask a classmate to call her. Then I'll take you to the station. Yadali stood up. Be careful on the road. By the way, you don't need to come so early tomorrow. Qinghe said, turning his head slightly. Okay, you guys should get some rest too. You must be tired after such a long journey. Uncle Dolly, you don't need to see me off. Jo Warner nodded, not letting Yadali see her off, and left on her own. Yadali finished cleaning up Qinghe's personal hygiene, gave him a massage, said goodbye to Qinghe, and then left. Although Qinghe said he could earn money now, there were too many things he needed to spend. At this time, he could still go out and see if he could get 1 or 2 rides as a designated driver. Every few tens of yuan counts. The next landlord might not be willing to waive their deposit, and might not even allow them to pay monthly. Even the most basic deposit in 3 months' rent in advance is still a considerable amount of money. After Yadali left, Qinghe realized that Zhou Shuo and the newly added Pei Ming had sent him numerous messages during his absence. Although he had a cell phone, he usually didn't carry it when he went out, as he didn't need it. Big brother, are you busy? Big brother, are you free? Big brother, are you busy with some big problem again? Reply when you see this. Zhou Shuo mostly sent messages like this, asking if he was available. Pei Ming, on the other hand, was more direct. He sent a message expressing a desire to collaborate, initially quite formally, but later, perhaps seeing that Qinghe hadn't replied, he got a little anxious and sent several messages the next day. I was out earlier, I wasn't online. What's up? Qinghe replied to Zhou Shuo first, since he knew Zhou Shuo first. Big brother, you finally replied. I'm fine, but my senior brother has something to do. He wants you to help with some calculations. I don't know the specifics, but I know this project is much harder and more important than ours. Zhou Shuo, who was playing a game, saw Qinghe's message and immediately quit the game, ignoring the potential backlash, and replied directly. Pei Ming had told him that if he could get this guy involved to help, he could also get a chance to work as a general helper in the project team. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. As for being scolded, That's alright, he wasn't very good at it anyway, and he was used to being scolded. Specifically? I can only help with math problems, I might not have time for other issues. Yet Qinghe thought for a moment and replied. Of course, he wanted the opportunity to earn money, but right now, he could only use his math skills. If the other party's project involved too many other things, he wouldn't be able to help. Why don't you talk to my senior brother about this? I'm not too clear on it. I'll call him now and have him message you? Joshua really didn't know anything about this. After saying that, he immediately called Pei Ming. Based on his understanding of Pei Ming, at this time, he was most likely still in the research lab and hadn't returned to his dormitory. Sure enough, Pei Ming answered the phone immediately. Hearing what he said, Pei Ming immediately said he understood and then messaged Ye Qinghe. Can we talk on the phone, sir? Typing is a bit much, let's have a voice call. After a brief greeting, Pei Ming said. After Ye Qinghe said it was no problem, he immediately dialed the voice call. Brother Xiangyang, it's like this, we have a project, a landscape bridge project, and we need to calculate the bridge. Hearing this, Ye Qinghe interrupted him. It's like this, I might not have time to do this kind of thing. If it's just a simple math problem, I can help, but anything too complicated is beyond my capabilities. A bridge project? Ye Qinghe didn't even graduate high school, he's currently only using the math prodigy abilities given to him by the system. Aside from math problems, he really can't help at all. We can summarize the problem into a single math problem that needs solving. You don't need to do anything else, just help us with the math calculations. Pei Ming immediately explained. He didn't intend to leave all the problems to Ye Qinghe, he only hoped the other party could help with the core calculations. This problem had been baffling them for a while, and he was desperate. The solution Ye Qinghe had given them last time was unlike anything he'd seen before, even much simpler in many ways. He figured the other person must be a math whiz. Although he didn't understand why the other person would be smoothing on this kind of forum, if they could solve that problem, maybe they could solve this one too. Then send me the math problem. Since it was a simple math problem, Ye Qinghe figured it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, wait a moment, I'll send it to you now. Also, how much do you think is reasonable? Before hanging up, Pei Ming suddenly thought about the fee. The 5,000 last time was already a bargain for them. This problem was more difficult, 5,000 was definitely not enough, but he wasn't sure how much to pay. How much do you think is appropriate? Ye Qinghe didn't know either. He had never dealt with this area before and had no idea what price the previous question should have been asking for. 5,000 already seemed like a lot to him, so asking him for a quote was out of the question. He could only throw the question back at the other party. How about 20,000? Pei Ming thought for a moment and offered 20,000. Although this was a bit low, he felt that the big shot on the other end didn't seem to care much about money. Alright, if you have any similar math problems, or if you know anyone who does, feel free to contact me. I'll get back to you when I see it. Which big shot is in chapter 35? Ye Qinghe's thinking was simple, he wanted to expand his business through this person. He currently had no other channels to find people to take on these kinds of jobs, this person was his only option. No problem. Pei Ming, on the other hand, saw this as a great opportunity to get closer to the big shot and nodded repeatedly, thinking about whether any of his classmates or school project groups needed related mathematical calculations. However, I might need to talk to my advisor about the payment this time. I can only give you half the deposit now. I'll transfer the remaining 10,000 after I've applied. Pei Ming checked his account, he only had a little over 10,000 yuan. He couldn't pay the 20,000 yuan he had just offered all at once. It's okay, there's no rush. I'll finish the calculations for you first. Ye Qinghe wasn't worried about this. The other party had been so agreeable last time, paying half now wouldn't be a problem. After hanging up, Ye Qinghe memorized the problem Pei Ming had sent him. His 5-kilometer run today was definitely enough. He wondered if he could still enter the consciousness space. After mentally contemplating entering his consciousness space, Ye Qinghe found he had actually entered. He was relieved. This way, he could use it whenever he wanted, without worrying about being unable to enter his consciousness space after covering 5 kilometers during the day. Entering his study, Ye Qinghe memorized the problems he had just seen and then began to calculate. The ability of a math whiz is that upon seeing a math problem, he can see the next step, and after taking the next step, he can see the next step again. This was why Ye Qinghe was able to solve the problem last time. More importantly, Ye Qinghe also possessed a photographic memory. Although he didn't understand these problems at first, after solving them once, he immediately memorized the solution approach, process, and the knowledge applied. For him, this was a synergistic effect. This problem was indeed more difficult than the last one, and Ye Qinghe spent more time solving it, taking over an hour. However, in reality, Pei Ming felt that this problem was also solved in 20 minutes, which genuinely shocked him. The speed was simply too fast, almost unreal. My god, what kind of genius did Joshua run into? He solved this problem in 20 minutes? Pei Ming checked the time, confirming that the time he sent the message matched the time the other party received it, and was utterly astonished. He didn't know who could do that, nor did he know how easy this problem was for truly brilliant minds, but he felt that even the math professors he knew couldn't solve it that quickly. Although he hadn't consulted these professors, his professor had previously had a math professor solve a similar problem, providing an answer a day later. While the other party certainly couldn't be calculating indefinitely, even if the time were halved again, it would still take several hours, right? Now, this person, whom he'd never met and who sounded quite young, had solved almost the same problem in 20 minutes? This is terrifying. Looking at the densely packed calculations, Pei Ming realized he'd be working through the night again, just like last time. He called everyone in the project team, including his advisor. "You said you found someone to solve this math problem? Who did you find?" Pei Ming's advisor, Xizhen Liang, a thin, elderly man who looked to be in his 60s but was actually only in his 50s, asked immediately upon entering. Xizhen Liang was an advisor in the architecture department at Qinghe University, overseeing numerous projects. Pei Ming's project wasn't large, but as far as he knew, this math problem had been causing him considerable trouble for quite some time. He was considering finding a top mathematician to help solve it, and now Pei Ming claimed to have solved it? An online friend. What? Are you kidding me? You called me and everyone here so late at night, and you're telling me you found someone online to solve your problem? Hearing this, Xizhen Liang's expression immediately turned sour. Find someone online to solve your problem? Putting aside the issue of confidentiality, could an online friend even understand the problem? Professor, this person is the one who helped us with the calculations for another project before. I contacted him today and gave him the problem. Do you know how long it took him to calculate it? Pei Ming understood why his professor was angry and immediately handed Xizhen Liang the printed calculation process. Hearing that it was the person who solved the problem last time, Xizhen Liang's expression softened a bit. The calculation process did look impressive to him. How long? Taking the file, Xizhen Liang quickly glanced at the calculation process and asked casually. Pei Ming didn't answer, but instead opened his chat history with Qinghe and handed it to Xizhen Liang. 1 day? That's really impressive. Seeing the close proximity of the two times, Xizhen Liang's first instinct was that Pei Ming had told the other party yesterday that the result would be sent back around the same time today, approximately 24 hours later. No, 20 minutes. I sent it to him, and he sent back the process 20 minutes later, Pei Ming explained. What? How is that possible? 20 minutes? How could that be done in 20 minutes? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Xizhen Liang simply didn't believe it. Look at the time carefully. I couldn't contact them before, but today they replied to Joshua, and then Joshua called me to tell me about the message I sent. Pei Ming pointed to the time on the chat history. Xizhen Liang put down the document in his hand, picked up Pei Ming's phone, and looked at it from a distance. It was indeed today, and the time was indeed 20 minutes. But how could this be? He had calculated this problem himself. Although he wasn't a math major, he had some mathematical background and knew how difficult this problem was, otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of asking someone else for help. But now, the other person finished writing the question in just 20 minutes after seeing it? Doesn't the other person even need to think about it? They just see the question and start writing without even considering it? Did you ask for their real name? Are they a professor at some university? Or perhaps a big name in the mathematics world? Xizhen Liang could only think in this direction. It shouldn't be. Pei Ming hesitated. Although he wasn't sure who Xiang Yang Er Sheng was, judging from the person's voice, they shouldn't be very old, and definitely not a professor or a big name. Chapter 36. Do you want to go to college? What do you mean, probably not? You didn't ask the other person, right? Xizhen Liang could tell from his expression that he hadn't asked a single question. Yes, I didn't ask, but judging from the voice I heard during the call, the person seems quite young. Pei Ming nodded. A young voice. Xizhen Liang started racking his brain, trying to recall which professor or math genius had a young voice, but he couldn't find a match. Seems to be around 20 years old. How is that possible? 20 years old? Solving this problem in 20 minutes? If such a genius truly existed, they would be nationally renowned by now. Xizhen Liang was utterly incredulous. How about I call them back and say we have a question, and you can talk to them for a bit? Pei Ming hesitated before speaking. Sure. Xizhen Liang also wanted to talk to someone like that. If the other person truly completed the calculation in 20 minutes by themselves, they were truly a genius, whether young or adult. It's like this, I promised to pay them 20,000 yuan for the job, but I didn't have enough money and only gave them 10,000. I still owe them 10,000, is that right? No problem, I'll transfer it to you now. Xizhen Liang didn't hesitate at all. If 20,000 yuan could solve this problem, they were getting a good deal. He took out his phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to Pei Ming, who immediately transferred the remaining 10,000 yuan to Qinghe. Ye Qinghe heard the notification sound and saw that 10,000 yuan had been transferred, and he was a little surprised. Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? How come it's been transferred so quickly? Sir, there's something we'd like to ask you about in the calculation process. Would it be convenient to have a voice call with you again? Pei Ming sent a message after transferring the money. Sure. 20,000 yuan, some after-sales service is normal. Ye Qinghe didn't think anything of it. Pei Ming immediately made a voice call. What's the problem? Pei Ming put his phone on speakerphone. The moment Xi Xinliang heard Ye Qinghe's voice, he understood why Pei Ming had said the other person was very young. Indeed, very young. This was definitely not the voice of an adult. 20 years old. He also felt that the other person was around 20 years old. So young, and with such good mathematical talent. Which school did he go to? He didn't remember anyone particularly outstanding in mathematics in the past 2 years. It wasn't Wei Shen. Wei Shen's voice wasn't like this. He really couldn't remember anyone else. Hello, I'm Pei Ming's tutor, my name is Xi Xinliang. Thank you very much for helping us solve this problem. Here, in this third step, I don't quite understand something. This tool doesn't seem to be commonly used. Xi Xinliang introduced himself first, then raised his question. This step was completely different from what he had seen before. He had heard of this tool, but he had never thought it could be used here. Hello, Professor Xi, it's like this, here. Ye Qinghe had already solved the problem once, which meant he thoroughly understood it. Therefore, when explaining, he could clearly and professionally articulate the solution process and thought process. It really was him who solved it. No one else could have understood it so thoroughly and clearly. Xi Xinliang initially thought Ye Qinghe was just a middleman, but now that Ye Qinghe answered his question without hesitation, he had no more doubts. Do you understand? Do you need me to explain again? Ye Qinghe asked after explaining the problem. I understand, no need for further explanation. Can I ask some more questions? Xi Xinliang had understood it while watching, but not as thoroughly as Ye Qinghe. Confirming the other person's talent, he didn't need to ask any more questions. Instead, he became curious about the other person's identity. Born towards the sun? This name didn't sound like something a young person would choose, and for some reason, he felt that this online name didn't mean growing towards the sun, but something else entirely. Okay. Ye Qinghe thought for a moment and replied. You don't sound very old, probably only in your early 20s? Yes. Which university are you from? Are you a graduate student in the mathematics department? Hearing this, Ye Qinghe didn't answer immediately, but hesitated for a moment. Is it inconvenient to say? Is it a military-related school? Xi Xinliang thought Ye Qinghe wasn't saying because of school confidentiality regulations, but that explained why he hadn't heard of any school producing any new mathematics geniuses. Many people might think mathematics is an unpopular major, and that graduates have difficulty finding jobs, but in reality, those who truly achieve something in this field don't have to worry about employment. As the foundational cornerstone of technology, mathematics is far more important than ordinary people imagine. The military also needs talent in this area, and it's normal for them to train graduates but not release them outside. No, I'm not a university student. Ye Qinghe replied. There was nothing wrong with answering this question, he was just wondering whether to tell the truth. Not a college student? You graduated? No, I didn't go to college. This answer was unexpected for Xi Xinliang, and for everyone present. Not a college student? Such mathematical ability without a college education? What would he be like if he had a formal college education? Xi Xinliang was immediately excited. The national education system has become quite comprehensive in recent years, but some hidden talents are still overlooked. Could he have discovered one today? How old are you? 19. My God. If he was just excited before, now Xi Xinliang was more than just excited. A 19-year-old mathematical genius who hadn't gone to college. If this were told to the school, he believed the math department would be in an uproar. Then why didn't you go to college? Was it because your family was poor? Or was there some other reason? My health isn't very good, it's not suitable for me to go to school. Now it makes sense. This is a math genius with poor health who can't attend school. If a university wanted to specially recruit you, would you be willing to go? Xi Xinliang suppressed his excitement and asked Ye Qinghe for his opinion. If this young man was willing to go to university, he could talk to the head of the mathematics department. He believed that once that old man knew about such a genius, he wouldn't be able to hold back. Given that old man's temper, he'd even block the principal's door to get him admitted. I'd like to go, but my health doesn't allow it. Chapter 37. As long as it's not complete paralysis. Ye Qinghe was completely taken aback. This tutor of Pei Ming, who had suddenly appeared today, would actually ask him this question. He certainly wanted to go to university, but given his current physical condition, no university would be willing to admit him. Moreover, given his physical condition, he couldn't possibly attend school. As long as you're not completely paralyzed, I think it shouldn't be a problem for universities. With your mathematical talent, as long as you agree, universities can offer you special admission, without going through the college entrance examination or any other procedures. Shi Xinliang thought that since Xiang Yang Er Sheng could take on these kinds of jobs online and chat and type normally, he must be able to move around. He just might have some physical defects or limited mobility, but that wouldn't affect the university's special admission of him. I am completely paralyzed. But Xiang Yang Er Sheng's reply stunned him and everyone else. Completely paralyzed. No one had expected that this person who could solve the math problem that had stumped them for so long in 20 minutes was actually completely paralyzed. How could this be? If you're truly paralyzed from head to toe, how would you solve this problem? You can't just mentally process it and solve it, can you? This is no joke. I genuinely admire your talent. If you agree, I can approach the head of the mathematics department at Qinghe University and have him conduct a simple assessment and admit you on a special basis. With your demonstrated mathematical aptitude, this is definitely not a problem. Furthermore, scholarships and everything else can be arranged for you. You don't need to worry about any expenses related to your studies. If you do have some physical disabilities, we can arrange a separate dormitory for you. Shi Xinliang felt that Xiang Yang Ershen's words might just be a rejection. I'm not lying to you, I am indeed completely paralyzed. Right now, besides my head, I can only move 2 fingers on my right hand. Talking to you all, including solving the problem just now, was all done via voice. Yet Qinghe shook his head helplessly. If he were any better, he would be willing to go to this university. But at this point in time, given his physical condition, it was definitely impossible for him to go. He couldn't even take care of himself, he needed someone with him, and besides Yadali, there was no one else around. Yadali needed to earn money to support both of them. Really? Really? After confirming again, Shi Xinliang, Pei Ming, and the others fell silent. Shi Xinliang felt it was a case of heaven being jealous of talent, while Pei Ming and the others felt utterly useless. Could you tell me your location? I'd like to pay you a visit. After a moment of silence, Shi Xinliang realized that regardless of the other person's physical condition, their displayed talent was truly astonishing. This person hadn't attended university, yet they could solve these math problems with an extremely concise approach. If they could receive a university education, they could very well become a world-renowned genius. I'm in the western 6th Ring Road area of Beijing. After hesitating for a moment, Qinghe gave his address. He knew that one day his body might fully recover, and the connections he had with the professor at Qinghe University might come in handy in the future. Moreover, compared to Pei Ming, if this professor could help him find some computing work, he would definitely get more business. It wasn't impossible that Yadali would take time off work to stay with and take care of him. Then I'll come see you tomorrow. Shi Xinliang had initially thought that the professor might be in another province outside of Beijing, or even some remote province, making it difficult for him to get there. Now that the professor was in Beijing, it was much more convenient, he could drive there directly tomorrow. Okay, if there are no problems, I'll hang up now. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Qinghe looked forward to meeting the professor the next day. Although he can't go to university now, once he gets the option to recover his health, attending a university and obtaining a degree from a top university might be a good choice. While many parts of society claim to value ability more than academic qualifications, a degree from a top university is still a significant advantage, extremely important. Without it, you might not even get an interview in many places. Moreover, education isn't just about the degree, it's also a great opportunity to expand your network. In his previous life, Qinghe attended a low-tier university and gained no access to any resources. Later, he learned that students at top universities acquired numerous resources before graduation, especially those who pursued doctoral or master's degrees. Their advisors, senior students, and other connections are invaluable resources. Places that many ordinary universities might be inaccessible to in a lifetime. These individuals gained entry simply by having good advisors after graduation. Qinghe had a junior high school classmate who, because he had a good mentor during his school years, followed that mentor to the Department of Cardiovascular and Neurosurgery at Suanmiu Hospital in Beijing after graduation. This is one of the best cardiovascular and neurosurgery hospitals in China. That classmate only had a master's degree. Of course, he later pursued a doctorate, but such an opportunity is incredibly difficult for many medical students, yet he got in easily because of his good mentor. So, if he could go to university, if he could go to Qinghe University, Qinghe wouldn't refuse, but the conditions weren't right yet. Lottery. Without further thought, Qinghe clicked on the lottery wheel and selected a draw. Looking at the option he drew, Qinghe truly didn't expect to win this. A smart wheelchair like Hawking's. There were some items among the lottery options, Qinghe had seen Bitcoin as an option before, but he never expected to win this. However, it seems that if I had this wheelchair, I could indeed move around a bit more easily. In his later stages, Hawking's symptoms were quite similar to Yadali's. he was also completely paralyzed, only able to control a few fingers. However, Yadali had an advantage over Hawking, his language skills and cognitive abilities remained intact. The only question was how to explain the wheelchair to Yadali. Yet Qinghe thought of the Qinghe University professor who was coming to visit him the next day. Perhaps he was a suitable scapegoat. Chapter 38 God or Ghost? Shi Xinliang held this mathematical genius in high regard, especially after he and his graduate students had gone through Qinghe's problem-solving process step by step. His interest in this mathematical prodigy he had never met grew even stronger. Old Tao, let me tell you, I've discovered a mathematical genius, he's truly beyond imagination. I've sent you 2 of his mathematical calculations, take a look. That morning, Shi Xinliang sent Pei Ming's previous project and Qinghe's mathematical calculations for this project to Tao Haiqiang, the head of the mathematics department, and then made a special phone call to Tao Haiqiang. Really? Then I'll have to take a good look. You, old Shi, have never praised anyone like this before. Tao Haiqiang replied with a smile. Shi Xinliang was a rather meticulous person, and to receive such high praise from him, he certainly had some talent. It wasn't yet class or work time, but he opened his email and started reading. His eyes widened immediately upon seeing what he saw. The solution and tools used are definitely not for an ordinary person. Old Shi, what's going on? Where did you find this person? Why did you send it to me? What's the point? Tao Haiqiang immediately called back. Shi Xinliang sent him this specifically, not just to show him the solution and process, he must have other intentions. How is it? Isn't he a genius? Shi Xinliang didn't answer Tao Haiqiang immediately. He is indeed a genius, but what exactly do you want? This person is only 19 years old and hasn't gone to university. What? Old Shi, are you kidding me? A 19-year-old who hasn't gone to university can solve these kinds of problems and use those tools? That's impossible. Tao Haiqiang simply didn't believe what Shi Xinliang said. These 2 problems, let alone a university student, even some of the professors in their department might not be able to solve them. How could a 19-year-old who hasn't gone to university solve them? However, after saying that, Tao Haiqiang immediately realized that it was very likely true. Shi Xinliang wouldn't joke about something like this. You mean you want me to specially recruit him into our math department, right? If it's really as you say, then there's definitely no problem. But I need to meet him. I need to see if he really has the ability. Tao Haiqiang immediately understood what Shi Xinliang meant by sending these messages and saying these things. Of course I'm telling the truth, without any embellishment, but there's a small problem. Shi Xinliang sighed. What small problem? His health isn't very good. It's okay, poor health isn't a problem. As long as he really has the ability, we can specially recruit him. Tao Haiqiang felt that no matter what health problems the other person had, as long as he really had the ability, special recruitment wouldn't be a problem. He's completely paralyzed. Ah, Tao Haiqiang was completely shocked. Completely paralyzed? Old Shi, are you joking with me like this so early in the morning? I'm not kidding. This person is one of my students, we met online. They gave this problem to him. Do you know how long it took him to solve it? How long? Tao Haiqiang glanced at the 2 problems. With his abilities, he felt he could solve them within a few hours. You might not believe it, but if my student hadn't had the contact information and the timestamps on his phone, I wouldn't have believed it either. How long exactly? Tao Haiqiang asked anxiously. 20 minutes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even we couldn't solve this problem in 20 minutes. How could it be in 20 minutes? There's definitely something fishy going on. It's impossible to solve such a problem in such a short time. Hearing this time, Tao Haiqiang immediately shook his head frantically. This time was absolutely impossible. Even if he concentrated completely on solving it, it would probably take him 1 to 2 hours. How could a 19-year-old who hadn't even gone to university solve it in 20 minutes? This person is very likely a fraud. Tao Haiqiang immediately began to doubt everything Shi Xinliang had told him. He wasn't confident about other things, but he was very confident in his math skills. Even the simplest of these 2 problems wouldn't be solved in 20 minutes. Even for him, the fastest he could manage would be around half an hour. And that's the speed of solving it step by step after thinking it through. If he just started solving the problem immediately, half an hour would be impossible. So, would you be interested in coming with me to meet this person? He's in Beijing. What if it's true? Even if he didn't solve it himself, shouldn't he have someone else who could solve it in such a short time? Otherwise, this kind of thing can't be faked. Besides, when I spoke with him last night, his understanding of these problems was far more than just something he'd heard from someone else. He genuinely understood them very thoroughly and explained them in great detail. Shi Xinliang specifically sent this email and made this phone call to Tao Haiqiang, hoping Tao Haiqiang would come with him to meet the sunny day person. Because regardless of whether he solved it or not, the fact that the problem was solved is undeniable. In such a short time, whether he solved it or someone else solved it, it means there's a mathematical genius involved. Tao Zhaiqiang also thought this made sense. If time wasn't an issue, then regardless of whether the other person truly had this ability, it meant there were others around him who did. He would truly regret missing out on such a mathematical genius for the rest of his life. Go, of course I'll go with you. I want to see what kind of tricks he's playing. Solving a problem like this in 20 minutes if he really has that ability, even if he were completely paralyzed, I'd be willing to specially recruit him, hire 2 caregivers, and take care of him without any problem. Tao Zhaiqiang immediately declared that he absolutely had to go. Then get ready to go downstairs. I'll drive over and pick you up, and we'll go together. Okay, I'll get ready and come down right away. Tao Zhaiqiang nodded, hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and took out a document from the safe behind him. It was a problem submitted by a company he worked with, asking him to help calculate a problem. The difficulty level was similar to the one Shi Xinliang had sent. Let me see if you're a god or a devil. Chapter 39 said 20 minutes, didn't it? Do you still want this? If not, I'll throw it away. I think you should just throw this away too. It looks like it hasn't been used in a long time, and it'll be a burden to take with you when you move. If you really need it, you can buy more later. You can keep this. We don't have many diapers left. We'll have to buy some more after we move. At Qinghe and Yadali's place in Qinghe village, Zhou Wanner came early in the morning to help pack. As for Yadali, he went out early to find suitable accommodation nearby. Although there are many rental houses nearby, they have certain requirements. It can't be one of those multi-story buildings, the kind that doesn't get much sunlight and is gloomy. It wouldn't be good for Qinghe's health to live in such a place. It needs to have windows and let in light. Ideally, there should be a place for him to put some things. Although he and Qinghe don't have many things, they need a place to put their wheelchair and other items. Of course, if there really isn't one, that's okay too. Zhou Wanner was packing up her belongings at home. She tossed aside things she knew she had to throw away immediately, and for things she was unsure about, she asked Qinghe. She piled up large and small bags together for easy moving later. Qinghe, there are a few people outside who say they're looking for you. Just then, Aunt Liu's voice rang out from outside. Someone's looking for you? Zhou Wanner was a little surprised. Qinghe hadn't made many friends in recent years, except for a few from high school who had visited occasionally, but those people hadn't come back much since. Why would anyone be looking for Qinghe now? Oh, I forgot to mention, I helped someone with a math problem last night, and they said they wanted to see me today. Clean up the floor quickly and bring them in. Qinghe genuinely hadn't expected Pei Ming's tutor to actually come. He thought it was just a casual remark. Yes, Aunt Lu, please let them in. Zhou Wanner quickly took a few steps forward and called out, then went to the small outer door and opened it. Standing outside were Aunt Lu and 2 men around 50 years old. I'm sorry, we're moving out today, so the house is a bit messy. Please come in, I'll tidy up the place. Zhou Wanner said to Shi Xinliang and Tao Zhaiqiang, gesturing for them to enter. Yadali hadn't torn down the notice on the door, so Shi Xinliang and Tao Zhaiqiang had seen it when they were at the door. They hadn't expected this gifted young man to be in such a sorry state, not only paralyzed but also facing eviction by the landlord. Moreover, it seemed the landlord was being forced into this situation. It's all right, we were just in a hurry. Shi Xinliang said with a smile, then stepped inside. The conditions inside the house clearly showed that the family was living in dire straits. Upon entering the inner room, the items on the floor confirmed that they were indeed tidying up. The young man lying motionless on the bed, his head turned to look at them, was likely Xiang Yang Sheng. I'm sorry, the conditions are a bit poor. Wanner, please pour some water for the 2 gentlemen. Qinghe turned his head and addressed Shi Xinliang and Tao Zhaiqiang, who entered behind him. It's all right, it's nothing serious. We just came at the wrong time. I'm Shi Xinliang. We spoke on the phone yesterday. This is Tao Zhaiqiang, the head of our school's mathematics department. When Shi Xinliang first saw Qinghe, his heart softened. This child was truly a prodigy. His immobile body, his frail and sickly demeanor, he truly hadn't expected Xiang Yang Ershen, meaning born towards the sun, to be like this. Especially with the light streaming through the window illuminating the bed. No wonder he was named Xiang Yang Ershen. Hello, Professor Shi. Hello, Professor Tao. I'm Qinghe. Qinghe greeted them with a smile. Tao Zhaiqiang, following behind, shared the same feeling. He truly hadn't expected that Shi Xinliang's claim of total paralysis was absolutely true. It was complete paralysis. Hello, Qinghe. At this moment, Shi Xinliang really wanted to slap himself. He'd only thought about coming over, but hadn't brought anything at all, arriving empty-handed. Professors, please wait a moment, let me tidy up the place. Zhou Wanner squeezed past them, tidying the sofa as she spoke. University professors? Which university? Zhou Wanner wondered. She quickly tossed the things on the sofa to the floor, then found a blanket and spread it on top. Joe Warner gestured for the two to sit down. She stood to the side, sizing them up. Their demeanor did indeed resemble that of university professors, not con artists. "It's like this, Professor, she told me about your situation. I have a math problem here, would you mind solving it for me?" Tao Haiqian, seeing that Shi Xinliang hadn't spoken, took the initiative. He'd come to see if this young man was truly a mathematical genius, so there was no need to beat around the bush. If the other person was truly as capable as Shi Xinliang claimed, then even complete paralysis wouldn't preclude special admission. Old Tao. Shi Xinliang frowned, feeling Tao Haiqian was going too far. How could he act like this right off the bat when the other person was already doing this? "It's alright, Professor Tao, you need to bring the questions to me. You've seen my condition." Qinghe didn't seem to mind. Tao Haiqian took out the prepared questions from his bag and went to Qinghe's side. Qinghe quickly read them, told Tao Haiqian he was done, and then closed his eyes. About a second later, he opened his eyes and began to solve the problems. Although it was dictated, as the head of the mathematics department at Qinghe University, Tao Haiqian could completely understand the solution process and thought process. And the entire process took less than 10 minutes. Tao Haiqian was speechless. Before the problem came, he thought it was impossible to finish in 20 minutes, but now, the other person had solved it in less than 10 minutes? Although he had only heard the solution process once, he knew it should be correct. "Didn't you say 20 minutes? Tao Haiqian said, somewhat incredulously. "Oh, I can't type. It's a bit troublesome to reply to Pei Ming with these solutions, so it took a while." "You don't need to type it out, just saying it aloud won't work." Qinghe had no idea how amazing his solutions were. Although he guessed the problems were difficult, he had no idea just how difficult they were. Chapter 40. Are you interested in going to Qinghe? What? Upon hearing Qinghe's words, Tao Haiqian was truly shocked. What took him over an hour to complete, this young man could solve in minutes. He had thought it impossible in 20 minutes, but now, witnessing the other's talent firsthand, he knew that even if such a genius couldn't be moved now, he had to get him into their mathematics department. Qinghe, is it okay if I call you that? So, would you be interested in studying at our Qinghe University? Tao Haiqian asked excitedly. What? Qinghe University? Joe Warner's jaw nearly dropped upon hearing Tao Haiqian's words. This was one of the top universities in the country. Qinghe had actually brought 2 professors from Qinghe University? "Yes, young lady, I am the head of the mathematics department at Qinghe University, and this is Professor Shi Xinliang from the architecture department. Are you Qinghe's sister? Or?" Tao Haiqian assumed Joe Warner was a relative of Qinghe. "No, I'm his childhood friend, my name is Joe Warner," Joe Warner explained. A nice girl. The fact that her childhood friend came to help Qinghe in his condition greatly impressed Tao Haiqian and Shi Xinliang. Even the most devoted parents can become ruthless when their child is bedridden with illness, let alone a friend. To come even when Qinghe is so ill, that's true friendship. "Of course I want to, but as Professor Tao has seen, I definitely can't go to school." Qinghe certainly wanted to, but he was completely paralyzed. What could he do even if he wanted to? "That's not a problem. I can apply for the school's special talent program. However, to apply for this program, you'll need to undergo more testing at the school." Tao Haiqian didn't think there was a problem. With Qinghe's demonstrated mathematical talent, although his physical condition was indeed a major issue, it wasn't impossible for the school to make an exception. A mathematical genius like him would be easily admitted by any school. The reason is simple: such a genius can break many barriers. Qinghe hadn't expected Tao Haiqian to be so unconcerned about his physical condition. "Let's forget it. With my health like this, even if I went to university, I wouldn't be able to study independently. My father would have to accompany me, and as you've seen, my family's financial situation isn't enough to support that." After hesitating for a moment, Qinghe still refused. He really wanted to, but the circumstances wouldn't allow it. "That's not a problem. A full scholarship and various stipends are guaranteed once you enter the school. You won't have to pay for your studies, and you'll even receive some benefits. Besides, the issue of accompanying persons isn't a big problem either. The school can provide you with single accommodation, and your meals and lodging will be reduced or waived, and will protect your accompanying person." Tao Haiqian didn't want to let such a genius slip by. "That does tempt me, but I'm just a student who didn't even graduate high school. My grades weren't very good before. I might have some talent in math, but otherwise." "No, Qinghe isn't just good at math, he's also very good at English. I brought some professional documents with me, he can translate them very fluently." Qinghe was still being modest, but Joe Warner didn't think so. She immediately interjected. She felt she shouldn't let this opportunity slip by. The other party didn't seem to mind Qinghe's health, so she should seize the chance. As she spoke, she handed the translation documents she had brought with her to Tao's Haiqian. Tao's Haiqian took them and glanced at them. They were computer science documents. What's this? I found these for him at school. He has the ability, so I helped him find some translation work. Zhou Wan'er replied. Which university are you from? I'm from Beijing Forestry University. Oh, not far from Qinghe. You should be in class today, right? Why didn't you go? Tao's Haiqian was a little surprised. Today was Friday, Zhou Wan'er should have had class. Zhou Wan'er briefly recounted Ye Qinghe's activities over the past few days. He even participated in a variety show and won the Standing God Award. Looks like he has a wide range of knowledge. This is also a plus. Although he has never formally attended university, with his English proficiency and broad knowledge, Tao's Haiqian felt that Ye Qinghe's chances of being admitted through the special admission program were much higher. Actually, you don't need to worry about money. With your math skills, Director Tao and I can introduce you to some calculation jobs like the ones we did before. The pay is always good and can completely solve your family's financial problems. Shi Xinliang said from the side. Ye Qinghe's mathematical abilities make making money incredibly easy. In today's society, although many ordinary people feel that mathematics isn't very useful, this is not the case. Mathematical calculations are crucial in many scientific research projects. Take building a large bridge, for example. Someone must first calculate everything clearly. Otherwise, if it's discovered halfway through construction that the strength or the steel reinforcement is insufficient, the losses and consequences are something no company can easily bear. Furthermore, scientific research, whether in medicine, aerospace, or electronic technology, is inseparable from mathematics. Ye Qinghe possessed such an ability. In essence, he had mastered a powerful weapon. However, due to his physical condition, he hadn't been able to access these abilities before, which resulted in him having this powerful weapon but being confined to a small rented room, living a life of poverty. Once his ability became known, there would be no shortage of people seeking his help to solve calculation problems. Yes, in our mathematics department, as long as you're truly capable, you really don't need to worry about anything after graduation. The financial and technological fields, among others, desperately need mathematical talent. Some of the mathematics students who haven't even graduated yet have already been specially recruited by companies in their junior year, receiving salaries while still studying, and very high salaries at that. Tao's Haiqian nodded repeatedly. If you agree, you don't need to look for a place anymore. I can take you to the university now and arrange for you to stay in the graduate student apartments. Qinghe, I think it's a good idea. You have the ability, so you shouldn't let this opportunity pass you by. I think Uncle Dolly wouldn't refuse if he knew. Zhou Wan'er said from the side. She genuinely thought it was a good thing. With the two schools so close, she could visit Ye Qinghe every day instead of only being able to come over on weekends. Okay, but Wan'er, call my dad back first and tell him to stop looking for a place. Chapter 41 The Fierce Zhou Wan'er. Ye Qinghe, I heard you were here, so I came to see you. Tisk tisk tisk, what kind of shabby place is this? It's like a doghouse. How could it be worthy of our young master? Yeah. Oh, sorry, I forgot, your family went bankrupt. Ha 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 ha. Ye Dali didn't return. Instead, a boastful voice greeted him at the door. Zhao Minjiao, holding the latest iPhone and sporting an Hermes belt, kicked open Ye Qinghe's door and swaggered in. Before even entering and seeing Ye Qinghe, he spoke first. Wan'er, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you didn't know where Ye Qinghe lived? Upon entering the inner room and seeing Zhou Wan'er inside, Zhao Minjiao's expression turned extremely grim. Last time he looked for Zhou Wan'er, she completely ignored him. When he asked about Ye Qinghe, she claimed not to know. Now that he's here, where I am has nothing to do with you. What are you doing here? Zhou Wan'er showed Zhao Minjiao no kindness whatsoever. Oh, I know, you're the one who caused this landlord's cancellation of the lease, aren't you? Zhao Minjiao. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Believe me, I'll break your fifth leg. Realizing that Zhao Minjiao might be the one who pressured the landlord, Zhou Wan'er reached for a weapon to attack him. No, this has nothing to do with me. How could I do such a thing? I just found out that Qinghe lives here, so I came to check on him. Zhao Minjiao instantly darted from inside the house to the outer room. Zhou Wan'er was certainly capable of violence. He'd been beaten a lot by Zhou Wan'er when they were kids. Who else could it be but you? Let me tell you, Zhao Minjiao, you're not leaving here alive today. Zhou Wan'er grabbed the U-lock from the side, grabbed it, and chased after him. Zhao Minjiao realized something was wrong and immediately ran outside, running incredibly fast. Zhou Wan'er chased him all the way to the outside of the tenement compound, watching him jump into a car and speed away at full throttle, before angrily heading back with the U-lock in hand. Wan'er? What's wrong? What are you doing carrying that? Ye Dali hadn't seen Zhao Minjiao run away. He saw Zhou Wan'er holding the U-lock when he reached the door and asked curiously. Zhao Minjiao just came over. This house thing, it was definitely that bastard's doing behind it all. That heartless bastard, it's been so many years, and he still can't let go of that little thing from back then. Zhou Wan'er was furious. Zhao Minjiao? That guy from Zhao Hai's family? Yadali thought for a moment. Zhou Wan'er nodded, that's him. Yadali looked thoughtful. He felt this wasn't so simple. That old bastard Zhao Hai wasn't a good person either. If he hadn't been really desperate for money back then, and if this guy wasn't the only one in their area who wanted his stuff and could afford it, he wouldn't have sold the company to him. Logically, after selling the company, he shouldn't have had any contact with this father and son anymore. Why were they coming to his door again? Uncle Dolly, let me tell you, 2 professors from Qinghe University came to see Qinghe. They're impressed with his math skills and want to recruit him through a special program. They're offering scholarships and a lot of other things. You absolutely have to agree. This is definitely a good thing for Qinghe. Zhou Wan'er remembered why she had called Yadali back and immediately began to persuade him. She was afraid Yadali would disagree. Most importantly, you don't need to look for a place anymore. The university is providing Qinghe with a single room in the dormitory, and you can move in too. Plus, the university will reduce your meal expenses. Most importantly, the 2 professors said they're willing to introduce Qinghe to some jobs. Do you know how much the job Qinghe did yesterday was worth? 20,000. If he can get one a month, you won't have to go out delivering food anymore, and you can focus on spending time with Qinghe. Zhou Wan'er told Yadali everything she had just heard. Is Qinghe really that good at math? Yadali had heard Qinghe mention it once during a TV program, but he hadn't taken it seriously. Now, a professor from Qinghe University had even contacted him, which surprised him. Most importantly, while Qinghe's grades were good in school, he hadn't shown such strong abilities. Yeah, you don't know, just now, after Qinghe solved the problem the head of the math department gave him in a few minutes, the head was stunned, calling him a genius. His reaction was really exaggerated. Zhou Wan'er didn't know how difficult the problem was, she only knew that Li Hongwen had amazed the head of the math department at Qinghe University. If he really has that ability, then Qinghe should definitely go, but given his current health condition. Yadali certainly wanted Qinghe to go to school, but he was worried that the workload would be too heavy and worsen Qinghe's health. Now that there are finally signs of improvement, if going back to school slows down or prevents recovery altogether, then, actually, Qinghe already mentioned it. However, Qinghe definitely doesn't need to worry about math or English now, and with the knowledge he gained from participating in Who's Still Standing, he shouldn't have much trouble with other humanities subjects either. I think the professors at the school will consider Qinghe's health and give him some special treatment. They won't demand the same level of attention from him as they would from other students. They value his math ability, they'll probably be more lenient on other aspects. Zhou Wan'er's words made Yadali nod. If that's the case, then there really isn't a problem. The 2 returned to the room, and Zhou Wan'er helped introduce them. Tao's Haiqiang and Shizin Liang also used their phones to retrieve their profiles from Qinghe University for Yadali to see, just in case he thought they were scammers. When we came over, we saw the notice on the door. Our idea is that you can move directly to the school. Our school has dormitories specifically for students with health issues. These dormitories have 2 bedrooms, a private bathroom, and are quite well equipped. Family members can accompany you. If you are not satisfied with this, we can also arrange for you to move to a talent apartment. Tao's Haiqiang is now determined to acquire Qinghe. Although Qinghe has physical limitations, Tao believes that his intellect alone is enough. Perhaps he's another Stephen Hawking? If he solves some mathematical problems, the benefits to the school won't just be scholarships and housing. Chapter 42 Zhao Minjia's Annoyance. Moreover, Tao's Haiqiang's biggest worry was that others would discover Qinghe's abilities. Such abilities would inevitably be discovered sooner or later, just like they discovered Qinghe. Who knows, someone who posted a request for help online might discover Qinghe's talent through his problem solving and then come knocking on their door. Also, Qinghe participated in a variety show a couple of days ago and reportedly won the Standing God Award, which would attract even more attention. Therefore, the best solution was to bring Qinghe to Qinghe now. Even if someone discovers Qinghe's talent later, he would still be one of Qinghe's people. I have no problem with these things. The only problem is that Qinghe's health has recently started to improve, and I'm worried that his studies won't be too demanding and could disrupt his recovery. Regarding Qinghe going to university, given Zhou Wan'er's previous reminder, Yadali certainly wouldn't object. His only worry was whether Qinghe's health would be disrupted. Oh, really? That's great. Of course, we have no problem with that. Our school also has a medical program. I think we can have the professors and experts at the medical school develop a recovery plan for Qinghe. Tao's Haiqiang was even more excited upon hearing this. If Qinghe could recover, it would be fantastic news. A paralyzed math genius and a healthy math genius are definitely different. Having said all that, Yadali naturally couldn't ask for any more questions. Alright, let's go to the school first. Okay, I'll call someone over right now to help you move your things. Tao Saiqiang immediately took out his phone and made a call. That damned Qinghe. Even in this state, he's still clinging to Zhou Wanner. He deserves to die. Even if Zhou Wanner really marries you, can a paralyzed guy like you even get up? Can you give her what she wants? No, just forcing them to move isn't enough. We have to cut off their source of income, make them slink back to their hometown. Then, it'll be even easier to control them back home. Zhao Minjiao, who had frantically escaped from the tenement, sat in his car, watching Zhou Wanner, carrying a yulok, get further and further away. He was filled with hatred. He had originally thought he came today to embarrass Qinghe, but encountering Zhou Wanner only made him flee. But the more Zhou Wanner acted this way, the more he wanted her. From childhood, he had liked Zhou Wanner, but she just didn't like him. She only liked being with Qinghe, which was why he had always caused trouble for Qinghe since childhood. He thought that now that Qinghe was in this state, he and Zhou Wanner would have a chance. But judging from Zhou Wanner's appearance today, it seemed that wasn't the case. Then Qinghe had to be eliminated. It wouldn't be easy for him to operate in the capital, but back in his hometown, it would be too easy to cause trouble for a bedridden, paralyzed man. And back home, his Zhao family had connections everywhere. Even if someone wanted to investigate, he dared to say he could prevent them from succeeding. So, the priority now is to force Qinghe and his son out of Beijing and back to their hometown. Monkey, I remember you know some people in the underworld. Could you help me get them to do something for me? Thinking this, Zhao Minjia picked up the phone and called a friend he'd met after arriving in Beijing. Monkey, Ho Chao, was from Beijing. He'd met him at a nightclub. According to Monkey, he'd been involved in various underworld activities in Beijing since childhood and knew almost everyone in the underworld, big and small. That day, when he left the nightclub, he'd seen Monkey acting very familiar with some people who clearly weren't good guys. So, when he thought about getting Yadali and Qinghe taken care of, Monkey was the first person he thought of. No problem, buddy. But you should know that hiring someone costs money. How much are you willing to pay, and what's the service? The person on the other end of the phone, nicknamed Monkey, was in a noisy environment. His voice was particularly loud. I want you to find someone to help me deal with a food delivery guy, make him unable to deliver food, and then ruin any other jobs he tries to find. This was Zhao Minjia's plan. In his mind, as long as Yadali couldn't find a job, then Yadali and Qinghe wouldn't be able to stay in Beijing. As for him trying to do other jobs after failing to deliver food, he would have someone keep an eye on Yadali, causing him trouble and sabotage whatever he did. No problem. I can handle this myself, bro. It's not a huge deal, but it's time-consuming and energy-draining, and the price can't be too low. You know, I earn a decent living, and if I do this for you, my income will be. Monkey's catchphrase was no problem, and he could handle anything. He felt he could do what Zhao Minjia was talking about without needing anyone else. The key was how much Zhao Minjia was willing to pay. Although he hadn't known Zhao Minjia for long, he knew that while Zhao Minjia was a country bumpkin from out of town, he had plenty of money, so he was willing to do more with him. I know that. If you can get this done for me, I'll give you 10,000. Zhao Minjia was quite generous in this matter. Dude, that's a bit too little. You know, this job isn't easy. I have to keep an eye on him. He's just a food delivery guy. How much effort will that take? And if he changes jobs, I still have to keep an eye on him. Sometimes I have to ask friends for help, which also costs a lot of money. If it's 10,000 yuan, I can only say, find someone else. Monkey actually thought 10,000 yuan wasn't a small amount, but he knew Zhao Minjia was rich. He couldn't expect him to work for 10,000 yuan, he had to ask for more. Then how much do you want? 50,000 yuan. For less than that, you won't find anyone in Beijing to do it. After all, this isn't very humane. Cutting off someone's path to employment is a very offensive thing to do. If people find out, you might get attacked and have no recourse. Monkey hesitated for a moment, then quoted a high price. Can't we brothers lower the price a bit? 50,000 yuan wasn't a huge sum for Zhao Minjiao, but he was still reluctant to spend so much on Yadali and his son Qinghe. Why don't you go out and inquire again, brother? Monkey, despite not having known Zhao Minjiao for long, had already thoroughly investigated him. A country bumpkin who had just arrived in Beijing, knowing very few people there, the fact that they could reach him meant they had no one else to turn to. If not now, when? Chapter 43. Moving into Qinghe University. Want to inquire? Zhao Minjiao frowned. He could indeed pull out 50,000 yuan, but using it to deal with Yadali and his son Qinghe seemed wasteful. However, thinking that if he could get rid of the father and son from Beijing, he would have a chance to be with Zhou Wanner, he gritted his teeth. 50,000 it is, but you have to give me a time frame. You can't take the money and drag it out for months. I need a specific time. Zhao Minjia wasn't stupid. He knew that in these kinds of situations, the longer it dragged on, the more money would increase. No problem, with our brotherly relationship, you can rest assured. I guarantee I'll handle it perfectly. 1 month, at most 1 month, I guarantee I'll get it done. The guy on the other end of the phone was practically laughing out loud. He had asked for 50,000, but his actual expectation was only 30,000 yuan. He hadn't expected Zhao Minjaya to agree so readily, thinking he could haggle and get it down to 30,000. Now that Zhao Minjaya had directly agreed to 50,000, it was much more than he had expected. As for what Zhao Minjaya wanted him to do, it was really no trouble for him. It was just firing a delivery driver, right? Just give him a few bad reviews, then cause a scene at their delivery station a few times, and they definitely wouldn't dare hire him again. As for him finding another job, that was even simpler, just use the same tactics again. What kind of good job could someone who'd fallen to the level of a delivery driver find? It was either delivery, courier, or security guard, cleaner, or waiter. These are the kinds of jobs that employers hate most. If someone caused trouble, regardless of whether they were right or wrong, they'd find a way to fire them. Okay, his name is Yadali, he lives in Qinghe village. Zhao Minjaya told Monkey about Yadali. I'll make sure you can't make money, let's see how you manage to stay in Beijing. If you're paralyzed, just wait to die. Why are you still stuck in Beijing? Dying early would save the country some food. Zhao Minjaya threw the phone aside, saying angrily. Tao's Haiqian called over a large van, which quickly filled with Qinghe and Dali's belongings. Qinghe, Dali, come back and visit us sometime. Yes, if you need any help, just let us know. Let us know when you find a place to stay. If it's nearby, we'll come visit you another day. Although Dali and Qinghe hadn't lived there long, Dali was a very warm-hearted person. These neighbors didn't interact much, but they had a good impression of Dali. Several people saw them off as they moved out of the yard, waving as they got into the van. With all the belongings loaded into the van, Qinghe, Dali, and Zhou Wanner sat in the back seat of Shi Xinliang's car. Qinghe sat in the middle, with Dali and Zhou Wanner on either side, supporting him to ensure he was seated securely. The car crossed the bridge south of Lugu Bridge, then went directly onto the 4th Ring Road, via the West 4th Ring Road to the North 4th Ring Road, exited at Zhongguancun, and continued north to reach Qinghe University. This was a place Qinghe had dreamed of visiting when he was a student, but back then, his grades made it virtually impossible for him to get in. This is the south gate of the school. Your assigned accommodation is in Building 20 of the Zhaijing student apartment, located near the northeast corner of the campus. Speaking of which, this place is actually quite convenient for you, Wanner. This dormitory building is very close to the northeast gate, and from there it's a very short walk to your school, only about 1 kilometer. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes on foot, and about 5 minutes by bike. Qinghe University has special dormitories for students with disabilities, and this one is in the Zhaijing student apartment. Originally intended for international students, the first floor was modified to accommodate students with severe disabilities, creating A and B suites. Tao Nanqiang arranged this room for Qinghe. He had called the school's community management service center while calling a taxi. As the head of the mathematics department, arranging an apartment was very easy for him. It only required a phone call followed by completing the formalities. That's great. I know the northeast gate. I came in through that gate with my friends before, Zhou Wanner said happily. However, this location is a little out of the way. Although the accommodation is good, it might be a bit far from some of the teaching buildings. Once all your paperwork is done, I'll try my best to arrange a more suitable accommodation for you. The Zhaijing student apartment is in the northeast corner. There are many sports facilities nearby, but it's a bit far from the mathematics department's classrooms, which Tao's Haiqian felt would be inconvenient for Qinghe. Yes, we'll see if we can try to arrange a faculty/staff apartment for you. That way, it'll be closer to the teaching buildings, making it much more convenient to get to class. Shi Xinliang shared the same thought. With Qinghe's talent, as long as the school leaders know about it, providing some preferential treatment is definitely not a problem. It's already very good. Actually, it's not a big deal if it's a bit far. It's a good opportunity to get out and about more. Staying in the room for long periods is quite boring. Qinghe said with a smile. He wasn't familiar with the locations of the various teaching buildings at Qinghe University, but with his daily 5-kilometer quota, getting some exercise was always beneficial. As the car passed some buildings, Tao's Haiqian would introduce them to the different buildings, which departments held classes there, and so on. The Zhaijing student apartment was originally built to accommodate international students, so its conditions were better than some other dormitories. Upon arriving at the apartment building, the administrator was already waiting. Seeing Qinghe being carried out of the car and placed in a wheelchair, he wasn't surprised at all. I've arranged for you to stay on the 3rd floor. There are no seats available on the 1st and 2nd floors, but there's an elevator, so it won't be a problem. Also, the room is a bit larger than a normal room, and the view from the room is quite nice. The administrator greeted Tao's Haiqian and then introduced the accommodation arranged for Qinghe. The group went upstairs first. The room number was 306. When Dali opened the door, he felt that this was much better than the rental room they had stayed in before. There wasn't a separate living room, the bedroom was right inside the entrance, about 10 square meters in size. It had a bed, a desk, and other basic amenities. Next to it was a small room for parents accompanying their children. Between the small room and the bedroom was the bathroom, which had various auxiliary facilities. Not bad, much better than where I stayed before, at least much brighter. Chapter 44 I found a genius. After helping Qinghe settle into bed, Tao's Haiqiang, Shizin Liang, Yadali, and the administrator went downstairs and carried everything from the van back up. Yadali had initially set up the computer, projector, and Xiao AI speaker. Since Qinghe couldn't move, these items were necessities. Without them, lying in bed, he was no different from a paralyzed patient. The dormitory had internet access, and unlike regular dorms, the power wasn't cut off at night. After connecting the devices, Qinghe tested it and found the internet was faster than before, and the devices responded much more quickly. It was at this moment that Tao's Haiqiang and Shizin Liang understood how Qinghe accessed the internet and communicated with others. They gained a direct understanding of Qinghe's 20-minute problem-solving speed. Let me show you around the school, so you can familiarize yourself with the different places, like the cafeteria, the math department building, the library, and the locations of various departments, Tao's Haiqiang said. After everything was settled, Tao's Haiqiang led Yadali on a tour of the school. Since Qinghe couldn't move, these tasks had to be entrusted to Yadali. Professor Tao, is our Qinghe's mathematical talent really worth this much trouble? Won't they say it's not good enough in a couple of days and kick us out? Yadali was still quite bewildered. He had never known Qinghe's mathematical abilities were so impressive. He was worried that Tao's Haiqiang and the others had made a mistake, making them happy for nothing, and that they would be kicked out in a couple of days. Brother, yeah, don't worry. I tested it before. Qinghe is absolutely a genius in mathematics, one of a kind. There's no way he's not good enough. Having witnessed Qinghe's abilities firsthand, Tao's Haiqiang had no doubts. He had given Qinghe the problem himself. Qinghe couldn't possibly have known the problem beforehand. He had only glanced at it once, and then solved it in less than a second with his eyes closed. Such a genius, not only in China, but even globally, would be among the best, perhaps even the best. But he didn't seem particularly outstanding in math when he was in school. Yadali was most puzzled by this. If Qinghe was truly this good at math, why didn't he show it at all when he was in school? He even remembered that in junior high, this guy didn't study hard for a while and failed several tests. He even beat him with 7 Wolves cigarettes. How did he suddenly become such a math genius? I don't know either, but the math ability he's showing now is genuine. Tao's Haiqiang couldn't explain it either, but as long as Qinghe possessed this ability, he had to bring Qinghe into the school. A genius like this would be a top priority in any school, because such a genius could bring immense honor and many resources to the school. Qinghe wasn't a formal student yet and didn't have a student card, so he couldn't get food in the cafeteria. Tao's Haiqiang specially took Yadali to get him a temporary card, and Tao's Haiqiang paid for it himself in his words. This was what the school should give Qinghe. After showing Yadali around and getting him familiar with the campus, Tao's Haiqiang went straight to the principal's office. Old Qinghe, let me tell you, you have no idea what a genius I've discovered. With him, we might very well be able to cultivate our own Professor Chiu. Tao's Haiqiang excitedly told Qin Siming, the principal of Qinghe University. Take your time, what do you mean? Where did you find such a genius? Seeing Tao's Haiqiang's excited expression, Qin Siming gestured for him to sit down on the sofa, then got up to get him a bottle of water, letting him explain slowly. It's like this. After taking a sip of water, Tao's Haiqiang told Qin Siming everything that had happened that day. So, this math genius is completely paralyzed? Hearing this, Qin Siming frowned slightly. This physical condition seemed far too severe. That's not a problem. He's recently started to recover, 2 fingers on his right hand have just begun to heal. Are you sure his mathematical ability is fine? Of course not. But I know that special admissions in this situation definitely require procedures. We can form a team, give him some problems to test, and see if he truly has such a talent for mathematics. Tao's Haiqiang had complete faith in Qinghe's demonstrated abilities. He didn't believe Qinghe wouldn't pass the test. If he really has such incredible talent as you say, even this physical condition isn't a problem. I'll get Professor Chiu over, and then select a few other professors to give him a test tomorrow. Qin Siming still trusted Tao's Haiqiang. Since Tao's Haiqiang said so, Qin Siming assumed it was true, but the necessary procedures still needed to be followed. No problem, this was my suggestion. I won't participate in this group. However, if there are really no problems, I hope the scholarship and various stipends can be increased. He spent all his money on medical treatment these past 2 years, and his father has to deliver food. If this worry can't be resolved, you can rest assured, as long as he passes, these are not problems. Qin Siming said with a smile. After receiving the 50,000 yuan from Zhao Minjiao, Monkey rode his motorcycle to Qinghe village. This was his first time here. Although he claimed to know every place in Beijing, he wasn't very familiar with the area outside the southwest 5th Ring Road. This should be it. He took out his phone, glanced at the address he had saved, and compared it with the address of the courtyard in front of him. Monkey confirmed that this was the place Zhao Minjiao had mentioned where Yadali lived. "Young man, who are you looking for?" Just then, an older woman came out of the courtyard, looked Monkey up and down, and asked, "Auntie, I'm looking for Yadali. Does he live here?" "Dolly? Oh, what bad luck. He just moved out this afternoon." "Moved out? Do you know where he moved to?" Monkey's expression changed. Zhao Minjiao hadn't told him about this. "I don't know. Someone sabotaged us, forcing the landlord to kick them out. I really don't know where they moved to. If you want to find him, you'll have to call him." The auntie left after saying that. Monkey thought for a moment, then instead of going inside, he took out his phone and called Zhao Minjiao. "This address won't work. He's moved out. What am I supposed to do? Where did chapter 45 move to? Damn it. I completely forgot about that." Receiving Monkey's call reminded Zhao Minjiao of his earlier request to have the landlord evict Yadali and his son. He'd seen the landlord's notice on the door when he went there today. Now that Yadali and his son had moved out, he didn't know where they'd gone, which was a real problem. What do we do now? Monkey immediately knew this was Zhao Minjiao's fault. "Okay, you look for them, and I'll look for them too, see where they moved to." Zhao Minjiao thought for a moment and said, "Right now, the only thing to do was find them, there was no other way." "Fine, this isn't my fault, you didn't get the information right." "Find them?" Monkey wasn't going to do that. If Zhao Minjiao found them, he'd do the work. If he couldn't, that wasn't his problem. Anyway, that wasn't part of his paycheck. Got it. Hanging up, Zhao Minjiao called Zhao Hai. "Dad, Yadali and Qinghe have moved. Is there any way to find them? Didn't you send someone to keep an eye on them? Didn't you say you'd handle the rest?" Hearing Zhao Minjiao's words, Zhao Hai frowned. This was a small matter. Zhao Minjiao had said he'd take care of the rest, so he delegated it to him. And now he was asking him? "I went to look twice. The first time, the guy wasn't there and didn't come back. The second time, he did come back, but Jo Warner was there. She chased me all the way with a U-lock. By the time I went back, they had moved." Zhao Minjiao hadn't even considered having someone keep an eye on them. He just wanted to see Qinghe in a sorry state. "You can't even handle this little thing? How can I trust you with the company in the future? Be more careful." Zhao Hai said, somewhat displeased. "I know, I've already arranged for someone. As long as we find their place and know their area of activity, there won't be any problems." Zhao Minjiao always acted like a dutiful child in Zhao Hai's eyes. "I'll call the food delivery company Yadali works for and have them confirm his address. I'll let you know then." Zhao Hai nodded. After hanging up, he called his friend and asked him to have someone at the company confirm Yadali's address. "Should I have him fired?" Zhao Hai had already asked the other party to fire Yadali, and now asking for the address again seemed confusing. Ask for the address first, then fire him. "That's great. I never thought you'd go to a university so much better than mine. Qinghe, back in our school, nobody dared to say they could get in, right?" After Yadali, Tao's Haiqian, and Shi Xinlian left, Jo Warner sighed. Qinghe Jingcheng, these are two of the best universities in the country, the most coveted schools for all high school students. Back in their high school days, although many people shouted that they wanted to go to Qinghe Jingcheng, very few actually did. I remember that only 2 people from our school got into Qinghe. One was Lin Qiu, the top student in our class, and the other was Pei Donglei from the class next door. Although the schools were very close, we lost contact after I went to Beijing. We'd only see each other occasionally when I went home for the new year and exchange greetings. Speaking of Qinghe University, Jo Warner remembered 2 classmates who studied there. But they were top students at Qinghe, not on the same level as her school. Besides, although Lin Qiu was in the same class as her, she was a loner throughout high school, a pure academic star, and didn't seem to have many close relationships with her classmates. So, they basically lost contact after the college entrance exam. Lin Qiu? Hearing this name, Qinghe recalled a figure. This was the complete opposite of Jo Warner. Jo Warner was the kind of person who was warm and friendly, able to chat with anyone. Lin Qiu, on the other hand, was cold and aloof, keeping her distance from everyone, a refined and solitary person. In his memory, he had interacted with Lin Qiu a few times during high school. What? Any thoughts about Lin Qiu? Seeing Qinghe remain silent, Jo Wan raised an eyebrow. Back in high school, she sensed that Qinghe had some different feelings for Lin Qiu, but he never admitted it. What are you talking about? She's a top student, I'm not even on the same level as her. Qinghe replied with a smile. That's not necessarily true. You're a top student now too, and you were specially admitted to Qinghe University. Suddenly you're on equal footing. Zhou Wan pouted. Man, even when he's lying in bed unable to move, his mind is still wandering. Don't confuse things. Speaking of which, you said a classmate needed me to translate something. Did you bring the documents? No, I'm here to help you move today. What if I lose those? I'll go back to school to get them later. Yeah, Qinghe didn't want to talk about it, and Zhou Wanner didn't press the matter further. Station manager? Oh, I've had some things to take care of lately, so I'm on leave. On his way to the Zijing student apartment, Yadali received a call from the delivery station manager, which was a bit strange. Normally, they only reported to their team leaders. The station manager wouldn't directly contact them, the writers. Why was he suddenly calling to check on him today? I heard you moved these past few days? Have you settled on a new place yet? Yes, I moved. Perfect timing. I also wanted to talk to the station about something. I'm not planning to work here anymore. Because of my child, I moved a bit far away, so I can't work at this station anymore. Although it was strange that the station manager knew he had moved, Yadali didn't think much of it. Since Qinghe had moved to Qinghe University, even if he wanted to do delivery again, he couldn't go near Lugu Bridge. So he thought he'd tell the station manager. Where did you move to? Around Qinghe University. Yadali replied. The specific address? Perhaps realizing his question was a bit abrupt, the station manager immediately corrected himself. It's much busier over there than here, and there are more orders. You'll earn much more if you work there. I happen to know the station manager over there. Tell me your new address, and I'll talk to him and transfer you there directly. I might not be planning to do that right now, so I won't trouble the station manager. Yadali didn't sense anything amiss. He just felt there was no need to tell anyone about Qinghe's special admission to the school, especially since it wasn't completely settled yet. What if the school said it wasn't acceptable in a couple of days? They'd have to move out. There was no need to tell anyone before things were finalized. Okay, then come over sometime, and I'll refund your deposit and everything. Chapter 46 The New Wheelchair. Manager, Yadali said he moved to Qinghe, but he won't give me the specific address. I can't keep asking, so I'm just telling him to come to the station to get his deposit back. I can't guarantee we'll be able to get the details then. After speaking with Yadali, the station manager called the area manager. He was actually quite puzzled by the area manager's intentions. He had previously called specifically to tell him to fire Yadali, and now he was asking him to find out Yadali's address. Luckily, Yadali had been on leave these past few days, so he hadn't had a chance to discuss the dismissal with him. Otherwise, this call would have been difficult. Logically speaking, Yadali was a nice guy, got along well with everyone at the station, and was unlikely to have offended anyone. Why was the area manager targeting him? He knew about Yadali's family situation. How could someone like that possibly get into a conflict? However, his station was under the area manager's jurisdiction, and if the manager wanted him to do this, he had no choice but to comply. When he gets here, try to find out his address. Didn't he say his child is sick? Just say you want to visit him sometime. Whatever you say, try to get it out of him. Okay, I understand. The station manager nodded. However, not long after hanging up, the area manager called again, saying he needed to confirm the time with Yadali and let him know when Yadali arrived. Strange. What are they trying to do? The station manager was puzzled. Wanner, Qinghe, should we eat at the cafeteria for lunch or find a restaurant outside? I think the cafeteria food is pretty good. Back in 306, Yadali said. He had just checked out the cafeteria with Tao Zaiqiang, and the food at Qinghe University was indeed quite plentiful, with many varieties and looking very clean and hygienic. Why don't you go to the cafeteria, Uncle Dolly, and bring us some food back? Qinghe had already gone out once today, and Zhou Wanner thought it best not to go out again. No need, let's go to the cafeteria together. I've been wanting to visit the school anyway. I used to dream of getting into Qinghe High School for the college entrance exam, and now that I'm finally here, I have to see it for myself. Qinghe shook his head. He still wanted to go. Oh, right, a friend sent me a new wheelchair, the one in that unopened box. Let me open it and try it out. Apparently, it's a new electric one, similar to the one Hawking used. With it, I can go out by myself. Qinghe redeemed the wheelchair he won in the lottery yesterday evening and placed it in the outer room through the system. He moved it over with him when he moved. I didn't remember having this box at home. What sent it? I don't know. Yadali helped open the box with a knife while saying this. He left it last night and left. You came back late, so you probably didn't notice. Qinghe replied casually. The box was quite large. Once opened, it revealed that many of the wheelchair's functions were preset, so it was basically ready to use without any installation. This looks so cool. What can this screen do? Zhou Wanner looked at the wheelchair with curiosity. Unlike ordinary wheelchairs, this one had a 12-inch screen extending from the left side to the front, and a controller on the right side for manual operation. There were also many wires on both sides. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but it seems to have many functions, similar to the one Hawking used, though there are some differences. It can control the screen with voice, allowing you to type, send and receive emails, edit documents, and has infrared, Bluetooth, and more. It will definitely make things much more convenient. Yet Qinghe didn't know much about the wheelchair either, only that it was very powerful and would make things much easier for him. It really is powerful. With this, going to class will be much easier for Qinghe. Yet Dali looked at the instruction manual in the box, very happy, because these functions would be truly useful for Qinghe. Before, whenever he went out, Qinghe could basically only talk. He was worried about how to take notes and answer questions at school. Now, with this, most of those problems were solved at once. This can't be cheap, right? I remember there are rumors online that Hawking's wheelchair is worth hundreds of millions. Joe Warner asked curiously, looking the wheelchair up and down. It's not that exaggerated. That's all just online hype. The real price is only tens of thousands of RMB. The expensive part is Hawking's system, which is said to be worth $1 million. However, my wheelchair can't use that system. It only has some basic functions, so it's incomparable to that. Qinghe wasn't telling the truth. After all, it was $1 million device, and he thought someone was just giving it to him for free. That seemed too much. What kind of friend is this? Giving you this is so thoughtful. Dali handed the wheelchair to Joe Warner after reading the instruction manual, smiling broadly. This was truly a godsend, solving Qinghe's biggest problem. I helped someone online solve some problems, and when they heard about my situation, they wanted to give me this. Qinghe casually attributed it to a friend he met online. That's great. Why didn't I think of this before? If I had, I would have gotten you one long ago. Joe Warner finished reading the instruction manual, then looked at Qinghe, who was being lifted into the wheelchair by Dali and testing its functions, and felt a little annoyed. She could afford tens of thousands of yuan. Her family wasn't rich, but they were comfortable. She'd received more than that in New Year's money over the years. She had wanted to give all the money to Qinghe for his medical treatment, but he refused. If she had known about this, she would have definitely bought it. You don't need to buy it for me. Your frequent visits are much more useful than this thing. Qinghe smiled at Joe Warner, controlling the wheelchair's forward and backward movement with his hands. Convenient, indeed convenient. This was the first time he had experienced movement under his own control since transmigrating. Although he had only recovered 2 fingers, his thumb and forefinger were enough for him to easily control the wheelchair. Qinghe excitedly moved the wheelchair back and forth around the room. Seeing Qinghe like this, Dali suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Just because he could control his wheelchair, Qinghe was so excited. It was clear how long he had been holding back in bed. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Joe Warner looked at Qinghe and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Now that you can control your wheelchair, I believe you'll be able to walk on your own soon." Chapter 47, Suppressing You for 20 Years. On the 20th floor of the Zijing student apartment, at the building entrance, Dali and Joe Warner watched Qinghe maneuver his wheelchair out of the elevator and down the ramp beside the stairs. That's great. Dali looked relieved. It had been so long since he'd seen Qinghe move on his own. Now, although he could only move 2 fingers, it was still much better than before, wasn't it? Moreover, he was about to be specially admitted to Qinghe University based on his talent. Everything was getting better. That's great. Ring ring. Dali's phone rang. Taking out his phone, Dali frowned. It was the station manager again. What's wrong, Uncle Dali? Joe Warner noticed his expression. It's nothing, maybe I'm overthinking it. My delivery station manager acted a little strange today, seemed particularly concerned about me. Dali shook his head. He just felt something was off, but couldn't be sure. What did he ask you? Joe Warner's heart skipped a beat. He didn't ask anything, but he seemed interested in my new address, asking several times. Is it possible that it was him, or someone above him, who was bribed to get your and Qinghe's address? I found it strange that the landlord suddenly kicked you out, and Zhao Minjiao, how did he know where you lived? That place can't be found without specifically looking for it. Logically, he and Qinghe don't get along, so why would he specifically look for the address and come over? What good could he possibly want? Joe Warner immediately voiced her guess. You mean, the previous landlord and this current station manager are very likely backed by Zhao Minjiao or Zhao Hai? Are they trying to cause us trouble? Dali wasn't stupid, otherwise, he wouldn't have built such a large business. He just hadn't considered this possibility before, but now that Joe Warner said it, he immediately realized who was causing them trouble. Otherwise? I don't think Zhao Minjiao came to visit Qinghe, especially the way he spoke. It wasn't the way a visit should be. Joe Warner had guessed Zhao Minjiao was behind this when she saw him. Only someone as spineless and tasteless as Zhao Minjiao would do something so despicable. I'll answer the phone first, let's see what he wants to say. Yet Dolly's phone kept ringing. He thought for a moment and pressed the answer button. Hey, station master, what's up? Dolly, I just wanted to ask when you're coming over. It's almost the end of the month, so if it's convenient for you, it would be best if you came in the next couple of days. That way, I can get your deposit back. The station master's voice was unreadable. Oh, okay, I'll be there this afternoon. Since he guessed these people wanted to target him, yet Dolly decided to go and see. Zhao Minjiao was a kid, so he didn't know much about him, but he knew Zhao Hai well. Don't let his boasting fool you, this guy is all talk and no action. He's a complete bum. Even if he really wanted to cause trouble, he wouldn't have any good tricks up his sleeve. He'd probably just use some methods he'd seen online or in movies. Okay, I'll wait for you at the station this afternoon. What time? Hearing this answer, the station master's tone changed noticeably. Glancing at the time, it was 12:40. Yet Dolly estimated that after lunch, he'd probably be there around 2 or 3 p.m. 3 o'clock, I guess. Okay, see you later. The station master hung up. Should we call a few people? What if they try to harm you? Joe Warner looked wary. This expression made Yet Dolly laugh. Ha ha ha, don't worry, that won't happen. This is Beijing, and it's broad daylight. Even if they had something in mind, they wouldn't do it at this time. A confident smile played on Yet Dolly's lips. If it really is Zhao Hai and his son, even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare do anything openly in Beijing. At most, they'd try to get us back to the county town, and then do what they want. But, Yet Dolly shook his head. If it really was Zhao Hai and his son, then he understood why they'd had the landlord kick him out. They simply wanted to leave him homeless. Wherever he moved, they'd go and find the landlord to kick him out. They also wanted to prevent him from working. If he hadn't quit the delivery job, they probably would have already told him he was being fired. But Zhao Hai, you really are still not respectable. Do you really think this will leave Yet Dolly with nowhere to go? And do you really think that just because I'm back in the county town, without my old company, I'm completely at your mercy? Before, I could suppress you for 20 years, was it really because of that company? But what? Joe Warner asked curiously. They'd never guessed that my son, Yet Dolly, even sick, is 100 times better than his good-for-nothing son. He was exceptionally admitted to Qinghe based on his own ability. Trying to force us to our deaths? They're dreaming. Speaking of this, Yet Dolly looked at Qinghe, who was maneuvering his wheelchair back and forth in front of the building, with a face full of pride. I can suppress you for 20 years. My son can suppress your son for 20 years too. That's true, Zhao Minjiao isn't even worthy to carry Qinghe's shoes. Joe Warner had firmly believed this from the beginning. Let's go, let's eat first. After we eat, I'll go see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Yet Dolly straightened his back, regaining some of his former self. Before, he had to bend over to earn money, to find a chance for Qinghe to survive. Now, Qinghe was not only recovering, but had also joined Qinghe, and he no longer needed to deliver food. His bent back had straightened again. Qinghe's gone. Joe Warner smiled as she looked at Yet Dolly. This was the Uncle Dolly she used to know, the Uncle Dolly who seemed unbreakable. Calling out to Qinghe, Joe Warner went over and helped push his wheelchair towards the cafeteria. She had eaten at Qinghe cafeteria before and knew where it was. By the way, is tonight the time your show airs? What time? As she pushed the wheelchair, Joe Warner remembered something. Yes, it airs tonight, at 8:30. Qinghe remembered the time very clearly. Let's watch it together tonight. Didn't you already watch the live broadcast? Watching the live broadcast won't stop me from watching the show. I just want to see how it'll be edited. But to be honest, Qinghe, the way you answered questions on the show was actually kind of handsome. Really? You were impressed by my handsome looks, weren't you? Handsome my foot. You narcissist. Chapter 48. I remember you, I made you cry. As one of only 2 students from the entire county to be admitted to a top-tier school like Qinghe, Pei Donglei was very proud. Lin Qiu, who was admitted on the same day, had always been his crush, but no matter how much he pursued her over the past 2 years, she hadn't reciprocated his feelings. Of course, it wasn't entirely without progress, at least he could now study and eat with Lin Qiu often. You sit here and save us a seat, I'll go get the food. Are you still eating that clear broth beef noodle soup place? Arriving at the cafeteria with Lin Qiu, Pei Donglei immediately told her to save a seat while he went to get the food. Lin Qiu nodded without saying a word and walked straight to that seat. Donglei, here to get food again. At the clear broth beef noodle soup table, a classmate was in front of him. Seeing Pei Donglei approach, the classmate asked with a smile. Pei Donglei pursuing his fellow villager and school beauty was no secret. Yeah, Pei Donglei nodded. What exactly does Lin Qiu, the school beauty, mean? Is she just stringing you along like this? Donglei, there's a saying, there are plenty of fish in the sea, Why be hung up on just one? But I only love this one. Pei Donlei shook his head. Back in high school, he had secretly liked Lin Qiu, but because of his studies, he never had the chance to confess. Now that they were in university, and coincidentally in the same university, he felt it was fate. He knew Lin Qiu was aloof and wouldn't easily accept someone. He was confident that if he persisted, he would eventually win her heart. Hey, what's wrong with your school beauty, Lin Qiu? Just then, the student in front of him looked back with surprise, as if he had seen something extraordinary. This made Pei Donlei turn around. He saw Lin Qiu, usually so aloof and distant, running towards someone. Zhou Wan'er. Because the cafeteria was crowded, he didn't see Ye Qinghe being pushed by Zhou Wan'er. However, although Zhou Wan'er and Lin Qiu were classmates, he didn't remember them being so close. In the 2 years of school, he didn't recall them having any interaction. It wasn't until Lin Qiu crouched down and the people she was blocking dispersed that Pei Donlei realized Lin Qiu wasn't running towards Zhou Wan'er, but rather towards the person Zhou Wan'er was pushing. Who is this? How can a grown man remind you of Lin Daiyu? Pei Donlei's classmate couldn't help but ask when he saw Ye Qinghe's face. For some reason, seeing this man stirred a feeling of pity in him. Ye Qinghe? Wasn't he supposed to be paralyzed? Ye Qinghe used to be quite famous at school, especially after he became paralyzed. Everyone in the school knew about it. Pei Donlei just hadn't expected to see Ye Qinghe at Qinghe University. What was he doing here? I don't remember anything between him and Lin Qiu. Why is Lin Qiu so excited to see him? Donlei, I feel like your enemy has arrived. Watching Lin Qiu half squat down to talk to the boy, Pei Donlei's classmate nudged Pei Donlei with his elbow. Pei Donlei didn't speak, stood there for a while, gritted his teeth, and without even getting his food, walked towards Lin Qiu and Ye Qinghe's location. He needed to figure out what was going on. Qinghe, it really is you. What are you doing at Qinghe University? Are you here for a visit? Wan'er, you're here too? I remember you studied at the nearby Lin University, right? Pei Donlei quickly walked up to the two of them, then slowed down, feigning surprise and delight. Who are you? Ye Qinghe looked up at the boy who had suddenly appeared, a puzzled expression on her face. It's me, Donlei. Pei Donlei. Don't you remember? We played basketball together a year ago. Sorry, I don't remember very well. You're the one who got blocked so many times. I remember now, Pei Donlei. I remember now, the one I blocked until he cried. Ye Qinghe's words made Pei Donlei's face darken considerably. Damn it, he shouldn't have brought that up. What are you doing here? Are you here for a checkup? I heard you're paralyzed, completely paralyzed, right? You seem pretty good, though. Pei Donlei deliberately emphasized the word paralyzed. Pei Donlei, don't you think that's a bit impolite? Before Ye Qinghe could speak, Lin Qiu, who was squatting down, frowned and glanced back at him unhappily. Lin Qiu's reaction suddenly ignited a fire in Pei Donlei's heart. He'd been chasing after her for 2 years, and when Ye Qinghe spoke ill of him, she didn't say a word. Now, I've only mentioned him, and this is how she reacts? Fine. Lin Qiu, you're really something. What's wrong with that? I'm just stating the facts. We can't avoid seeking medical help. Pei Donlei's expression wasn't much better. It's alright, I am indeed paralyzed, there's nothing I can't say. Zhou Wan'er mentioned you guys study here. I didn't expect to run into you on my first day. Have you eaten or not? Ye Qinghe asked with a smile. Although Pei Donlei's arrival was laced with barbs, they were still classmates, and after so long, a greeting was necessary. No, I haven't eaten. I was just about to get food when I saw you guys, so I came over without getting any. You haven't told me what you're here for? A tour? Do you want me to show you around? Zhou Wan'er isn't from our school, but I studied here for 2 years, I know it better than her. Ye Qinghe's attitude made it difficult for Pei Donlei to continue his sharp retort, but his words still subtly displayed the superiority of being a Qinghe student. No need, Qinghe isn't here for a tour, and someone has already given us a tour before. We don't need you, a Qinghe student. Zhou Wan'er said with a look of disdain. People like that deserve to be cursed. So what if he went to Qinghe University? What's with the attitude? Okay, I didn't go to Qinghe. If I hadn't neglected my studies back then, would you be showing off like this now? I'm so angry. Saying I wasn't from that school after all. Damn it. With that, Zhou Wan'er pushed Ye Qinghe aside. Ye Dali smiled and nodded to Pei Donlei and Lin Qiu, then followed Zhou Wan'er to the side. He hadn't expected to witness such a scene, enjoying the gossip, especially about his son. He just didn't know what the situation was between this Lin Qiu and Ye Qinghe. He didn't remember Ye Qinghe mentioning such a classmate. Wan'er seemed jealous. And this boy who cried after being slapped by Ye Qinghe seemed to like Lin Qiu. Qinghe, let's have a meal together. Lin Qiu stood up as Zhou Wan'er pushed the wheelchair, but her hands didn't let go, still gripping the side of the wheelchair. Chapter 49. You're not even as good as someone in a wheelchair? Yadali slowed his pace slightly. It's been years, you don't need to dwell on it anymore. Qinghe said gently, looking at Lin Qiu, who was unwilling to let go. But Lin Qiu wanted to say something, but Qinghe slowly shook his head at her. Even without those things, we're still classmates. It's been years since we last saw each other. It's not a problem for me to treat you to a meal, is it? Lin Qiu swallowed the words she was about to say and changed her mind. Qinghe thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Then I won't stand on ceremony. You're the host, we'll eat whatever you order. There's a seat over there, you sit down, I'll go order. Hearing this, a hint of joy clearly appeared on Lin Qiu's usually cool face, and her steps became much lighter. Lin Qiu led Qinghe, Zhou Wan'er, and Yadali to a table, helped move their chairs, and had Zhou Wan'er place Qinghe's wheelchair at the table. Then, Lin Qiu gracefully walked towards the order window with her meal card. Pei Donlei stood there watching everything. Lin Qiu had never shown such an expression or acted in front of him before. In fact, it seemed Lin Qiu had completely forgotten that he, her classmate of 2 years, who had always been there for her, was right beside her. What's going on? Zhou Wan'er asked casually, wiping the table with a wet wipe. Yadali's eyes weren't looking in their direction, but his ears were perked up. His mind wasn't on the group of girls in short skirts he was looking at. Nothing much, just that I helped her with a small favor years ago, and she's always remembered it. Qinghe replied indifferently. Zhou Wan'er didn't ask further. Clearly, Qinghe didn't want to bring it up. Lin Qiu must have wanted to say it earlier, but Qinghe stopped her. What exactly happened? Zhou Wan'er's mind raced back to every frame of their high school days. She couldn't recall Qinghe having any interaction with this aloof academic star. The two of them had never shown any signs of anything between them at school. Pei Donglai's gaze remained fixed on Lin Qiu, watching her queue up, get one meal, bring it back, then run off to get another, and then go back again, a stark contrast to her previous aloof and indifferent demeanor around him. Hey bro, what's going on? Her family? Why aren't you going to help? A voice rang in Pei Donglai's ears as he stood there, staring blankly. It was the student in front of him in line earlier. The student had already finished eating and was watching him and Lin Qiu, who was carrying another meal, towards Qinghe with curiosity. Those three people, one is a woman, one is an adult. It's impossible that the person in the wheelchair is your rival, right? Even if they were, you're not as good as someone in a wheelchair? His classmate's words revived Pei Donlai's heart. That's right. Even if there was something between them in the past, now that Qinghe is completely paralyzed, it's impossible for them to be together. Lin Qiu's actions are probably just to make up for the guilt of not contacting him for the past few years. He still has a chance. Or rather, he's already on the verge of victory. A healthy body and a degree from Qinghe University were chasms Qinghe could never overcome in his life. Thanks, brother. Having figured this out, Pei Donglai immediately hugged the classmate next to him excitedly, then went to the nearest window to get himself a meal, carrying it to Qinghe and the others' table. Sorry, I was a little out of line earlier. I apologize to you all. The moment he sat down, Pei Donglai solemnly apologized to Qinghe and Zhou Wan'er. As the victor, he should have some grace and magnanimity, and not hold it against them. I didn't know you were coming, so I wasn't prepared. You won't leave right away, will you? I'll treat you to dinner tonight as my apology? Since he wanted to demonstrate his magnanimity in class, Pei Donglai was prepared to spend a bit more and treat them to a meal outside. Qiu, you booked the restaurant, I'll pay later. However, in the end, to show that his relationship with Lin Qiu was different, Pei Donglai couldn't help but call out Qiu. Let's forget about that. We'll be staying here from now on, so let's skip the meal. My health doesn't really suit that kind of place. It's just my first day here, and I wanted to see what the cafeteria is like. Thank you for your kindness. Qinghe smiled and shook his head. He wasn't familiar with Pei Donglai. Although they were classmates, they were just classmates. There was no need for him to treat him to a meal. Zhou Wan'er, holding a tissue in one hand and feeding Qinghe with the other, glanced at Pei Donglai. She felt that this guy's sudden change of heart meant he was up to something, and not going was the best choice. It's not like that. Meeting in a place so far away is fate, especially since we were classmates before. They say that when fellow countrymen meet, tears well up in their eyes. It's only right that I treat you to a meal. Isn't that right, Qiu? Pei Donglai had completely calmed down by now, and he could even laugh at Qinghe's words. However, the final form of address still made Lin Qiu frown. Pei Donglai, please call me Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu's cold voice was like a knife, piercing through everything Pei Donglai had shown. His previous smile suddenly froze on his face. Wan'er, why don't you eat first? I'll feed Qinghe. I'm full. What made Pei Donglai even more uncomfortable was that when he turned around, Lin Qiu spoke to Qinghe and Zhou Wan'er in the gentlest tone. No need, Qinghe didn't eat much, and he's almost finished. Besides, he's used to me feeding him, so I won't trouble you. Zhou Wan'er smiled gently, politely refusing Lin Qiu's offer. Uncle Dolly, aren't you going out this afternoon? Come back soon. After saying that, Joe Warner looked at Yadali, who seemed to have finished eating his melon. Uncle Dolly, could you please tone down that melon eating look? Did you enjoy watching it? Oh, right, that's right, I do have something to attend to. I'll be going now. Warner, you can take Qinghe back later. I'll be back as soon as possible. Yadali stood up somewhat awkwardly. Having been chased away from enjoying the gossip, he could only say goodbye to Joe Warner, place his tray at the recycling station, wave goodbye to Joe Warner and the others, and leave the cafeteria. He should have eaten slower earlier, then he could have enjoyed the gossip a little longer, instead of having no excuse to eat it now. A miscalculation. Watching Joe Warner act like the head of the household, not only feeding Qinghe but also ordering Yadali around, Lin Qinghe felt a slight surge of hostility for some reason. Chapter 50 Conical Bucket Sleeve Iron Pillar. Warner, have you been with Qinghe all these years? Lin Qinghe asked after a moment's hesitation. No, during my senior year of high school, he and Uncle Dolly traveled all over the country. I had to take the college entrance exam, so I didn't have the chance. But after we came to Beijing, they rarely went to other places. I would go to take care of Qinghe whenever I had free time on weekends. Joe Warner said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Qinghe was filled with regret. She was far inferior to Joe Warner. She too had been admitted to a university in the capital, but she had never considered this matter. Although she thought of visiting Qinghe during holidays, he was never home, and she never went to look for him any further. I'm such an ungrateful wretch. Lin Qinghe remained silent. Over at Joe Warner's side, Qinghe indicated he was full. Joe Warner put down her utensils, wiped Qinghe's mouth, and then ate her own slightly cold meal. Thus, Pei Donglei and Lin Qinghe watched Joe Warner eat, head down, while Qinghe looked around Qinghe's cafeteria as if nothing had happened. Alright, I'm full. Thank you for the food. After finishing her meal, Joe Warner took out a tissue to wipe her mouth, picked up her and Qinghe's plates, stood up, thanked them, and tossed the plates to the nearby recycling bin. Lin Qinghe and Pei Donglei also got up and took their plates. Goodbye. Joe Warner returned and waved to Qinghe, who returned the gesture. And so, the two left the cafeteria. Lin Qinghe unconsciously followed them out of the cafeteria, then watched the two walk east. Qinghe, I said, call me Lin Qinghe. Pei Donglei, who had been following Lin Qinghe, called out softly when he saw her like this. Lin Qinghe turned around and shouted at him very loudly before quickly leaving. This is fucking. Pei Donglei froze for a moment, then couldn't help but curse. He felt like he'd been unjustly attacked, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. Seeing a plastic traffic cone at the intersection ahead, he kicked it. Ouch. Who the hell is so inconsiderate? Putting a traffic cone on a metal post. After kicking it, Pei Donglei jumped up, clutching his foot and groaning in pain. This behavior drew stares and whispers from many passing students. The implication was clear, he deserved it, which fueled his anger even more. However, there was nothing he could do, so he could only limp away quickly. Dolly, when are you coming? Are you on your way? Okay, I'll wait for you at the station. On the bus, after hanging up with the station manager, Yadali wondered why the other person was in such a hurry to wait for him, but he couldn't figure it out for the moment. After changing buses twice, he got off and rode a shared bike to the delivery station. It was a very small storefront, only about 10 square meters inside, with 4 tables. The delivery drivers usually didn't work here, they were mostly outside. Only the station manager, an administrator, and a finance person sat inside. Because the location is rather remote, the streets are usually deserted. Today, however, a man was sitting in the shade near the entrance, smoking. Dolly's here. Hey, to be honest, of all the people at this station, I think you're a real talent, Dolly. It's a shame you quit, otherwise I was thinking of making you a team leader or deputy station manager in a couple of days. Seeing Yadali approach, the station manager immediately came over with a beaming smile, shook his hand, and said with a smile, "But, where exactly did you move to in Qinghe? What made you decide to move there?" Yadali shook his head at the station manager's question. Team leader? Deputy station manager? Nonsense. If he hadn't voluntarily quit, he probably would have been told that he was holding the station back, always taking leave, and not enough hours, so they had to fire him. I'll just find any place. The deposit slip is here, station manager, please check your deposit. Knowing the other party had ill intentions, Yadali definitely wouldn't give his address. He mumbled something, took out the deposit slip, and handed it to the station manager. Why are you in such a hurry? Of course I'll give you your money back. Seeing Yadali's silence, the station manager took the deposit slip, glanced at it, and handed it to the finance department. The finance department checked it, confirmed there were no problems, took out 500 yuan, and then produced a pre-prepared form for Yadali to sign. After glancing at the contents and finding nothing wrong, Yadali signed his name, then put the money in his pocket and turned to leave. Hey, you're leaving already? I was just about to chat with you. No, you know my family situation. I have to go back. Yadali didn't care what the station manager wanted to say, he got the money and prepared to leave. Alright, I'll call you when I'm free. Seeing that Yadali wasn't going to say much more, the station manager didn't stop him. He saw Yadali to the door and watched him leave, then the man who had been smoking in the shade also left, leaving with his car. Old yeah, you can't blame me for this. I had no choice. The station manager silently muttered to himself, then shook his head and turned back into the house. Yadali didn't notice that someone had followed him. He was still wondering what the station manager wanted, he just wanted to know his address, nothing more. After changing buses twice, Yadali entered Qinghe University. Damn it, what's this guy doing at university? He can't possibly live there, can he? Seeing Yadali enter Qinghe University, Monkey's expression was somewhat displeased. Although he had never attended university, he knew that working outside and working on campus were completely different. However, he thought it was impossible. Universities weren't places for ordinary people to just live in, it was either for university staff and their families or for students, and Yadali seemed completely unrelated to either of those categories. He couldn't possibly be living there, he must have just come to the university for some business. Monkey followed Yadali into the campus of Qinghe University. Although he was from Beijing, this was his first time at Qinghe University. Looking at the spirited university students, Monkey felt a little uncomfortable. They're in the dorms? Watching Yadali enter the dormitory building, Monkey found a spot outside to keep watch. Damn it, this 50,000 yuan isn't easy to earn. If he had to follow him like this every day, Monkey thought he should find some time to talk to Zhao Minjiao and ask him for more money. This is completely different from what was initially said. However, from around 4 p.m., Monkey sat outside for over an hour without seeing Yadali come out. Chapter 51 Catching Adultery? Besides this main entrance, this building has a back entrance. Looking at the time, Monkey was getting restless. It wasn't normal for a middle-aged man to stay in a student dormitory for so long. He randomly stopped someone coming out of the dormitory and asked, "The back entrance?" The student who was stopped immediately lit up. "Dude, are you here to catch someone cheating? Tell me, what department are you in? What's your name?" Monkey hadn't expected to be misunderstood like this, but he certainly couldn't say he was following a middle-aged man. After hesitating for a moment, he could only nod. "Yes, my girlfriend has been inside for over an hour and hasn't come out yet. I suspect she's with someone in this building, you know." "Got it. I got it. There are some international students in this building, and those guys are the worst kind of scumbags, always hooking up with other people's girlfriends. Let me think. I remember there's a small door in the building, but nobody usually goes that way. I'll take you there." The classmate nodded knowingly and pulled Monkey towards the dormitory building. There was indeed a small door next to the water room on the first floor away to leave. "Bro, who's your suspect? I'll go find out for you, see if she's still there." Catching someone cheating made this classmate incredibly excited. 306. Monkey looked at the small door and casually gave out a dormitory number. He figured Yadali must have left through there, otherwise, he wouldn't have been gone for over an hour. 306, I understand. Wait a moment, I'll come right up and take a look. The student dashed out after saying that. Yes, dart is the only word to describe it. He couldn't even wait for the elevator, like a hunting dog, he leaped up the stairs. His speed was probably the peak of his life. What are we eating tonight? The cafeteria, or out? Today is our first day here, shouldn't we celebrate? It's a pity we can't cook here, otherwise I'd make you some of my specialties. In 306, Yadali asked, watching Qinghe and Zhou Wan translate the documents Zhou Wanner had brought. After he returned, Zhou Wanner went to Lin Da's office to retrieve the documents she had prepared earlier, and the two began translating. Qinghe translated, and Zhou Wanner typed the translated text on the computer. "Old son, I'm telling you." Just then, a boy suddenly burst through the dormitory door, excitedly shouting. However, upon entering and seeing the room, he immediately realized he'd gone to the wrong room, paused for a moment, and quickly apologized. Sorry, wrong dormitory." He then retreated. "From now on, we should lock the door when we go in and out, to avoid situations like this. This is a student dormitory, different from our previous rented rooms, sometimes these kinds of situations happen." The others didn't think much of it. Zhou Wanner said something, and Yadali nodded. They both had keys to the dormitory, locking the door was the best solution. The student who had barged in quickly ran downstairs after leaving. Dude, I think you might be in real trouble. She's got all the buffs stacked. She's got that sickly, heartbreakingly weak look, and she's even more handsome than you. Monkey didn't intend to wait for this classmate to come down. He figured Yadali had left and wasn't going to linger on the first floor, so he was about to leave. But he didn't expect this classmate to chase after him from inside the building and catch up with him. He was right, there really was a girl in 306. But your girlfriend is really beautiful, you. The classmate didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Monkey wasn't good enough for her. And even though he'd only been in the dorm for less than a minute, this classmate felt completely captivated by the girl. When he barged in, she was sitting in the sunlight by the window. The setting sun streamed in, illuminating her. She was looking down at her computer, typing, and looked up when she heard his voice. And as she looked up, the sunlight slanted down on her from behind, like a golden veil draped over her. That's why he paused for a moment. That fleeting glance, that captivating beauty, kept replaying in his mind. Thanks, bro. The monkey had no idea he'd been so lucky to have guessed Qinghe's dorm number, nor that Yadali, whom he was supposed to be following, lived in that dorm. He just thought his classmate was kind enough, thanked him, and walked away, head down, pondering what to do next. Hey, classmate, aren't you going to catch them cheating? They're in the dorm, and although they didn't do anything, but no need. Knowing she did something wrong to me is enough. I wish her happiness. The monkey waved without turning back. It wasn't real. How could he possibly barge in and catch them cheating? Brother, you're a man of principle. It's a pity you could cheat on such a beautiful girl. But that classmate didn't seem to be able to do anything, so he probably wasn't cheated on, right? Maybe you misunderstood the girl? She's so pretty. Donglei, I heard your girlfriend dumped you for a guy in the cafeteria. Donglei, what happened to you? Why is your leg limping? Did you get into a fight with that guy? Where is he? Let's go, let's get revenge. How dare he steal your girlfriend, Donglei? What exactly happened? I heard that Lin Qinghe was getting food for someone and kneeling in front of that guy. Someone even said that Lin Qinghe broke up with you afterwards. Is that true? Pei Donglei didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. When he limped back to his dorm, the boys in the hallway saw him and immediately surrounded him. They all started talking at once. Pei Donglei was in a real bind. He was already furious but had nowhere to vent his anger, and now he was surrounded by so many people, many of whom were making schadenfreude-like remarks, which only fueled his rage. Shut the hell up. Let me have some peace and quiet. With that, ignoring the stunned crowd who were taken aback by his outburst, he scrambled through the crowd and headed towards the dormitory. He swore this wasn't over. He wanted to make Qinghe, well, he couldn't do anything to Qinghe, the man was paralyzed. What could he do? As for Lin Qinghe, although he was extremely angry and resentful towards her, he couldn't bring himself to do anything to her. Thinking this, he kicked out again as soon as he entered the dormitory. Ouch. Chapter 52, page 306. Zijing Student Apartment, room 306. Let's not go out to eat. This matter isn't settled yet. We don't want to celebrate halfway through. Let's wait until things are settled before going out to celebrate. Let's just get some food tonight. Qinghe thought for a moment and said. He did want to go out, but going out would mean being stared at by so many people. He felt it was better to stay in the dormitory. Okay, whatever you say. What do you want to eat? I'll go get the food. Yadali nodded. He didn't care where he ate. Anything is fine. Wanner, what do you want to eat? Qinghe didn't have any particular preference. Give me a bowl of spicy hot pot, a few vegetables, extra quail eggs, and white rice noodles. Oh, and some baby bok choy too, and a few slices of luncheon meat. Oh, and by the way, not too spicy, just mild, and a little extra garlic sauce. Thank you, Uncle Dolly. Joe Wanner didn't stand on ceremony at all, rattling off her requests. Okay, got it. Do you want to add a main dish or something? Dolly nodded, noting it down. No need, this is fine. I need to lose weight. I feel like I've gained a little weight lately. Joe Wanner shook her head vigorously, then tugged at her neck. This is perfect. You're not fat at all. A little bit of plumpness is the key. Qinghe smiled, turning to look at her. Really? But I think I'm a little too plump. Feel it. As she spoke, Joe Wanner went to Qinghe's right side, took her right hand, and placed it on her stomach. Qinghe subconsciously pinched it. Smooth. Soft. Feels great. Little pig's gotten fat. Qinghe, you dare call me a pig? I'll fight you. Qinghe's words immediately infuriated Joe Wanner, who grabbed his cheeks with both hands and shook them violently. Okay, I'll rub it. I'll poke it. Qinghe, his mouth contorted and slurred from the pulling, quickly apologized. Uncle Dolly, forget the wide noodles, they're all starch, they'll make you fat. Joe Wanner, satisfied with her rough handling, called out before Yadali opened the door to leave. Qinghe called himself a little pig, so he definitely needed to lose some weight. Okay. Yadali smiled and nodded, then went out and locked the door from the outside. To be fair, Monkey was a responsible person. Although he lost Yadali in the dormitory, he didn't just leave the school. He'd taken the money, and couldn't keep calling to say he couldn't catch him, so he wandered around the campus. Wandering around, they ended up at the cafeteria. If they couldn't find Yadali, looking at some pretty girls on campus would be good too. Although there weren't many pure and pretty female students, there were still some high-quality ones. They might as well try their luck and see if they could bump into Yadali. Pei Donlei, on the other hand, had spent the entire afternoon lying in his dorm, skipping all his afternoon classes, and then also headed to the cafeteria. Since Lin Qinghe was acting like this today, she probably wouldn't talk to him for a while. There was no need to send her a message apologizing or inviting her to dinner, she wouldn't reply anyway. He had come to understand Lin Qinghe's temperament after these past 2 years. Yadali. At the cafeteria entrance, both Monkey and Pei Donlei spotted Yadali. Monkey was delighted to have found Yadali again, his efforts had paid off, and all those views of those long, white legs hadn't been in vain. Pei Donlei, however, frowned. Why was Yadali still here? Wasn't he supposed to just be accompanying Ye Qinghe to school for a meal and then leave? Why was he back? Could Ye Qinghe still be at school? Could he be with Lin Qinghe? Yadali didn't notice the two and went straight to the food window. Monkey and Pei Donlei each found a secluded spot, watching Yadali's every move. He has a meal card? It seems he really is with Lin Qinghe, otherwise Yadali wouldn't be using a meal card. Watching Yadali queue up at the window, order his food, and swipe his meal card, Pei Donlei was certain his guess was correct. Qinghe University is very strict about student cards. It's impossible for someone not from the university to get a student card. Yadali showing a student card speaks volumes. In their county, only he and Lin Qinghe were admitted to Qinghe that year. He didn't borrow one, so whose card is this? Is there even a need to guess? Monkey, seeing Yadali get food for several people, realized he might have left too early. Yadali might actually be in this dormitory building. He must have a child studying here, and he's visiting. That explains why he moved to this area. But why he didn't move before, and only now, is unknown. Anyway, as long as he finds him, that's enough. Yadali got 3 meals, Jowanner spicy hot pot, Ye Qinghe's kung pao chicken rice, and a serving of dumplings. He just loves dumplings. Carrying 3 meals, Yadali walked out of the cafeteria, with Monkey and Pei Donlei following at a distance. Since they weren't professionals and hadn't expected anyone else, neither of them noticed the other, even though they were both following. Sure enough. Seeing the direction Yadali was heading, Monkey realized he'd left too early. Yadali hadn't left the building at all. Pei Donlei frowned. This direction led to the northeast gate of the school, and it wasn't far to Lin University after exiting. Had Yadali and Ye Qinghe been with Joe Wanner at Lin University and only come here to get food because they thought Qinghe's food was good? Did Lin Qinghe go to see them after they parted ways? Did she give them her meal card because she knew they liked it? Thinking this, Pei Donlei stopped. What good would following them do? If Lin Qinghe knew he'd been tailing them, she'd probably be even angrier. Pei Donlei didn't follow anymore, but Monkey had followed Yadali all the way from the cafeteria to the Zijing student apartment. Sure enough, Yadali was inside the school the whole time. Seeing Yadali arrive at Building 20 of the Zijing student apartment, Monkey knew his guess was right. However, this time he didn't stay outside, but followed Yadali into the building. But instead of taking the elevator, he headed for the stairs and quickly climbed upwards. 3rd floor? Hearing the elevator doors open, the monkey, who had climbed to the 3rd floor, didn't exit via the stairs. Instead, he stood at the corner, listening for Yadali's footsteps. Since only Yadali had been in the elevator, anyone getting off now must be him. After the sound subsided, the monkey peeked out. Yes, it was Yadali. From this vantage point in the stairwell, he could see the end of the corridor Yadali was walking down. Only after Yadali entered a dormitory room did the monkey quickly go over to check which room it was. 306? Chapter 53. I'm not that kind of person. Seeing the metal lettering on the dormitory door, Monkey was dumbfounded. Was this what he had casually mentioned earlier? Was this the same lettering that the boy who ran over to help check earlier? Was there a girl inside? He pressed his ear against the door, listening intently. Come on, come eat. Rest for a bit, we'll deal with the translation later. It was Yadali's voice. Okay, let's eat first. This voice sounded like a young man, probably Yadali's child or nephew. Uncle Dolly, thank you. This voice sounded like a girl, very cheerful. According to the classmate who had mentioned it, she must be a beautiful woman. Dude, I knew you couldn't let go. Want me to kick down the door for you? While listening intently at the door, a voice suddenly came from beside Monkey, startling him so much that he jumped back a considerable distance. SHH. Don't be afraid, it's me. Monkey's movement startled the other person, who quickly gestured for him to be quiet. The monkey then recognized the classmate from before. I just thought you might not give up so easily, so I thought I'd stop by on my way back. I didn't expect you to actually be here. The classmate pulled the monkey aside, smiling. However, he didn't say what was on his mind. He wasn't just there for that. He also wanted to see the girl sitting in the sunlight by the window one last time. I didn't. The monkey tried to explain. You don't need to explain, I understand. But to be honest, I went inside and checked. They should be fine. There's an adult inside, and the boy seems to be sick. I don't know exactly what's wrong, but he looks like he can't move much in bed. At this point, even if you wanted to go in and catch them cheating, you have plenty of reasons. We're grown men, we can't exactly lay a hand on a sick person in bed, can we? The monkey listened to his classmate's words, a bitter smile spreading across his face. How could his casual remark have caused such a stir? Don't worry, I'm not planning on doing anything. I just came to check, and I'm leaving now. With that, Monkey quickly left. He didn't want to be with this classmate whose mind was completely consumed by catching his girlfriend cheating anymore. Now that he was sure Yadali was staying here temporarily, he wasn't in a hurry, no matter how long. All he wanted to do now was wait for Yadali to find a job, and then ruin it all. Whether Yadali would leave Beijing after that was another matter. Hey, don't! The classmate almost shouted at Monkey, but immediately realized something was wrong, quickly covered his mouth, and followed Monkey downstairs. Classmate, what's your girlfriend's name? I'm the kind of person who likes to meddle in these things. I can secretly check for you to see if they're doing anything wrong, so you don't have to come yourself and get caught. No need, thank you. Monkey didn't want to stay with this classmate for another second. After saying that, he quickly jogged away. These students from Qinghe University aren't all that great. I don't think they're any better than those vocational high school students. What a pity, I was hoping to find out that girl's name. Watching Monkey run off quickly, the classmate looked regretful. I found Yadali's place. He's at Qinghe University now, in a dormitory somewhere. I don't know what his connections are. Have your people keep an eye on him? If he gets a job, tell me, and I'll sabotage it. After leaving Qinghe University, Monkey called Zhao Minjiao. Qinghe University? I don't remember anyone in Yadali's family going to Qinghe University. Zhao Minjiao looked puzzled. The Ye family wasn't large, Yadali had no siblings, just an only child. Even if there were a few relatives around Ye Qinghe's age, none of them went to Qinghe. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Of course I can't be wrong. I specifically followed Yadali and watched him go into the dorm. How could I be wrong? He stayed in that dorm all afternoon, and even went to the cafeteria for dinner. There's no mistake. Speaking of this, Monkey suddenly realized he hadn't eaten yet. He'd been so busy running around all afternoon that he'd forgotten to eat. He had to reward himself with a good meal later. Monkey probably wouldn't lie about this, but Zhao Minjiao still couldn't understand why Yadali and Ye Qinghe were living at Qinghe University. Do you know how many people are in the dorm? 3. I listened at the door, there were 3 people. 3 people made sense. However, living in a separate dorm meant they were at least graduate students. Zhao Minjiao still couldn't figure out who in the Ye family, or what relationship Yadali and Ye Qinghe had to be able to study at Tsinghua for graduate school. Alright, I've been following him around all day, I'm exhausted. This money is really hard to earn. Call me again if you have any news. Monkey hung up the phone after saying that. If it weren't for the 50,000 yuan, he wouldn't have gone through this hardship. Qinghe University? Zhao Minjiao suddenly remembered 2 classmates from Qinghe University. Lin Qiu was definitely out of the question, she ignored all her classmates equally. But this Pei Donglei, he could ask him. Who is it? Pei Donglei was drinking in a corner of the playground with a beer in his hand. He saw a call on his phone and answered it without even looking at it. Donglei, it's me, Zhao Minjiao. Zhao Minjiao said with a smile. Zhao Minjiao? What do you want? Pei Donglai's tone was very unpleasant, which annoyed Zhao Minjiao, but he still needed the other party at this time, so he could only endure it. Hey, you're in college in Qinghe, right? I need your help. No time, I won't help you for nothing, I'll give you 500 yuan. Zhao Minjiao, don't insult me with money. 1,000 yuan. Zhao Minjiao, I'm not that kind of person. 2,000 yuan, or I'll find someone else. What is it? Hearing the other person didn't refuse again, Zhao Minjiao's lips almost curled into a smile. So what if you're in Qinghe? Aren't you still a poor wretch? You're still not that kind of person. I can't insult you. Why don't you say I insult you now? So your personality is only worth 2,000 yuan? He knew this tactic would work when he made the call, because he'd asked Pei Donglei for a favor back in high school, also for a fee. Do you remember Ye Qinghe? Yes, I saw him today. Are you trying to cause him trouble? Hearing Ye Qinghe's name, Pei Donglei's slightly drunken eyes cleared instantly. Yes, I've disliked him for a long time. I heard he recently moved to Qinghe's area, and it seems he's still living at your school. Can you help me find out whose dorm he's living in, and what their relationship is? Chapter 54 of the program aired. No problem, I don't like him either. He's paralyzed, why doesn't he just die already instead of disgusting people? Thinking of Lin Qiu's actions towards Ye Qinghe today, Pei Donglei felt a surge of anger. If you were a healthy person, I wouldn't say anything if you tried to take Lin Kyo from me, but you're a paralyzed man trying to take her from me? Are you even human? It makes me, Pei Donglei, a dignified Qinghe University student, seem less than a cripple. Fine, I've transferred the money. Give me the results as soon as possible. Zhao Minjia's icy voice came through the phone. Pei Donglei stared at the glaring numbers on the screen, a near-grotesque smile spreading across his face. Don't worry, a cripple can't cause any trouble, can he? Pei Donglei clenched the beer can tightly in his hand, the aluminum groaning under his fingers, twisting and deforming instantly. Previously, he felt it was pointless to argue with a cripple, but now that someone was willing to pay to cause trouble for Ye Qinghe, it made sense for him to do it for money. Following the direction Yadali had left in, that was towards the northeast gate of the school. If Zhao Minjiao was right, then Yadali and Ye Qinghe lived in the Zhaijing student apartment area, where international students lived. Did they even know international students? No, that didn't make sense either. There were graduate students there too. Pei Donglei racked his brains for the words of encouragement the school had given them during their college entrance exams. He thought someone had passed, but it seemed like a long time ago, and he hadn't paid attention at the time, so he couldn't remember the specifics. Kyo, I have a question for you. Does anyone from our county who got into Qinghe University a few years ago and is still pursuing a master's degree there? After thinking for a moment, Pei Donglei sent a message to Lin Kyo. After pressing the send button, a pang of regret rose within him. Yadali's meal card in the cafeteria definitely wasn't Kyo's, he had wronged her. Damn it! How could I think of Kyo like that? Don't call me Kyo, I'm saying it one last time. Pei Donglei felt a stab in his heart and hurriedly changed his words. Okay, I won't call you that. Lin Kyo, do you know who was the person who went to Qinghe in the county a few years ago? I don't know. The 3 words on the screen, followed by an exclamation mark, pierced Pei Donglai's eyes like icicles. It must be that guy Ye Qinghe, he must have threatened Kyo with something. I must find out where he lives as soon as possible. Right, there's a senior from university in their dormitory building, he's in the student union, maybe he can help me find out. It's time. The show's about to start. I heard this episode features a person who's completely paralyzed. Yeah, that's amazing. He seems to answer all the questions without even thinking. I don't know how he remembers so much. I heard a lot of people cry during the live broadcast that day. Too bad I was busy and missed it. I have to watch it properly today. How can a quiz show make people cry? The Reclining Giant, what a lame name. But being completely paralyzed and still able to appear on the show is kind of interesting. As soon as the Who's Still Standing program aired, countless people across the country tuned into their televisions and computers. The show has been a hot topic online for the past 2 days, with many short video bloggers releasing clips from the live stream, letting many know that this episode featured a challenger who was completely paralyzed, only able to move his head. Humans are strange creatures, everyone has a bit of a morbid curiosity. If a healthy person participated in a show, no matter how well they performed, people wouldn't think much of it, at most just saying, that person is amazing. But when a patient, especially someone completely paralyzed, appears on the show, it becomes something to watch. No one likes suffering, but everyone admires those who can rise from adversity. A child, not yet an adult, in the prime of their youth, lost control of their body until becoming paralyzed. In their shoes, they might have already collapsed, not even wanting to leave their homes, let alone appear on a TV show. But yet Qinghe actually didn't collapse, even studying hard, and still managed to stand on the stage. That's worthy of everyone's admiration. This is why the production team immediately agreed to produce the show after seeing Ye Qinghe's information. Great! Absolutely fantastic! This Ye Qinghe is truly our show's lucky charm. Zhao Qingyang, watching the steadily rising ratings and online viewership, was so happy he practically slapped his legs until they were sore. The show has been running for quite some time, and its initial momentum has faded. While it still has a considerable number of loyal viewers, attracting new viewers is difficult. To put it bluntly, it's practically dead, not dead, but practically impossible to survive. Now, just because of Ye Qinghe, the ratings are almost back to their peak, and with the recent online buzz, Zhao Qingyang feels that with a little strategic maneuvering, the show might just be able to revive. That guy in the second episode was so damn clueless. He actually gave up the challenge. I really want to beat him to death. Thinking of that challenger choosing not to challenge Ye Qinghe, a flash of resentment crossed Zhao Qingyang's face. Today, our program has a very special contestant. To be honest, when I first saw his information, I wondered just how strong his will must be to stand up and come to this stage under such circumstances. After the footage of several contestants entering the television station appeared, before Ye Qinghe appeared, the program added a short narration by Xiang Ji. Then came the shot of Ye Qinghe appearing in the dressing room. Ye Qinghe was sitting in a wheelchair, covered with a blanket, listening to the staff talking. He then turned to look at the camera, and the camera zoomed in for a close-up of his face. Oh my god. Who understands that look back? My heart just skipped a beat. Why do I suddenly feel so sorry for him? Sure enough, what those netizens said about beauty being envied by heaven is true. With that kind of temperament and those looks, if it weren't for his paralysis, he would have been a sensation in the entertainment industry long ago. Poor child, come to mommy, mommy will hug you. Good editing can sometimes have a truly remarkable effect. While the live stream footage was captivating, it paled in comparison to this edited version. Yet Qinghe's entrance shot was instantly etched into the viewers' minds. Her delicate, almost frail beauty was amplified countless times in that moment. A flood of comments appeared on the screen. That's it. That's it. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Qinghe, watching the screen fill with comments and the soaring number of online viewers, laughed heartily. We absolutely have to give Ye Qinghe more screen time. Chapter 55 program aired too. Good evening, everyone, both in the studio and watching on TV. Welcome to Who's Still Standing, exclusively sponsored by Honor Mobile. I'm your host, Li Xiang. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Min. The camera quickly panned across the contestants' introductions, then switched to the live broadcast. Host Li Xiang and Xiao Min stood in the center of the stage, smiling and delivering their opening remarks with enthusiasm. As they began their introductions, the camera panned across the 10 contestants standing before their respective challengers, and the reigning champion seated in the champion's position. This is the most thrilling quiz show in the country. Tonight, 1 challenger and 10 challengers who will become the new champion? Who will become the new reigning champion? Who will stand until the very end? The answer will be revealed soon. Let's give a round of applause to our challenger. As the two introduced themselves, the lights flashed back and forth, finally stopping at the entrance. Ye Qinghe, pushed by Ye Dali, appeared in that position. Today, our challenger is a very special one. Zijing Student Apartment Building 20, Room 306. Zhou Wan'er lay beside Ye Qinghe, watching the projection on the ceiling with him. Qinghe, I think you look even more handsome with makeup on. But this guy's hairstyle is just so-so. Ye Dali didn't stay in the room, he went back to his own small room. The dormitory provided by the school was really good. This was the first time in 3 years he had his own room and his own bed. Before, he had always slept on the sofa or on a makeshift bed on the floor. Ye Dali lay on his bed, watching videos on his phone. As Ye Qinghe's father, he had to go on stage with him. He had also been given simple makeup, but looking at himself standing in the back like a background prop the whole time, Ye Dali felt that his performance was perhaps a little too stiff. Hello everyone, I'm Ye Qinghe, 19 years old. 3 years ago, I suddenly fell ill, and my limbs became uncontrollable. On the screen, Ye Qinghe spoke as if recounting someone else's experience, his calm tone inexplicably striking a chord with Ye Dali. Although he knew what Ye Qinghe had endured for the past 3 years, the thought of a healthy, energetic, and playful 16-year-old suddenly becoming like this was unbearable for him. These past 3 years had indeed been exhausting, but thinking about the pain and fear Ye Qinghe had experienced as he gradually lost control of his body, tears welled up in his eyes. Watching Ye Qinghe on television and online, many people felt deeply sorry for him, seeing his calm expression and composed tone, and flooded the screen with comments. Countless people encouraged Ye Qinghe, wishing him a speedy recovery. Countless people said, "Qinghe, you're amazing." Even paralyzed and confined to his sickbed, Qinghe never bowed to fate. With unwavering resilience and a smiling face to adversity, he confronted hardship head-on. His eyes shone with light, his heart burned with fire, and he looked forward through thorny days. How can such a sun-facing, upward-striving attitude not inspire admiration? Brother Xiang's words elevated Ye Qinghe's experience to a higher level. A propaganda official, watching the program on television, felt that such a person deserved more publicity, so that more people could know and see how someone who refused to succumb to fate, who, despite being paralyzed, could learn on their own and ultimately stand on stage. He picked up his phone and sent a screenshot of the television program to his colleagues. The program mainly consisted of a quiz. After introducing Ye Qinghe and thanking Ye Dali for his contributions, the program officially began. Although Ye Qinghe was paralyzed, he answered the questions without hesitation, immediately providing the correct answer, which surprised many people. This guy is seriously amazing. No wonder he dared to participate in the show. I'm bowing down to this master. How does he remember all this so clearly? He really took on 10 opponents at once. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying challenge. With a memory like that, if he hadn't been sick, he would definitely have gotten into one of the top universities in the college entrance exam, like Qinghe or Jingcheng. You guys are all racking your brains, but this isn't even a warm-up for me. I really want to see him compete against last year's strongest contestant, to see who's really better. If before Ye Qinghe's experiences and demeanor made netizens and viewers like him, now he's making them remember him completely with his own strength. Qinghe, should we tell the program team when you pass Qinghe's review and become a specially recruited student? These netizens are lamenting that you didn't take the college entrance exam and didn't go to university. Now that you're specially recruited by Qinghe without taking the exam, it will definitely make you even more popular. Lying next to Qinghe, Zhou Wan'er looked at these comments and turned to Qinghe. Do I need to? Qinghe was actually a little hesitant. If it were before, he definitely wouldn't have hesitated at all and would have agreed immediately. Because at that time, he really needed this job with an annual salary of 200,000 or even 400,000 to improve their lives. But now it's different. He doesn't need it as much anymore. The school has solved his accommodation and food problems and said that the school's medical department can provide him with free checkups and treatment later, which has greatly reduced their living costs. Most importantly, Director Tao Haiqiang and Professor Shi Xinliang both said that they would help him get connections and introduce him to some similar jobs. Even the fee for the test he received from Director Tao Haiqiang was included, saying he'd get the money after paying the other party. He didn't know the exact amount, but even without that, he'd earned nearly 30,000 yuan recently. That was more than Dali could ever earn delivering food or working as a driver. So, at this point, the 200,000 yuan annual salary job wasn't as appealing to him. He was considering whether to use his special recruitment status with Qinghe to boost the show's popularity. I think it's necessary. Look at these comments. I think you'll really become famous through this show. When you tell the production team about your special recruitment, they'll promote you even more diligently. And then you can verify this on the show, saying you can help solve math problems, and that companies or individuals who need help can contact you. That's like giving yourself free advertising. While this show isn't as popular as the top shows, it still has a solid fan base, and who knows, someone might actually contact you because of it. Chapter 56. Thank you for your patronage? These words sparked a thought in Qinghe's mind. It was a solution. Although he might not need the job as urgently as before, it could serve as a publicity channel. At the very least, he could appear on the program 3, or even 7 times. And even if he became a member of the think tank later, he would still have the opportunity to appear on the program and maintain his popularity. The production team probably wouldn't let such an opportunity pass. Just like Zhou Wan'er said, if he mentioned it on the program, more people would hear it than if he simply posted it online. This opportunity couldn't be missed. You're right. Qinghe turned his head to look at Zhou Wan'er beside him. The two lay side by side on the bed, very close. With his head turned to the side, Qinghe could see the subtle details on Zhou Wan'er's face very clearly. Fine downy hairs, pink skin, long eyelashes, even his own reflection in her eyes were clearly visible. For a moment, Qinghe was stunned. Why are you staring at me like that? Perhaps Qinghe had been staring at her for a while. Zhou Wan'er felt her face getting hot, and she said coquettishly, I suddenly realized something. Qinghe quickly snapped out of his reverie and said casually, what is it? Zhou Wan'er looked at him with curiosity. Did you not wash your face this morning? Why do you have eye boogers? Qinghe, go to hell. Hearing this, Zhou Wan'er sat up abruptly, rubbing her eyes and yelling loudly. This Qinghe is truly a guy with absolutely no sense of romance. Ha 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 ha. Qinghe laughed loudly at her, anxiously rubbing her eyes. You little brat, Qinghe, where's the sleep in my eyes? I'll teach you a lesson. After rubbing her eyes and finding no sleep at all, Zhou Wan'er realized she'd been tricked by Qinghe. Enraged, she pounced on him and started pulling at his face with both hands. Since Qinghe couldn't resist her now, she could pull him however she wanted. However, she forgot that she was dressed rather lightly. She hadn't noticed it when she was lying flat, but now, lying on top of Qinghe and pulling at his face, her arms twisting, some sights appeared before his eyes. So deep, so bouncy, so big. Okay. Qinghe's biggest regret right now is that he can't feel anything at all. If he could feel this pressure, it would be very bouncy and soft, right? Zhou Wan'er quickly noticed Qinghe's gaze. Following Qinghe's gaze, she looked down and immediately understood why Qinghe wasn't speaking and why his eyes were somewhat fixed on something. Is it pretty? Pretty. Qinghe replied subconsciously, but immediately realized what he had said. Pretty what? I don't understand what you're saying. TCH. Zhou Wan'er rolled her eyes. A guy with lustful thoughts but no guts. However, she quickly realized something. Wait a minute, Qinghe, why do I feel like you're different from before? You've changed quite a bit lately. Qinghe had never done this before, but it had happened more than once in the past few days. You brat, you wouldn't be. What are you talking about? I'm tired, I need to rest. You should go back to school too. You've had a busy day, go home and rest. Qinghe feigned a yawn, then used the excuse of being sleepy to urge Zhou Wan'er to leave. Seeing him like this, Zhou Wan'er didn't say anything, just smiled at him, which made Qinghe pretend to be really sleepy and close his eyes. Even with Qinghe's eyes closed, Zhou Wan'er stared at him for a while before shaking her head with a smile, getting off Qinghe, straightening her clothes, and then calling out to the inner room. Uncle Dolly, I'm going back to school now. I'll come over again tomorrow if I'm free. Dolly quickly got out of bed and came out. Okay, be careful on the road. Message me when you get there. Okay, I'm leaving. Uncle Dolly, don't come out, Joe Warner said and left. Yet Qinghe only opened his eyes after hearing the door close. This Joe Warner was becoming increasingly attractive to him. He wondered what had happened to his predecessor. How could he not have any feelings for such a beautiful, well-proportioned, and kind-hearted childhood sweetheart, instead of getting entangled with Lin Qinghe? But it wasn't surprising. After all, his predecessor had saved her, and Lin Qinghe was indeed beautiful. It was just that in recent years, this Lin Qinghe. Yet Qinghe shook his head, thinking about how his predecessor had blocked her and stopped contacting her. I haven't drawn the prize yet. I wonder what I'll get. Ideally, something related to physical recovery, even just restoring a finger would be great. After Yadali returned home, Qinghe opened the prize draw page. He'd already moved more than 5 kilometers today, but with others around, he hadn't had a chance to draw. Thank you for your patronage. But as soon as the prize wheel appeared, Qinghe noticed the change. Wait, system, did you secretly meet with the system next door? You weren't like this before. It's true what they say, you learn to be good for a lifetime, but you pick up bad habits so easily. Why don't you talk about the good things? How come you pick up bad habits so quickly? Listen to me, let's not learn good things from those shameless systems anymore, okay? Let's just be like before, alright? Looking at the thank you for your patronage message that took up almost a third of the page, Qinghe was truly speechless. It was already difficult to get a recovery item from the lottery, but now even getting a skill has become a matter of probability. This is infuriating. Where did the kind system of the past go? But no matter what he thought or said, the system wouldn't communicate with him. The lottery wheel just sat there, unchanging. It had an take it or leave it attitude. Hey, my temper is flaring up. What could Qinghe do? There was absolutely no room for negotiation. He could only grit his teeth and accept it. Lottery. Qinghe felt a surge of resentment as he uttered those 2 words. Restore control of your right wrist. Restore control of your right wrist. Restore control of your right wrist. As the spinning wheel began to turn, Qinghe silently chanted the only option on it, body recovery. If his wrist could be restored, then his hand could move more freely, and he could control many more things with just 2 fingers. Thank you for your patronage. Chapter 57 Report. Pei Donglei couldn't find any other Qinghe students from his county through his senior classmates. The students from their county who came a few years ago had all graduated long ago. Now, besides him and Lin Qinghe, only a freshman remained at the school. This freshman lived in a completely different place from Qinghe's family, one in the far west of the county, the other in the far east, making it impossible for them to cross paths. Perhaps they don't live on campus, but rather off campus, or maybe with Lyndon and Joe Warner. Pei Donglei gave his senior a pack of cigarettes and pondered as he left. Logically, he should call Zhao Minjiao now to tell him that Zhao Minjiao had made a mistake. But as a Qinghe student, he wouldn't give up so easily. He thought of a way to find Qinghe and Yadali. He would stake out the cafeteria. Since Yadali used his meal card to get food yesterday, he should be here again this morning. I just need to wait, and once he arrives, I can follow them and find out where they live. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Pei Donglei sat in a secluded spot not far from the cafeteria entrance, watching the cafeteria. Judging from Yadali's movements yesterday, he would likely use this entrance again today. Sure enough, I'm a genius. Yadali really showed up. When Yadali appeared at the cafeteria entrance, Pei Donglei couldn't help but boast. There's only one truth. Qinghe is paralyzed, so whether it's meals or anything else, Yadali has to come. And the school cafeteria is the cheapest place to eat. Given their situation, they'll definitely eat here. When Yadali came out of the school cafeteria, Pei Donglei followed him. Yesterday he didn't think it was necessary to follow, but now that he had 2,000 yuan, he definitely had to find out where the other party lived. Is he really in our school? Zijing Student Apartment Building 20? Following them, Pei Donglei was puzzled. What was the relationship between Yadali and Qinghe that allowed them to live here? Logically, the school wouldn't allow people from other schools to live here. If the school found out, they would be punished. 3rd floor. Pei Donglei used a monkey-like method, climbing the stairs. Then he confirmed that Yadali had entered room 306. I found where they live, but I'm not sure who they live with. Should I continue investigating? Downstairs, not far from the Zijing apartment building, Pei Donglei called Zhao Minjiao. Your school shouldn't allow people from other schools, especially their families, to live in student dormitories, right? If someone calls to report it, will the school kick them out? Zhao Minjiao asked with a smile. This is basically an ironclad rule in all schools, Qinghe couldn't be an exception. I won't do this, it's a bit unethical. Pei Donglei hesitated. Qinghe was his enemy, but now that he was living at the school, he must be truly desperate. Reporting him at this time would be too unethical. It is a bit unethical, but we're not short of money. 1,000 yuan. 2,000. 3,000 at most. You should know I could easily find anyone to do this. I'm only being lenient with you because we're classmates and your family isn't well off. Don't push your luck. Fine, I can report it, but whether it works or not is none of my business. Pei Donlei let out a sigh of relief. Take a video. Pei Donlei looked at the phone in his hand as Zhao Minjia hung up. He opened his phone and found a photo he had taken earlier of the phone numbers for various departments at the school, including the complaint hotline for the Student Community Management Center. He dialed the numbers one by one, but stopped just before pressing the dial button. He didn't dial again, but instead looked around for a classmate who didn't look well dressed. Excuse me, can you make this call for me? I'll give you 100 yuan. Pei Donlei wasn't stupid. He knew it was best not to do this himself. Since Zhao Minjia was willing to pay him, he could pay someone else. He paid 100 yuan and had his classmate call the Student Community Management Center to report that someone from outside the university was living in apartment 306 of Building 20 in the Zhaijing student apartment complex, and that a parent from outside the university was also staying there. Then all he had to do was wait. A short while later, he saw two people enter Building 20 of the Zhaijing student apartment complex and secretly followed them using a security camera. Hello, this is the Student Community Management Center. Please open the door. When he heard the knock, Yadali was giving Qinghe a massage. Without thinking much of it, he got up and opened the door. Hello, what can I do for you? Looking at the two men with unfriendly expressions, Yadali was puzzled. The two men didn't answer Yadali's question but walked in directly, looking everything over in the room. After inspecting both the inside and outside rooms, they stood in front of Qinghe's bed, glanced at him, and then asked in a scrutinizing tone, "How did you get in here?" As far as we know, there's no name named Qinghe on the student roster. Are you Qinghe? The two men had done their research before coming. They checked that the person living in this dormitory was named Qinghe, and they also checked that there was no such student at the school. I am. Qinghe replied. Isn't that a bit too impolite? We've already come in, and you're still lying there. Is this how your parents taught you? Seeing that Qinghe hadn't gotten up since they entered the room, remaining lying on the bed covered by a blanket, one of the staff members angrily reprimanded him. No, you. Yadali quickly stepped forward to explain, but was immediately pointed at by a staff member, preventing him from moving. You don't need to explain for him. Aren't you his parent? Such a grown man, with no manners whatsoever. I don't think you're any better. This is a school, not outside. Even if he weren't a student, shouldn't he at least know basic courtesy when seeing a teacher? We've been here for so long, and he hasn't even gotten up. Aren't you even a little embarrassed by this behavior? Outside the door, Pei Donlei was secretly using his phone to film the situation inside the dormitory through the slightly ajar door. You dare try to steal Lin Kyo from me? Ha, these two teachers are something else, getting someone bedridden to get up and greet them. While filming, he suddenly heard the elevator chime from the other end of the hallway, and quickly put his phone away. This kind of thing definitely can't be seen by others. What the heck? The principal. Just as he put his phone away, Pei Donlei saw someone emerge from the elevator, and what he saw made him shudder. What's Principal Qin Siming of Qinghe doing here? Chapter 58. At least he should be able to sit up, right? What surprised him even more was that several people were following the university president, some of whom he recognized either department heads or real bigwigs. So many big shots appearing in the dormitory at the same time. This was definitely something big. What alarmed him even more was that after exiting the elevator, these people looked around and then walked towards him. Pei Donlei quickly walked out. Good morning, President. Good morning, teachers. When he reached Qin Siming's side, Pei Donlei greeted them sideways, and after they passed, he quickly ran to the stairwell. Holy crap, it looks like they're heading towards Qinghe's room. Hiding in the stairwell, with his head sticking out, Pei Donlei secretly watched where Qin Siming and the others were going. Don't give me that crap. I don't care who let you move in, even if it was the principal, you'd better get out of this room right now. The two staff members inside, unaware of who was outside, didn't give Yadali and Qinghe a chance to explain, shouting loudly. Just then, Qin Siming and Tao Zhaiqian, along with several others, arrived at room 306 and heard everything clearly. Qin Siming's face darkened instantly, as did Tao Zhaiqian and the others who had come with him. Bang! Tao Zhaiqian, with his explosive temper, kicked the door open. Let's see who's got the nerve. Whoever let them move in, they have to get out immediately. I'm the one who let them move in. Tao Zhaiqian stormed in, kicking the door open. Qinghe was his precious child, now someone was trying to kick him out. Wasn't this a slap in the face? He had made so many promises to Qinghe before Qinghe agreed to come, but less than a day later, someone came to cause trouble. This was like ripping off Tao Zhaiqian's face, throwing it on the ground, stomping on it, and then spitting on it and urinating on it. Director Tao? The principal? The two staff members were also dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the people who walked in. These were people they could never even see normally, and now they were all showing up in a student dormitory? Were they still half asleep, or was it April Fool's Day? What, not talking anymore? Didn't you tell them to move out? Didn't you say even the principal wouldn't help? Now that the principal is here, do you want him to help them move their luggage out? Tao Saiqian looked at the two dumbfounded men, his anger almost overflowing. These words made the two staff members immediately realize they had made a huge mistake. No, Director Tao, principal, it's like this, someone reported that people from other schools have moved in. We came here because of that report, and we didn't know they were sent here by you, Director Tao. I've been asking them for ages, but they won't say anything. The two men exchanged a cold, sweaty glance, then quickly began to explain. You didn't even give me a chance to speak. You came in all rude and unfriendly, and you interrupted me every time I tried to say something. Yadali said casually from the side. These words were like a knife, stabbing directly into the hearts of the two men. But it was the truth, they hadn't given each other a chance to speak since they entered. Are all the staff at our school like this? Not even giving people a chance to speak, just coming in without any explanation? Principal Qinghe, I went to great lengths to invite Qinghe. If the school doesn't want him, I can recommend him to another school. Tao Saiqian grew angrier and angrier, turning to look at Qin Siming. Old Tao, that's too harsh. Qin Siming shook his head. He was also angry about this, but Tao Saiqian was just using the situation to escalate things. No, Principal, Director Tao, we're angry because this student hasn't gotten out of bed since we came in. Now the principal, the director, and several professors are here, and he's still like this. Is this how a student behaves? The two staff members looked panicked, knowing they were in deep trouble. Tao Saiqian was trying to kill them. Looking back at Ye Qinghe still lying in bed, one of them suddenly thought of a pretext to exonerate himself and pointed at Ye Qinghe, loudly accusing him. The deed was done, there had to be a plausible explanation. Ye Qinghe wouldn't even move when the principal and the others arrived. That was absolutely unacceptable. Yes, that's right. We at Qinghe absolutely cannot accept a student like that. He has no respect for teachers, no manners whatsoever. Another quickly chimed in. At this point, regardless of right or wrong, shifting the blame onto someone else was the best course of action. But what they didn't know was that these words made Tao Saiqian laugh in anger. Ha 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 ha. Principal Qinghe, what do you suggest we do now? Should we make Ye Qinghe sit up or get out of bed and stand up? As a student, even if he's sick, shouldn't he at least sit up when a teacher comes? The two staff members interrupted before Qin Siming could speak, forcibly offering an explanation. They felt Tao Saiqian was abusing his seniority, deliberately causing trouble. No matter how capable the student was, his refusal to get out of bed was simply unacceptable. You two get out of here. Upon hearing this, Qin Siming's face darkened further, and he angrily pointed to the door. Yet Qinghe was paralyzed. How could he get up? Just wait and see how I deal with you later. Bringing this up in front of him was more than just a slap in the face. Principal, we don't understand. The two staff members were completely bewildered. They couldn't understand why Qin Siming would say such a thing. Even if Tao Saiqian was the school director, it shouldn't be this biased, right? I'll tell you. At this moment, Ye Qinghe, who had been lying down, spoke. Hearing Ye Qinghe's voice, the two turned to look at him. I'm completely paralyzed. I really hope you can find a way to help me sit up, or even stand up. Upon hearing this, the two men immediately understood why Ye Qinghe had remained motionless throughout, and why Tao Saiqian and Qin Siming had reacted that way upon hearing their words. The two staff members tried to explain, but Qin Siming didn't give them a chance. Now, immediately, get out of this room. I don't want to see either of you for even a second longer. Have I made myself clear? Seeing the two still blocking his way, Qin Siming roared. Qinghe, I'm sorry, you must have found this amusing. Chapter 59 Qin Siming's Test Questions. After the two staff members left, heads bowed and looking disheveled, Qin Siming turned apologetically to Ye Qinghe. He truly hadn't expected this. Don't worry, I will investigate this thoroughly and give you an explanation. I will never let you suffer any injustice at Qinghe. Yes, Qinghe, there are bad apples everywhere. We will definitely find out the truth. You just moved in yesterday, and someone reported you today. This is definitely intentional. We will give you an explanation. Tao Saiqian also reassured Ye Qinghe. Despite his earlier confrontation with Qin Siming, he genuinely didn't want Ye Qinghe to have any negative feelings towards their school because of this. It's alright, we didn't do anything wrong, but this won't happen again, will it? Ye Qinghe shook his head. Hearing the report, he suspected someone was behind it, and it was highly likely to be Zhao Minjiao, but he wouldn't say it aloud. Don't worry, I can guarantee you, this will never happen again. Tao Saiqian immediately patted his chest in assurance. However, Principal, I feel this place isn't very convenient for Qinghe. I remember there are still places available in the talent apartments over there. The environment is better and the space is larger. Shouldn't we compensate Qinghe a bit? After all, he hasn't even entered the school yet and has already experienced this. But his immediate attempt to secure better conditions for Qinghe after making that promise made Qin Siming inwardly curse old Tao for truly siding with outsiders. No problem. We'll do the test first. As long as the test goes smoothly, I'll have someone go over there and get things sorted out immediately. Qin Siming, despite his inward complaints, nodded in agreement. If Qinghe is truly as capable as Tao's Haiqian claims, then providing him with a talent apartment is entirely justified, and even better accommodations would be perfectly acceptable. This is the future face of the school's mathematics department. Alright, principal, I'll take that as a yes. Tao's Haiqian immediately sealed the deal with a smile, then turned to Qinghe and said, Qinghe, don't be nervous. Just like the other day, I'll give you a few problems, just do them normally. Well, but I can only do pure math problems. As for other subjects, I probably haven't learned them yet. Qinghe nodded, not resistant to this. They were willing to give him such good conditions, so it was only right to test him. It's just that his only skill was being a math whiz. He could only do math problems, and he couldn't do any other types of problems at all. Don't worry about that. We'll only give you math problems today, nothing else. Qin Siming assured him. These are all professors specializing in mathematics at the university. They're here today to witness this. Qin Siming gestured to the professors who had accompanied him. Qinghe looked up and nodded to them, and they smiled and nodded back. Although they had some doubts about Tao's Haiqian's claims, they wouldn't say anything more until the results were in. So, shall we start with the problems now? Tao's Haiqian's eyes were full of inquiry. Okay. Qinghe nodded. He wasn't afraid of math problems. Having received Qinghe's affirmation, Tao's Haiqian looked at Qin Siming. He had discussed this with Qin Siming yesterday, and Qin Siming had said he would find someone to create the problems, so today's problems were in Qin Siming's hands. These problems were randomly selected from among those created by the professors present. We'll do 3, you only need to complete 2 of them. Qin Siming pulled an envelope from his pocket. Inside were the pre-prepared problems. Although he was the principal, he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about mathematics. He had someone create these problems, one of which was given by Professor Chiu. In fact, he felt that if Qinghe could complete even one, he could be specially admitted. After all, none of these problems were easy. Even a graduate student might not be able to solve them, let alone an undergraduate. It wasn't that he was deliberately making things difficult for Qinghe. Tao's Haiqian had said that the problems given earlier were of this difficulty, and he had simply chosen problems based on Tao's Haiqian's stated difficulty level. No problem. Principal, could you please help me with these questions? Qinghe nodded with a smile. Dali, who had been standing by listening, looked extremely nervous. Qinghe was confident, but he wasn't. He was afraid the questions were too difficult for Qinghe, afraid Qinghe would make mistakes due to nervousness, afraid. But at this moment, he couldn't offer any help. He could only silently pray that the questions weren't too difficult, that Qinghe could solve them. 1 question per sheet. Qin Siming took out all 3 questions and laid them flat in front of Qinghe. You can choose which of the 3 questions to do first, and which to do later. Pick the ones you're confident in. Qin Siming's words brought a smile to Qinghe's lips. After looking through all 3 questions, he closed his eyes. In less than a second, he opened his eyes. Shall I explain the answer and the solution? Sure, but I need to record it. This needs to be documented in the school's archives as a record of the special admission. Qin Siming nodded, took out his phone, and turned on the record button. Normally, this should be written down, but Qinghe's situation is special. This rule can be flexible, it doesn't need to be written down. As long as there's a complete solution and the correct answer, a recording is acceptable. Okay, let's begin. The first question asks for proof that A is diagonalizable, given that A is an n-order invertible complex matrix and A, M1, is a diagonal matrix. The key to this question lies in utilizing the core theorem that the minimal polynomial of a matrix has no repeated roots is a necessary and sufficient condition for a matrix to be diagonalizable. The given condition A equals D, where D is a diagonal matrix, provides us with a polynomial equation about A. 1. Using the given condition, let A equals D, where D is a diagonal matrix. Since A is invertible, D is also invertible, all diagonal elements are non-zero. 2. Constructing the polynomial, consider the polynomial P, x, equals x, D. However, here D is a matrix. A more rigorous approach is, since D is a diagonal matrix, consider each of its diagonal elements. After Qin Siming turned on the phone's recording function, Qinghe immediately began answering the questions without hesitation or thought, as if he had the problems memorized perfectly. He solved them step by step without pausing, astonishing everyone present except Dali and Tao's Haiqian. Dali couldn't understand at all and had no idea what it meant. Tao's Haiqiang, on the other hand, had already experienced this once before. Chapter 60. What is a genius? Everyone present was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Was this question difficult? It wasn't difficult for them, but it would be very difficult for undergraduates, even graduate and doctoral students. Even a typical doctoral student might not be able to solve it, or at least not so easily. But yet Qinghe, after just glancing at the question, closing his eyes, and thinking for a moment, solved it without hesitation or thought. That was terrifying. Even they might not be able to solve the question as effortlessly as yet Qinghe. The group looked at Tao's Haiqiang. They had felt that Tao's Haiqiang's previous comments about Ye Qinghe had been a bit harsh, but now they were truly grateful that Tao's Haiqiang had discovered Ye Qinghe and brought him back to the university immediately. Missing out such a genius would be a lifelong regret. They might even be turning in their graves years later and slapping themselves for it. Qin Siming's gaze towards Ye Qinghe had transformed into that of someone looking at a priceless treasure. This was a true gem. A genius who, for the school and for a principal like himself, was an unparalleled treasure. If they could keep Ye Qinghe at the school, within a few years, the school would undoubtedly achieve something that would shock the nation and even the world in the field of mathematics. Yao Xingtong. Qin Siming recalled Tao's Haiqiang telling him about Ye Qinghe, saying that he might become the school's own Yao Xingtong, and now he felt that the analogy was not an exaggeration at all. It's quite possible. What surprised them even more was that after completing the first problem, Ye Qinghe, without any further thought, immediately began explaining the solution to the second problem. The second problem is, let V be a linear space consisting of all real polynomials, and define the mapping A, P, equals P plus P. Prove that A is invertible. Since V is an infinite-dimensional linear space, we cannot use determinants or finite-dimensional rank methods to prove the invertibility of an infinite-dimensional linear operator. Usually, we need to prove that it is both injective, the null space contains only 0 elements, and surjective, the range equals the entire space. 1. Prove that A is injective. Assume there exists a polynomial P, x, is not equal to 0 such that A, P, equals P plus P equals 0. This yields a differential equation, P, x, equals P, x. In the polynomial space, there is no non-zero polynomial that satisfies this equation. For example, if P is an nth degree polynomial, then P is an n1th degree polynomial, and the degrees on both sides of the equation are unequal. 1. Rigorous proof. Assume. 2. Prove that A is surjective. It needs to be proven that for any given polynomial. 3. In summary, mapping A is both injective and surjective, therefore it is an invertible linear operator. This problem cleverly transforms a linear operator problem into a perfectly solvable differential equation problem within an infinite-dimensional space, polynomial space. The proof of surjectivity is accomplished by providing an algorithm for constructing the solution, which is highly operational. For the second problem, Ye Qinghe, again without any hesitation or thought, directly and flawlessly explained the solution steps and results. At this moment, everyone present, except Yadali, had only one thought in their minds: this person had to stay in the mathematics department of Qinghe University. Even though he was paralyzed, they would provide him with an assistant and keep him there. Such talent, like Hawking, was still a nuclear bomb even with his physical limitations. With him, as long as nothing went wrong, Qinghe University could stand at the pinnacle of mathematics for decades to come. Perhaps, in just a few years, the university would produce someone comparable to Euler and Gauss. Even if not someone like Euler and Gauss who laid the foundations of mathematics, someone like Grothendieck or Perlman who solved the century-old problems and opened up new frontiers would suffice, or someone like Hilbert who guided the direction of mathematics. In any case, at this moment, in their hearts, Ye Qinghe had the potential to enter the realm of these mathematical geniuses. The reason for this was simple. As Ye Qinghe's resume stated, he dropped out of high school due to health reasons and spent those 3 years constantly seeking medical treatment, essentially having no opportunity for proper study. Yet Qinghe, without a teacher, relying solely on online resources, achieved such a profound understanding of mathematics. What else could this be but genius? It's like someone who, without entering a sect or learning any top-tier martial arts techniques, has already grasped some of the rules of a top-tier technique through basic chi cultivation. Such a person is irresistible to any educator. In fact, they possess a fatal attraction. After solving the second problem, before Qin Siming and Tao's Haiqiang could say anything, Ye Qinghe immediately began working on the third problem. This caused their eyes to widen even further. Ye Qinghe had only glanced at these problems, yet he understood all three simultaneously and provided solutions and steps? What terrifying comprehension! For the first time, those present gained a direct understanding of genius. They used to consider themselves mathematical geniuses, or even geniuses in other academic fields, but now they suddenly felt like they were idiots. A sudden thought flashed through their minds of Professor Qian's views on education. Anyone of normal intelligence should learn calculus before the age of 14 and at least obtain a master's degree before 18. Yet Qinghe might just be the kind of person Professor Qian was talking about. Question 3. Suppose the function f, z, is analytic on the unit disk d equals z, z1, and has a modulus less than 1. Its 0 alpha satisfies alpha 1. Prove that f, z, less than or equal to z alpha slash 1 az, holds within D. This is a classic application of the Schwarzschild lemma in complex analysis. The fraction z alpha slash 1 az in the problem is a block factor, a biolomorphic mapping that maps the unit disk to itself and the point alpha to 0. 1. Construct an auxiliary function. To utilize the known 0 alpha, define the function. 2. Apply the maximum modulus principle to g, z inside the unit disk. We have. The conclusion is, according to the maximum modulus principle, if the supremum of the modulus of an analytic function on the boundary of a region does not exceed m, then its modulus within the entire region also does not exceed m. This problem is a standardized application of Schwarz's lemma. The key lies in normalizing the function by dividing by the block factor, transforming the original problem into an estimation of a new function, thus allowing direct application of the maximum modulus principle. The properties of the block factor are the core of the proof. Yet Qinghe completed the solutions to all three problems in one go without any pause. After speaking, he looked at Qinghe Siming and Tao's Haiqiang in front of him. Chapter 61. The Professor's Rivalry. Good, 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 Qinghe Siming shouted 3 times, then clapped. The people behind him, including Tao's Haiqiang, immediately echoed, cheering and clapping. When Director Tao mentioned it before, I thought Qinghe was a genius, but I didn't have a clear understanding. Now, seeing your problem solving, I realize I'm worlds apart from you, completely incomparable. Don't worry, Qinghe, your special admission has been approved by me. There won't be any other problems. On Monday, I'll have someone bring the documents to process your paperwork. As for the talent apartment Director Tao mentioned, that's no problem either. I'll have someone do some simple renovations for you, and you can move in next week. Furthermore, Director Tao will apply for all kinds of allowances and scholarships for you. With your qualifications, these scholarships are no problem at all. Do you have any other requests? Just name it if I can help. Qinghe Siming now had only one thought in mind: no matter the cost, he absolutely couldn't let a talent like Ye Qinghe slip through his fingers. Yes, just name your conditions, and we'll do whatever we can. Tao's Haiqiang chimed in with a smile. Of all these people, the biggest beneficiary was undoubtedly him, the head of the mathematics department. If Ye Qinghe enrolled, it would be like securing a top-tier talent. He even felt that within a few years, another Fields Medal winner would emerge. It's fair to say that almost every outstanding mathematician who has achieved something significant in recent decades has received this award. Under 40 years old, Ye Qinghe was only 19. With the talent Ye Qinghe had displayed, winning it was absolutely no problem. This was the Nobel Prize of Mathematics. Therefore, he had made up his mind that as soon as Ye Qinghe finished school, he would immediately take him under his wing. That way, whatever achievements Ye Qinghe made in the future, he could also benefit from it. Just thinking about it made him incredibly happy. That's right, even if the principal and the others can't do it, we'll find a way to help you. However, Qinghe, with your mathematical talent, university courses are actually a bit too advanced. I think you can directly study graduate-level courses after enrollment. I, Lu Cheng, am willing to be your teacher. Old Lu, you're going too far. How can you do this? Qinghe, don't listen to him, he's not good enough. Let me do it. I, Tan Ye, am a well-known figure in the mathematics world. Hey, you two are a bit shameless. This kind of thing depends on Qinghe's opinion. You can't just come up here wanting to be his teachers. Do you have the qualifications? Qinghe, Qinghe, let me tell you, don't push. You're all in your 60s or 70s, why are you all acting like children? Calm down, be more composed. I'm the oldest and most composed here, let me do it. Before Ye Qinghe could speak, the professors who had come with him for the review began recommending themselves to him. The excited group began revealing each other's secrets, criticizing one another and boasting about their own strengths. The room became incredibly lively. Unfortunately, Pei Donglei, who had been secretly filming, didn't dare linger at the door after seeing Principal Qinghe Siming and the professors enter the room and kick out the 2 staff members. He quickly ran away, otherwise he could have recorded a scene that would have shocked everyone. Minjiao, I think there might be some problems with this. You don't know, our principal even went to Ye Qinghe's dormitory and gave the 2 teachers who received the report a good scolding. It might be difficult to get him out. After leaving the Zijing student apartment, Pei Donglei called Zhao Minjiao and told him what he had seen. He didn't dare record when Qinghe Siming and the others arrived, but he had recorded the scene of the 2 staff members entering the student apartment in Ye Qinghe's dormitory, and he sent it to Zhao Minjiao. Impossible. Is there some mistake? How could Ye Qinghe's family possibly be connected to the principal of Qinghe High School? Zhao Minjiao felt like he was hearing a fairy tale. Ye Qinghe, a guy who's already paralyzed. How could the principal of Qinghe High School possibly bring a group of people to visit him in his dormitory? Even when he was healthy, let alone paralyzed, his family wouldn't have had that kind of influence, right? Otherwise, would he still be studying in the county town with these people? He would have already secured a direct admission spot to Qinghe High School. I also think this is fake, but I saw it with my own eyes, there's no doubt about it. Pei Donlei also couldn't understand what was going on with Ye Qinghe, how he could be connected to the principal, but he saw it with his own eyes, and he couldn't deny it. Here's what we'll do, keep an eye on him for me, and try to figure out his relationship with your principal and the others. Since he's staying at the school, some clues will inevitably surface, and then we'll know what's going on. Zhao Minjia thought for a moment, deciding that this matter needed to be clarified, otherwise their plan to send Ye Qinghe back to the county town would be impossible. He'd spent 50,000 yuan with Monkey, several thousand with Pei Donlei, and some more with the landlord. He couldn't let all that money go to waste. Let's just forget about this. Pei Donlei backed down. Ye Qinghe had connections with the principal, and he didn't want to get involved any further. Most importantly, although he only made the report by a classmate he found on the street, if the school really investigated, they might still find him, and then 5,000. The money had already been spent, and Zhao Minjia felt it couldn't be wasted. He definitely had to get to the bottom of things, so when he heard Pei Donlei was considering backing out, he immediately offered a price Pei Donlei couldn't refuse. You don't need to do anything, just keep an eye on Ye Qinghe's affairs and find out what's going on. You don't need to do anything dangerous. I only asked you because we're classmates and from the same place. If you don't want to do it, I'll find someone else. There are plenty of people who will. Don't you want to have a little more money to buy Lin Qinghe a gift or something? Or maybe take her out for a nice meal, to a nice place? I have membership cards for some upscale places. If you help me with this, you can borrow them wherever you want to go, as long as I have the cards. Chapter 62 made a promise. Alright, what a mess. Qin Siming frowned, interrupting the professor's infighting. If they continued like this, the professors of Qinghe would have no semblance of decency left. They'd practically strip themselves bare. We'll discuss this after Qinghe enrolls. Qinghe, if you have any thoughts, feel free to bring them up anytime. This promise remains valid. Alright, you must be tired after solving so many problems. We won't bother you any longer. We'll come back on Monday. With that, Qin Siming left with Tao Zaiqiang and the other professors. The harmony the professors had shown when they first entered was completely gone. They all looked at each other with disdain. Although Tao Zaiqiang hadn't joined in, he was also very worried. He shared the same concern. These guys were all his opponents now. He just didn't want to show it now and let them gang up on him. After all, he was the director, and if he joined in, he might be surrounded and attacked. No shooting. Sneak into the village. He decided to come back in the afternoon to have a proper talk with Ye Qinghe alone. Okay, principal and teachers, take care. Ye Dali saw them to the elevator and watched the doors close before returning to his dormitory. Qinghe, you're amazing. I never imagined you'd be so talented in this area. How come I never noticed your talent before? It's all my fault. I was so busy with business that I didn't realize you had this talent. Otherwise, with your talent, you might have been specially admitted to university long ago, maybe even. Ye Dali was excited, but his mood turned somber as he blamed himself for the whole thing. Back when Ye Qinghe was healthy, although he treated him well, his focus was still on business. It wasn't until Ye Qinghe fell ill that he truly spent every day and night with him. Before that, he mostly let Ye Qinghe study on his own, only providing the money. Dad, this has nothing to do with you. I didn't even know I had this talent, or maybe I didn't have it before. Maybe I only developed it because I was paralyzed. Ye Qinghe tried to comfort him with a smile. Pa. If that's the case, I'd rather not have this. I'd rather you be healthy. As long as you're healthy, even without this mathematical talent, it's fine. Upon hearing this, Ye Dali immediately spat a few times. He didn't care how amazing Ye Qinghe was, he just wanted Ye Qinghe to be healthy and become a normal person. Seeing him like this, Ye Qinghe, lying on the bed, laughed. Isn't everything getting better? Maybe I'll recover my health soon. Ye Dali nodded emphatically. Yes, I will definitely recover my health. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Qinghe lay on her bed, holding a basketball wristband, staring blankly at it. The wristband has a blue Nike logo and looks quite old, with noticeable pilling in some places, but it's clean and must be washed frequently. Qinghe, I heard you had a fight with Pei Donlei in the school cafeteria yesterday? What happened? In the dormitory, under the bed opposite Lin Qinghe, sat a girl in tank tops and hot pants, putting on makeup in front of the mirror. Thinking about your first love again? But speaking of which, Pei Donlei is indeed a bit lacking. His family is too poor. I've told you before, if you're going to find someone from a well-off family. Otherwise, are you going to suffer poverty with him? We're not bad-looking, why should we suffer like that? Look at my boyfriend, he promised to buy me a bag, and he's going to buy it this afternoon. If it were Pei Donlei, let alone a bag, he probably couldn't even afford to buy you a phone, right? The girl didn't seem to mind that Lin Qinghe didn't answer, continuing to talk. Lin Qinghe was cold and didn't talk much, she was used to it. But I heard you were really enthusiastic towards a boy in a wheelchair in the cafeteria? Was he a classmate? I also heard there was a pretty girl there, what's the story? Ugh, never mind, you're such a silent type. You never tell me anything. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going out with my sweetheart, I won't be back tonight. The girl finished her makeup, told Lin Qinghe, grabbed her bag and phone, and left. Lin Qinghe was left alone in the room. Qinghe. Lin Qinghe rubbed her wristband, murmuring Qinghe's name. She recalled the day she transferred schools, taking the wrong turn and wandering into a secluded alley, surrounded by thugs, her mouth covered, her skirt lifted, her underwear pulled down, helpless and desperate, her life seemingly over, when Qinghe suddenly appeared like a hero at the alley entrance, slipped on the wristband, and rushed towards her. That moment, Qinghe was like a ray of light, piercing through what she thought was a bleak life. Although Qinghe was incredibly skilled, fighting 4 against 1, he still sustained some injuries. After driving away the thugs, he grinned, removed his wristband, threw it on the ground, looked at his hand, and then squatted down, asking himself if he was alright, as if he were shrouded in light. Lin Qinghe. I suddenly think I shouldn't buy the bag anymore. I should come back and keep you company. You've been acting strange since yesterday. The girl in the tank top suddenly pushed open the door and came back, throwing her bag onto her bed. She leaned over Lin Qinghe's bedside, looking at her with an expression that said, "Praise me. I'm fine. Yuan. Lin Qinghe subtly put away the wristband and said to the girl, "You can fool yourself with that, but you can't fool me. Tell me, what really happened? That boy isn't your first love, is he? Why is he in a wheelchair? And who's the girl with him? Yuan the strategist, will analyze this for you." Yuan didn't believe Lin Qinghe's words. She'd been with Lin Qinghe for 2 years. Although Lin Qinghe was aloof, she had never been so distracted as this. So even though she'd gone out, she couldn't shake off her worries and ultimately cancelled her date with her boyfriend. "Do you remember I mentioned before that a boy once saved me?" Lin Qinghe looked at Yuan, who was lying by the bedside, not intending to leave, and after thinking for a moment, spoke up. Yuan nodded. "Yes, you didn't say exactly how he saved you, but you mentioned that someone saved you when you needed help the most, and afterwards, because of shyness and some other reasons, you kept your distance from people. I remember that. Later, I went to see him once and made a promise with him." Chapter 63. Do you want to come to Qinghe? You passed the school test? Jo Wanner jumped for joy upon hearing that Qinghe had passed Qinghe's test. Although she trusted Qinghe, she was still a little worried before the results were in. "If I had known they were coming today, I wouldn't have slept in this morning. I thought they wouldn't come until Monday." Pouting, Jo Wanner felt a little disappointed. She really wanted to see what the test was like, to see how Qinghe had amazed Qinghe's principal and professors. "They just gave me 3 questions, and I solved them for them. There weren't any of those scenes from movies or TV shows. It doesn't matter if you see them or not." Qinghe smiled and said. "However, there is some good news today." "What good news?" Jo Wanner thought this was good news, and now Qinghe was saying there was more. She asked expectantly. Yadali, who was tidying up nearby, also turned his head after hearing this. "Look." Qinghe tilted his head to the right and raised his right hand. "Ah!" Jo Wanner stared wide-eyed in disbelief, letting out a scream before immediately covering her mouth. "This, Qinghe, your hand can move." The rag and other items Yadali was wiping slipped from his hands. Ignoring the fall, he rushed forward, reaching out to grab Qinghe's hand, but fearing a sudden movement might cause harm, his hands hovered precariously in front of Qinghe's, unsure what to do. "Oh my god. This is truly wonderful. This is fantastic news. We must celebrate. Celebrate Qinghe's special admission to Qinghe, celebrate your hand's recovery." After her initial shock, Jo Wanner climbed onto Qinghe from the left side of the bed, taking his hand and examining it closely. "Not fully recovered, only my wrist can move. The other 3 fingers haven't recovered yet," Qinghe said calmly. Yesterday, he saw the recovery option in the lottery but didn't win. Today, after the school leaders left, he entered his consciousness space, completed 50 kilometers, and then won the option again. "That's great. Really great. Qinghe, at this rate of recovery, you might be fully healthy in less than a year." Yadali was so excited he didn't know what to do. Qinghe's body had recovered from 1 finger, then 2, and now his entire wrist. The recovery speed was incredible. Before, when he recovered 2 fingers, he was a little worried, fearing it was an accident. Now that his wrist had recovered, it meant everything was real. "Yes, in a year, you'll be the Qinghe who can run and jump again." Jo Wanner, clinging to Qinghe, was also beaming with joy. "We have to go out for dinner today. I know a pretty good restaurant nearby. My classmates and I went there, and the food was so delicious that I thought you'd definitely love it, Qinghe. Let's go to that restaurant today." It's on me. To celebrate your amazing recovery, Qinghe. To celebrate your special admission to Qinghe University, Qinghe. No need for you to treat me, I can pay for it myself. I've earned quite a bit these past few days. Yeah, Qinghe was equally pleased to see their happy expressions. No way, I have to treat you. Come on, let's get ready and head out. This restaurant is very popular, especially on weekends. It's almost lunchtime, and if we go late, we might have to wait for a table. After saying that, Joe Warner started helping Ye Qinghe get ready. No need for you to push me, I can control it myself. With his wrists mobile, Ye Qinghe could control his wheelchair much more easily. He steered the wheelchair downstairs with Yadali and Joe Warner heading towards the school gate. Qinghe University is really good. It's a pity my score was too low back then, so I couldn't go to Qinghe University. Otherwise, I could have gone to the same school as you. Walking beside Ye Qinghe, looking at the students and buildings on campus, Joe Warner casually remarked. Her words were unintentional, but Ye Qinghe took them to heart. If you were to come to Qinghe University, would you be willing? Of course I would. It's Qinghe University. Who wouldn't want to? I don't think anyone would refuse. Unfortunately, that's impossible. I'm not like you, able to be admitted through special admissions. My only chance of getting into Qinghe is to pursue a master's degree after graduation and see if I can get into Qinghe, but that's unlikely too. Too many people want to study at Qinghe, and good professors are in high demand. You need connections. Someone like me has no chance. Hearing Ye Qinghe's words, Joe Warner turned around and looked at him as he walked backwards, replying, Qinghe University, the top university in the country. No student wouldn't want to go there, but getting in is incredibly difficult. The college entrance exam is the easiest part, but unfortunately, she didn't get in. The rest are even harder, she basically has no chance. What if there's an opportunity? But you'd have to choose a major you don't like. Ye Qinghe looked at Joe Warner and said seriously, What do you mean? What's going on? Seeing his expression, Joe Warner realized Ye Qinghe wasn't joking, it was a real possibility. She immediately stopped and looked at Ye Qinghe, asking questions. It's like this. Ye Qinghe explained the conditions Qinghe Siming had given him that morning. I think we can use these conditions to talk to Principal Qinghe and ask him to specially recruit you as well, under the pretext of taking care of me. When Qinghe Siming asked him to name his conditions, Ye Qinghe hadn't thought there was anything he needed to mention, but after Joe Warner's suggestion, he felt it might be worthwhile. Is that even possible? I've never heard of Qinghe University specially recruiting a student from another university. Joe Warner could hardly believe her ears. Ye Qinghe's idea seemed utterly impossible to her. Qinghe had never done anything like this before. This is Qinghe University. How could they possibly recruit a student from another university just for one student? I think there's room for maneuver in this matter. If they're not willing, I'll say I'll ask Beijing University. Maybe they'll be willing to give me that opportunity. Ye Qinghe smiled. He now held the upper hand in this matter, especially since the formalities with the school hadn't been completed yet. Judging from the reactions of Qinghe Siming, Tao's Haiqian, and the professors, they were clearly very eager for him to enroll. If he were to make such a request at this point, it might be feasible. Is the agreement in Chapter 64 void now? Forget it, you just arrived at school and you're already making demands of the principal, that's not good. Joe Warner shook her head. Although she also wanted to join Qinghe, she felt this approach might not be good for Ye Qinghe. It's okay, the principal himself told me to make any demands, and this is only allowed this time. I might not have the chance to make demands again later. The more Ye Qinghe thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The restaurant Joe Warner mentioned was a bit far from the school, in Wudaoka, and it was quite a walk from the school. The Kung Pao chicken and Yusiang Ro Si, shredded pork with garlic sauce, here are very authentic. I heard the chef is from Sichuan, and many students from Sichuan say it's authentic. Joe Warner knew Ye Qinghe liked these dishes, and although the restaurant wasn't big, the food was very authentic. After sitting down and ordering, Ye Qinghe nodded as the food arrived. He didn't even need to taste it, just the aroma was enough to tell it was good. The slightly sweet and sour smell was irresistible. Hoo, have a taste. Joe Warner took a spoonful from the plate, blew on it, and held it to Ye Qinghe's lips. Ouch, so fragrant, so hot. The food was still quite hot from the pan. Even though Joe Warner had blew on it, it was still a little too hot for Ye Qinghe. However, he couldn't bear to spit it out, so he just kept swirling it around in his mouth with his tongue. Sorry, I should have blown on it again. Quickly, have a drink to cool it down. Joe Warner quickly opened a drink from the side and held it to Ye Qinghe's lips. It's okay, it's just a little bit hot, it's much better now. Ye Qinghe shook his head. Although it was a little hot, it was tolerable. It's really delicious, full of wok hei, the smoky aroma imparted by a hot wok, and most importantly, the chef's sauce is exceptionally authentic, sweet, sour, slightly spicy, and a touch salty. The four flavors complement each other perfectly, each one distinct, with a hint of numbing sensation. Excellent. Qinghe swallowed the food in his mouth and praised it. This was the second best Kung Pao chicken he'd had in Beijing. The best was from a small restaurant run by a couple near Anhe Bridge, outside the Northwest 5th Ring Road. He and Yadali had lived in that urban village for a while and ate at that restaurant almost every day. That's good. If you like it, I'll come here often to buy it for you, Yadali said from the side. Qinghe loved this sweet, sour, and slightly spicy flavor. He'd been eating it for years and never got tired of it. Jo Wanner fed Qinghe, occasionally eating herself. The three chatted as they ate, but when the topic turned to school, Jo Wanner remembered something. Summer vacation is almost here. Even if Qinghe especially admits you now, they'll probably schedule you for September enrollment, right? Today is June 24th. In just over 2 weeks, universities, middle schools, and primary schools across the country will be on summer vacation. Jo Wanner figured that enrolling at this time would mean Qinghe would be placed among the next academic year's freshmen. I don't know. It doesn't matter which year I'm placed in. Qinghe didn't seem to care. After finishing their meal, as they walked back, none of the three noticed that across the street not far from them, Lin Qiu and Yuan were also coming out for lunch. They didn't notice the three, but Lin Qiu did. Isn't that the boy and girl you met in the cafeteria yesterday? Speaking of which, this boy's looks are so striking, you just feel an urge to protect him. And this girl is pretty too. Although her chest isn't as big as yours, she's not bad in other aspects either. She's a formidable opponent. Yuan immediately noticed Lin Qiu's odd behavior and followed her gaze, seeing Jo Wanner pushing a wheelchair and Qinghe sitting in it. Qinghe's aura was quite unforgettable. Almost everyone who saw him felt a sense of pity. You didn't say anything later about what happened to this boy. Didn't you agree to be together if you were in the same city? Did you change your mind, or did he? Watching the three walk away, Lin Qiu's gaze followed them, and Yuan asked curiously. In the dormitory, Lin Qiu talked about some things from back then, but she was vague and it was almost as if she didn't say anything. All she knew was that the two of them had an agreement: if they were in the same city after the college entrance examination, they would try to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Qiu didn't say why the boy had become like this, or why the two weren't together. This made Yuan feel incredibly upset. No matter how much she asked, Lin Qiu remained silent. Now, when they bumped into each other on the street, she immediately started asking, hoping to get some information out of Lin Qiu. I don't know. He suddenly had health problems, and his father sold all the family's assets for him. His family used to be one of the wealthiest in our county. Lin Qiu said calmly, watching the three figures. His father is such a good father. He's much happier than me. Yuan couldn't help but admire the figure who had been following Jo Wanner. Parents who go to such lengths for their children are truly admirable. She felt that her family wouldn't have done the same. So, he didn't take the college entrance exam because of his health? So your agreement is essentially void, right? Yuan suddenly remembered something. Lin Qiu paused, nodded, but quickly shook her head. We didn't say we'd go to the same university after the exam. We only said if we were in the same city, then we'd date. Lin Qiu corrected her. Actually, she had originally wanted to go to a city in the south, but she chose Qinghe because she heard he was receiving medical treatment in Beijing. So what's his condition now? Is he unable to walk? Or is it just that walking is difficult? Lin Qiu didn't answer this question. Instead, she turned and walked towards the restaurant. Hey, how are you? Yuan followed behind, looking annoyed. When Qinghe, Jo Wanner, and Yadali returned to the Zijing student apartment, they found Tao Saiqian waiting at the door. Director Tao? Stepping out of the elevator, Yadali was somewhat surprised to see Tao Saiqian waiting in the stairwell. Director Tao, is there something else? Qinghe asked. Nothing much, let's go to your room first, lie down, and we'll talk. Tao Saiqian didn't explain why he was there, but instead told Qinghe to go back to his room. After Qinghe was settled in bed by Yadali and Jo Wanner, Tao Saiqian said, It's like this is 30,000 yuan, it's the fee for the math test I gave you earlier. Chapter 65 Beijing University? They contacted you? How come there's money here? Qinghe didn't quite understand. It's like this, I did this problem for someone else, and I was paid. Since you solved it, I gave it to them. This is the money they paid. I didn't solve the problem, so of course I can't keep the money. You solved it, so it's yours. As he spoke, Tao Saiqian placed the money on the table next to Qinghe. Isn't this inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. That's it. There's no need to say anything more. I came here because I have something else I'd like to discuss with you, Qinghe. Tao Saiqian waved his hand, not saying anything more about it. Bringing this money was just an excuse. The real reason wasn't to give money. Please speak. Qinghe looked at Tao Saiqian. Here's the thing, we've already witnessed your mathematical talent. Your entry into the university will definitely be different from others. You won't be studying with freshmen or sophomores. You'll most likely be studying under a professor, similar to a graduate student. And I, Tao's Haiqian, as the head of the mathematics department, have some experience in this field. Therefore, my idea is that you choose me as your mentor. Tao's Haiqian hadn't mentioned this before because there were many people around, precisely to discuss it privately now. He and Qinghe were among the first people he met, and he was the one who facilitated Qinghe's special admission, strongly recommending him to Qin Siming. Logically and personally, he should be the one to take Qinghe as his student. However, several of these professors were his seniors, and the oldest was even his teacher. If these people wanted to compete, he couldn't say anything, so he could only come to Qinghe privately to discuss it. He needed to win Qinghe over from the start. In principle, there's no problem. However, I have something I'd like to ask you, teacher. Didn't Principal Qin promise me a condition that I could name my price? Qinghe's address of teacher made Tao's Haiqian's heart flutter, and he couldn't suppress his smile. Yes, that's right. As you know about my health, teacher, I definitely need someone to take care of me. It's just me and my dad at home now, and he's looking for work, so we can only find someone to take care of me. My classmate has been taking care of me whenever she has free time for the past 2 years. My idea is, could we recruit her into the school? That way, she can take care of me without interfering with my studies. Qinghe's words made Tao's Haiqian look at Zhou Wanner. He had previously assumed Zhou Wanner was Qinghe's sister or older sister, but it turned out she was just a classmate. This was indeed a surprise. A classmate who had consistently taken time to care for Qinghe after his health deteriorated. That's something not everyone can do. Even girlfriends deeply in love rarely do that. This is no minor illness, it's total paralysis, a condition that could potentially leave one unable to care for themselves for life. Even if the other person didn't intend to be with Qinghe, the fact that they come to take care of him from time to time speaks volumes about their character. I can't say for sure. Tao's Haiqian thought for a moment. He didn't dare to make a guarantee. After all, Qinghe has never had such a precedent before. Qinghe students only have 2 ways to get in, the National College Entrance Examination or the Postgraduate Entrance Examination. Oh, okay then. I'll ask Beijing University if they can handle it. Qinghe nodded, seemingly unconcerned, but Tao's Haiqian interrupted him before he could finish. Beijing University? They contacted you too? Let me tell you, Qinghe, the math department at Beijing University is nowhere near as good as ours. Our math department is far superior. Tao's Haiqian was inwardly cursing. How could those people at Beijing University have such a keen sense of smell? He hadn't even officially processed Qinghe's enrollment yet, and they'd already sniffed out his scheme. If Qinghe really chose their side, he'd regret it terribly. Okay, don't contact them yet. I'll talk to the principal about this. With that, Tao's Haiqian left quickly without saying anything more. Qinghe, you're so mean. You don't even know the names of the people in the mathematics department at Beijing University? Zhou Wanner was surprised that Qinghe would blurt this out, and that Director Tao would believe it without a second thought. Who says I don't know? I do know the head of their mathematics department is surnamed Fang. He and Director Tao seem to have been at odds for a long time. They're always at each other's throats. Qinghe smiled. Yesterday, when he had some free time, he had researched the mathematics community, so although he hadn't met anyone from Beijing University, he did know the head of the mathematics department and several well-known professors. On the way back, he had been thinking about how to tell Qin Siming, but now that Tao's Haiqian was here, it would be perfect to have him speak to them. Principal, something terrible has happened. After leaving Qinghe's place, Tao's Haiqian immediately called Qin Siming, rushing to Qin Siming's office while talking. What is it? Those guys in Beijing contacted Qinghe, offering him a condition he can't refuse. If he goes there, the girl who's been taking care of him will also go to school in Beijing. Although Qinghe said he'd go to Beijing if Qinghe disagreed, Tao's Haiqian interpreted it as Beijing having already made such an offer. If Qinghe didn't agree, Beijing would poach Qinghe. What? How did they know Qinghe? Qin Siming immediately panicked. Qinghe's math skills were truly outstanding. He felt they were far superior to Wei Shen from Beijing. He recruited Qinghe hoping to challenge Wei Shen. If Beijing snatched him away, what was the point of their competition? Qinghe's paid online problem-solving business must have been discovered by them. What do we do now? We can't let such a genius go to waste. If we do, it will become a lifelong stain on our reputation. Tao's Haiqian had even figured out how to contact Qinghe. He contacted Qinghe this way, so it's not surprising that others contacted him this way as well. Especially if the other party knew Qinghe was already on Qinghe campus, then increasing their offer to poach him would be perfectly reasonable. Even without Tao's Haiqian saying it, Qin Siming could already imagine what others would say after Qinghe became famous. You keep Qinghe calm. Don't let him agree to anything they want. I'll figure out the rest. Chapter 66. This is a special recruitment. I'm almost at your office door. Tao's Haiqiang ran incredibly fast, ignoring the greetings from many students and teachers along the way, focusing solely on reaching Qin Siming's office. He hadn't even finished speaking when he burst into Qin Siming's office. What do we do now? If such a genius is snatched away by Peking University, we could be nailed to the pillar of shame for decades, even centuries. Tao's Haiqiang's words were somewhat exaggerated, but Qin Siming knew it wasn't impossible. Just like they had thought before, Qinghe had the potential to become the next Eulergaz. If he didn't, so be it, but what if he did? Because of their one flawed decision, Qinghe went to Peking University, and this matter would be remembered for centuries. A genius, just like that, slipped through their fingers, becoming the glory of their old rival, and their shame. This matter, while somewhat difficult, isn't impossible to handle with special measures. Qin Siming paced back and forth in his office. Qinghe certainly didn't have any special cases, but sometimes, aren't special measures created for geniuses, for special individuals? The abilities Qinghe had just displayed were worthy of the school making an exception for him. This special recruitment was itself a special recruitment, so what's wrong with including an inconspicuous student from another school along with it? Qin Siming thought to himself. However, this matter wasn't so easy to handle in practice. Qinghe's special recruitment was no problem. After all, Qinghe wasn't a student from any other school. As long as he had talent, he could be directly admitted. But the female student Qinghe mentioned was different. She was a student at Lin University. To recruit her, they would have to communicate with Lin University. He knew these other universities all too well. If he dared to ask, they would definitely use this to manipulate him and Qinghe, and would never let her go easily. This is where things get tough. The female classmate Qinghe mentioned, is she from Lin University? Qin Siming confirmed. Yes, Lin University, computer science. Tao's Haiqiang nodded. Old Sun from Lin University isn't an easy person to deal with. Qin Siming sighed. No one who becomes a university principal is easy to deal with. He dealt with Old Sun from Lin University before. He was very shrewd. If he found out about this, he'd definitely skin him alive. Do you think it's possible to get this Lin Qinghe's classmate, what's her name again? Zhou Wan'er. Is it possible to get Zhou Wan'er to withdraw from her studies there? After she withdraws, we can recruit her and let her directly enter our university's computer science department as a third-year student? Qin Siming thought of a plan. Since Old Sun is difficult to deal with, could they bypass him and not have to deal with him at all? Let Zhou Wan'er drop out of school directly. That way, after Zhou Wan'er drops out, she won't have to deal with Old Sun from Lin University anymore, and they can then recruit her through a special program. I'm not sure about that, but I think it's feasible. However, what about the people in the school? Special admissions for Qinghe and the others should be fine, but special admissions for Zhou Wan'er, especially since she's from another school, will they agree? Although Qin Siming is the principal, it doesn't mean the entire school is his personal fiefdom. He can't make a decision on special admissions on his own, it has to be discussed in a meeting. Qinghe has the previous test results, so there's definitely no problem. These people won't obstruct a talented student who can clearly bring honor to the school. But Zhou Wan'er is different. Don't treat this as two separate special admissions. Qin Siming smiled. This is a special admission, a condition for specially admitting Qinghe. If it weren't for Zhou Wan'er, Qinghe wouldn't come to the school, he'd go to Peking University, or another school that could admit Zhou Wan'er. Make this clear at the meeting where Qinghe is being considered, and then the matter will be simple. Qin Siming knew that specially admitting Zhou Wan'er was difficult, but what if Zhou Wan'er was a condition for specially admitting Qinghe? Ha! No wonder you're the principal. How come I didn't think of this? These two things are essentially one thing. This is the condition for the special admission, yes. That's it. If they want Qinghe, they have to agree to this with Zhou Wan'er. Tao's Haiqiang's expression suddenly lit up. He had been stuck in a rut before, never considering this possibility. Now it seems this is actually quite simple. Qinghe brought this up at this point precisely to force the school to agree. Qinghe didn't bring it up earlier or later, but only after they had tested him and seen his abilities. That's his intention. So, this matter isn't difficult. The difficult part is that Zhou Wan'er needs to withdraw from that school first, and we can't let Old Sun from Lin University know about it. So we need to go talk to Zhou Wan'er. You said you went to Qinghe's dorm earlier, was Zhou Wan'er there too? Qin Siming knew this couldn't be delayed. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and walked out. By the way, why are you going to see Qinghe now? Suddenly, he thought of something. Why was Tao's Haiqiang looking for Qinghe? They had just met with Qinghe that morning. Was there something they couldn't discuss then? I know, you want him to be your student, right? No wonder you didn't say anything before, you were just waiting here. Without much thought, Qin Siming immediately understood the reason. No, I just had him do a problem before, and the company's payment came through. I went to deliver the money to Qinghe. Tao's Haiqiang denied poaching anyone. He was on official business. Qin Siming glanced at him, smiled, and said nothing more. This might fool the students, but these people wouldn't believe such an excuse. The two quickly arrived at Ye Qinghe's dormitory. Inside, they found Ye Qinghe translating computer science literature with Zhou Wan'er. Qinghe's English is this good too? Qin Siming asked with a smile. He had overheard Ye Qinghe translating a few sentences and thought it was impressive. This level of skill far surpassed the Set 4 and Set 6 exams. However, this was a good thing. Although mathematics should only be used for mathematical work, a mathematician who isn't proficient in English certainly can't succeed. Mathematics still needs to be aligned with international standards. I understand a little. Ye Qinghe smiled. You're too modest. Qin Siming came to Ye Qinghe's bedside. Ye Dali brought him a chair, and after thanking him, Qin Siming sat down and said, Director Tao just mentioned your request. In principle, there's no problem with it, but... Chapter 67 Starting a company? Withdraw from school? After hearing Qin Siming's meaning, Zhou Wan'er hesitated. She was afraid that withdrawing would leave a record on her file, and also, what if things changed at Qinghe if she withdrew? Don't worry about that. Qin Siming immediately saw Zhou Wan'er's concerns. We definitely won't make any mistakes in this matter. The reason we're having you withdraw voluntarily is because if we went to your school, they would definitely demand an exorbitant price. But if you withdraw voluntarily, your school will at most ask a few questions. As long as you're determined to withdraw, there won't be any problems. And the money saved can be used for your scholarships and stipends. It's a win-win situation for us. Qin Siming explained it very clearly, but Zhou Wan'er didn't immediately agree. Instead, she looked at Ye Qinghe. It's okay, just agree. This semester is about to end anyway. If you withdraw before the end of the semester, it won't affect your enrollment next semester. Ye Qinghe believed Qin Siming wouldn't lie to him about this. Okay, then I'll go see our homeroom teacher on Monday and tell him about it. Zhou Wan'er nodded. I hope you won't tell your classmates about this yet. After all, we did it secretly. If they find out and it gets out, and your school finds out, it won't be good. Qin Siming added. Don't worry, I know. Zhou Wan'er nodded. She did understand that. Her family worked in the government, so she knew the consequences of making a ruckus halfway through before anything was even settled. Principal, it's like this, although she transferred here to make it easier to take care of me, I hope she can study computer science, since that's what she studied before. That's no problem. I'll talk to the computer science department and get her into the department. They'll also give her some extra help in some classes. If they'd handled such a big matter so specially, Qin Siming certainly had no problem with this small thing. She agreed without any hesitation. With the matter settled and Ye Qinghe indicating he wouldn't accept the invitation from Beijing University, Qin Siming and Tao Zhiqian left satisfied. I really never imagined that one day I would actually become Qinghe's student. Even now, it still feels a little unreal, like a dream. I'm afraid someone will suddenly wake me up and find me still in my dormitory at Lin University. After Qin Siming and Tao Zhiqian left, Zhou Wan'er said excitedly. This was something she had never even dared to dream of. When Ye Qinghe mentioned it, she thought it was impossible, but unexpectedly, after dinner, Ye Qinghe made it a done deal. Qinghe University was truly willing to make an exception and specially admit her to Qinghe just to get Ye Qinghe to agree. No, I have to tell my dad about this, otherwise if I apply for withdrawal on Monday, the school will definitely contact my family. After the initial excitement, Zhou Wan'er immediately took out her phone and called home. Really? I'm not lying to you. I just met with Principal Qin Siming of Qinghe University. Qinghe is here too. It's because of Qinghe that they want to admit me as well. Zhou Qinghe didn't quite believe Zhou Wan'er's words. If you don't believe me, ask Qinghe. Seeing her father's skepticism, Zhou Wan'er turned the video camera towards Ye Qinghe. Hello, Uncle Zhou. Ye Qinghe smiled and greeted the camera. Qinghe, Wan'er said your health is starting to recover. Zhou Qinghe knew that his daughter had been going to see Ye Qinghe. Although he had initially tried to dissuade Zhou Wan'er, feeling it wasn't appropriate for a young woman, he stopped after failing to persuade her. In fact, before Ye Qinghe fell ill, he had always been very fond of her. Yes, my right thumb, index finger, and wrist can move now. As he spoke, Ye Qinghe moved his right hand. From Zhou Qinghe's perspective, Ye Qinghe's right hand was raised, his thumb and index finger curled up, while the other three fingers were bent, moving his right hand from side to side in this strange posture. That's wonderful. Finally, things are looking up. Congratulations. This is already very good. He had heard from Zhou Wan'er that Ye Qinghe could only move his head and his neck, the rest of his body was completely paralyzed and numb. Now that he's improved, there might be a chance he'll fully recover. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. And thank you so much, Wan'er, for coming over to chat with me and take care of me. What Wan'er said earlier, is it true? Yes, I demonstrated some mathematical ability, and the principal and head of the mathematics department at Qinghe University valued me highly and wanted to offer me a special admission. So I made this request, and they agreed, but only on the condition that Warner voluntarily withdraw from Lin University first. I understand. Withdrawing voluntarily saves them a lot of trouble. Zhou Qinghe hadn't quite believed Zhou Warner's version of events, but after Qinghe said it, he believed it immediately and understood why Qinghe University wanted Zhou Warner to withdraw voluntarily. This made Zhou Warner pout. Whose father is this anyway? Warner owes this to you, Qinghe. Thank you. No, Uncle Joe, don't say that. If Warner hadn't come to see me so often during my most difficult times, I probably wouldn't have made it this far. I should be thanking Warner, thank you. Let's not stand on ceremony. Since things are improving, come back during summer vacation. Uncle will treat you and your dad to dinner then. Having clarified the situation, Zhou Qinghe didn't say anything more and hung up after a few words. This old man, he hung up without saying a word? Zhou Warner stared at her phone in disbelief. Had her father forgotten she had a daughter? He hung up without even saying goodbye? No way, she had to tell her mother tonight and have her give the old man a piece of her mind. Am I still his little darling? That afternoon, Qinghe continued translating with Zhou Warner, who didn't leave until 9 o'clock in the evening. Dad, I have an idea. After Yadali finished washing and cleaning him up, Qinghe looked at Yadali, who was massaging his back. What idea? Tell me. Yadali turned his head, continuing to massage his back. He felt he had twisted it a little, not seriously, but it was a little uncomfortable. I want you to start a company. Start a company? Yadali stopped involuntarily, not understanding why Qinghe suddenly wanted to start a company. It's like this, you see, these online jobs I've taken on, although not many right now, just these 3 alone have brought in over 60,000 yuan. If I were to pay taxes as an individual, the deductions would be quite substantial. Chapter 68, 100 square meters, 3 years of free rental rights. That makes sense. Setting up a company can avoid a lot of taxes. Yadali had run a company before, so he understood this. Personal income tax, especially for those with higher incomes, is quite high. Using a company allows for legitimate tax avoidance. With the managers helping to promote it, there will definitely be more opportunities, so I was thinking of setting up a company. Also, I think you don't need to do delivery anymore. Helping me set up this company and handle the business will be much easier than doing delivery before. Qinghe's deeper thought was that Yadali's work as a delivery driver was somewhat wasteful. In his early years, Yadali was able to build his company from scratch, which showed his genuine ability. If it weren't for his own burdens, his assets might have doubled by now. Since he didn't have the opportunity before, now that he had the ability, having Yadali help manage the company and handle business would be a way of compensating Yadali with a company. More importantly, Yadali's business acumen is exceptional. Most of the company's major clients were brought in by him, and many were unsuccessful even when others tried to poach them. Yes, that's true. However, I'm not very familiar with what you're doing. Tell me in detail about the business model and its intricacies. Yadali nodded. He didn't want to continue doing this low-level work. He had no choice before, but now that he had the opportunity, he was willing to try a different approach. He immediately pulled up a chair and sat down next to Qinghe, took out a notebook and pen, and began discussing Qinghe's business model. After Qinghe finished explaining and understanding his competitive advantage, Yadali immediately smiled happily. Don't worry about that. Dad will handle the company's affairs. Yours is a unique product that others can't imitate. As long as you can solve their problems, you won't lack orders. Qinghe's business was much easier than his previous one. Although it's not a monopoly, this business has a high barrier to entry, creating a very deep moat. Once Qinghe closes a few more deals and builds his reputation, he won't have to worry about business in the future. More importantly, this product can command a high price. I'll register the company tomorrow. Yadali was full of energy. If it weren't already evening, he would have gone out to register the company right now. Besides, I think some of my previous clients might also need this kind of service. I'll contact them tomorrow, maybe the orders will come in before the company is even registered. Sunday morning, after cleaning up Qinghe and feeding him breakfast, Yadali went out. Although he couldn't register a company on Sunday, it didn't stop him from finding a suitable agency. Government departments were closed, but these agencies were open. After Yadali left, Qinghe entered his consciousness space, 25 kilometers. Within the 50 kilometers of the spatial dimension, Qinghe noticed that although the time was short, he seemed to be improving every day. At the beginning, let alone 25 kilometers, even 10 kilometers would have been unbearable. Now, 25 kilometers was his limit. 40 kilometers. Gritting his teeth, Qinghe didn't rest. Although his legs were so weak he could barely lift them, he still gritted his teeth and mechanically continued running. 45 kilometers. 46 kilometers. His body was increasingly exhausted, but yet Qinghe didn't give up, still persevering. Although he could run a section and then rest, which he had done for the past 2 days. But last night he realized something: the system wouldn't have designed this consciousness space for no reason, just to make him run and rest intermittently. There must be some use he didn't know about. The only thing he could think of was that, besides wanting him to relax from the negative emotions caused by his paralysis, the system wanted him to toughen his will. This might not be entirely accurate, but he figured that since his physical injuries would heal once he left the spatial dimension, why not give it a try? So this time, unlike the previous days when he would rest after a few steps, he gritted his teeth and persevered, just like when he first entered the space, to run the entire 50 kilometers in one go. 50 kilometers. The moment he crossed the 50-kilometer mark, Qinghe shouted hoarsely, plopped down on the ground, and then lay down. Huff. Huff. Qinghe's breathing sounded like a bellows. It feels pretty good to feel this soreness after strenuous exercise. Feeling the pain in his body, Qinghe laughed loudly. This was something he couldn't experience at all in the real world. For a moment, he found this feeling quite nice. Lying on the road with his eyes closed, he felt it for a while, then Qinghe had a thought and exited the consciousness space. The first thing Qinghe did upon exiting was to draw a lottery ticket. Sure enough, after completing 50 kilometers, the recovery option is slightly more than 5 kilometers in reality. After the investment wheel appeared, Qinghe looked at the options and became even more certain of his belief: completing 50 kilometers in the consciousness space would increase the recovery option. This has been happening for the past few days. System, have you been spying on my daily life? Upon seeing the option to provide office space for a company appear, Qinghe immediately complained. Yesterday he had just told his father that he wanted to start a company, and today the system added office space to the lottery options. Looking at this option, Qinghe felt that this was the most likely thing he would draw today. It really is it. In fact, the pointer on the wheel ultimately pointed to this. 17th floor of Qinghe Science and Technology Park Building, number 1, Zhongguancun East Road, 101.44 square meters, 3-year free lease right. How stingy. They only gave such a small space, and the key is that it's not even property rights, just a free lease right. Looking at the final result, Qinghe couldn't help but complain. This system is incredibly stingy. Other systems offer ownership of thousands of square meters, or even an entire building. This one, not only offering 100 square meters, but also only a 3-year lease? Aren't you afraid other systems will laugh their heads off? Don't you think you're embarrassing all the other systems? How will you face other systems after this? Unfortunately, no matter how much Qinghe complained, the system remained unmoved and didn't react at all. Fine, having 100 square meters of free usage is better than nothing. Chapter 69 Preliminary Selection. Warner, please. Just say yes. I'm really worried about going alone. Please come with me, give me some courage, okay? You wouldn't join me in a group before, can't you even come with me to participate in a show now? Please, please. Kind-hearted God, just say yes. I'll treat you to a big meal, I'll treat you to milk tea. I'll treat you. In the girls' dormitory at Ling University, Sumiaur, like a clingy puppy, circled around Jo Warner, her hands clasped together, her big eyes blinking rapidly, her fair cheeks slightly flushed. Sumiaur, you can go by yourself, why do you have to drag me along? Jo Warner couldn't take it anymore and helplessly pressed down on her swaying shoulders. We're best friends, the Wan Miao duo. How can you bear to watch a little lamb like me wander into a wolf's den alone? Those competitors are all wolves and tigers. Sumiaur pouted, tugging at Jo Warner's sleeve, and exaggeratedly shrank her neck as she spoke. Unlike the 1.7-meter tall Jo Warner, Sumiaur wore a sweet Lolita dress adorned with cream-colored lace and cherry prints. She only reached Jo Warner's shoulder, her slender figure appearing even thinner under the loose skirt. Combined with her baby face, she looked exactly like a middle school student who had wandered into a college dormitory. The problem is, I have things to do today. Jo Warner was speechless at her expression. It's okay if your childhood friend misses a day, but today is your sister's big day. What if I get selected by the professor and go straight to the blind auditions? As her best friend, you'd regret it for the rest of your life if you didn't see it with your own eyes. Besides, didn't you say he moved near Qinghe University? It's so close, you can go tonight if you want. Sumiaur tugged at Jo Warner's sleeve, refusing to let go. Fine, fine, I can't stand you anymore. Stop acting like this. Looking at her pitiful yet hopeful expression, and remembering that she was about to leave the school, Jo Warner's heart softened, and she sighed. You need to let me make a call first, to tell Qinghe. Yay! No problem, I can make as many calls as I want. I'll call a car now, let's go right away. Sumiaur instantly jumped for joy, quickly pulling out her phone. Let's skip the taxi. It's not far anyway, just the Wudaoka Cultural and Creative Park. We can just bike there. Joe Warner hadn't planned to participate in the Voice of China auditions, but Sumiaur had mentioned it several times in the past few days, so she already knew it would be held at the Cultural and Creative Park on the weekend. The place wasn't far from their school, they could just bike there, no need to take a taxi. No way. Bikes are too tiring, and it's so hot today. Getting all sweaty there will leave a bad impression on the judges. I'll take a taxi. Sumiaur shook her head, her carefully curled hair trembling slightly with the movement. She had prepared for today's audition for a long time, and no detail could be overlooked. Joe Warner didn't insist further. She went to the window, took out her phone, and called Qinghe and Yedali respectively, telling them she wouldn't be going today. The Voice of China has declined in popularity over the years. The audition venue was still packed with people, the heat carrying the smells of sweat and cheap perfume. Men and women dreaming of stardom surrounded the area, making it impossible to move. Amidst the noise, the sounds of contestants auditioning in the aisles could be heard. When Joe Warner and Sumiaur arrived, they were both shocked by the scene. Are all these people here for the auditions? How long will this take? Joe Warner gasped, looking at the sea of people. With so many people, if they all lined up to go in, they'd be waiting until dark, having arrived so late. Maybe we should just give up? She turned to Sumiaur, somewhat hesitant. What do you mean, forgotten? How could it be? Most of these people didn't successfully register online. Those who did don't need to wait outside, they can go straight in. There are numbers. My number is for the morning session, we need to hurry. Before she could finish speaking, Sumiaur's petite body unleashed surprising strength. She grabbed Joe Warner's wrist and pushed her way in, shouting, "Excuse me, we're contestants for the preliminary rounds." Finally, they squeezed through the turnstile, verified their IDs, and received a number. The staff at the entrance let Sumiaur and Joe Warner in. The hallways inside weren't as crowded, but the atmosphere was even more tense. The well-dressed contestants were either practicing a particular vocal transition repeatedly in a corner, their knuckles white from the effort, or resting with their eyes closed, their chests rising and falling with deep breaths. Some were even adjusting their posture against the window panes. The air was stifling, the air conditioning seemed to be malfunctioning. I'm number 36, and number 20 is already ahead of me. Sumiaur checked her progress, deliberately humming a couple of lines, the ending notes uncontrollably swaying slightly. Don't be nervous, you'll be fine. Just use your usual karaoke singing level. Joe Warner patted her shoulder, noticing that her knees, secretly pressed together under her skirt, were a little stiff. Could you come in with me later? You don't need to sing, just stand to the side, that way I'll feel more at ease. Sumiaur pulled Joe Warner, her eyes filled with a cautious pleading. Can I go in? Joe Warner frowned. Sumiaur's gaze shifted instantly, her voice lowering. Yes, I wrote 2 of us when I registered. Sumiaur. Joe Warner's eyes narrowed, a surge of anger rising from being manipulated, her hand flashing as she reached for Sumiaur's soft waist, twisting and turning. Ouch. It hurts. There were too many people around, and Sumiaur gasped in pain, her face contorted in agony. Afraid of attracting attention, she desperately tried to keep her voice down. How could you do this? I already said I wasn't participating. Joe Warner noticed someone looking over, withdrew her hand from her grip, and questioned Sumiaur. I really can't do it alone. I was just hoping you could come with me. Besides, you sing so well, what if you get picked by the mentors? Then you'd be a big star. Isn't that much better than becoming a programmer after graduation? Sumiaur rubbed the spot Joe Warner had pinched, explaining with a pitiful expression. Joe Warner shook off her hand and ignored her. The auditions were extremely quick. The judges often decided who stayed and who left with just a few notes. Soon it was Sumiaur and Joe Warner's turn. As soon as the two entered the judging area, the 3 mentors' gazes swept over them. The female mentor in a smart red dress glanced at the application forms, sized up the 2, and lingered a moment longer on the tall and composed Joe Warner before speaking. Begin. Sumiaur took a deep breath, trying to steady her slightly trembling voice as she began to sing. She sang well, her technique was good, but perhaps due to nervousness, she lacked a certain emotional impact. Halfway through the song, the female mentor in red raised her hand to signal a pause. Sumiaur's heart leaped into her throat. Unexpectedly, the mentor's gaze shifted to Joe Warner, who had stepped back after Sumiaur began singing, quiet as if separated from her by a barrier. Why aren't you singing, contestant? The female mentor glanced at the 2 names on the registration form, her eyes scrutinizing and subtly intrigued. I just came with her. I see you registered 2 people. Since you're already here, why don't you sing a couple of lines? Chapter 70, The Prince Has Really Gone Bad. Chen Li is a musician, not extremely famous, but still somewhat well known in the industry. The director of The Voice of China has a good relationship with her and specifically asked her to help find some promising talents when they invited her. However, with so many music variety shows now, and The Voice of China having declined in popularity, some truly talented contestants might not be willing to participate. Like today, after watching over 30 contestants, she only felt 2 were barely qualified for the show, the rest weren't even amateur singers. Number 36, the application form stated she was in a duo, but after coming in, only the petite one sang. This piqued Chen Li's interest in the girl next to her, who was clearly superior in height, appearance, and overall demeanor. Judging from her looks, figure, and presence, this girl had a better image, a star quality. So after Su Miaoer finished singing, she inquired about Zhou Wan'er's situation. "Wan'er sings even better than me. Wan'er, sing one for the mentors, let them hear." Su Miaoer didn't see anything wrong with what the mentor said. She immediately pulled Zhou Wan'er to the center and frantically winked at her. Seeing her like this, Zhou Wan'er was speechless, but since they were already here, singing a line wouldn't hurt. "Then I'll sing farewell a cappella." "Okay." Chen Li nodded. No one else said anything. Chen Li was in charge of this audition. If she wanted to hear from a contestant who hadn't registered, then so be it. Outside the long pavilion, along the ancient road, fragrant grasses stretch to the horizon. The evening breeze caresses the willows, the flute's melody fades, the setting sun beyond the mountains. "Qinghe, you don't know, on my way back, I ran into Principal Qin. He heard about the company I wanted to set up and said the school has office space in the Qinghe Science and Technology Park near the East Gate, specifically for student entrepreneurs. They can give us an office, and the first 3 years are rent-free." Yadali excitedly told Ye Qinghe after returning at noon. Setting up a company requires a registered address. Originally, he was thinking of finding an agency nearby to handle it, so he wouldn't need to provide a registered address and could just pay the agency a small fee. Now, with Qin Siming's offer, he doesn't need an agency at all, he can register it himself. This saves a lot of money. Although Ye Qinghe doesn't need to go there to open the company, for his convenience, it can't be too far away, they can only find suitable office space around Qinghe. The office space around here isn't cheap. Upon hearing this, Ye Qinghe mentally launched into a series of complaints about the system. The system has really gone bad. So, this option he'd drawn was just giving him access to the school's resources? Before, he'd wondered why no one had contacted him or why the system hadn't popped up any messages after he drew this option. Turns out, this option didn't require any contact, he just needed to talk to Principal Qin Siming about starting a business, and Principal Qin would provide it. This is treating Principal Qin like an NPC. That's great. How big is it? Despite his internal complaints, Ye Qinghe couldn't say aloud. Principal Qin said there's a 100 square meter space, fully furnished with desks and such, which happened to be available recently and can be used by us. Yadali said happily. 100 square meters is more than enough for their company. In fact, it's almost too much space. The company's main business is helping Ye Qinghe expand his business. Besides him, they might need a receptionist/administrator and an accountant, and that's about it for now. 20 or 30 square meters would be sufficient. Okay, that's 100% confirmed, even the size is the same. Ye Qinghe didn't want to say anything more. However, Principal Qin said the office space won't be available until tomorrow. The person in charge won't be there on Sunday, but he'll have them contact me on Monday. Okay, Monday it is. I'll handle the enrollment on Monday morning, and then take care of this in the afternoon. There shouldn't be any problems with the paperwork. Ye Qinghe nodded. What paperwork is there without problems? As the two were talking, Zhou Wan'er walked in from outside. After participating in the audition with Su Miaoer, she didn't really take advantage of Su Miaoer. The two ate some snail rice noodles at a shop near the entrance owned by Qinghe, and then parted ways. Wan'er's here. It's like this, Qinghe thinks we should start a company. Yadali greeted Zhou Wan'er and then brought up the matter of starting a company. It's true, we should start a company. If Qinghe's business in this area increases in the future, it will be quite troublesome without a company. After Zhou Wan'er came in, she naturally went to Ye Qinghe's side, took the food from Yadali's hand, and fed Ye Qinghe. Didn't you say you had something to do and wouldn't be coming? Ye Qinghe asked after taking a bite. Zhou Wan'er shook her head and sighed, something really happened. My roommate insisted on dragging me to the audition for The Voice of China, but when we got there, we found out she had registered 2 people, and I was practically forced to sing a song. Did you pass? I remember you sang pretty well before. Ye Qinghe was very curious about the result. Zhou Wan'er had a distinctive voice and sang quite well. Back in school, she was always one of the performers in class performances. I passed the preliminary round. They said I'll participate in the semifinals next week. If I pass the semifinals, then I can participate in the real blind auditions for The Voice of China. That's good news. Why aren't you happy at all? Seeing that Zhou Wan'er didn't seem happy at all after passing the preliminary round, Yadali asked from the side. Actually, I don't have any interest in becoming a singer. I wasn't even thinking of participating. If Sumiaur hadn't dragged me along, I wouldn't have even gone. Jo Wanner really didn't have much interest in becoming a star. She felt that without connections and resources, entering the entertainment industry would only lead to obscurity. It was better to focus on her studies, graduate, and find a proper job. Actually, I think with your looks, you'd be perfectly suited for the entertainment industry. Yet Qinghe sized up Jo Wanner, suddenly recalling the songs from his past life. If Jo Wanner were to actually pursue singing, he could pick some from those songs for her. Perhaps that could help her become a truly top-tier singer. More importantly, Jo Wanner possesses the natural talent to be a singer, both in terms of appearance and voice. Forget it. Without connections, trying to survive in this industry is just asking for trouble. I'll just tell the production team in a couple of days that I'm voluntarily withdrawing. These kinds of shows are usually predetermined. It's all about people with established agencies. Going there is pointless. I might as well quit now. What if I could write songs for you and cultivate a talented woman image for you? Chapter 71. Let's give it a try. You can write songs? Jo Wanner looked at Ye Qinghe with surprise. Having known him for so many years, she didn't recall him ever doing this. Don't be ridiculous. Songwriter and math are completely different things. Just because you're good at math doesn't mean you can write songs. Jo Wanner didn't believe Ye Qinghe at all. What if I really could? I know every scar and mole on your body. Don't I know your skills? When we used to go out singing, your singing was practically murderous. You can write songs? Jo Wanner was 1,000 times skeptical. She might not know others, but she knew Ye Qinghe well enough. To put it bluntly, she knew Ye Qinghe so well she could count every hair on his body. Could he really write songs? Hearing this, Ye Qinghe smiled. I really can. Here, I'll write one for you. After saying that, Ye Qinghe pondered for a moment. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Everything blossoms so brightly in my heart. Now, the countdown has only a few days left. The dark circles under my eyes in the morning, the drowsiness in class. Day after day. I just want to hold on to the fleeting years. To say goodbye properly. Regret, gratitude, none of it can bring back yesterday. When Ye Qinghe opened his mouth to sing, Jo Wanner's eyes widened. Ye Qinghe's voice wasn't pleasant, and he wasn't exactly tone deaf, but the lyrics and melody told her immediately that this song was perfect for her. It was about the end of high school, written from a young girl's perspective. The song perfectly captured all her feelings. Did you just write this? What's it called? After Ye Qinghe finished singing, Jo Wanner asked impatiently. Yes, the name is Commemoration. The overall melody is quite refreshing, suitable for a girl to sing. And you really did just graduate high school not long ago, so saying you wrote it yourself is perfectly plausible. No one would doubt it. Ye Qinghe nodded. This song wasn't particularly popular in his previous life, but it was indeed very suitable for Jo Wanner to sing. The song was also performed on the stage of The Voice of China back then, sung by a high school sophomore girl. It was popular for a while, but never truly became a huge hit. However, Ye Qinghe remembered this song. He had a photographic memory. He could clearly remember many songs he had heard in his previous life. It's definitely suitable for me, but am I really suited for the entertainment industry? Jo Wanner didn't doubt Ye Qinghe's intention to give her the song, but she herself had some doubts about whether she was truly suited to enter this industry. This industry doesn't necessarily require you to conform to those corrupt people. You can be an independent musician, doing whatever you want in your daily life. Release songs when you feel like singing, and do what you love when you don't. Relatively speaking, singers have more freedom than actors, especially talented singers. Actors have to be on set, work hard with other actors, and have good directors, good production teams, good post-production, and good publicity and marketing to have any chance of making a show a hit. But singers don't have that luxury. A singer might suddenly have a song that hits a nerve with a certain era and become an overnight sensation. Even if she doesn't become a huge star, a singer can release songs independently without needing a record company. Therefore, Ye Qinghe thought Jo Wanner could give it a try. Besides, with him, a transmigrator, backing her up, giving her a few hit songs would be a piece of cake. He has many songs from his past life that he doesn't have in this one, so being a plagiarist is no problem at all. The only problem now is that he only remembers the lyrics and melodies, but turning them into sheet music is proving difficult for him. I hope Brother Tongzi can give me the ability to compose or arrange music. Ye Qinghe could only silently pray to himself. Otherwise, he could only try to get Jo Wanner to learn the song bit by singing it. Shall I give it a try? Jo Wanner thought about it and felt that Ye Qinghe's words made sense. Singers, relatively speaking, are not like actors. Besides, at worst, they can just return to their normal lives after participating in the talent show. Anyway, this show isn't very popular now, and without a company, even if they become famous on the show, they'll just fade into obscurity. Give it a try. You should try more things while you're young. That's your greatest asset. Don't wait until you're my age to try things. By then, even if you want to try, there might not be a stage for you. Yet Dolly encouraged her from the side. Give it a try. What if you become a star? I can go out and tell people, do you know that big star Joe Warner? She's my childhood friend, we grew up together like kids. Get lost. Who grew up with you like kids? Joe Warner chuckled and scolded, but she had completely made up her mind. Let's give it a try. Since Qinghe thinks it's no problem and is even willing to write a song for me, let's give it a try. Do you have the melody for this song? Get me one, I'll practice it properly these few days. Since she had decided to participate, Joe Warner took this seriously. I'll give you the melody in a couple of days. I'll give you the lyrics first, you can memorize the tune. Yet Qinghe didn't have a complete melody for her at this point, so he could only postpone it. Besides, you don't need this for the preliminary rounds. This is for the blind auditions and the official competition. That's right, using a song like this in the preliminary rounds would be a waste. I'll choose another song first, get through the preliminary rounds, and save this one for the official competition. Joe Warner thought it made sense. Such a good original song definitely couldn't be used in the preliminary rounds, otherwise it would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Yet Qinghe said Joe Warner would write it down, and she quickly wrote out the lyrics. Yet Qinghe sang it a few times, and although he was tone deaf, Joe Warner had some talent in this area. After trying a few times, she learned the song pretty well. Hurry up and get the melody right, I think this song really suits me. Joe Warner liked the song more and more as she sang it. But, how can a grown man like you write a song like this? Are you gay? You're the gay one. I'm straight. Pure straight. Yet Qinghe immediately retorted, clearly annoyed. He was a 100% straight man, sworn enemies of gay men. Hearing this, Joe Warner glanced at Yadali beside her, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. She leaned close to Qinghe's ear and whispered, then why have I never seen it straight? No, no. Qinghe stared at this woman's lewdness, unable to even utter a curse. Chapter 72 I'm going to drop out. Qinghe had never been so eager to restore his male function. That Joe Warner deserved to be taught a lesson. Once he recovered, he'd definitely show her what a straight, unyielding man was. Seeing Qinghe's angry yet helpless expression, Joe Warner was overjoyed. Recently, Qinghe had become much more interesting than before. During that period, he was always lifeless, either silent or staring blankly outside, ignoring everything she said. Great, the old Qinghe was slowly returning. After spending the afternoon with Qinghe in dormitory 306, Joe Warner left when it was time for dinner. Sumiaur called, inviting her to a big meal, saying that since they had both passed the preliminary auditions, they had to celebrate. You really went all out this time. Japanese restaurants aren't cheap. Arriving at the place Sumiaur had mentioned, Joe Warner looked up at the sign for the Japanese restaurant in front of it and said, "Don't worry about that. Come on, let's eat and drink to our heart's content today. Everything's on me, Miss Sue." Seeing Joe Warner, Sumiaur grabbed her arm and skipped along, pulling her into the Japanese restaurant. That afternoon, she told her family that she had passed the preliminary rounds of the Voice of China auditions, and her family sent her some living expenses, leaving her with a full wallet. "Give us this Weijia Sukiyaki. And this, and this, and this too, bring them all." Seeing Sumiaur ordering items costing over 1,000 yuan, Joe Warner quickly stopped her, saying, "That's enough, are you trying to ruin your life? It's okay, I have plenty of pocket money, don't worry about that. Just eat as much as you want today." Sumiaur waved her hand dismissively, not even looking up, and continued ordering several more items from the menu before stopping. After ordering, she noticed Joe Warner looking at her meaningfully, and Sumiaur smiled sheepishly. "Actually, I wasn't telling the truth before. My family is quite wealthy, but I was embarrassed to tell everyone when I first arrived at school, afraid they'd think I was showing off, so I usually deliberately kept it hidden. We know, even if you didn't say it, we could tell. None of the things you use are cheap." Even if Sumiaur hadn't said it, everyone else would have already figured it out. Her so-called poverty was completely different from the poverty of ordinary students. He, I thought you guys hadn't noticed yet." Sumiaur smiled sheepishly. "Since you've brought this up, I also have something I want to tell you." Looking at Sumiaur, Joe Warner gritted her teeth and said, "I'm planning to apply for withdrawal from school on Monday." Sumiaur was her best friend at school, and she didn't want to wait until after she was done to tell her. She was afraid that if she waited until then, they wouldn't be able to stay friends. "Ha!" Sumiaur's smile froze on her face. She looked at Joe Warner in disbelief, thinking she had misheard. What did you say? You're going to withdraw from school? Am I deaf?" After a few seconds of stunned silence, Sumiaur finally spoke. Joe Warner was an excellent student, ranking among the top in her class. She hadn't mentioned any family troubles or other issues before, so why did she suddenly want to drop out? Is something wrong at home? If you need money, just tell me. I have hundreds of thousands in my account, I can lend you any. If that's not enough, I can ask my dad. No, it has nothing to do with money. Nothing's happened at home. It's just that there are some special reasons why I have to drop out. Jo Wanner quickly waved her hands, indicating that it had nothing to do with family troubles or money. There has to be a reason, right? What is it that you suddenly want to drop out? Su Miao frowned, looking at Jo Wanner. She couldn't understand what could possibly make Jo Wanner suddenly want to drop out. Jo Wanner opened her mouth but didn't speak. Qin Siming and Qinghe had both told her that it was best not to tell anyone else. Can't you tell me? Su Miao was clever. She could tell from Jo Wanner's expression that there were some concerns. Yes, I can't tell you now. I have to wait a few days. Jo Wanner nodded. This was indeed not the right time to say it. Although she trusted Su Miao, she had already promised Qinghe and Qin Siming, and saying it now would break her promise. She regretted bringing up this earlier. I understand. Then tell me when you can. Dropping out of school isn't a big deal, as long as you've thought it through and it's your own will, not because of family reasons or other reasons that force you to drop out. Miao, you're so good. I love you so much. When I can talk, I'll tell you everything clearly. Su Miao's understanding made Jo Wanner excitedly get up and hug Su Miao. Now you know I'm okay? But you're going to abandon me and drop out of school. What will I do all by myself? Su Miao rolled her eyes after hugging Jo Wanner, complaining. I can't be too explicit with you, but even if I drop out, we can still meet and eat together every day. What do you mean? You'll still be near the school after you drop out? Looking at Jo Wanner, Su Miao was puzzled. She didn't understand what Jo Wanner meant by that. Something like that. Anyway, we'll be very close, and we'll spend a lot of time here. Except for class time, we can be together after class. Jo Wanner nodded. That was all she could say. I don't understand you. You're so secretive. But if we can still be together, I'll feel much better. Seeing Jo Wanner's expression, Su Miao shook her head and didn't say anything more. Jo Wanner must have discussed such a big decision as dropping out of school with her family, and they all agreed. So, as a classmate, she certainly couldn't influence them. Yes, it'll be the same as before. We just won't be living in the same dorm anymore, but we can still see each other every day and eat together. Pfft, do you even believe that yourself? Your childhood sweetheart moved near Qinghe University. You'll be thinking about eating and seeing him every day from now on, and you won't be thinking about me at all. I've seen through you long ago. You're a guy who values romance over friendship. Chapter 73 Kyoki Enrollment. No, when have I ever prioritized romance over friendship? Jo Wanner never thought of herself as prioritizing romance over friendship. If I prioritized romance over friendship, would I have gone to the audition with you? You're kicking the hand that feeds you. You're like a womanizer after marrying her. Su Miao scoffed, tisk tisk tisk. You don't prioritize romance over friendship? How many times have you stood me up? Wasn't it all for your childhood sweetheart? That's not the same. I have nothing to do with him, we're just childhood friends, just childhood friends? Just childhood friends? Did you see that childhood friend every week back in college? Isn't there a saying that in Beijing, if you can sit for 2 hours to have a meal with a friend, that's a true friend? And you went almost every week, sometimes twice. Tell me, what's so great about this childhood sweetheart? Su Miao didn't believe Jo Wanner's explanation at all, listing off Jo Wanner's grievances one by one. That time, I remember it was raining heavily, and many places were flooded. And you? You actually went in a car wearing a raincoat. And that time, it snowed heavily, nobody went out, there were hardly any cars on the road, did you go too? And Su Miao got more and more excited as she talked, counting Jo Wanner's past misdeeds on her fingers. Oh dear, I don't remember any of that. How do you remember it so clearly? Didn't you come to treat me to dinner? How did it turn into a denunciation session? Eat, such a good meal can't shut you up. Jo Wanner couldn't take it anymore. She quickly reached out and pressed Su Miao's hand down, picked up her chopsticks, and stuffed a large mouthful of meat into Su Miao's mouth. What a vicious woman. So much food, are you trying to choke me to death? Su Miao verbally refused, but still opened her mouth and ate the meat, stuffing her mouth full, her cheeks bulging like a little hamster. Ha ha ha, you look so cute right now. I have to take a picture. Jo Wanner was amused by her appearance and took out her phone to take pictures of her. Su Miao didn't dodge, just pouted and let Jo Wanner take pictures, even posing in several ways. While the two were playfully bickering, Yuen, sitting to their side, was listening intently to Su Miao and Jo Wanner's conversation. Yuen, shh. Yuen's boyfriend, seeing her expression, called her softly. Yuen immediately put her hand to her mouth, preventing her boyfriend from speaking. She and her boyfriend had arrived earlier. By the time Jo Wanner and Su Miao came in, they had almost finished eating and were about to leave. But as they stood up, they saw Jo Wanner. Yun recognized her as the woman from the couple Lin Qinghe had been watching that day, and curiosity led her to stay. After listening for a while, and seeing that Zhou Wan'er and Sumiao were no longer talking about their childhood sweetheart, she left the Japanese restaurant with her boyfriend. Who were those two girls next door? As soon as they stepped outside, Yun's boyfriend asked immediately. Qiu's rival, one of them. Yun looked thoughtful. She used to think Zhou Wan'er had stolen Lin Qiu's boyfriend, but now it seemed Lin Qinghe was the third party. They were childhood friends, and Zhou Wan'er had done things others couldn't. Judging from what Sumiao said, Yun admired Zhou Wan'er quite a bit. Lin Qinghe has a rival? Isn't she single? Does she only have a simp named Donlei? Yun's boyfriend had met Lin Qinghe and heard her talk about her. She was a bit awkward. She actually had someone she liked? A high school classmate. We agreed that if we went to university in the same city, we'd try dating. But he got sick, and she said she lost contact, but Yun hadn't thought much of it before, but now she realized that even if they lost contact, couldn't they find each other? After all, they were classmates, from different places. There's always a way to find each other. Losing contact only meant one thing: she hadn't intended to look for her. But when she saw the other person, she acted so differently. Yun was a little confused. Zhang Long, do you think I should tell Qinghe what I overheard? After briefly explaining the situation, Yun asked her boyfriend. What should I say? Don't get involved in this. She's too awkward. Ultimately, this is all her problem. Besides, she might have known all along. She just didn't tell you because she didn't want you to know. If you tell her you know now, she might not be happy. Zhang Long shook his head, his expression very serious. He didn't want Yun to get involved in this. But what if she doesn't know? Does it matter whether she knows or not? What difference does it make if she does know? What difference does it make if she doesn't? Zhang Long countered. Remember, don't mention this to her. Besides, I don't think she'll actually do anything. She's too stubborn. She didn't do it before, and she might not do it now. She's just internally conflicted. Yun nodded. She knew she wasn't quick-wit, her boyfriend was smarter than her, so listening to him was probably the right thing to do. On Monday morning, Dali and Qinghe went out to school, ate breakfast, and walked around before returning to their dormitory. Not long after, Tao's Haiqiang and Qin Siming arrived. After helping Qinghe complete all the formalities, the two finally felt completely relieved. Qinghe, summer vacation isn't far off now, so I won't schedule any classes for you. I'll give you a reading list, you can take a look first. If you have any questions, you can ask me anytime. After summer vacation, classes will officially start on September 1st, how about that? Tao's Haiqiang said to Qinghe. Okay. Qinghe nodded. Director Tao, now that you've convinced the others to become teachers at Qinghe School, there's one more thing you could help Qinghe with. Qinghe is planning to set up a company, and coincidentally, a 100 square meter office space recently became available in the science park near the south gate of the school. We can provide Qinghe with that space. You can take him with you to handle this as well. I've already spoken to the science park. Qin Siming couldn't stay with them all the time. As the principal, he had a lot on his plate, and taking the time out of his busy schedule to come specifically for Qinghe's enrollment was already a significant achievement. He left the rest to Tao's Haiqiang. No problem. I don't have anything planned for this morning. I'll take Qinghe and his father with me. Tao's Haiqiang readily agreed. After Qin Siming left, Tao's Haiqiang led Qinghe and his father towards Qinghe Science Park. I happen to have two friends who have been looking for me recently. I can introduce them to you. Chapter 74 Restore Another Finger. 17th floor of Qinghe Science and Technology Park. Standing by the window, one can see part of the campus and a panoramic view of Wudaoka subway station. Qinghe was quite satisfied with this office space. Unfortunately, his current health doesn't allow him to work here, and he doesn't know when he'll be able to use this office. This location is excellent. It used to belong to a programming company. They recently received a large amount of funding and moved to a bigger and better office, leaving this space vacant. Many entrepreneurs from the university want to rent it, hoping to benefit from its financial luck. The park manager introduced with a smile. For Principal Qin to personally call and for Director Tao's Haiqiang to personally escort him over, the student in a wheelchair must either have connections or considerable ability. Whether it's the case, it means he can't be offended. The desks and chairs inside haven't been used for very long, they're all quite new. A simple tidying up and setting up some office equipment will suffice. While Qinghe and Tao's Haiqiang were looking at the office space in the Science and Technology Park, Zhou Wan'er knocked on the counselor's office door. Drop out? Zhou Wan'er, are you kidding me? Huang Lushan frowned at Zhou Wan'er. Zhou Wan'er was a top 5 student in the class, with excellent grades, a well-behaved personality, and seemingly a good family background. Why would she suddenly say she wanted to drop out? No, teacher, I really want to drop out. Zhou Wan'er shook her head. Teacher Huang was kind to all the students in the class, everyone liked him, and she liked Huang Lushan too. But between Linda and Qinghe, she would naturally choose Qinghe. Can you tell me why? Seeing that Zhou Wan'er wasn't joking, Huang Lushan pulled over a chair for her to sit down. Because of some special circumstances, I can't go into details. Zhou Wan'er didn't want to lie to Huang Lushan. Can't go into details? Do your parents know? Huang Lushan's frown deepened. Zhou Wan'er nodded. Yes, they know and support my decision. This isn't a small matter. You need to understand, if you drop out of school, you won't get a diploma. If you want to work in the future, all you'll have is a high school diploma, and with that, you can only find manual labor jobs. And those aren't jobs for a girl like you. Advisor, I know all that. Seeing Zhou Wan'er's determined expression, Huang Lushan didn't say anything more. He pulled up some forms on his computer and printed them. This is the withdrawal approval form, this is the withdrawal application form. You need to fill out some forms, and then this form needs my signature, the Student Affairs Office's signature, the Dean of Academic Affairs' signatures, and finally the Academic Affairs Office's review, and then approval from the relevant school leader. Handing the printed documents to Zhou Wan'er, Huang Lushan couldn't help but say, "This is no small matter. Are you really sure?" "Yes. I've thought it through." Without taking the forms and leaving, Zhou Wan'er filled out the forms one by one in front of Huang Lushan, then had Huang Lushan confirm that they were correct before handing them to him. "Okay, I'll sign the form and submit it. If you change your mind, you can call me anytime," Huang Lushan said after confirming the form was correct. "Okay, thank you, counselor." Zhou Wan'er nodded and thanked Huang Lushan before leaving. Looking at the form in his hand, Huang Lushan dialed the parent's number listed on it. 30 kilometers. Panting heavily, Qinghe gritted his teeth and continued running. After finishing with the office work, Tao's Haiqian left. Dali brought him back, cleaned up, and then went to handle company matters. He had planned to finish his 50 kilometers today and then enter the prize draw. 40 kilometers. 50 kilometers. When he finally crossed the 50-kilometer mark, his clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging to his body, and his shoes were also drenched. Lying on the ground, Qinghe wiped the sweat from his face, savoring the various sensations his body was experiencing due to the excessive strain. Restore right pinky. Restore male function. Restore partial function, tactile sensation, of right forearm. Beginner composition. Paper cutting skill. Thank you for your patronage. Emerging from his consciousness space, Qinghe opened the lottery wheel. He wanted everything he could want, restoring his body, composition, etc., but none of the remaining 5 were desirable. Drawl. Qinghe silently chanted, and the wheel's pointer spun rapidly. When the pointer slowly stopped, Qinghe watched it slide across restore male function, a hint of regret flashing across his face. His chance to prove himself straight to Zhou Wan'er was gone. Restore forearm sensation was also gone. The last remaining possibilities were right pinky and composition. The pointer finally stopped on his right pinky. As soon as the pointer stopped, Qinghe immediately felt an extra finger he could control on his right hand. 2 fingers weren't enough to grip things steadily, but with 3, he could hold things more firmly, like a pen. Too slow. Although he could move more fingers, Qinghe still felt the recovery was too slow. When would this finger-by-finger recovery end? How's it going? How's the enrollment process? Just as he was warming up his fingers, Zhou Wan'er opened the door and walked in. After leaving Huang Lushan, she hadn't gone to class. Anyway, at this point, the class wasn't teaching anything new. Everyone was reviewing for final exams, so going or not made no difference. Besides, she had already submitted her withdrawal application. Once it was approved, she wouldn't be a student at Lin University anymore, so there was no need to go to class at the last minute. It's all done. What about you? Have you finished the withdrawal procedures? Qinghe replied. I filled out a few forms, and my advisor said they need to be approved level by level, and finally by the vice principal in charge. It probably won't be ready for a day or 2. Sitting down next to Qinghe, Zhou Wan'er naturally placed her hand on his arm and began massaging it. A little reluctant to part? Seeing her like this, Qinghe guessed she wasn't in a good mood. Not really, after all, I have a better place to go, but after living at school for 2 years, suddenly having to leave and adapt to a new school, I guess I'm a little apprehensive. Zhou Wan'er nodded, feeling both reluctant and, more than anything, apprehensive. She wasn't admitted through the regular entrance exam, she got in through connections. What would her new classmates think? That's normal. But with your social skills, you'll quickly become friends with your new classmates. Don't worry about that. Actually, I'm socially awkward. Bullshit, you're more like a social terrorist. Chapter 75 Reporter? Ring ring. Qinghe's phone rang. Zhou Wan'er picked it up naturally, saw it was an unfamiliar number, hesitated for a moment, and then pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Qinghe's phone? On the other end of the line, Sun Yi heard a girl answer the phone. She first looked at the phone to make sure she had dialed the correct number before asking. She was a reporter for the Beijing Daily, and had received orders to do a report about Ye Qinghe. She had never heard of Ye Qinghe before, assuming he was someone with connections. However, after watching the Who's Still Standing program as instructed, she learned he was a young man who, despite being paralyzed, persisted in his studies and bravely stood on stage. As a reporter, she had a wide network of connections. She had connections with many hospitals, and even though she didn't have, she could contact relevant people through friends. So the order was given Friday night. Over Saturday and Sunday, she used her connections to verify Ye Qinghe's claim on the program that he had visited many large hospitals. It turned out to be true. He had been to major hospitals in Beijing, Shanghai, Nanjing, and other major cities. Wherever a hospital had specialists treating Ye Qinghe's condition, he had basically been there. The more she researched Ye Qinghe's background, the more she admired him. Just the various tests and treatments he underwent, as described by the doctors, would have broken most people. But he not only didn't break down, he also learned during his medical journey and maintained an optimistic and positive attitude. This is truly extraordinary. Yes, this is Ye Qinghe's phone. Who is this? Joe Warner reached out and turned on the speakerphone. I'm Sun Yi, a reporter from the Beijing Daily. I watched the Who's Still Standing program and became very interested in Ye Qinghe's story. I'd like to interview him. Would that be convenient for him? A reporter? Ye Qinghe frowned. He didn't think he could attract reporters just by participating in a program. Could this be a scam? What do you want to interview about? Joe Warner asked. I watched his program and admire him greatly. I admire his positive and optimistic attitude under such circumstances. I think it's a very positive thing. Also, there's a lot of discussion about him online right now, and many people want to know more about him. So I'd like to interview him to let more people know about him and his story. Sun Yi explained. Joe Warner didn't speak but looked at Ye Qinghe, waiting to see his reaction. I need to think about that. Is this phone number able to reach you? Ye Qinghe didn't immediately agree. Yes, this is my private number. You can contact me 24/7. Sun Yi quickly replied. The voice was undoubtedly Ye Qinghe's. It was almost identical to the voice she'd heard on television. Okay, I need to think about this. I'll call you back as soon as possible. Okay, no problem, call me anytime. Okay, goodbye. Joe Warner hung up the phone and placed it on the bedside table. Why didn't you just agree? This should be considered a good thing, right? It is a good thing. If it were a few days ago, I definitely wouldn't have hesitated to agree. Back then, I was thinking about getting a 200,000 yuan annual salary through the show, wanting to gain fame so the show would pay more attention to me. But now I don't need that as much. Ye Qinghe knew it was a good thing, but after not needing to go on the show for the 200,000 yuan, would he still need to stand in front of the public? I think you should agree. Although you don't need to go on the show now, you've already tried your best. Just 3 more episodes and you can get the 200,000 yuan, so why not take it? Besides, even if you don't go on the show, aren't you going to start a new company? This interview is a good opportunity to promote your company, it's free advertising. Joe Warner was thinking further ahead. Moreover, I think the school probably also wants you to have more fame. If they know a reporter is looking for you, they'll definitely agree. These words reminded Ye Qinghe that he had indeed been thinking a bit too one-sidedly. The company and the school both need publicity, and this opportunity shouldn't be missed. Could you give Director Tao a call for me? After thinking it over, Ye Qinghe felt he needed to discuss this with Director Tao. He needed to get the school involved to endorse him. With Director Tao and the school backing him, his company's credibility would be much higher. That's great. Of course, no problem. Actually, even without this, I think people will contact you in a few days wanting to interview you. Your special admission has already been posted on the school's official website, people should notice it soon. Tao Saiqian didn't object. Such a genius shouldn't be hidden, he should be brought out and known by more people. And let some schools be green with envy. They can see it, but they can't have it. Should I ask her to come to the school this afternoon? Sure, when she arrives, she can come to my office. Tao Saiqian, as a senior director, was willing to personally visit a genius like Ye Qinghe, but he didn't need to be so enthusiastic with an ordinary reporter. Sometimes, maintaining a certain level of formality is necessary. Okay. Ye Qinghe didn't call back immediately after hanging up. Instead, he waited a while before having Joe Warner call the reporter named Sun Yi to let her know he was available that afternoon. Qinghe University, Zhaijing Student Apartment? Sun Yi was somewhat surprised to hear the address Joe Warner gave. According to the information she had seen before, Ye Qinghe shouldn't be attending university and should be living in an urban village outside the 5th Ring Road. How did he end up at Qinghe University? Is this the girls' dormitory? With these questions in mind, she packed her things, took a taxi, and headed to Qinghe. Knock, knock, knock. Pei Ming and Zhou Shuo, carrying some things, stood in front of dormitory 306 and gently knocked on the door. Is this the right place? Zhou Shuo asked softly. He really hadn't expected that his former mentor, after meeting the big shot, would immediately bring him to the school and make him his classmate. It should be. This is the address the mentor gave me. Pei Ming glanced at the address his mentor had given him on his phone, confirming he hadn't gone to the wrong place. Coming. Just as he finished speaking, he heard someone coming from inside the room. Hello, we are. As soon as the door opened, Pei Ming quickly began to introduce himself, but he stopped after only a couple of sentences because a very beautiful girl had opened the door. Who are you looking for? Chapter 76 Zhou Shuo and Pei Ming's visit. Zhou Wanner heard a knock at the door, opened it to find two boys carrying some things, and asked curiously, we're looking for boss yeah. Zhou Shuo, noticing Pei Ming's silence, quickly added, brother yeah. Zhou Wanner's first thought was yeah Dolly. You're looking for Uncle Dolly? He's not here right now. Why don't you come in first, and I'll give him a call? Zhou Wanner stepped aside, inviting the two into the house. Big boss? It's me, Zhou Shuo, the one who contacted you online before. As soon as he entered, Zhou Shuo saw Ye Qinghe on the bed and immediately ran to his side. He knew that the big boss was a paralyzed patient. Big boss? Ye Qinghe? Zhou Wanner was stunned for a moment, but remembering Ye Qinghe's experience entering the school, she immediately understood who these two people were. Oh, it's you guys. We have to thank you. If it weren't for you, Qinghe wouldn't have been specially recruited into Qinghe. Zhou Wanner thanked Pei Ming, who was a step behind. It has nothing to do with us. It's because the big boss is capable. Even without us, there would probably have been someone else. Pei Ming didn't feel he had done anything special. Yet Qinghe's mathematical ability was genuine talent, he would still shine even without them. That's true, but you did put in a lot of effort. Please sit down, don't be shy. Let me pour you some water. No, we're not thirsty. We just drank some water on the way here. Don't worry about us. Oh, right, these are things we brought for our boss. Pei Ming didn't know who Zhou Wanner was, but anyone associated with Ye Qinghe was definitely not an ordinary person. After a polite greeting, remembering what he had brought, he quickly handed the items to Zhou Wanner. You're too kind. We're friends, no need for such gifts. Zhou Wanner took the items, placed them in the corner, and went to get disposable cups to pour water for the two of them. Hello, Zhou Shuo, don't call me boss, just call me Qinghe. We're about the same age, I can't accept being called boss. Yet Qinghe certainly remembered Zhou Shuo. He had been thinking of contacting them sometime to thank them in person. You're Pei Ming. I recognize your voice. Please pull up some chairs and sit down. I can't really entertain you here, so please don't stand on ceremony. As Pei Ming approached from behind Zhou Shuo, Ye Qinghe recognized him immediately. They had spoken on the phone. He must be Pei Ming, Professor Shi Xinliang's student. Pei Ming quickly bowed and nodded to Ye Qinghe. Don't be so polite, sir. We just heard you were specially admitted to Qinghe, so we asked our advisor for your address and wanted to come and formally meet you. Pei Ming couldn't directly gauge Ye Qinghe's mathematical abilities, but from his advisor Shi Xinliang's words and the announcement on the school's official website, he knew that although Ye Qinghe was immobile, he was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses in the field of mathematics. Qinghe hasn't used special admissions to recruit a student for many years, especially given the student's physical condition. I should be the one going to see you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to join Qinghe. In the end, you even came here and brought me gifts. Ye Qinghe said with a smile. No, you're someone we all look up to with awe. Of course we should come to see you. You have no idea how shocked we were by the speed at which you solved those two problems. Those were problems that had stumped us for ages. We even consulted several people in our school's math department, and they were all helpless. But you solved them in 20 minutes. We were absolutely amazed. Thank you. Then our advisor told us these past 2 days that you actually didn't even need 20 minutes. You only took 20 minutes because it was inconvenient to use a computer, otherwise, you probably could have solved them in 10 minutes. We were completely stunned. Zhou Shuo is a rather lively and outgoing person. He rattled off a whole string of words without any hint of awkwardness. Pei Ming, on the other hand, was a little reserved. When Zhou Wanner handed him water, he stood up to thank her. Zhou Shuo, however, simply sat there casually, thanked her once, and continued talking to Ye Qinghe. Hey bro, we're the first people to meet, so maybe we could ask each other for math advice sometime. Zhou Shuo said this when Pei Ming reached out and pulled him back. Although he had indeed considered this when he came, Pei Ming felt it was inappropriate to say it so bluntly after only sitting down for a couple of minutes. Why are you pulling me, senior? Just say what you want to say. Zhou Shuo completely misunderstood Pei Ming's meaning. Pei Ming inwardly wanted to shut the guy up. It's nothing, just that your clothes are a little dirty, I'm cleaning them for you. Sure, of course, no problem. Any math-related questions, feel free to come to me. Qinghe observed all this and replied with a smile. As for his plan to start a company specifically for this kind of business, he didn't mention it at all. In his view, although they couldn't be called friends yet, they had been helpful to him, and there was no need to turn this into a business transaction. I knew the big boss wouldn't care. These problems we can't solve are nothing to him. It's like drinking a glass of water for him, a piece of cake. Zhou Shuo happily turned to Pei Ming and said, "Thank you, big boss." Pei Ming thanked Qinghe. "No need. Didn't I tell you not to call me big boss? Just call me Qinghe. We're about the same age. Calling me big boss makes me look like an old man." "Okay, Qinghe, everyone calls me Shuazi, you can just call me Shuazi. As for our senior brother, let's call him Mingdao. Don't you think he looks a bit like that celebrity?" Zhou Shuo's words made Qinghe take a closer look at Pei Ming, and indeed, there was a slight resemblance. The two knew Qinghe wasn't in very good health, especially Pei Ming. After chatting for a while, they got up and took Zhou Shuo, who still wanted to talk, to say goodbye. "This Zhou Shuo is interesting." After seeing them out, Zhou Wanner sat down on the edge of the bed and said with a smile, "Yes, if he hadn't posted that request for help, I probably wouldn't have realized my ability, and none of this would have happened." Qinghe nodded. Knock knock knock. Zhou Wanner was about to speak when she heard another knock on the door. "That reporter must be here?" Zhou Wanner muttered to herself as she got up and walked towards the door. She opened the door to find a woman in her 30s standing there, with short, shoulder-length hair, wearing a blazer, jeans, white sneakers, and carrying a large bag. "Hello, I'm Sun Yi. I called earlier." Chapter 77 Interview. As the door opened, Sun Yi gestured to Zhou Wanner, who had opened it. "Hello, reporter Sun, please come in, please come in." Zhou Wanner shook hands with Sun Yi and ushered her into the room. "Is this dormitory at Qinghe University this big? Is this for graduate students? I remember undergraduates wouldn't be given dorms like this." Sun Yi had been to Qinghe University before, but this was the first time she had seen such a large dormitory. After looking around, she said to Zhou Wanner. She assumed Zhou Wanner was a Qinghe student, and Qinghe was just staying temporarily. "But, the school allows outsiders to stay here. This is Qinghe's dormitory. He was just specially admitted to Qinghe University, and this was specially assigned to him by the school." Zhou Wanner's words made Sun Yi's next words catch in her throat. "Specially admitted to Qinghe? Qinghe?" Although she already admired Qinghe quite a bit, hearing this news still left Sun Yi somewhat incredulous. "Qinghe special recruitment?" Sun Yi asked incredulously. "Yes, the school has already announced this on its official website." Zhou Wanner nodded smugly. "Sorry, I didn't expect that." Sun Yi had seen her share of things. Although shocked, she didn't immediately seek confirmation. Instead, she greeted Qinghe. "Hello, Qinghe, I'm Sun Yi." "Hello, reporter Sun, please have a seat." Qinghe nodded to her. "What's your name, beautiful lady?" Nodding and sitting down, Sun Yi placed her large bag on the floor beside her and greeted Zhou Wanner. "I'm his childhood friend, my name is Zhou Wanner." "A beautiful name. A beautiful woman, clear and graceful, just like Qinghe's poem, drunk, unaware of the sky reflected in the water, a boat full of dreams pressing down on the Milky Way. Beautiful. Possessive." Sun Yi, as a reporter, had good literary skills and immediately understood the meaning behind Wanner and Qinghe's names, as expected of a great reporter. "But my name isn't that profound. It's just that there's a river near my home called Qinghe, Clear River, and that's how I got it. A boat full of dreams pressing down on the Milky Way?" Qinghe hadn't expected his name to have such an origin. "Reporter Sun, you're amazing. Many people have heard my name, but very few can quote it directly from the book of songs like you." Zhou Wanner was different. Her name truly reflected this. Her father said he spent a long time searching through the book of songs before finally choosing it. Wan refers to gentle beauty, quiet grace, perfectly capturing a woman's gentle temperament. It's a classic word used in the book of songs to describe a beautiful woman. Taken from the book of songs, Zheng Feng, Wild Grasses. Mainly, it's because Wanner, you're so beautiful. The first thing that came to mind when I saw you was this phrase. Your name really suits you. Sun Yi smiled. I have a question for you during the interview. Could I record this interview? Short videos are really popular now, and I have a personal account where I post some interview videos. This depended on Qinghe's wishes, so Sun Yi didn't immediately take out her equipment. No problem, you can record. Qinghe nodded, indicating it was fine. Sun Yi then took out a tripod and professional recording equipment from a large bag on the floor and busied herself around the bed. Light streamed in through the window, and Sun Yi set up her equipment in front of it for better lighting. With everything ready, Sun Yi had Zhou Wanner sit by the bed to test the position. Once she was sure it was comfortable, she turned on her camera, grabbed her prepared interview notebook, and sat down beside Qinghe's bed. Qinghe, shall we begin? Okay. Yeah, Qinghe nodded. Hello everyone, I'm Sunyi. Today I'm interviewing Qinghe, who has recently become quite popular online, known as the Lying Giant. Qinghe, please say hello to everyone. Sunyi began with a brief introduction to the camera. Qinghe turned his head to look at the camera, a smile on his face, and raised his right hand, waving it a few times. Hello everyone, I'm Qinghe. Qinghe, as far as I know, when you were on the last Who's Still Standing show, you said your condition was improving. You mentioned you could move 2 fingers then, but this time it seems you've recovered even better. Can you move your entire right hand now? Sunyi keenly noticed the change in Qinghe's right hand and immediately asked in surprise. No, I can move my hand below the wrist now, but my middle and ring fingers haven't recovered yet. So, compared to before, you've recovered 1 more finger, and the area below your right wrist has recovered? Congratulations! Maybe you really will create a medical miracle. Sunyi congratulated Qinghe. Many people may not know how serious Qinghe's illness is. After receiving the assignment to interview Qinghe, I used my connections based on what Qinghe had said on television before, and interviewed some of the hospitals he had visited and his attending physicians. As she spoke, Sunyi took a piece of paper from her bag and held it up to the camera. Beijing Medical University Affiliated Hospital, Imperial Medical University Affiliated Hospital, 301 Hospital, 304 Hospital, Shanghai First Hospital, Shenzhen First Hospital, Guangzhou First Hospital. Sunyi read out a long list of names. These are just the ones I found. There are others Qinghe might have visited, but I couldn't contact. Every doctor attending Qinghe at these hospitals said they hadn't found the specific cause of his illness. During his hospitalization, they did their best to help him, some of the methods being extremely painful, but Qinghe endured it all. To be honest, when I heard these doctors describe the treatments, I didn't know how painful they were. But after hanging up, I looked it up online, and just reading those descriptions made my hair stand on end, let alone what it must have been like for Qinghe. You have to understand, at that time, Qinghe wasn't completely paralyzed. He still had some bodily sensation during many of the treatments. So here, I want to give Qinghe a huge thumbs up. Qinghe, you did a great job. Because it was a video recording, Sunyi didn't ask questions one by one like in a traditional interview, but instead shared a lot of extra information to cater to the video audience. After speaking, Sunyi gave Qinghe a thumbs up. What else can I do? If you're sick, you have to get treatment. Even if the treatment doesn't find the cause or isn't the right treatment, it's still better than doing nothing. There's nothing admirable about it. I can only say I was fighting for my life. Qinghe shook his head. He hadn't personally experienced this, but his predecessor remembered it all. It wasn't a memory worth recalling. Qinghe's words made Sunyi admire him even more. By the way, there's another piece of news. Qinghe, you were specially admitted to Qinghe University, right? Can you tell me why? Chapter 78 Interview 2. It was kind of an accident. A while ago, I was browsing online out of boredom when I came across a post asking for help with a math problem. I solved it on a whim, and afterwards, the person who asked for help contacted me, saying they had another problem I needed help with. Unexpectedly, this person was a student at Qinghe University. Their advisor, after finding out, thought I had some talent in math and brought the head of the math department, Director Tao, to find me. After some tests, Director Tao applied to the university for a special admission for me, and that's how I ended up here. Qinghe spoke casually, but Sunyi felt completely differently. Qinghe University, Mathematics Department, head? Special admission? How incredibly talented must he be for the head of the math department at Qinghe University to go to such lengths to recruit Qinghe, especially considering Qinghe's current physical condition. She felt like she might have landed a major news story. Before, when the higher UPS asked their agency to send someone to interview Qinghe, many people were reluctant, thinking it was just a formality and wouldn't amount to anything. Even if Qinghe gained some fame from Who's Still Standing, how many people actually watched the show? This show isn't exactly a blockbuster. More importantly, there are just too many contestants, a dozen or so each episode. Basically, each episode only gets a hit for a few days before being replaced by a new contestant. No one truly breaks out of the niche. She had similar thoughts before she came. Although Qinghe's health condition created more buzz than other contestants, this show wasn't designed to make contestants famous. At most, a few might gain some minor fame after participating in a few episodes, but becoming a superstar was impossible. But now, Qinghe has the halo of being a specially recruited math genius from Qinghe University, which completely changes things. Qinghe University, one of the top universities in China. While it's not guaranteed that all students from this university will become outstanding, simply being a Qinghe University student is enough to command respect. Special recruitment means it's impossible for anyone but an exceptional genius. Qinghe, paralyzed from the waist down except for his head, would need to demonstrate exceptional talent to be specially admitted. Didn't the school conduct any further assessments? Yes, they did. On Saturday, Principal Qinghe, Director Tao, and some mathematics professors came to test me. Yeah, Qinghe didn't mention the test results, but his admission to Qinghe University speaks for itself. It seems you have a real talent for mathematics, otherwise, the school wouldn't have specially admitted you. Were you always good at math? Not really. I never thought I had any talent for math before, but getting top marks in exams was no problem. Perhaps it just wasn't discovered before, but now it has. But with your physical condition, won't attending classes be a bit inconvenient? It's all right. I can move my hands now, and I can operate my electric wheelchair myself, so I can still go to class. Yeah, Qinghe stretched out his right hand again, showing off his now more dexterous hand. Sun Yi, a professional reporter, had prepared many questions beforehand. The interview lasted about an hour. Thank you, Qinghe, for agreeing to this interview. Sun Yi closed her notebook, thanked Ye Qinghe, and then got up to turn off the camera. The published interview probably won't mention your company's name, but it can appear in the video. Newspapers are different, after all, I hope you understand. She understood that Ye Qinghe wanted to use the interview to promote his company, but their newspapers certainly couldn't directly mention the company name unless Ye Qinghe was willing to pay. However, her video didn't have these restrictions. Of course I understand, thank you, reporter Sun. By the way, would you like to interview my professor? Your professor? Sun Yi was taken aback. Ye Qinghe already had a professor after just enrolling? Yes, it's Director Tao of the mathematics department. If I were to speak on this alone, I'm afraid it wouldn't be convincing enough. I've already spoken to my professor, and he's willing to be interviewed. He said you can go directly to his office. Ye Qinghe's words once again made Sun Yi realize how much Qinghe University valued him. I guess it's just that their newspaper isn't famous enough. If it were a larger media outlet, maybe Principal Qinghe would be willing to stand up for Ye Qinghe and say a few words. I was indeed thinking of finding an opportunity to meet with Director Tao again. Since Director Tao is willing, I can go and do the interview together. Warner, please see reporter Sun out. Qinghe University's official website still gets a lot of attention. News about school policies, benefits, and study abroad exams is posted there first. Students at the university, and some people outside the university, would occasionally check it out, especially those who were looking for opportunities. Pei Donlei was one of them. Public notice regarding the special admission of Ye Qinghe as a student of the school's mathematics department. After class in the afternoon, on his way back to the dormitory, he opened the school's official website and was immediately stunned when he saw the scrolling message in the top announcement section. Special admission of Ye Qinghe? He thought he was seeing things. These past 2 days, because of Ye Qinghe's appearance, his dreams were filled with resentment towards Ye Qinghe. But after waiting for about 10 seconds, the scrolling bar reappeared, and he saw the name clearly. It really was Ye Qinghe. Wait, Ye Qinghe was specially admitted to the mathematics department? What makes him so special? Because he's paralyzed. Pei Donlei couldn't understand. He immediately clicked on the announcement, which explained in detail Ye Qinghe's mathematical talent and stated that this special admission had been verified on-site by several mathematics professors led by Tao's Haiqiang and Principal Qin Siming, and had been unanimously approved at the school's assembly. Damn it! Pei Donlei angrily raised his foot to kick the railing beside him, but stopped himself at the last second. The injuries from kicking it twice last time hadn't fully healed. If he kicked it again, he'd really have to go to the hospital. No wonder Ye Qinghe was at school, no wonder he was living in the dorms, no wonder the 2 teachers who received the report were yelled at and kicked out by the principal. So this is the root of the problem. But Ye Qinghe's math was just so-so when he was in school. Why was he specially admitted? What about me, who worked so hard for 3 years to get in? It's him. The guy who gave me 100 yuan a couple of days ago to call and report me as him. Unbeknownst to him, a student nearby suddenly pointed their phone at him and took several photos. Finally found you. I'll send them to those 2 teachers right now. Chapter 79. Then I can be specially admitted too. Wu Di was incredibly unlucky. He thought he'd earned 100 yuan on Saturday, but shortly after making the call, his teacher called him in. He gave him a severe scolding, and he was told he had to find the person who made him the call within a week, or he'd be disciplined. So, Saturday afternoon, all of Sunday, and Monday, he spent his free time riding his bike around the school, looking for Pei Donlei, the person who had made the call. If Pei Donlei hadn't suddenly stopped walking, attracting his attention, he probably would have missed him. Teacher, it's him. He's the one who made me make the call. After sending the photo and a voice message to the teacher, Wu Di felt uneasy. He put away his phone and walked towards Pei Donlei. Hey, classmate, it's you? Thanks for letting me earn 100 yuan last time. What's your name? What department are you in? Let's add each other as friends. You can contact me again if you need anything like this. Wu Di's enthusiasm surprised Pei Donlei for a moment, then he recognized Wu Di as the person who had made the call. Pei Donlei, forget about adding me as a friend. Pei Donlei shook his head. He didn't often need to do this, there was no need to add me as a friend. Senior brother Pei, What department are you in? I can do anything else, as long as you need me, I'll do it. Having finally found Pei Donglei, Wude wasn't about to let him go. He insisted on adding Pei Donglei as a friend. Pei Donglei had no choice but to add Wude and tell him which department he was in. After finally getting rid of Wude, Pei Donglei thought he could tell Zhao Minjiao about this. Maybe he could even get some money from Zhao Minjiao. Zhao Minjiao's family was rich. Minjiao, I've spent a lot of time these past 2 days figuring out why Ye Qinghe is living on campus. Why? Well, at this point, Pei Donglei stopped talking. Zhao Minjiao waited a while, but didn't hear anything more, and immediately understood what Pei Donglei wanted. 1,000 yuan. This Ye Qinghe, I don't know what connections he used, but he got together with Tao Zhaiqiang, the head of the math department, and Tao Zhaiqiang got him admitted through a special admissions process. Now he's a student at Qinghe University. What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Minjiao jumped up, knocking over his drink in the process. But he didn't care about that at the moment. What he cared about was how Ye Qinghe had become a student at Qinghe University. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. The news was posted on the school's official website today. I mean, about Ye Qinghe using connections. Zhao Minjiao didn't doubt the news. He was asking about Ye Qinghe getting into Qinghe University through connections. Do you have any evidence? What evidence do I need? Even if I did, I couldn't possibly get my hands on it. But you and Ye Qinghe were in the same class. Don't you know how good Ye Qinghe's studies really are? In high school, his math was decent, but not good enough to warrant a special admission to Qinghe University? You believe he was specially admitted to Qinghe University because of his mathematical talent? Pei Donglei's words made Zhao Minjiao nod. That was indeed true. Although Ye Qinghe's math skills were good, it was impossible for him to be so good that Qinghe University would offer him a special admission. If Ye Qinghe could be specially admitted, then their school would need 10 or so students to qualify, and nationwide, there would be thousands or even tens of thousands who would meet the requirements. Therefore, this was definitely a lie, just an excuse to shut others up. Are you sure there's something wrong with this? After hanging up with Pei Donglei, Zhao Minjiao found Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai frowned after listening. This was no small matter. Even if they knew, it wouldn't be easy to make a fuss about it. This was the head of the mathematics department at Qinghe University. In their county, he would be at the level of a county party secretary, county head, or chairman of the People's Congress. In a prefecture-level city, he would be a bureau chief. Of course, compared to the power of these officials, it was far less, only the rank was comparable. Even so, the connections of the department head at Qinghe University shouldn't be underestimated. It's not as simple as just knowing the news and reporting it. Of course there is. Ye Qinghe, I know that all too well. If he can get special admissions, then there are tons of people who can. If I worked hard, I could too. So there's definitely something fishy going on here. Shouldn't we report him for bribery or using improper means to get into Qinghe? The results are being publicized these days. Now's the perfect time to report him. Zhao Minjiao was brimming with confidence. Although his math skills were far inferior to Ye Qinghe's, he reasoned that it was because Ye Qinghe hadn't studied hard enough. If he had, he wouldn't be any worse than Ye Qinghe. This can't be done. Zhao Hai raised his hand to stop Zhao Minjiao's suggestion to report him. Are we just going to watch him get into Qinghe? I paid money to get him into a private university, and he's practically paralyzed. Why should he get into Qinghe? Zhao Minjiao was extremely annoyed. He had studied for a year, and only after failing the entrance exam did his family pay for his private university. Moreover, he thought that if Ye Qinghe got into Qinghe University, wouldn't he be even closer to Zhou Wanner? Wouldn't that make it even harder for him to win her over? Why can't you use your brain at all? We can't directly sue, but we can post about it online. If we stir things up online, the school and the Ministry of Education will definitely take it seriously. Then, if someone investigates, it won't implicate us. Looking at his good-for-nothing son, Zhao Hai shook his head. All he knew was spending money and going to bars. He hadn't learned anything else. Right. Hearing this idea, Zhao Minjiao immediately became excited. I know someone who claims to know people who do online trolling. I'll have him find some trolls to stir up Ye Qinghe's story online. Don't just let the trolls spread rumors. We need to produce real evidence. Show them Ye Qinghe's past grades and testimonies from other classmates. That way, people will believe it. Zhao Hai instructed. Don't worry, many of my classmates from back then are still in contact with me. I'll have them vouch for me, there won't be any problem. Zhao Minjiao was confident about this matter. For the past 2 years, he, the young Master Zhao, had paid for all their class reunions, who wouldn't give him face. Besides Ye Qinghe's grades, he'd bribed the high school's dean of students before. Getting the position with a little money wouldn't be a problem. Monkey, I remember you said last time you knew someone who did online trolling, right? Chapter 80, Online Trolls? Yes, we know each other. What, young Master Zhao, you want to hire an online army? The monkey on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, then replied, online army? When did he ever say that to this young Master Zhao? But, it doesn't matter. The answer is we know each other. I want you to hire an online army to hype something up online. How much do you want? Well, it depends on the scale of the matter, what level you're willing to go to, and the impact of this event. The monkey hesitated for a moment, then answered casually. He didn't know how much an online army would cost, but he knew how to inflate the price. He had to make the matter sound more serious first, so he would have enough reason to ask for more money. It's about Qinghe especially recruiting a student, the son of Yadali, the one I asked you to follow last time. There's definitely something fishy going on behind this. I want someone to hype it up and get people's attention. Hearing what Zhao Minjia wanted him to do, the monkey knew his chance had come. This is a complicated matter. It's not something that can be resolved with just tens of thousands of yuan. You have to understand, Qinghe University isn't an ordinary place. Attacking Qinghe University's public announcements has very serious consequences. You could say it's a risky move that could get you imprisoned. This price. Monkey was trying to figure out how much to ask for. Money is no problem. Well, before he even made a move, someone else was already offering their services. Monkey almost burst out laughing when he heard this. It's not about the money. If it weren't for our brotherhood, I wouldn't have taken this job. Here's the deal, 500,000 yuan for now. If that's not enough, I'll ask you for more. But there's one thing I need to make clear beforehand, Qinghe University isn't like other places. They have people specifically controlling public opinion against them. So, even if we post a lot, many of our posts might be deleted or our accounts might be banned. You need to know that. What do you mean? Zhao Minjia didn't quite understand what Monkey was trying to say. It's possible we did 500,000 worth of work, but only 50,000 will be visible. Don't let the fact that less is seen lead to accusations of incompetence. Monkey loved these rich but brainless second-generation heirs. Okay, that makes sense. Zhao Minjia thought Monkey's point was valid. There's a common saying online that companies have public opinion monitoring departments, and it's normal for Qinghe University, a top-tier institution, to have one. Especially since Qinghe University has a computer science department, there are bound to be many computer experts there. Banning some accounts and deleting some posts is normal. Good, that's good. I'll give you an account number, transfer the money. I'll arrange for someone to do it right now. Also, send me the testimony from that classmate you mentioned and the transcript from the school. Monkey's smile was completely undisguised. If Zhao Minjia were in his presence, he would definitely see through the deception. Unfortunately, he was on the phone, so Zhao Minjia couldn't see it. To be fair, Zhao Minjia did have some connections. Having spent so much money, regardless of whether his high school classmates were genuinely interested or just looking to take advantage, they all said it was no problem. Several immediately offered to write testimonies and post about it on Qinghe University's official Weibo account. As for the school's dean of students, he quickly retrieved Qinghe's transcript and gave it to Zhao Minjia. Monkey received these, glanced at them, thought for a moment, and then gathered some of his usual hangers-on, instructing them to take these posts to Qinghe's official Weibo account to like and comment on the content, stirring up the topic. Send me at least 50 posts each, 2 yuan per post. Screenshot them and send them to me. I'll pay you based on the screenshots. You can also have others post them. I only care about the number of posts. I pay based on the number of posts. I don't care how much you pay others. Monkey had often heard that those who post online were paid trolls, so offering 2 yuan for posting was quite generous. Anyway, most of these people are idle, and they can earn several hundred yuan in a short time by posting messages. Many people should be willing to do it. If they give 1 yuan to someone else and keep 1 yuan, it's free money. Brother Monkey is so generous. Brother Monkey, is it really cash payment? Brother Monkey, I'll get everyone around me to post. Let's post 10,000 messages first. Wow, 10,000 messages is 20,000 yuan? Brother Monkey, is that really possible? The people who were added to the group immediately erupted in excitement after hearing Monkey's words. These people might seem impressive in public, but they don't actually have many ways to make money. If Monkey really pays per message, they'll work themselves to the bone. Looking at these comments, Monkey suddenly regretted it. Had he set the bar too high? If these guys really did get in 10,000 messages, would he really pay them 2 yuan per message? However, thinking about the other sucker waiting for him, Monkey decided to quote Zhao Minjia 5 yuan per post, keeping a 3 yuan profit for himself. No problem, everyone don't worry, the sugar daddy has plenty of money, you just need to post it. With Monkey's words, the group immediately started recruiting others to post for them, some offering 1 yuan, some 8 mao, and even some 50 mao. Soon, numerous comments questioning Qinghe's special recruitment appeared on Qinghe's official Weibo account. Qinghe's name began to be known by many, who started to understand what was going on and why someone was suddenly attacking him on Qinghe's official Weibo. Sun Yi acted quickly. Although the interview article wouldn't be published until tomorrow, she edited the video of the interview with Qinghe as soon as she got home after interviewing Tao Zhiqiang. Completely paralyzed, yet recruited by Qinghe's special enrollment, how did he achieve such a remarkable turnaround? Sun Yi, a reporter for the Beijing Daily, is also beautiful. Besides interview videos, she also posts about her daily life, so she has around 100,000 followers. Furthermore, when she posted the video, she specifically linked it to the Who's Still Standing program, attracting some of the show's fans. The video quickly garnered over 10,000 views. Director Zhao, a reporter, posted a video about Qinghe, saying he was specially recruited by Qinghe University. I checked, and there's indeed a public notice on Qinghe's official website announcing Qinghe's special recruitment. The Who's Still Standing program team has dedicated personnel monitoring online traffic. Upon discovering this, they immediately reported it to Zhao Qingyang. Qinghe was specially recruited by Qinghe University? Zhao Qingyang was initially stunned, then overjoyed. He had been thinking about how to use this opportunity to promote Qinghe again. This was the perfect excuse. Repost this video using our official account, and also create a large scrolling banner on our official website celebrating Qinghe's special recruitment. Use other collaborative channels as well, mobilize them all, and make this a hot topic. Chapter 81 goes viral and faces criticism. If Qinghe's previous appearance on Who's Still Standing only made him known to viewers of such variety shows, this time, his popularity has broken through to a wider audience. It's no longer limited to the viewership of Who's Still Standing, but has begun to spread. The giant lying down? Is he that amazing? Paralyzed and still able to appear on a show? Wow, Qinghe was specially admitted? How amazing does one have to be specially admitted? China's Stephen Hawking? It feels like Hawking has come back to life while he's in his wheelchair, but he's much more handsome than Hawking. That frail, sickly air evokes pity. I watched the show. Qinghe is indeed amazing, but I didn't expect him to be this amazing. To be specially admitted to Qinghe University's mathematics department, which is a cornerstone of modern science. Amazing! Many people saw Sun Yi's interview through her videos and various channels of Who's Still Standing, and they truly admired Qinghe. In the video, Tao Zhiqiang, the head of the mathematics department at Qinghe University, not only acknowledged the incident but also repeatedly praised Qinghe's talent, almost comparing him to Euler. Qinghe's answers during the interview also garnered praise from many netizens. There's nothing to admire, I can only say I was fighting for my life. Suffering is suffering. It's not worth pursuing, and it doesn't necessarily create strength. Often, it brings nothing but pain. It tempers the will because suffering is unavoidable. I don't like studying, but with my physical condition, it seems like I can't do anything else besides reading and studying. These words were widely shared online, with many commenting that Qinghe was remarkably insightful. While many tout suffering as a way to temper the will and something to be celebrated, he directly revealed the truth about suffering. When Sun Yi asked him how he could remember so much, was it because he enjoyed reading and studying, he frankly admitted he didn't like studying, a sentiment echoed by many netizens. Of course, some people like him, and some dislike him. Many say his arguments are fallacies, that his words trample on certain virtues, and that he's just an attention seeker. No wonder he's paralyzed. Such comments are met with a barrage of criticism from netizens. This controversy boosted Sun Yi's video account, as well as the online platform One Against All and Qinghe University's official Weibo account. However, when these netizens visited Qinghe University's official Weibo account, they found many questioning whether Qinghe's special admission was a bribery deal. I was his high school classmate, and we went to the same middle school. His math scores were decent, but I don't believe he was good enough for Qinghe's special admission. I had better grades than him for 2 years. Did I meet Qinghe's special admission criteria too? I went to the same school as him, though not in the same class. The school's grades were always posted. He was usually in the top 50 in his grade, sometimes even reaching the top 30. Special admission? And for Qinghe? There must be something fishy going on. His family used to be very wealthy in the county. It was only after he got sick that they sold their business. I don't know if they used the money to buy it, but I have my doubts. I have his high school transcript here. Anyone who wants to can check it at the school. That can't be faked, right? When he was healthy, he was always so arrogant, bullying classmates because of his family's wealth. For someone like that to be specially recruited, I really suspect that Qinghe's leadership has connections with his family. None of these people directly revealed their names, but their familiarity with Qinghe was obvious. Some even recounted things about Qinghe from his school days to prove they were indeed his classmates, which didn't seem fake. More importantly, the school transcript had the school's stamp, indicating it was taken from someone's records. This immediately made the people who had followed them start to believe what these people were saying. After all, if Qinghe truly only had these grades in high school, and considering he was paralyzed for several years and he himself mentioned seeking medical treatment everywhere, meaning he only had more time to study after becoming completely paralyzed, how could someone who didn't graduate high school, was paralyzed at home, and could become a math genius that Qinghe University would need to recruit through special admissions, simply by studying books and watching videos? Most people would have a skeptical look at this, because it sounds too impossible. I thought he was a genuine genius who became self-taught while paralyzed in bed, but now it seems it's the power of money. What a waste of my time coming all this way. It turns out it's like this, damn it. He used to be a good student. I know that high school, it was a top-tier high school. Anyone who got in had decent grades. Besides, it's very possible that his talent wasn't discovered before, and now that he's paralyzed at home, it's only now that it's been discovered. It's not surprising, is it? That's fine in novels, but in reality, have you ever seen someone paralyzed and suddenly become a math genius? I heard about some kind of illness, something like savant syndrome or something. It's like suddenly becoming incredibly talented, right? What if Qinghe is like that? You can believe it if you want, but I don't. This is too far-fetched. Appearing on TV shows, being specially recruited by Qinghe University, it doesn't seem normal at all. Some people will stop at nothing to become famous these days, creating all sorts of personas. This is definitely going too far. Before, people created personas themselves, but now, I never thought Qinghe, as a top university, would actually do something like this. It really makes me worry about our country's education. Various comments appeared under Sun Yi's videos, on the official website of One Against All, and on Qinghe University's official Weibo account. The vast majority of criticisms of Qinghe stemmed from suspicions of foul play, with some even attacking Sun Yi, the Who's Still Standing program team, and Qinghe University. They felt these were all accomplices in Qinghe's manipulative persona. A giant lying down? A money giant lying down, perhaps. After all, his classmates said his family used to be incredibly wealthy. Looking back now, all those comments on the show about their poor living conditions and how his father earned money by delivering food and driving were just a publicity stunt. It was all just to grab attention. Who knows, they're probably living in a luxury mansion in Beijing, eating gourmet food every day. Even the paralysis story has been questioned. Is that also a publicity stunt? Maybe he's immobile on camera, but off camera he's surrounded by women, enjoying a life of luxury. Chapter 82, Pei Donlei's decision. What's going on? Can someone tell me why this is happening on the school's official Weibo account? The next morning, Qin Siming angrily summoned the people responsible for the school's website and Weibo account to the meeting room, his face contorted with rage. At first, there were indeed a few people posting about this, not many, but for some reason, a huge number of people suddenly flooded in last night, and then it got a bit out of control. A staff member whispered. At first, no one took it seriously, because this kind of situation was normal. In their view, it was understandable that some people harbored resentment towards Qinghe's posting, feeling that Qinghe was unworthy. Looking at what those people were posting, they were actually wondering if there was some inside story behind this. After all, the other party had even produced Qinghe's academic transcript from his school days. That couldn't be faked, especially with so many people corroborating it. Although these people didn't reveal their identities, the photos they posted were enough to prove it wasn't fake. If something's wrong, why aren't you controlling the online comments? Why are you letting this situation escalate without taking action? Qin Siming glared coldly at the staff member. No one answered. They knew things were getting out of control. Put your questions aside for now. Now, shut down those online accounts that are clearly paid trolls, clearly trying to stir up trouble. Also, issue a statement in the name of the university. State that Qinghe's special admission was reviewed by a majority of professors in the mathematics department, including myself, and approved at a university meeting. There was no insider dealing or cheating involved. Furthermore, the university's legal department will collect evidence against these accounts that are deliberately smearing and stirring up public opinion, and will prosecute them. At this moment, Qin Siming knew he couldn't hesitate. He needed to clearly convey the university's stance to the outside world immediately. Yes, the staff immediately sprang into action. Qin Siming watched them busily releasing the message. He felt this might not be enough. A formal press conference should be held. Fortunately, he had brought a voice recorder that day and recorded Qinghe's answering process. Although there's no video, this is enough to prove Qinghe's ability. As for those who deliberately nitpick, saying they engaged in insider trading and had already leaked the question to Qinghe, hence the recording, that can be ignored. Things can't satisfy everyone. There will always be people who want to find fault. If you produce the recording, they'll say you prepared in advance. If you say you didn't, they'll find other problems. You can't fall into a self-proof trap. Also, arrange a press conference at noon at the main conference room in the school's administration building with some media outlets in Beijing and online media as well. Are you Pei Donlei? Pei Donlei was in class when two school staff members called him out of the classroom. One of them held a phone up to his face for comparison. "Yes, it's me." Pei Donlei didn't know what the other person wanted, but judging from the teacher's familiarity with them, it was definitely not an imposter. "Tell me why you had Woody call to report that someone from another school was living in room 306 of building 20 in the Zhaijing student dormitory? Why didn't you call yourself? How did you know someone was living there?" Having confirmed that Pei Donlei was the person in the photo Woody had taken, Qinghe asked with a grim expression. This guy was the one who reported room 306, which led to them being caught red-handed by Principal Qinghe. He said that if they didn't clarify the details of this matter, they didn't need to come back. So for the past 2 days, they had been keeping an eye on Woody, making sure he found the person who made him make the call. As for how they found Woody, it's simple, the phone kept ringing. Seeing Qinghe and Qinghe's expressions, and hearing Qinghe's words, Pei Donlei's heart jumped into his throat. He now understood why Woody insisted on adding him as a friend yesterday, insisting on asking his name and department. This guy was trying to probe his background. "Don't think we can't do anything to you just because you're silent. Let me tell you, your behavior is extremely egregious. Do you know how serious and heinous it is to falsely accuse and instigate other students?" Seeing Pei Donlei remain silent, Qinghe's tone became even harsher, his voice rising involuntarily, causing students in the neighboring classes to look outside. The teacher, who was teaching, frowned, came out, told Qinghe to stay away from the classroom door, and then closed the door. Qinghe realized he had been somewhat out of line. "Come with us." With that, Qinghe led the way out of the building. Now that they had found Pei Donlei, they weren't worried about him running away. Pei Donlei followed behind the two with his head down, frantically trying to figure out what to do. Now that they had found him, and with Woody as a witness, he couldn't deny it. Should he shift the blame onto Zhao Minjiao? That way, he'd at most end up like Woody. But if he really said that, he'd be at odds with Zhao Minjiao. That guy's petty, smaller than a pinhole. If he held a grudge, there would be endless trouble. He couldn't reveal Zhao Minjiao's involvement. Should he take the blame himself? Thinking this through, Pei Donlei made a decision. This matter wasn't a big deal, really. Even if he reported it, he could say he knew Qinghe wasn't a student at the school and knew it violated school rules, which was why he reported it. As for why he went to Woody, it was simply because he didn't want anyone to know he was the one who did it. There was nothing he couldn't admit. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Leading Pei Donlei outside the building, Qinghe asked. "Don't tell me you don't know Qinghe. As far as we know, you two went to the same high school." Woody had mentioned Pei Donlei's situation yesterday, and they came today to investigate Pei Donlei's background. "Yes, I know Qinghe. Before I reported him, he wasn't a specially admitted student. That's why I had someone call to report him. I know our school doesn't allow outsiders to live in the student dormitories. Is there anything wrong with what I did?" Pei Donlei said matter-of-factly. "Then why did you give Woody money? Why didn't you call him yourself? We're classmates after all. Although I wanted to uphold justice even against a family member, I didn't want to push things too far, so finding someone to do it wasn't the right thing to do." Pei Donlei shrugged. Anyway, even if he admitted to it, nothing would happen. The school wouldn't do anything to him because of this. Chapter 83, I'll beat the shit out of you. Qinghe glared at Pei Donlei, his anger flaring instantly. This guy was responsible for them both getting reprimanded by the principal, and yet he still had this attitude? Don't try to act all high and mighty. You know your own intentions. While your actions don't constitute a violation of school rules, they demonstrate a lack of moral character. We will record this in your file. He couldn't punish Pei Donlei for this, but he could record it in his file, so that when any employer retrieves Pei Donlei's file in the future, they'll see he's privately reporting others. Then let's see which company would want him. Upon hearing this, Pei Donlei's face immediately changed. He had thought that as long as he didn't admit it, these two schoolworkers couldn't do anything to him, but he hadn't expected them to record it in his file. If it was really recorded in his file, it would be a lifelong stain. This was absolutely unacceptable. But Zhao Minjiao, although he was afraid of Zhao Minjiao, the thought of how this would affect his entire life made him realize he had to expose Zhao Minjiao. "I'm sorry, my attitude was bad. I shouldn't have spoken like that. Actually, there's a reason for this. Reporting Qinghe wasn't my intention. It was a high school classmate of Qinghe's who paid me to report Qinghe. He and Qinghe have always been at odds. Knowing that Qinghe was living at the school, he asked me to confirm if it was true and then to report him. I felt it wasn't right, so I temporarily asked that classmate to do it." Without further hesitation, Pei Donlei immediately explained Zhao Minjiao's situation. This immediately brightened Qinghe and the other man's eyes. With this, they could explain things to Principal Qinghe. After asking for many details, they dragged Pei Donlei to the principal's office. "Aren't you angry about this?" Zhou Wanner looked at Qinghe, who was engrossed in reading the online comments, and was somewhat confused. These people are going too far. How could they say such things? especially since many of these people are clearly their classmates. They weren't like this when Qinghe was in school. How did they all become like this now? If she knew who these people really were, what's there to be angry about? This whole thing is just something that makes people jealous. Isn't it normal for someone to come and vent their frustration? Qinghe said with a smile. He wasn't aware of these comments at first. First, Sun Yi called him about it early that morning, then Zhao Qingyang, the director of Who's Still Standing, and then Tao's Haiqiang. So he already knew about it before Zhou Wan'er came to tell him. However, he didn't take it to heart. It's obvious someone is sabotaging this, and to get so many classmates to come and confirm it, he suspected it was most likely Zhao Minjiao. Zhou Wan'er had attended these people's student reunion when she went home for the spring festival. Back in Beijing, she told him about Zhao Minjia's shrewish behavior and how those people fawned over him. Now, her special admission announcement had just come out, and classmates were already commenting on Qinghe's official Weibo account. If it weren't for Zhao Minjia behind this, he'd eat Zhou Wan'er alive. Because recently, only Zhao Minjia had been causing her trouble. Yeah, and that guy paid Don Lei too. Without an inside man, Zhao Minjia wouldn't have gotten the news so quickly about things at school. How is this normal? You were specially admitted because of your real ability. They're not capable, so they're just jealous. Why are they spreading rumors and stirring up trouble online? Zhou Wan'er was furious. She had personally witnessed how impressive Qinghe's answer to Tao's Haiqiang's question was, and she knew how different Qinghe was from before. Why were these people making baseless accusations against Qinghe without even asking what happened? This must have been arranged by the Zhao family father and son. Otherwise, how could they, with schools all over the country, have found out so quickly and even posted about it on the official Weibo account? Dali said from the side. He also figured out the whole story, including the station master's unusual behavior that day. It was probably the Zhao family father and son behind it. Zhao Minjiao. That bastard. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wan'er cursed and pulled out her phone to call Zhao Minjiao. Hey, Wan'er, why did you think of me? I was just talking about that cripple Qinghe. Zhao Minjiao, you fucking bastard, can't you do nothing but these mindless, childish things all day long? If you're really not happy, then go ahead and fight Qinghe face to face. Hiding behind his back and doing this, what's the point? Let me tell you, it's only because you're not here that I'm doing this. If you were here, I'd beat the shit out of you, believe me. Damn it. You think that by hiring a bunch of bootlickers, people won't know it was you? What's the difference between this and having the words "you, Zhao Minjiao, did it" engraved on your forehead? Don't let me see you when I go back for summer vacation, don't let me see you. Fuck. After answering the phone, Zhou Wan'er picked it up, went to the window, and with her back to Qinghe, unleashed a torrent of abuse on Zhao Minjiao. After finishing her tirade, she didn't give Zhao Minjiao any chance to retort and hung up immediately. After hanging up the phone, she felt a great sense of relief, as if most of her anger had been released. However, turning around and seeing Dali staring at her dumbfounded, she immediately realized she might have lost her temper. She shrugged, lowered her head, and fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, her voice barely audible. I was just too angry, I couldn't control myself. I'm not usually like this, you know. Oh no, why did she lose her temper and yell at him in front of Qinghe and his father? She should have waited until they left before calling and yelling. It's okay, it's fine. Girls need to have a bit of a temper, so others won't dare bully you. Dali pursed his lips. He had never seen Zhou Wan'er like this before. In his memory, Zhou Wan'er was a very cheerful, polite, kind-hearted, and cultured girl. He had never imagined Zhou Wan'er would swear and yell about beating someone to a pulp. I have some things to do at the company today, I'll be going now. Dali felt he probably shouldn't have been there, so he made an excuse and left. There were indeed some things to do at the company. Uncle, were you scared by me? Zhou Wan'er asked somewhat embarrassedly after Dali left. It's alright, he just hasn't seen you in your tyrannical form before, it's normal. Qinghe said with a smile. He had seen Zhou Wan'er like this more than once. This was the real Zhou Wan'er, gentle most of the time, but when angered, she transformed into a tyrannical dragon. Chapter 84, The Kick That Cuts Off Offspring. It's all Zhao Minjia's fault. If he hadn't done that, I wouldn't have lost my temper, Zhou Wan'er said indignantly. By the way, what's the status of your withdrawal application? Any news? No, my dad called me yesterday. He said my advisor called him about my withdrawal, and he said he knew and respected my decision. The advisor didn't say anything more. Zhou Wan'er's face showed some worry as she said this. Do you think Qinghe will reject me because of the negative impact of this whole thing? Qinghe's matter has caused quite a stir, and she's worried about unforeseen changes. She withdrew from Lin University, and now Qinghe doesn't want her anymore. Don't worry about that. It won't happen. I believe the school will issue a statement by noon at the latest, and they won't let this escalate further. Qinghe smiled and reassured her. This matter may seem like a big fuss, but it's actually quite simple to resolve. Because this whole thing is just some people's wild speculation, there's no shady dealing involved. Yet Qinghe was specially admitted based on his merits, and the school has plenty of backing. Zhou Wanna nodded, but then remembered that Qinghe had just mentioned Pei Donlei's involvement in this matter. If they couldn't find Zhao Minjiao, couldn't they find Pei Donlei? Qinghe, I have to go out for a bit, I'll be back soon. Wanner. Zhao Minjiao, who had been opening his mouth for a long time without being able to get a word in edgewise, heard the dial tone after the call was disconnected and angrily threw his phone away, sweeping everything in front of him to the ground. Yeah, Qinghe. It's all because you spoke ill of me to Zhou Wanner. It's all your fault. I'm not finished with you. Zhao Minjiao's face was bulging with anger. He didn't understand what was so good about Qinghe that made Zhou Wanner so infatuated. He was indeed more handsome and wealthier than him in his younger days, but now that he's paralyzed and his family has fallen on hard times, why is he still inseparable from him every day? What exactly is wrong with Zhao Minjiao? Just you wait until this matter blows up online, wait until you're kicked out of Qinghe. Then the whole world will know that you, Qinghe, got in through connections, and that everything you said on TV and in the newspapers was a lie. Saying this, Zhao Minjiao picked up the Beijing Daily from the ground and tore Qinghe's photo into pieces, making sure they were as small as possible. Okay, I understand. Remember, you are a Qinghe student, you must have the ability to distinguish right from wrong, and you must earn your money honestly. After listening to the two staff members and Pei Donlei's explanation, Qin Siming looked at Pei Donlei and said, this matter shouldn't be taken too seriously, and Pei Donlei shouldn't be punished. He merely gave the other party Qinghe's address, received some money, and had someone make a report. It's not a major mistake. He was unaware of the subsequent online discussions. Qin Siming could only offer a few words of admonishment. I understand, Principal. I promise I won't do it again. Pei Donlei nodded respectfully repeatedly. This matter had escalated to the principal's level. He knew the seriousness of the situation. Write it down, sign it, and put your fingerprint on it, then you can go home. Although he didn't intend to punish Pei Donlei, as an important witness, Pei Donlei needed to write something, which would be useful at the press conference later. Qin Siming had a staff member take a piece of paper from under the printer, handed him a pen, and asked Pei Donlei to write down what had happened. At this point, Pei Donlei, of course, had no problem with it. After he finished writing, Qin Siming let him leave. Leaving the principal's office, Pei Donlei wiped away sweat. Although Qin Siming hadn't said anything harsh from beginning to end, he was, after all, the school principal, and he hadn't stopped sweating since he entered the room. He checked the time on his phone. The second period shouldn't be over yet. He hurried towards the teaching building. When he got to the building, there was a girl sitting on the stairs near the entrance. He didn't pay much attention, only thinking about getting back quickly. Pei Donlei. But his inattention didn't mean Zhou Wanner wasn't. She was there to cause trouble for Pei Donlei. After leaving Qinghe's place, she first called a classmate, who then asked Lin Qia to inquire about Pei Donlei's class. Knowing that Pei Donlei had been called out by the teacher, she waited there. Pei Donlei didn't expect anyone to call him. He turned his head blankly, only to find a fist looming large in front of him. Before he could understand what was happening, a sharp pain shot through his left eye. Ah! Pei Donlei screamed, clutching his left eye. Despite being a girl, Zhou Wanner had previously mentioned that she was quite strong. She wasn't one of those delicate girls, she was the kind of strong woman who could change a bucket with one hand. Although Qinghe had lost weight due to illness, he still weighed 100 pounds, and she could easily lift him. This punch instantly turned Pei Donlei's eye purple. Before Pei Donlei could say anything, she kicked him again. Hiss! This time, Pei Donlei couldn't even scream. He clutched his groin, curled up like a shrimp, his face pale, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Pei Donlei, let me tell you, don't think you can bully Qinghe just because he's sick. If I find out you'll do it again, it won't be like this. Zhou Wanner pointed at Pei Donlei, coldly warned him, and then turned and left. You, hiss. Pei Donlei reached out to say something, but the pain prevented him from even uttering a complete sentence. He could only pull his hand back, clutching his groin, and slowly lean against the handrail beside the stairs, waiting for the pain to subside. Zhou Wanner's kick had almost kicked his soul out of his body. The feeling of weakness that made his whole body go numb made him understand why people in high school said Zhou Wanner had a kick that could cut off a child's fertility, and why boys generally dared not mess with her. He felt like he was about to become infertile too. Leaning against the stair railing, he rested for a good 7 or 8 minutes before feeling a little better. However, walking still caused some pulling pain, making his gait somewhat unnatural. This delay at the door meant that by the time he reached his classroom floor, the bell rang, and the hallway was instantly filled with university students rushing out of their classrooms. His unnatural gait immediately attracted a lot of attention. Did he get some special treatment? That posture, it looks like it. This guy shouldn't be studying in Beijing, he should be going to university in Chengdu. That's interesting. I didn't expect Qinghe to have a fellow enthusiast. I need to get to know him. Chapter 85. Just kicking around like a game? Pei Donlei regretted going back to the classroom. He should have gone back to the dormitory, then so many people wouldn't have seen him. Donlei, weren't you called away by the teacher? Why is your eye swollen? And your walking posture is so strange. What did the teacher do to you? Before he even reached the classroom, classmates came out and saw him, immediately gathering around him curiously. They were already incredibly curious about Pei Donlei being called away during class, and now that he came back like this, their curiosity was amplified. Did the teacher hit him? Or perhaps, a few classmates couldn't help but glance at Pei Donlei's obviously awkward posture. Did the teacher want to check attendance, and Pei Donlei disobeyed, resulting in a punch from the teacher, followed by being held down for the check? Or were both teachers checking him one by one? What are you all looking at? I was just hit by an old enemy when I came in. Nothing like what you're thinking. Pei Donlei felt his hair stand on end from their stares. An enemy? Who? Who dares to lay a hand on one of our classmates? Let's go find him. This is outrageous. Don't they know you shouldn't hit someone in the face? And they hit him so hard. A classmate immediately became indignant and wanted to go with Pei Donlei to get revenge. She ran away a long time ago. I'll find her and handle it myself. Pei Donlei shook his head. He couldn't let anyone know it was a girl who did it would be too embarrassing. Why don't you go to the infirmary or the hospital? Then you can take the medical records to the police and make him pay. Pei Donlei was tempted by this suggestion, but quickly shook his head again. Although he could call the police, he still thought that if more people found out, it would be even more embarrassing. It's okay, it's not worth it. We're old classmates, and we don't have that much of a grudge. I'll just go back next time. I have to go back and sit for a while, Pei Donlei said, pushing aside a few classmates and walking into the classroom. What old classmate would hit so hard? I bet it's a mortal enemy. Maybe they were just fooling around, and then things got out of control, and it might have gotten really bad. Got really bad? Kicking him around like that? That's way too much. Well, maybe it's a custom. Never mind that, let's hurry to the toilet or we'll have to wait in line. Pei Donlei returned to the classroom and was still asked the same questions multiple times. After responding to each one, he sat down in his seat. What happened? Pei Donlei, who did you run into? You're like this. Just as he sat down, Yuan, who was in front of him, turned around and asked. Lin Qinghe was sitting in front of him, but she didn't turn around. Qinghe, you should know Pei Donlei's old classmate, right? Who would hit him like that? Pei Donlei's left eye was swollen quite a bit. Yuan thought the person who hit him had gone too far. I don't know. Lin Qinghe didn't turn around. She's been ignoring Pei Donlei lately. She feels she made a mistake and wants to restore their relationship to what it was like before. She can't let Pei Donlei keep getting closer just because he's being too proactive. Yuan pouted, glanced at Pei Donlei, then at Lin Qinghe, and said nothing more. Did you go out to cause trouble for Pei Donlei? When Zhou Wanna returned to 306, looking happy and skipping, Qinghe asked, tilting his head. How did you know? I knew what you were up to the moment you turned around. I guessed it when you went out. You were so angry you were practically fuming, and now you're so happy you could fly. What else could it be but taking it out on Pei Donlei? Qinghe said with a smile. In the memories of her predecessor, this Zhou Wanna was never really like a girl. She liked to play with a group of boys every day. Don't be fooled by her ladylike behavior in front of adults. She was incredibly fierce around them. In their area, no one dared to challenge Sister Wanner. In junior high, she somehow learned a special kick that could crush off offspring, a nightmare for all the boys in her grade. Let me tell you, I found out which class he was in. I heard he'd been called away by the teacher, so I waited for him downstairs. He didn't even notice me and was about to walk right past me. I called out to him, then punched him in the eye. Before he could react, I kicked him hard. This time, I didn't hold back like before. It was a real, hard kick. He was in so much pain he could barely speak. With Yadali gone, Zhou Wanner dropped the pretense of being a lady, pulled up a chair next to Qinghe, and excitedly recounted her feat. To be honest, in college, she really hadn't had a chance to use her special move. Everyone was from different places, they weren't that close, and kicking would get you called the police. But after not using it for so long, using it again felt incredibly satisfying. Don't actually hurt him. That part is very fragile. What if he makes you pay for the rest of his life? No, I know my limits. At most, it'll hurt for a couple of days. My master told me that, so I know what I'm doing. Zhou Wanner said nonchalantly. Speaking of which, how did your master teach you this thing? Because she hates men. According to her, anyone who dares to touch her is seriously injured. But that's precisely why she has to run around. You have to be careful, don't end up like your master, forced to run around too. Don't worry, that's why she specifically researched the consequences of different levels of force. As long as I control my strength, it'll be fine. Zhou Wanner knew what she was doing. Even when she kicked, she always used a level less force than her master had taught her. Although Pei Donlei was in so much pain he couldn't speak, there wouldn't be any serious consequences. At most, it would hurt for a couple of days, nothing serious. The reason it hurts so much there is mainly because the nerves there are more sensitive, amplifying the pain. Oh, right, didn't I write a song for you before? The sheet music is finished, I'll send it to you. While Joe Warner was away, Qinghe had traveled 50 kilometers when the system offered him the composition option again, and this time he chose it. So fast? Let me see. Joe Warner immediately picked up her phone happily. After Qinghe sent the file, she immediately looked at the sheet music and began to hum along softly. She had heard Qinghe sing the tune that day, and now that she had the complete sheet music, singing along was no problem. You should register the copyright for this song first, just to be on the safe side. Chapter 86. Thank you for these 2 years. The song Commemoration was indeed very suitable for Joe Warner. After singing it a few times with the sheet music, she sang it quite well. With this song, I think I'll definitely pass the blind auditions. After that, it's all up to luck. After practicing for a while, Joe Warner said confidently. She believed this song would definitely help her pass the blind auditions. As long as she passed the blind auditions, at least she would have exposure. As for whether she could make it to the end, she hadn't thought about that. In her view, just passing the blind auditions was a success. Don't worry, as long as you don't run into any contestants with shady dealings, I'll make sure you're in the top 3. Qinghe said with a smile. The champion is usually predetermined, no need to think about that, but as for the top 3, with those songs he remembers, it shouldn't be a problem. You mean you can write songs for me? Qinghe, when did you learn this? Tell the truth. Joe Warner immediately realized why Qinghe said that, reached out and pinched his cheek, interrogating him. Is this stuff difficult? I can learn it by looking at some study materials. Qinghe's Versailles made Joe Warner very unhappy. She had also studied music, although she didn't stick with it, she had studied for several years. Why didn't she stick with it? First, she thought it was too hard, and second, she felt that writing her own songs was too difficult, and she could only sing other people's songs, which meant there was no hope of making it in this field. That's why she ultimately chose to study computer science in college, so that at least she could find a decent job after graduation. And now, in Qinghe's mouth, all this stuff was about learning it by looking at some materials? This wasn't saying she was stupid. You say she has no talent? Even an uncle can tolerate this, but an aunt can't. She vigorously rubbed Qinghe's face to vent her dissatisfaction. Qinghe, I've found you increasingly annoying lately. Then do you want me to write songs for you? What could Qinghe do? He couldn't move his body and could only let her rub him. Yes. Why shouldn't I? From now on, you can only write songs for me. No, I'm not planning to be a star. I should say, I have to choose your songs first. If I choose one, it's for me, if I don't, you give it to someone else. Although she was very unhappy with Qinghe, she still wanted what she wanted. Joe Warner warned Qinghe with a roaring dragon-like expression. No problem, from now on, all these songs will be in your name. That way, anyone who wants to buy the song will have to pay you the royalties. Her fierce expression was adorable to Qinghe, who said with a doting look. Although Qinghe didn't have much money right now, he knew he would have less and less of it over time. And Joe Warner's unwavering support during his most difficult time, coming to see him every week, was a kind of affection that money could never buy. He didn't know what else he could give her, she certainly wouldn't accept money. So, he'd focus on making her famous, establishing her as a talented woman. Really? Then all this money will be mine. Joe Warner's eyes shone as if she had seen a dragon of wealth. Her family was decently well off, but not exceptionally wealthy. If Qinghe wrote songs under her name, wouldn't that bring in a lot of money? She'd heard a single song could sell for a considerable sum. Why are we distinguishing between yours and mine? If you have money, and I ask you for it, would you refuse? Well, it depends. Normally I'd give it to you, but if you're going to use it to pick up girls or party, I won't. Joe Warner tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Do you think I'm physically capable of picking up girls or partying? Qinghe laughed. Who knows? Maybe you'll fully recover soon? Maybe someone likes your type? But speaking of which, why do I think you look much better than before? Especially sometimes when I see you from afar, there's always a certain. Joe Warner couldn't think of a suitable word to describe the feeling she had when she saw Qinghe. I can't quite explain it, but it's just a feeling that makes people feel sorry for you, a feeling that makes them want to pity you. Qinghe, of course, understood what that meant. It was the delicate, almost sickly beauty aura bestowed upon him by the system. It's because I've recently figured things out, and I feel much more enlightened. Qinghe casually offered an explanation. That's also possible. Before, you always seemed so lifeless. I was always afraid that one day, when Uncle Dolly and I weren't around, you'd suddenly pass away. Recently, you've developed a more pitiful aura, and you've become more cheerful. You're not like before, always seeming to have a death wish, making people uneasy. Zhou Wan'er thought this reason made sense. Yet Qinghe had indeed changed a lot, not just in his mindset, but also in his actions. His mathematical talent, his breadth of knowledge, and his ability to compose and write songs, he had never revealed these things before. These certainly didn't appear instantly, they must have been accumulated silently without their knowledge. But how did you come to this realization? I talked to your uncle so much before, and you still didn't understand. How did you suddenly understand? She had wanted to ask this question for the past few days, but hadn't found the right opportunity. Maybe it's because I dreamt I died once a couple of days ago. Suddenly I understood that since we can't change things, since suffering and happiness are both part of life, why not be more positive and happier? Yes, that's right. No matter what, we always have to move forward, whether it's happiness or pain, so why don't we move forward happily? Zhou Wan'er didn't know that Ye Qinghe's dream of dying once meant he had actually died. She only thought Ye Qinghe might have dreamt about something. Perhaps your illness was a knot in your heart. Now that the knot is untied, your body is starting to recover. Before long, you'll be able to run and jump like before. Yes, thank you for these past 2 years. Ye Qinghe looked at Zhou Wan'er earnestly. Although he had just transmigrated, he retained all of his predecessor's memories and knew how grateful his predecessor was to Zhou Wan'er. However, his predecessor had always been unwilling to show it. Now that he has inherited everything from his predecessor, he should express the gratitude on behalf of his predecessor. Why are we getting so distant? Do we really need this? Once you recover, just remember to take care of me in my old age. After all, you're my only son. Zhou Wan'er was a little unaccustomed to Ye Qinghe's sudden seriousness, and her eyes became somewhat unfocused. Principal, the media and reporters from the internet platforms we invited have arrived. The live streaming equipment in the conference room is ready, and it's almost time. Shall we begin? Chapter 87. Qinghe Siming unleashes his ultimate skill. Welcome everyone to our school's online briefing regarding the special admission of Ye Qinghe. At exactly noon, Qinghe Siming, along with Tao Zhiqiang and several senior professors who had previously participated in Ye Qinghe's assessment, appeared at the briefing. After taking their seats, Qinghe Siming didn't waste any time and began directly. Before explaining the special admission, let me introduce the people sitting next to me. Qinghe Siming pointed to the 6 people sitting with him. First, the one on my left, Tao Zhiqiang, is the head of the Department of Mathematics at Qinghe University, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a specially appointed professor under the Ministry of Education's E-Scholar Award program, a recipient of the National Science Fund for Distinguished Young Scholars, a member of the Mathematics Discipline Evaluation Group of the State Council Academic Degrees Committee, a standing director of the Chinese Mathematical Society, the project leader of the National Key Research and Development Program of China in Mathematics and Interdisciplinary Sciences, a fellow of the Chinese Society for Industrial and Applied Mathematics, and an editorial board member of authoritative journals such as Chinese Science, Mathematics and Acta Mathematica Sinica. I won't list all the major research projects he's participated in and his contributions to the university. You can check our official website or search online if you're interested. As Qinghe Siming introduced Tao Zhiqiang stood up and bowed slightly to everyone. This is Su Bingqian, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, an academician of the Third World Academy of Sciences, an invited speaker at the International Congress of Mathematicians, the head of the academic leadership group of the National Natural Science Foundation of China's Tianyuan Mathematics Fund, the director of the academic committee of the Department of Mathematics at Qinghe University, one of the founders of algebraic geometry in China, a top authority in the field of algebraic geometry internationally, and has taught at Tsinghua for over 30 years. This gentleman, Wen Jinjiao, is an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, a fellow of the International Union of Industrial and Applied Mathematics, a distinguished professor appointed by the Ministry of Education, chairman of the Computational Mathematics branch of the Chinese Mathematical Society, and an expert advisor to the National Supercomputing Center. He is a leading figure in engineering computational mathematics in China, providing core mathematical support for the research and development of national aerospace and defense equipment, and is a recognized leader in the field of computational mathematics. This gentleman, Zhong Yangxing, is an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, an elected member of the International Statistical Association, convener of the Mathematics Discipline Evaluation Group of the State Council Academic Degrees Committee, chief expert of the National Major Statistical Science Research Project, and director of the Probability and Statistics Institute of Tsinghua University. He is a leading figure in probability and statistics in China, a top scholar in the field of international statistical analysis, and has led the construction of China's big data statistical mathematics theoretical system. This gentleman, Liu Xiaoping, is an academician of the Third World Academy of Sciences, a 45-minute speaker at the International Congress of Mathematicians, the chief scientist in the field of mathematics under the National 973 program, the vice president of the Chinese Mathematical Society, and the director of the Center for Applied Mathematics at Tsinghua University. He is an international authority in mathematical physics and nonlinear analysis, a pioneer in partial differential equations in China, and his theoretical achievements are widely cited in top international mathematics and physics journals. This gentleman, Qinghe, is an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a fellow of the International Association for Cryptologic Research, the director of the Expert Advisory Committee of the State Cryptography Administration, the leader of the Ministry of Education's Innovation Team for Mathematics and Information Security, and the director of the Center for Cryptographic Theory Research at Qinghe University. He is a founder of cryptographic mathematics in China and a core expert in mathematical theory for national cyberspace security. Before arriving, everyone knew Qinghe University would explain the special admissions process, but no one expected Qinghe to launch into such a massive explanation right from the start. The reporters present, and the netizens watching the live stream online, were already awestruck just from hearing the names and titles of these individuals. Each one of them was a figure worthy of reverence. Qinghe University had brought out 6 such figures for Qinghe's special admissions clarification meeting. How could they possibly compete? It was as absurd as a mosquito buzzing twice and then being bombarded with nuclear weapons. Qinghe and Zhou Wanner were also watching Qinghe's live stream from their dorm room. Watching Qinghe introduce the titles of the professors one by one, Qinghe realized just how impressive these old men, who hadn't said much since following Qinghe into the dorm, truly were. He had initially thought they were just ordinary professors, but they were all incredibly powerful. These 6, along with myself, are the reviewers for Qinghe's special recruitment. We hereby guarantee with our reputations that there has been absolutely no irregularity or insider manipulation in this matter. At this point, whether or not this statement was made was irrelevant. When Qinghe brought these individuals out and revealed their identities, both reporters and netizens knew that this matter couldn't be fake. Any one of them could have issued a statement, let alone 6 at once. And Qinghe himself, although he didn't mention his various titles, as the president of Qinghe University, how could he lack any? At the very least, the title of president signifies a position equivalent to a vice minister of education. Does anyone have any questions about this? After saying this, Qinghe looked at the media reporters and online platform representatives before him. No one had any questions. At this point, no one would have any questions. With such a lineup, asking anything would be disrespectful to their status. Alright, since everyone has no questions, let's move on to the second item. Qinghe glanced around, and seeing no one had any objections, proceeded directly to the second item. Thanks to the efforts of our computer science students, we obtained information on these posters claiming to be Qinghe, and contacted their school and individuals. They all stated that this action was instigated by a student named Zhao Minjiao, and provided WeChat chat screenshots. As he spoke, Qinghe pressed the remote control in his hand, and several WeChat screenshots appeared on the large screen behind him. The words spoken by Zhao Minjiao, as well as those of these other individuals, were displayed without any blurring, showing themselves to everyone. Furthermore, we have also tracked down the accounts of individuals who deliberately posted defamatory content and provoked trouble. We have recorded all of these and handed them over to the public security authorities. Our school's legal team will prosecute Zhao Minjiao for defamation and disturbing public order. We will not accept any private settlements or mediations and will demand that the procuratorate impose a severe sentence on him. These words immediately caused an uproar among the reporters present and netizens online. Such incidents have happened before, but usually it only involves sending a lawyer's letter or issuing a public condemnation. Even if a police report is filed, it's usually just a simple report. The actions taken by Qinghe University this time are truly unprecedented. As far as I know, the sentence for defamation is up to 3 years, while the sentence for disturbing public order is up to 5 years. Chapter 88 Qinghe unleashes his ultimate skill too. This is a huge deal. This Zhao Minjiao probably didn't expect Qinghe to react so strongly, did he? Not only did they bring out so many powerful figures, but they also deployed their legal and computer teams. Those who spread rumors and falsely accuse others online should have been dealt with like this long ago. Can anyone with legal knowledge tell me if this constitutes any of these crimes? I'm a law student at a political science and law university. Of course it does. The quantitative standard for online defamation is 5,000 clicks and 500 reposts. These are important reference points. Although this only happened yesterday, the total number of clicks has already reached hundreds of thousands, almost a million. Such an impact definitely meets the criteria for a serious offense. What about these online trolls? Will they be imprisoned? These people are actually the most hateful. The organizations or leaders of these online trolls will be prosecuted for joint crimes and illegal business operations. If it's a joint crime, they will be considered principals or accomplices, convicted of defamation or disturbing public order. Illegal business operations mainly involve fines. As for ordinary online trolls, it depends on the situation. One type knowingly posts false information, which constitutes an accomplice to defamation or disturbing public order. Another type unknowingly posts false information, simply following instructions. This doesn't constitute a criminal offense but may face administrative penalties. A third type engages in online troll operations long-term, which constitutes illegal business operations. In addition, technical personnel will also be treated as accomplices or convicted of illegal business operations individually. The internet is full of all sorts of people. When someone has doubts, someone immediately steps forward to explain. Now, everyone watching the live stream understands what kind of punishment Zhao Minjiao and his online trolls will face. They've really bitten off more than they can chew. They thought they could easily trample on Qinghe just because he's paralyzed and his family is down on its luck, but they didn't expect he has Qinghe University backing him up. Although Qinghe has a lot of negative news, with frequent reports of this and that, in this matter, I have to give Qinghe a huge thumbs up. That's how it should be. They should stand up for all students. The person upstairs is mistaken. Yet Qinghe was specially admitted. He's a genius. Ordinary students might not receive such treatment. Regardless, I think it's commendable that they stood up for the students. I want to ask, do Qinghe's classmates really have no sense of camaraderie at all? Let me clarify here, I am also Qinghe's classmate. I did not post this kind of message, and I didn't even know about it. Most classmates are probably like me, only a very few people in cahoots with Zhao Minjiao posted this message. Don't condemn all of us classmates because of this one bad apple. The internet was buzzing, and so was the scene. The reporters, relatively more knowledgeable about the law, asked Qinghe Siming a series of questions about Zhao Minjiao, the police report, and other related matters. Unlike the lively atmosphere here, Qinghe's classmates who posted messages praising Zhao Minjiao were all in a bad mood. That Zhao Minjiao, isn't he harming people? I knew this guy wasn't a good person. He didn't explain such a big thing to us. If I had known it was this, I would never have said anything. Now look what's happened. They've posted our online names, and the school has given us a demerit. What kind of mess is this? I hereby declare that I'm cutting ties with Zhao Minjiao completely. I'm done. I'm cutting ties with him too. Besides these classmates, there was one other person who was extremely angry. Zhao Minjiao, I'll curse your ancestors. You damn coward. Why did you ask for my report card, and you didn't even explain it to me? If I had known you were spreading rumors on the Qinghe website, I would never have given it to you. The dean of students at Qinghe High School was cursing loudly in his office. For those students, this was just a demerit, just their classmates looking down on them and not wanting to associate with them. But for him, it was a huge deal. The university president removed Zhao Minjiao from his position as Dean of Students' Academic Affairs on charges of leaking student information, accepting bribes, and abusing his position for personal gain, and threatened to transfer the case to the authorities for legal processing. Although he and the president had never gotten along, the vice president had always stood up to him, preventing the president from doing anything to him. However, this time, the president of Qinghe University personally called to inquire about the matter and expressed concern, and the vice president was unwilling to protect him in this situation. So, although he had previously been involved in embezzlement and bribery without consequence, this time, he was punished simply for issuing a report card without accepting anything in return. And all of this was because of Zhao Minjiao. Qinghe is an outstanding student at our high school. That report card doesn't mean he's not excellent, it just means his talents haven't been showcased or discovered. This is a dereliction of duty on our part as teachers, and we should reflect on it. Furthermore, Qinghe's special admission to Qinghe University shows that we have achieved some success in educating him. For those bad apples, our school must crack down hard. And those students who disregard friendship and slander their classmates behind their backs, they have forgotten our school motto, should be removed from the alumni list. This is what the high school principal said at the meeting. The school's official website immediately featured the news of Qinghe's special admission to Qinghe University on its homepage, using the largest possible banner, even employing a full screen effect upon login, as if to ensure everyone saw it. It's even rumored that the county's publicity department is sending someone to Qinghe University in Beijing to interview Qinghe and promote his story as a model within the county. Qinghe was unaware of all of this. He only witnessed Qinghe Siming and his group stepping forward to speak out. Qinghe Technology Park, Science and Technology Building, 17th floor. Looking at Qinghe Siming's briefing on his phone, Dali thought for a moment and dialed a number. Brother Li, why did you suddenly decide to call me? How have you been in Beijing? Is Qinghe's illness any better? An excited voice came through the phone as soon as it connected. Hua Ji, a lot has happened in Beijing lately. Qinghe's illness has made some progress, his right hand has mostly recovered. Dali replied with a smile. That's wonderful. We knew Qinghe would get better. Now that his right hand has recovered, the rest will recover soon. Yes, I always believed Qinghe would recover. By the way, Hua Ji, you mentioned before that Zhao's factory had serious environmental problems. I told you to collect evidence, how's that going? Chapter 89 Dali's counterattack. I collected everything a while ago, but but brotherly, you kept telling me not to rush, so I didn't do anything. Ning Huaja immediately realized what Yadali was about to do. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but Yadali had advised him not to rush, saying it wasn't the right time and to wait patiently. You can take this to Deputy Director Ma at the County Environmental Protection Bureau. Okay, brotherly. I've been waiting for this day. I'll go right now. Ning Huaja didn't want to wait a moment longer. After hanging up with Ning Huaja, Yadali made a call to a number in Beijing. Old yeah, why did you suddenly call me? Is Qinghe's illness something that needs money for? How much? A steady, middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. No, Mr. Huang, Qinghe has started to recover recently, so we don't need to borrow money for now. We'll ask you for it when we need it. Yadali replied with a smile. That's great news. I knew there'd be a way. Are you still in Beijing? Give me your address, let's have a good drink. Speaking of which, Lao Ye, you haven't contacted me at all since this happened. You have to be punished with a drink. General Manager Huang was overjoyed upon hearing the news, his voice becoming much more cheerful. No rush, this day will come. I called you today because of something. My factory was sold to the Zhao family, right? Are you still working with them? Yadali could sense General Manager Wang's happiness about Qinghe's situation, so he didn't mince words and directly stated the purpose of his call. No, Zhao Hai came to Beijing to see me a few days ago, but I didn't even see him. I don't like that guy. After the contract expired, I didn't have the company renew it. What? You, Lao Ye, are coming back? General Manager Huang shook his head at the mention of this. Zhao Hai was petty and narrow-minded, and more importantly, the quality of the goods supplied to them had clearly declined. He didn't want to continue working with that kind of supplier. I'm just afraid something might happen to these goods one day. No, I probably won't be doing this business anymore. I called you because Zhao Hai has been causing trouble for me and Qinghe more than once recently. I wanted you to cut ties with him. Since you've already cut ties, then it's fine. Zhao Hai causing trouble for you and Qinghe? That bastard. He's inhuman. Don't worry, Lao Ye, I'll talk to other partners. Anyway, I know all the partners in your factory. Besides, I have some connections with some of Zhao Hai's partners. I'll make them stop trading with Zhao Hai. General Manager Huang is Yadali's largest partner, accounting for nearly 40% of his factory's market share. After Zhao Hai acquired his factory, the combined output of the two factories would account for 30% of the market share. His involvement in negotiating with other partners is definitely not a problem. Thank you, General Manager Huang, but I'm afraid I can't come up with the breach of contract fee right now. The reason Yadali made this call was to see if General Manager Huang would give him face. After all, he couldn't just let someone suffer a loss without his consent. I'll figure out how to get this money later. Before he could finish speaking, General Manager Huang interrupted him. You don't need to worry about this. There's no need to pay a penalty. Zhao Hai isn't cut out for business. He's always thinking about maximizing profits, and the quality of his goods keeps getting worse. If we really want to investigate, it could already be considered a breach of contract, so there's no need to pay a penalty. Okay, thank you, General Manager Huang. There's one more thing. Zhao Hai's factory has many problems, environmental issues, raw materials, etc. I've had someone collect them and hand them over. You can wait a day or two before talking to them about this. I knew you, Yadali, wouldn't be someone to be trifled with. Okay, I understand. But I've helped you so much, you have to treat me to a meal, right? And you said you're leaving this line of work. What are you planning to do? It sounds like you're starting a new business? Want me to invest some money in you? General Manager Huang laughed. Yadali seemed harmless and righteous, but he knew this wasn't a docile cat, but a tiger. If he didn't provoke him, all was well, but if he did, well. However, what he was more curious about now was what Yadali planned to do after leaving his old profession. Yadali briefly explained Qinghe's special recruitment in his work solving math problems for others, and General Manager Huang immediately recognized the potential of this business. This is great. This is far superior to your previous businesses. It doesn't require heavy assets, and you don't have to worry about replication. If Qinghe truly possesses such exceptional mathematical abilities, it will be a unique and top-tier business. Old yeah. I didn't expect you to have 3 pieces of good fortune. Qinghe's recovery, Qinghe's special recruitment, and Qinghe now has this unique business. General Manager Huang was genuinely happy for Yadali and Qinghe. Speaking of which, I also have some friends who need this. I'll tell them and see if they need it recently. If so, they can contact you. Thank you so much, General Manager Huang. Yadali thanked him repeatedly. Okay, call me when you come to Qinghe, and I'll definitely treat you to a good meal. You said it yourself. I'm coming to Qinghe right now. Let's have dinner together tonight. I'll bring Qinghe too. Okay, I'll book the place. No need, I know some restaurants there. I'll book it. I can't let you really treat me. Let's talk about treating you after your business really takes off. It's settled then. I'll send you the location and time later. After hanging up, Yadali couldn't help but sigh, thankful he'd been kind back then. Zhao Minjaya didn't watch Qinghe's live stream. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he'd played too late and was too tired. He hadn't even woken up properly when the live stream started at noon. So when the police knocked on his door that year, he was only wearing shorts, looking completely bewildered. What's going on? Zhao Minjaya couldn't understand what he'd done to have the police and reporters come to him. Yes, not only the police, but also several reporters. Reporters were eager to know what would happen next after Qinghe University called the police, so some media outlets immediately contacted the police and accompanied them to the hotel where Zhao Minjaya was staying. He'd had too much fun last night, so he checked into a hotel near the bar street. Knowing the commotion on Qinghe's official Weibo account and how many people he'd incited to criticize Qinghe, he almost shouted in the bar that all the drinks tonight would be on Zhao Gongzi. The hostesses ordered 2 drinks each for him, Monkey, and a few of Monkey's friends, and the dancing on the coffee table in the private room never stopped. One person left, another appeared. You're under arrest. This is an arrest warrant. Chapter 90 Zhao Hai's frustration. Dad, help me. Dad, help me. The police are taking me away. Come save me. Zhao Hai frowned at first, listening to Zhao Minjaya's hysterical screams on the other end of the phone, thinking Zhao Minjaya was playing some ridiculous game again, but the voices coming from the phone afterwards made him realize something was wrong. Zhao Minjaya, this is resisting arrest. First warning. Second warning. Third warning. Ah, Dad, come save me. Zhao Hai felt increasingly uneasy, because this didn't sound like a joke, it sounded like the police were really trying to arrest Zhao Minjaya. After a while of chaotic noise, it sounded like someone picked up a phone from the ground. Hello, are you Zhao Minjaya's father? We are from the Haitian branch of the Beijing Public Security Bureau. My badge number is. Zhao Minjaya is suspected of defamation and disturbing public order. We have detained him according to law. If you have any questions, you can come to the Haitian branch for further information. A deep voice came through the phone to Zhao Hai. There was no escaping it now, it was the real police, because they even gave out their badge number. May I ask what happened? Zhao Hai asked quickly. Like Zhao Minjaya, he hadn't paid attention to the Qinghe University incident. Just search for the video of the briefing released by Qinghe University. The policeman on the other end of the phone didn't say anything more and hung up. Without even looking, Zhao Hai understood what was going on as soon as Qinghe University was mentioned. But wasn't this something Zhao Hai had been asked to do just yesterday? How come Qinghe University called the police and arrested someone today? And what kind of online trolls were they hiring? How could they be caught so quickly and implicate Zhao Minjaya? He didn't know that the monkey Zhao Minjaya hired wasn't a paid online troll at all. The monkey was completely ignorant of the methods used by online trolls to avoid being tracked. He simply took the money, recruited some friends and people, and started posting on Qinghe's official website and Weibo account. No professional investigation was needed, anyone with a little technical knowledge could easily find the truth. So, before the police came to Zhao Minjaya, the monkey and his group of friends had already been contacted by the police. At first, Zhao Hai didn't think much of it. It was just a police report, he could just find someone to handle it. But after contacting a bunch of people, as soon as they asked about it, they immediately said they couldn't do it. 1 or 2 people did it, and after contacting everyone, it was the same. Zhao Hai realized that this situation might be different from what he thought. It had escalated. But before he could even think about how serious the situation really was, someone from the factory called. Boss, several departments from the county just came for a surprise inspection. They said our environmental protection standards are seriously substandard and they're shutting down our factory. Furthermore, they issued us a huge fine, which we have 15 days to pay. Not only environmental protection officials, but also tax and business administration officials came to inspect. Zhao Hai's head suddenly felt like it was about to explode. He had bribed these people before, so why were they suddenly showing up without warning? Director Chen from the Environmental Protection Bureau, Section Chief Wu from the Tax Bureau, and Director Yang from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, aren't they here? No, none of them are here this time. The Environmental Protection Bureau has a deputy director, the Tax Bureau also has a deputy director, and the Industry and Commerce Bureau has a director. The factory manager hesitated for a moment. Anything else you want to say? Say it all at once. Zhao Hai roared angrily, hesitating at a time like this? Could there be any worse news than this? I heard that this matter wasn't initiated by the county, but by higher UPS. I heard someone from the city came down. The staff member then revealed what he hadn't said before. He wasn't entirely sure, but among the people who came, there was indeed someone he didn't recognize, but the others had all acted very respectfully. No one introduced this person, but it was clear that this person held a high position. Zhao Hai frowned deeply upon hearing this. He had some connections in the city, but why hadn't he received any information about this? Boss, come back quickly. Something terrible is about to happen. Alright, I know, I'll be back as soon as possible. Zhao Hai said irritably, then hung up and called some of his contacts. The only result he got was that someone higher up was targeting him, and they were all excluded, some were even under investigation by the disciplinary committee. Damn it! Who is it? Zhao Hai smashed his computer on the table and immediately booked a ticket to rush back. As for Zhao Minjiao, at this moment, his son wasn't that important. If things went wrong at home, he'd be ruined. Let his son go to jail if he wanted. Qinghe, do you remember General Manager Huang from Beijing? He invited us to dinner tonight. It's at a building near the south gate of the school, close to Zhongwenkan, at 7 o'clock. When Yadali returned to dormitory 306, General Manager Wang's restaurant information had already arrived. I remember, his family seems quite influential, kind of a second-generation Beijing scion, right? Yeah, Qinghe certainly remembered Mr. Huang. He'd visited their house a few times a few years ago. He was very handsome, over 1.8 meters tall, with big, double-lidded eyes and a widow's peak. Even in the entertainment industry, he could easily play a handsome, mature man. He'd even given him a super cool model airplane. Yes, I met with him today to do some business. He heard about your company and said he had some friends who needed this kind of business, so he wanted to recommend a few. We hadn't seen each other in a while, and when I offered to treat him to dinner, he made a reservation himself. Dali nodded. Mr. Wang's real name was Huang Yuehui. He didn't know much about his family background, only that he grew up in a compound. Just now, someone called saying they wanted to give us a project. Then we should really thank Uncle Huang. Yeah, Qinghe nodded. This man had a particularly good relationship with his father. When they came to Beijing before, he had specially treated them well. When they sought medical treatment, he had made many phone calls and helped them contact numerous hospital specialists. Otherwise, they would have had to wait in line for a very long time to see these specialists. Is he the Uncle Huang who picked you up from school in a Rolls-Royce that year? Zhou Wanner also remembered Huang Yuehui. When Huang Yuehui drove to pick up Ye Qinghe that year, the entire school was astonished. She had also ridden in that car once. It's him, Wanner, you're coming along too. Chapter 91 Private Kitchen. Tan Family Private Kitchen. This is a very inconspicuous restaurant located in a small alleyway to the west, about one stop south of Qinghe. The restaurant's entrance is simply the gatehouse of a traditional courtyard house. There are no special signs or markers indicating it's a restaurant, only a plaque above the entrance reads Tan Family. The restaurant operates on a reservation-only basis and is not open to the public. When Ye Qinghe, Dali, and Zhou Wanner arrived, they were somewhat skeptical about whether there was even a restaurant here. Dali glanced at his phone to confirm the address was correct and was about to ring the doorbell when a person dressed in Qing Dynasty Imperial Guard attire emerged from the doorway. The guard bowed to the three of them and said loudly, "Good evening, distinguished guests. This is Tan Family Private Kitchen. Do you have a reservation?" "Yes, Qinghe Hall." Dali nodded. Huang Yuehui had reserved a private room named Qinghe Hall. "Greetings, esteemed guests." A guard stepped aside, gesturing for the group to enter, and announced loudly, "Distinguished guests, your presence is an honor. Please follow me to Qinghe Hall." The three nodded and followed the guard inside. From the outside, the courtyard seemed unremarkable, merely newer than the surrounding buildings. However, once inside, it was a completely different world. The entire courtyard was designed like a palace garden. Upon entering, one first saw a screen wall depicting a pine tree welcoming guests at sunrise over Huangshan Mountain. On both sides were garden corridors. The courtyard featured artificial hills, flowing water, and slender bamboo groves, with attendants in court attire moving about, making one feel as if they had stepped into the Qing Dynasty palace a century ago. "Greetings, esteemed guests." Attendants passing by would bow and greet the three. Yet Qinghe noticed that there seemed to be only private rooms. There was no general seating area. Each private room had a meaningful name, taken from the nearby Yuan Minjai Yuan Garden. For example, Huang Yuehui had booked Qinghe Hall. While passing by, they saw Hangsu Pavilion, Yangzheng Hall, and Ruyi Pavilion. These names were all taken from existing names within the Yuan Minjai Yuan Garden. A hall filled with the glow of Qinghe, a door brimming with auspicious energy. We respectfully welcome our distinguished guests to their seats, to enjoy the flavors of the Imperial Garden, and to share deep friendship. In the private room, two beautiful waitresses dressed in Qing Dynasty court attire and flower-pot-soled shoes immediately knelt and gave the three a deep bow upon their arrival. Yet Dali and Zhou Wanner nodded to the two waitresses. The private room was large, featuring a large, carved round table made of solid wood that could easily seat more than 10 people. Beside it were Davids, a display cabinet, and the walls were covered with paintings and calligraphy from the Yuan Minjai Yuan Garden. One of the windows on one side of the private room was open, offering a view of the window of another private room. Water surrounded the two rooms. "This place is truly wonderful." Joe Warner started snapping photos with her phone. This was her first time in a place like this, and putting aside the food, the ambience alone made the trip worthwhile. Yet Dolly, on the other hand, wasn't particularly curious about the place. He'd been to similar places before, during his heyday. He pulled a chair out from the table and sat Qinghe down. Reaching for a piece of cantaloupe from the appetizers and fruit, he offered it to Qinghe, who shook his head. Yet Dolly then took his hand and put it in his own mouth. "Uncle Dolly, don't eat yet, let me take pictures first." Joe Warner immediately came over and started snapping photos with her phone. The pastries were exquisite, each adorned with auspicious and festive patterns. The fruit was cut to uniform size and arranged on a plate. Everything looked beautiful through the lens. Joe Warner even photographed the teacups brought by the waiter and the teapot used to pour the tea. "Is this what you guys are all about now, eating with your phone first?" Yet Dolly stopped taking any more, smiling as he watched Joe Warner snap away. "Good things are meant to be shared. How can I not take a few more pictures in such a nice place?" Joe Warner said, her hands still busy. After taking pictures inside, she even went outside to take some more. "Ha ha ha ha. Old yeah, long time no see. Qinghe, long time no see. You two are too formal with me. I told you long ago that you could come to me if you needed anything in Beijing, but you wouldn't listen and insisted on severing ties with me. Old yeah, you're one thing, but Qinghe is still growing and needs care. You have to make him suffer with you." Huang Yuehui entered laughing, hugging Dolly and Qinghe before complaining. Dolly was good in every way, except sometimes he was too polite, preferring to work as a delivery driver or a chauffeur rather than ask him for help. "It's not that I want to sever ties with you, but people have to be independent. You can't rely on others for everything. Besides, maybe if it weren't for what happened recently, Qinghe might not have recovered." Dolly shook his head with a smile. "Nonsense. Maybe if you had listened to me earlier, Qinghe would have recovered long ago?" Huang Yuehui disagreed. Joe Warner, who was taking pictures outside, saw Huang Yuehui arrive and came in as well. "Hello Uncle Huang, I'm Joe Warner. We've met before. I remember you, Qinghe's childhood sweetheart." Huang Yuehui genuinely liked Joe Warner. This girl had a cheerful air about her, and most importantly, even when Qinghe was in this state, and all the experts said he might be stuck like this for life, this young girl remained steadfastly by his side. That was truly admirable. "Before coming, I didn't know what to bring you, so I gave you young people a few cell phones and game consoles, etc. You can share them yourselves later." Pointing to the bags placed on the floor upon entering, Huang Yuehui said to Joe Warner, "Thank you, Uncle Huang." Joe Warner didn't offer to accept them, but looked at Qinghe. After Qinghe thanked her, she followed suit. This child. Seeing her actions, Huang Yuehui liked her even more. "Waiter, bring the food." After signaling to the waiter that the food was ready, Huang Yuehui said to the three of them, "This place is different from other places, there's no menu. We serve according to the day's ingredients and the number of people, but the quality is guaranteed." Joe Warner couldn't help but purse her lips at this. "No ordering?" The food arrived quickly, starting with 4 cold dishes. "Inviting our esteemed guests to enjoy our chilled duck tongue and fermented rice wine broth, refreshing, flavorful, and leaving a lingering fragrance. Inviting our esteemed guests to enjoy our jade bamboo shoots with silver threads, light, refreshing, and appetizing. Inviting our imperial guests to enjoy our honey-soaked pearls, sweet and sour, cooling, and thirst-quenching. Respectfully presented to your esteemed guest, these crisp bamboo shoots, fresh and fragrant, are perfect for summer." 4 cold dishes were served, and with each dish, the palace-dressed waiter would announce this in a clear, crisp voice. "Duck tongue." Joe Warner didn't quite understand the names of these dishes. "Danzu." The waiter smiled slightly. "Duck tongue is duck tongue, and danzu is cherry tomato." Chapter 92 Private Kitchen 2. Joe Warner stuck out her tongue. The dishes had nice names, but she'd actually eaten them elsewhere. Jade bamboo shoots with silver threads was basically shredded chicken with bamboo shoots, and honey-soaked cherry tomatoes was just chilled plum-flavored cherry tomatoes. However, the dishes here looked more refined and beautiful than those she'd had elsewhere, and the plating was much more elegant. "Try it," Huang Yuehui said with a smile. "The food here is quite good. The head chef here uses family recipes. His grandfather was once the head chef in the imperial kitchen, which is equivalent to the executive chef. Although the old man has long since passed away, he hasn't quite mastered his grandfather's skills, but he's got about 6 or 7/10 of them." Huang Yuehui smiled and picked up his chopsticks, gesturing for everyone to start eating. Joe Warner picked up a piece of duck tongue and fed it to Qinghe. "How is this?" Qinghe nodded. "Not bad. The taste wasn't particularly amazing, but the meat quality and flavor were quite good." Glancing at Joe Warner and Qinghe, Huang Yuehui smiled and whispered to Dolly, "Is this girl and Qinghe a couple?" "No, they've been childhood friends. I actually hope they become a couple, but these things depend on how things unfold. It's up to fate, and it's up to them." Dolly gently shook his head. Their relationship hadn't been officially acknowledged, and as an elder, he couldn't interfere. More importantly, he was worried that Ye Qinghe's condition might hold Jo Wanner back. Who could guarantee that Ye Qinghe would definitely recover? Although Ye Qinghe was recovering now, no one could say to what extent. If she can't fully recover, then letting Jo Wanner be with Ye Qinghe would be too cruel for her. That's true. These things are their own business. It's best if we, as elders, don't interfere. Huang Yue nodded. In matters of the heart, outsiders can't offer much help. Inviting you to enjoy this esteemed guest's exquisite dish, jade bird's nest with braised fish lips. The bird's nest is fragrant, and the fish lips are soft and tender, a refined and elegant feast. Inviting you to enjoy this esteemed guest's exquisite dish, ginseng, goji berry, abalone, and deer tendon stew. A delicacy from land and sea, nourishing and rich, wishing you longevity and good fortune. Inviting you to enjoy this esteemed guest's exquisite dish, crab roe with braised fish maw. Golden and red, glistening with oil, fresh and fragrant, a top-tier imperial delicacy. Inviting you to enjoy this esteemed guest's exquisite dish, snow frog and red lotus stew with snowbird's nest. Gentle and nourishing, sweet and elegant, a royal delicacy. Wanner, you should try this dish. It's good for women, good for your complexion. Because you can't order here, you must make a reservation in advance. So, you generally won't have to wait too long. The restaurant starts preparing as soon as you make your reservation, and the timing is perfect. When you arrive, the dishes are served one after another. So, after the 4 cold dishes were served, it took about 5 minutes, and then the 8 hot dishes started to arrive one after another. Huang Yue had apparently ordered the most expensive meal here. Each dish was extremely precious, and just from their names, you could tell none of them were cheap. After the snow frog and red lotus stewed snow swallow dish arrived, Huang Yue gestured for Jo Wanner to eat more. Compared to his own rebellious and unruly tomboy, Jo Wanner was much more to his liking, sensible and quiet. Thank you, Uncle Huang. Jo Wanner thanked him sweetly and was about to get up when a waiter immediately came over and placed a bowl in front of her. Thank you. Thanking the waiter, Jo Wanner scooped a spoonful and put it in her mouth. After tasting it, her eyes lit up. Qinghe, you should try some too, it's delicious. She scooped a spoonful and fed it to Ye Qinghe. However, for some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity with this dish, and others like it. The dishes included braised camel's paw with pine nuts, steamed white fish with honey-glazed ham, braised matsutake mushrooms with chicken oil, 8 treasure gourd duck, and finally 2 desserts, imperial crystal shrimp dumplings and 8 treasure hibiscus cake, as well as the grand finale soup, clear broth bird's nest and bamboo fungus soup. After all the dishes were served, 2 waiters stood in front of the table and said softly, "Distinguished guests, 12 courses of imperial cuisine, pairs of delicious desserts, and a bowl of precious soup. We wish you all a blessed home, noble bearing, smooth sailing in all things, and good health and longevity." Then the 2 waiters stood in the corner of the private room, ready to serve everyone. "You've really gone to a lot of trouble today. Such expensive food. I couldn't afford to pay for it secretly, so I'll have to say I'll treat you another day. But I definitely can't afford something this expensive then, so please don't mind." Yadali raised his glass and smiled at Huang Yue. He knew the dishes were expensive without even asking the price, so he'd abandoned the idea of secretly paying when he entered the restaurant. "Don't be so polite with me. If you and Qinghe were to treat me to a meal, even a bowl of noodles from a roadside stall, I wouldn't mind." Huang Yue raised his glass and clinked it with Yadali's, smiling. "However, I believe everything will be all right for you both Ye Qinghe's health and your finances. Thank you for your kind words." Yadali smiled and downed his drink in one gulp. The meal lasted for over 2 hours. During the meal, Huang Yue specifically looked at Ye Qinghe's recovered right hand, sighing with gratitude for God's mercy. After lunch, Yadali, Ye Qinghe, and Jo Wanner didn't let Huang Yue take them back. Instead, they walked back to school. "When I went to the restroom, I asked the restaurant reception about the price of the first table we ate at today. Do you know how much it cost?" Jo Wanner asked, her tone slightly exaggerated, as she pushed Ye Qinghe in his wheelchair. Behind Ye Qinghe's wheelchair hung a bag of leftover food. Normally, no one takes leftovers home, but today the 4 of them had ordered enough for 10 people, so there was a lot left over. Jo Wanner had the waiter pack it up, a gesture that made Huang Yue very happy. In Jo Wanner's words, she wanted to take it back for her best friend to try. It probably wasn't cheap. All the ingredients used today were probably wild-caught, so the cost of the ingredients themselves is high. Add to that the imperial cuisine, the private chef, and the location and courtyard house, and I think this meal should cost around 50,000 yuan. Yadali hadn't checked the price, but he could estimate the approximate cost of the meal. "Sure, Uncle Dolly, it's 50,000 yuan. You wouldn't believe it, when I heard that price, I was stunned. I never thought I'd be eating such expensive food one day, so when I saw how much was left, I insisted on taking it all home. That's tens of thousands of yuan." Jo Wanner gave Yadali a thumbs up. Such expensive food, it would be such a waste not to take it home. Of course, it would be even better if we could get cash for it. So expensive? Yet Qinghe was a little dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this meal to be so pricey. Jo Wonner nodded emphatically. Yet Dolly had acted too casually, yet Qinghe's reaction was exactly what she expected. It really is that expensive. That's why I'm taking it back so Sumi Hour can experience what a 50,000 yuan meal is like. Chapter 93, A Fox Spirit Reincarnated? Is this from that Tan family's private kitchen south of Qinghe? Jo Wonner didn't expect that when she excitedly returned to her dormitory with the packed food, Sumi Hour recognized where she had gotten the food just by glancing at the unmarked packaging. You've struck it rich? You actually ate here? Sumi Hour was also surprised. She knew Jo Wonner's family situation roughly. They were middle class, but not wealthy. The prices at Tan family private kitchen were something Jo Wonner shouldn't be able to afford. Oh? It seems Miss Su has eaten here before. Jo Wonner immediately realized that Sumi Hour had been here. Otherwise, how could Sumi Hour recognize her so easily, even though she hadn't mentioned it and there weren't any obvious markings on the bags or takeout containers? Her eyebrows furrowed, and she reached out to tickle Sumi Hour. Tell me the truth. You actually went to eat such expensive food behind my back without me? Don't you even consider me your best friend? You secretly ate a fancy meal while your sister ate at a roadside stall, huh? Ah! Sumi Hour was no match for Jo Wonner. She was tickled and forced to dodge, eventually being pinned to the table, unable to move. Ha ha ha, no, I didn't. Stop. No, stop. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Wonner, please spare me. Powerless to struggle, Sumi Hour could only laugh breathlessly, repeatedly apologizing. After tickling her for a while, Jo Wonner released her. Sumi Hour rested for a while, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes before saying with a wronged expression, Jo Wonner, you heartless bastard. How come I didn't bring it for you? I brought it for you so many times, okay? Brought it for me so many times? How come I didn't know? Now it was Jo Wonner's turn to be dumbfounded. She didn't remember Sumi Hour telling her about bringing such expensive food. Of course you wouldn't know. I was afraid you'd think I was showing off if I told you, so I always said I brought it from the street outside the school. You've always wanted to know where my hidden gem restaurant is, and I've always kept it a secret, right? It's right here. Sumi Hour felt utterly wronged. Of the 6 people in the dorm, she was closest to Jo Wonner and brought her food the most. Although she didn't bring Tan's food all the time, it was probably once a month. And now she was being questioned. You mean, those dishes I thought were good before were from Tan's? My God, why didn't you tell me sooner? How much did that cost? Next time, let's not bring it, can't we just give you cash instead? Jo Wonner finally understood why the dishes she ate at Tan's private kitchen before seemed a little familiar. So, she'd already eaten at the Tan family's private kitchen? So she was living a life of luxury? No, not luxury, just luxury food. Rolling her head at Jo Wonner, Sumi Hour shook her head speechlessly. Tell me, how did you end up eating this? Meower, I'm so sorry, I misunderstood you. To show my sincerity, I'll warm your bed tonight. Jo Wonner, a woman who could be both flexible and assertive, realized she had wronged Sumi Hour and immediately bowed and groveled, massaging Sumi Hour's arm in apology. No! Sumi Hour immediately refused. This wasn't an apology, it was an attempt to get her into trouble. I don't need you to warm my bed, just tell me what happened. So, Jo Wonner briefly explained why she went to the Tan residence for dinner. Wait. Jo Wonner, why didn't you tell me your childhood sweetheart got a special admission to Qinghe University? No wonder you've been disappearing for so long lately. So he lives at Qinghe University? Sumi Hour jumped up, waving her index finger at Jo Wonner repeatedly. You're not going to drop out of school to live with him, are you, Jo Wonner? Jo Wonner quickly explained, no, not live together, just not far away. Jo Wonner, you're really something. Jojo finding time to take care of him wasn't enough, now you're actually going to drop out of school to take care of him every day? What kind of bewitching potion has he given you, making you treat him like this? Not far away? Is what you really want most to be living with him, sleeping in the same bed? Sumi Hour was furious. She just couldn't understand how yet Qinghe, even though he was paralyzed, could have such charm, making a beautiful girl like Jo Wonner bewitched, abandoning her studies to take care of him? Is he some kind of reincarnated vixen? Just then, the other 4 people in the dormitory returned one after another, carrying food they had bought from outside. Wonner, you're back? Why haven't you been going to class these past few days? These 4 people were on average with Jo Wonner, though not as close as they were with Sumi Hour. Seeing Jo Wonner, they were curious about what she'd been doing these past few days, and why she wasn't even going to class. I've been a bit busy lately. Oh, I brought some food. Take one each, or we can all eat together. Let me tell you, it's more expensive than you can imagine. Jo Wonner had packed a lot of food, and Sumi Hour couldn't eat it all by herself, so seeing her roommate return, she immediately started arranging for everyone to eat together. "Meower, why aren't you eating?" Hearing there was a feast, the others didn't stand on ceremony, taking their own food and carrying the boxes out to the middle of the dorm room, putting the food together. So Meower also helped, but when it was time to eat, she didn't join in. "I've already eaten, I don't want any more, you guys eat." So Meower shook her head. She had indeed eaten, but it wasn't that she couldn't finish a bite, she just didn't want to eat other people's leftovers. Even Tan family cuisine wouldn't do. "This dish is so delicious, Warner, where did you buy it? I want to eat here next time." Tan family private kitchen, even leftovers, even cold food, tastes very different from roadside stalls. Joe Warner's roommate took a bite and immediately looked delighted, wanting to ask which restaurant it was from. "Forget about this restaurant, it's not something ordinary people like us can afford. I only found out about it today because I ate here for free." Joe Warner shook her head. Her roommates' families were only about as well off as hers, the rest were even worse off. Going to eat there was out of the question. Very expensive? One of those places where it costs 300 or 400 yuan per person. That price was the most expensive they, as college students, could imagine. Generally, if the average cost per person exceeded 100 yuan, they considered it a bit pricey. Average cost per person? 5,000 yuan per person. Chapter 94: Accidentally Entering the Imperial Family. The meal was ordered for a 10-person banquet, totaling 50,000 yuan. That's 5,000 yuan per person, right? How much? The price shocked the four roommates so much they almost dropped their chopsticks. 5,000 yuan per person. Did they eat gold? Warner, say it again, we didn't quite catch that. 5,000 yuan per person. I didn't pack all the leftovers, but the total came to 50,000 yuan. Joe Warner finally felt she'd found kindred spirits. Can't believe it? I couldn't believe it either when I secretly inquired about the price. How could a meal be so expensive? Accidentally stumbled into the heavens. One roommate couldn't help but hum a popular lyric from a recent short video. Yes, in their minds, this price was simply an accidental stumble into the heavens. 50,000 yuan for a meal. They wondered if they could earn 50,000 yuan a year after graduation. Do you have any photos? Send me a copy of the photos you took while we were eating, and a picture of the restaurant too. I want to post them on my WeChat moments to show off. After the initial shock, the roommates immediately asked Joe Warner for photos. Even though they hadn't actually eaten at the restaurant, they had still eaten there, and it wouldn't be right not to show off. The only regret was that they didn't have any photos taken during the meal, so they couldn't be completely certain. However, sometimes, not posting personal photos is also a form of sophistication. Of course I have. I took a lot. When you post them, don't post the same photos twice. At this point, the food was no longer important. The group was busy searching for photos on their phones, thinking about how to arrange them and what kind of captions would make them look sophisticated. Sumi Hour looked at them and shook her head. She didn't find this kind of fun in it. These things were commonplace for her, there was no need to post them, and no one would be surprised anyway. Yet Qinghe looked at the things Yadali had sent him, feeling a bit overwhelmed. The client recommended by Huang Yuev did indeed have some calculation problems that needed help with. However, these problems weren't simply mathematical. In fact, while the core of the problem was mathematical, it required simplification to reveal the fundamental mathematical calculations. But this was a bit difficult for him. He was a math whiz, only capable of solving mathematical problems. He couldn't handle those involving other elements. He needed someone to help him. Yet Qinghe knew he couldn't ask the company directly, as this kind of situation might become the norm. He couldn't expect these companies to simplify every problem to its core mathematical essence before sending it to him, could he? Two people flashed through Ye Qinghe's mind: Zhou Shuo and Pei Ming. Zhou Shuo and Pei Ming, who had met him yesterday, seemed like good candidates. While Zhou Shuo was still a bit lacking, he had talent to be taken in by Shizhen Liang and placed in the project team. Pei Ming, in Zhou Shuo's words, was already playing an important role in the project. It's hard to say whether someone like that would be willing to come to his little temple. Checking the time, Ye Qinghe decided it was best to have Pei Ming come over in person to discuss this matter. He'd call him again tomorrow. Exquisite cuisine in an elegant room, a meal worth a fortune. The taste buds are soothed by top-quality ingredients. Life is truly worthwhile. While browsing, Ye Qinghe saw the photos Joe Warner had posted of their dinner that evening. 9 photos in a 9-grid layout, 4 in the corners showing the private dining environment, and 5 in the center showing the dishes. Each photo was beautifully taken, capturing the sophistication of the food. Of course, this was also related to the artistic presentation of Tan family private cuisine. However, there were no photos of her or anyone else at the table. Yet Qinghe assumed Joe Warner didn't want to be in the photos, unaware that she was posting them to cooperate with her roommate. The next morning, Joe Warner skipped over early. Yet Qinghe was already up, yet Dolly had already helped him clean up and give him a massage. You have no idea how shocked my roommates were when I told them how expensive the dish was yesterday. They all said it was probably the most expensive meal they'd ever eaten in their lives. They all posted my picture on their WeChat moments. Only Sumi Hour didn't post it, but that's understandable. I didn't know her family was so rich. She brought me this 10 family cuisine before, but she didn't mention it. I said the taste seemed familiar when I ate it. As Jo Wonner pushed Qinghe towards the cafeteria, she chattered on about what happened after returning to the dorm yesterday. Yet Dolly didn't follow. After handing Qinghe over to Jo Wonner, he went out. The company license was due today, and he needed to pick it up early. Upon reaching the cafeteria entrance, Jo Wonner spotted a figure in the distance. It was Pei Donlei. Pei Donlei also saw Jo Wonner and Qinghe. On campus, a wheelchair is quite conspicuous. For some reason, the moment he saw Jo Wonner, the pain between his legs suddenly intensified. Hesitating for a moment, he turned away from the cafeteria. The school had more than one cafeteria, he should go somewhere else. What if that crazy woman, Jo Wonner, went berserk again in the cafeteria? He didn't want to get kicked again, especially in such a crowded place. Ignoring Pei Donlei in the distance, Jo Wonner pushed Qinghe into the cafeteria. University cafeterias are always crowded. Jo Wonner pushed Qinghe around for a while before finally finding a suitable seat. What do you want to eat? Tofu pudding and fried dough sticks again? Then you wait here, I'll go buy it. Okay. Jo Wonner took her meal card to get the food, while Qinghe waited in his wheelchair. Is this Qinghe? It should be him. He looks so pitiful. Do you think he'll be like Wei Shen from Peking University? The school has put in a lot of big shots to prove him. I think he should at least be that level, or even better, otherwise the school wouldn't go to such lengths. Do you think his mind is full of mathematical formulas and calculations when he looks at things? Who knows? The world of geniuses is different from ours. Because of Qin Siming's briefing yesterday, Qinghe's name and image had already spread throughout the school. Many students, seeing Qinghe sitting at the table, couldn't help but want to chat with him. Completely paralyzed, endorsed by 6 math whizzes and the principal, guaranteed by their reputation, directly admitted without taking the college entrance exam, and someone even hired online trolls to smear his reputation on the official website. The topic had become incredibly popular. Just as these students were still discussing, a beautiful figure sat down opposite Qinghe. Qinghe, I never thought we'd become alumni. Chapter 95, I didn't feel like it was over. Lin Qiu looked at Qinghe in front of her, her eyes filled with indescribable emotions. These past 2 days, because of Qinghe, she had been very troubled, unable to concentrate on her studies or sleep soundly. She thought her previous encounter with Qinghe and Jo Wonner was just an accident, that Jo Wonner had simply taken Qinghe for a walk around campus. But who would have thought that Qinghe would become a student of Qingmu, just like her, and with such extraordinary treatment? Would she possibly see Qinghe every day from now on? I didn't expect that either. Qinghe said calmly. Are you and Jo Wonner together? Lin Qiu asked, looking into Qinghe's eyes. No, but let's not bring up what happened before. Let bygones be bygones. Qinghe said in a flat tone. He and Jo Wonner weren't actually together, but he could hear the implication in Lin Qiu's words. The promise made to Lin Qiu was from his previous life, not his own. He had no feelings for Lin Qiu. He also didn't want a clearly void promise to upset Jo Wonner. But I don't feel like it's over. Biting her lip, Lin Qiu looked at Qinghe for a long while before speaking. She had always had this matter on her mind, but the news of Qinghe's paralysis and incurable condition made her choose to avoid it, as if not meeting him meant she wasn't breaking the promise. But now that she had met Qinghe, she couldn't let go of this promise as easily as he had. She had always been aloof and cold, never feeling any attraction to the boys around her. Even though Pei Donlei had been busy serving her for so long, she had never felt anything for him. She had only become slightly accustomed to him being around. Qinghe was, so far, the only boy who had given her even a slight thrill. If he hadn't been paralyzed, perhaps, but what good would it do to go? I'm like this, unable to take care of myself, even eating, drinking, and using the toilet. Do you think you could accept helping me with these things every day? Looking at her, Qinghe revealed his most honest side. This was the most honest side, and also the cruelest. Hearing this, Lin Qiu's expression changed. Seeing her like this, Qinghe laughed. Let's just pretend we never had anything to do back then. Let's just pretend we're just ordinary classmates. I don't regret saving you, and I never thought about any reward after saving you. If I had thought about that back then, I don't think I would have rushed over to save you. What are you talking about? Jo Wonner came over carrying the tofu pudding and fried dough sticks she had bought, a cup of soy milk, a boiled egg, and a steamed bun. Nothing, just feeling quite amazed that I'd be in the same school as a top student. Qinghe turned around and smiled. It's really amazing. Have you eaten yet? Want to have some together? Joe Warner sat down next to Ye Qinghe, very naturally and skillfully picked up the tofu pudding that Ye Qinghe liked, stirred it, tore off 2 small pieces of fried dough stick and pressed them into the tofu pudding with her chopsticks, and asked Lin Kyo. Lin Kyo shook her head. "I finished." "Then I'll leave you be." Joe Warner smiled, turned her head, picked up a fried dough stick covered in tofu pudding and gravy, and fed it to Ye Qinghe. "It has garlic sauce and cilantro, but they didn't have any chive blossoms, so they didn't add any." It's okay without chive blossoms, but the gravy here seems a bit salty." "The tofu pudding is alright." After taking a bite, Ye Qinghe commented. Seeing a little gravy on his lips, Joe Warner reached for a tissue and wiped his mouth. Their very natural interaction made Lin Kyo a little restless. She got up, said she had class, and quickly left. At the cafeteria entrance, Yuan was already waiting for Lin Kyo. Seeing that she didn't look too good, she didn't ask any questions, glanced in the direction of Ye Qinghe and Joe Warner, and left the cafeteria with Lin Kyo. "Is Lin Kyo really here to catch up with you? I feel like something's off about her." Joe Warner asked seemingly casually. "Otherwise what? Do you think anyone would even have any ideas about someone like me?" Ye Qinghe countered with a smile. Thinking about it, Joe Warner didn't say anything more. After breakfast, Joe Warner pushed Ye Qinghe around the campus for a stroll. Unlike before when no one paid attention, this time quite a few people looked at them with curiosity. "You're quite famous now, a lot of people are watching you," Joe Warner teased with a smile. "It's just the hype these past few days. In a couple of days, nobody will care anymore." "That's true. But, do you think that after I dropped out of Lin University, when Qinghe gets me in, will that cause a similar stir? I won't have anything to offer then." Joe Warner was a little worried. "They shouldn't. My situation attracts more attention. They'll handle yours discreetly, nothing will happen." Ye Qinghe reassured her. After walking around, the number of students on campus gradually decreased. Most students had gone into their classrooms for class, and those still outside were mostly rushing to their classrooms. Back in room 306, Joe Warner helped Ye Qinghe onto the bed, then lay down beside him. Just as she was about to find a movie to watch, her phone rang. "Is the paperwork done?" It was her advisor, Lao Huang, calling to tell her that her withdrawal application had been approved. "I'll come pick it up right now." Joe Warner immediately sat up in bed. "Qinghe, my withdrawal application is approved. I'm going to pick up the necessary paperwork now, but I need to move out of the school within a week. Why don't you ask the school what to do? Should I rent a place elsewhere, or will they arrange a dormitory for me?" After hanging up with Lao Huang, Joe Warner said to Ye Qinghe. Lin University was quite efficient in handling this matter, but since she was no longer a student at Lin University, it was definitely inappropriate for her to continue living in the student dormitories. "Okay, I'll call Principal Qin now." This matter did indeed need to be inquired about, so Ye Qinghe had Joe Warner use his phone to call Qin Siming. "Qinghe, what's up?" Qin Siming was in a meeting, his phone on silent. Seeing the screen light up with Ye Qinghe's name, he immediately gestured for the others to be quiet, picked up the phone, and answered. "Regarding this matter, we've arranged a 3-bedroom apartment in Hekingyuan for you, but you won't be able to move in until next week. The school can arrange for Joe Warner to stay at Bing Institute for a few days. What do you think?" The call was on speakerphone, so Joe Warner could hear it. "Next week? Forget about that. I can stay at Lin University for now. They require me to move out within a week anyway." Chapter 96, You Dropped Out. Huang Lushan pushed the documents in his hand to the edge of the desk, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edges of the papers. His regret was almost palpable. "Actually, I really didn't want to see you drop out. Your grades have always been good. As long as you persevere and finish your studies, finding a good job after graduation won't be difficult. This is the withdrawal certificate," he pointed to the top one. "This is the departure list. You need to go to the library, dormitory, and finance office to sign and confirm it. This is the student status change notification slip. You'll need it to transfer your household registration. There's also a certificate of attendance, proof of academic experience, oh, right, and the file transfer receipt." He earnestly instructed her, "These materials are crucial, don't lose them. They're related to your future." "Thank you, counselor." Joe Warner picked up the documents, hesitated for a moment, and said softly, "Counselor, I might not be able to completely move out of the dormitory until next week." Huang Lushan nodded understandingly, his tone gentle. "The school didn't require you to move out immediately. If it's really difficult after a week, let me know, and I'll try to help you apply to the leadership to stay a few more days." "Thank you, counselor. I'll be going now." Joe Warner thanked him again, picked up the pile of documents, and turned to leave the office. After a while, Huang Lushan sighed in the office. "Ah, what a pity." Joe Warner returned to the dormitory with her things, pushed open the door, and was greeted by the typical mess of a girl's dormitory. Several skirts were casually draped over the edge of the bed, hanging wrinkled, and the blankets were piled haphazardly on the bed. Jo Warner was used to this. She threw the documents in her hand onto her desk, then went straight to the balcony to find her suitcase. She planned to bring some things over in batches when she went to see Qinghe these past 2 days, so she would only need to carry a small bag at the end. Jo Warner, you dropped out of school. A sharp scream startled Jo Warner, who turned around to see Lily, her hair disheveled, wearing her signature light pink slip dress, staring dumbfoundedly at the withdrawal certificate Jo Warner had just placed on the table, her mouth agape, her face a mask of disbelief. Jo Warner, what happened? Explain yourself. Lily rushed to the balcony like a cannonball, dragging Jo Warner back to the dormitory without a word, her finger trembling as she pointed at the certificate, her voice both urgent and angry. It's just like what you see, Jo Warner said calmly, though with a hint of confusion. But you, why didn't you go to class? I thought no one was home when I came in. No one? Just because no one's home means you can secretly pack your bags and slip away. Lily's eyes instantly reddened, her voice rising with a betrayed grievance. 2 years of sisterhood, living and eating together, and in the end you're just going to leave without even saying goodbye. Of course not. Jo Warner quickly explained. I'm staying in the dorm until next week. I was thinking of telling you all formally this weekend, and having a farewell dinner together. Why? Lily's voice softened, full of incomprehension. Warner, your family can afford it, why are you suddenly dropping out? What happened? It has nothing to do with my family. The specific reason, I can't say right now. I'll definitely tell you in half a month at most. Can't say? Lily frowned, suspiciously looking Jo Warner up and down. She'd dropped out of school, but the reason was a secret? Yes, I can't say for now. Jo Warner nodded. Then what? Lily pointed to the suitcase that had just been dragged out onto the balcony. I was thinking, things have to be moved eventually, so I might as well move a little each day, so that on the last day I don't attract attention with all those big bags. Jo Warner explained. Lily's tense nerves relaxed slightly, but a huge sense of loss immediately welled up inside her. She hugged Jo Warner tightly, her voice choked with sobs. I thought you were going to run away secretly. Warner, I really don't want to leave you. How could you just quit like that? We promised to live together like crazy for 4 years. You, as she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. All right, don't cry. Jo Warner gently patted her back, softly comforting her. I promise I'll come back to see you often. No, this can't end like this. Lily suddenly remembered something, abruptly wiped her eyes, pulled out her phone, and rapidly pressed the voice message button in the dormitory group chat. Her voice, trembling with tears, was unusually loud. Sisters, don't go to class. Come back quickly. Something terrible has happened. Warner is dropping out. She's already packing her bags. Hey, Lily, wait. Don't. Jo Warner tried to stop her, but it was clearly too late. The scene that followed was completely out of control. Not long after, the dormitory door was slammed open, and the other roommates rushed in, panting, having apparently used some excuse to slip out of class. Sumiaur also returned, but she didn't seem as panicked as the others. The small dormitory was instantly filled with a cacophony of questions, exclamations, and incredulous screams. One person held Jo Warner's hand, another clung to her arm, some had reddened eyes, some couldn't help but sob, and others forced a smile as they pressed for an explanation. Sumiaur watched this scene with amusement, which made Jo Warner glare at her several times, clearly annoyed. Tonight, we have to throw Warner a farewell party. One roommate suggested decisively, her voice nasal. Yes, it has to be the highest caliber. Hot pot, barbecue, cake, nothing can be missing. Another immediately chimed in. Should we tell the rest of the class? Everyone can. Someone whispered. No. Jo Warner interrupted immediately, her tone pleading and tinged with barely perceptible nervousness. Too many people would be bad. Just a few of us from the dorm getting together is fine. Also, let's not talk about this to anyone else for now. I don't want it to cause a huge uproar, it's not good. While Jo Warner was calming her agitated roommates, Qinghe sent a voice message to Pei Ming and Zhou Shuo. If you have time, could you come over? I'd like to talk to you about something. He had assumed the two wouldn't show up until after their morning classes, closer to noon. However, shortly after sending the message, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Zhou Shuo arrived first, and Pei Ming followed a little later, but not by much. Boss, no problem. Zhou Shuo immediately replied after hearing Qinghe's words. Pei Ming's reaction was much calmer. I can only do this part-time. I'm very busy with my supervisor's project, and... He paused, his tone frank and firm. My major is architecture, and my future plan is to work as an architect in a design institute or firm. I appreciate your trust, but full-time participation, I'm afraid it's not possible. No problem, I understand. Qinghe nodded, inwardly reflecting on his abrupt invitation. Perhaps directly recruiting professionals might be a more realistic and efficient approach. Chapter 97 strips away industry jargon, leaving only mathematical problems. You all still have to go to school, so it's impossible for you to work full-time. Besides, my company doesn't have that much business right now, and I won't be busy every day. I also have to study, so the workload shouldn't be too heavy. Yet Qinghe didn't think his company would have much business after it started. This business wasn't exactly mainstream. The only major change might be the price. It wouldn't be like before, where you could take on projects for just tens of thousands of yuan. That's true. Anyway, I'll help as much as I can when I have time. And I'm also hoping that if I encounter any math problems I can't solve in the future, Qinghe, I can get your help. Pei Ming nodded. He couldn't work full-time, but part-time was no problem. Yet Qinghe's requirements weren't high. He just wanted to take problems brought to him, strip away the non-mathematical factors, and leave only the most basic mathematical problems. This wasn't too difficult. Yet Qinghe solved the most difficult problems. The workload wouldn't be too heavy. Me too. I have more time. If there's a problem, you can give it to me first. If I can't solve it, then you can let my senior brother handle it, Zhou Shuo said from the side. In his view, he was simply called in to make up the numbers, yet Qinghe had given him this opportunity, so he should be more proactive. Perfect, I have one here. Could you help me get it? Yet Qinghe retrieved the question Yadali had given him the previous night and sent it to Zhou Shuo's phone. The question originated from the development of a generic oral solid dosage form, requiring a determination of the similarity between the self-developed formulation and the original formulation's dissolution curves. Experimental conditions, paddle method, 50 rpm, 900 ml water. Sampling time points, 10, 20, 30, 45, 60 minutes. Measurement index, cumulative dissolution rate. Experimental design, 12-tablet formulation, Paralysis. Experimental data, each tablet is an independent observation, not a mean. Original drug, R, dissolution, percent, of 12 tablets. Time points, 10, 20, 30, 45, 60. 10 minutes 18, 22, 20, 24, 21, 19, 23, 25, 17, 20, 22, 24. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 45. Dissolution rate, percent, of 12 tablets of test drug, T. 10 minutes, 25, 29, 27, 31, 28, 26, 30, 32, 24, 27, 29, 31. 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Given constraints, 1. Coefficient of variation, CV, at all time points 10%. 2. The dissolution curves exhibit a clear inflection point, failing to satisfy the single exponential model. 3. Early time points do not satisfy the parallelism assumption. 4. Therefore, the traditional F2 factor directly fails and cannot be used. A rigorous mathematical proof is needed to demonstrate the inapplicability of F2, derive the theoretical assumptions for its use, and test the validity of these assumptions using this data. A functional data analysis (FDA) framework is established, treating each dissolution curve as a stochastic process, and providing the mean function and covariance operator for the original drug and the tested drugs. A non-parametric bootstrap test is constructed. Calculate the Global Error Integration Index (IED). Define the IED. Finally, provide a statistically rigorous similarity conclusion suitable for application purposes. It cannot simply state similarity or dissimilarity, it must include type I error control, test power, and model assumptions. Zhou Shuo immediately realized that his abilities were insufficient to solve this problem. He didn't understand much of it, and turning it into a purely mathematical problem was beyond his capabilities. I can't do it. Senior, you should do it. Zhou Shuo immediately passed the problem to Pei Ming. Pei Ming frowned upon receiving the question. This problem was much more difficult than any he had encountered before. However, fortunately, he didn't need to solve these problems himself. He only needed to extract the information about the drugs, dissolution, and experimental background. No industry jargon was required, he only needed to provide the definitions, known data, and the questions to be answered, and let Qinghe solve the calculations. Although the task was somewhat complex, he was capable of handling it. This will take me some time. I need a computer, so I can't do it here. I'll go back and work on it. I should be able to finish it by tonight, or at the latest, today. Pei Ming wasn't entirely sure about the time frame. He didn't know if other things might come up, so he didn't make any promises. Okay, no rush. You can give it to me tomorrow. Yet Qinghe wasn't in a hurry. The project had a 2-week time frame, so he had plenty of time to resolve the issue. Alright, I'll go back and work on it then. I'll try to finish it for you tonight. Pei Ming stood up to take his leave. This workload was considerable, and he needed to get it done quickly. I'll work with you too, senior brother. If there's anything I can help with, just tell me, and we can work on it together. Zhou Shuo also stood up and said. This problem was a bit difficult for him, but he was willing to learn. He didn't want to be unable to solve a problem yet Qinghe presented him with in the future. Okay, just close the door when you leave. I won't see you off. Besides, I can't even if I wanted to. Yet Qinghe chuckled, making a self-deprecating joke. Ha ha ha, you're really funny, boss. Alright, we're leaving. This self-deprecating remark made Zhou Shuo laugh out loud. He waved and left room 306 with Pei Ming. Dad, did you get the company's business license and other things? After the two left, Ye Qinghe thought for a moment and called Yadali. Yes, I got it. I'm on my way back. Yadali was on the bus, carrying the newly acquired business license and other things. After the company is established, shouldn't we hire some people? Yes, we need to hire people. My idea is to hire a receptionist/administrator and an accountant. That's all for now. We'll set up the company's framework first. As for the business, I'll handle that. You just need to solve the problems when you get any business. Yadali knew far more about running a company than Ye Qinghe did. Such small companies don't need many people at the beginning, and their business doesn't require a large number of sales staff, quality over quantity. He had some friends in his old social circle whom he felt could be useful for their business, and with Huang Yuefui's introduction, supporting the company in the early stages shouldn't be a problem. As for what happens when business volume increases later, that's a matter for later. I oversimplified things before. I'm good at math, but the problems these companies bring aren't purely mathematical. So we need to find someone who can simplify and break these problems down into pure mathematical problems. Ye Qinghe explained the problem he had just encountered. I originally wanted to find Pei Ming and his team, but they're students and have other commitments, so they can only do it part-time occasionally, not long-term. Therefore, I think we should hire someone like that. That's no problem, but I'm afraid I can't interview this person. You'll have to do the interview, or you can give me some good questions and the answers, and I'll have the candidates solve them and compare their answers to yours. Chapter 98 Dropping Out of School? Who? Yadali genuinely didn't understand this, but he knew how to recruit. He didn't need to understand it himself. As long as someone did, someone gave him the questions and the correct answers, he could use that to recruit people. Okay, wait until you get back. I'll ask the teacher for some questions to use as assessment questions. Ye Qinghe wasn't capable of this either, but he had a teacher. Tao's Haiqiang definitely had plenty of these kinds of questions, he just needed to ask Tao's Haiqiang for some. Okay, wait until I get back. I'll be back soon too. Is Warner there? Should I bring you some food, or should we eat together in the cafeteria? Yadali glanced at the bus stop name and then at the bus stop order on the bus, estimating he should be there in about 20 minutes. Warner went back to school. Her withdrawal application came through, so she'll probably have a lot to do. I'll call her and ask if she's coming back for lunch. Ye Qinghe wasn't sure if Joe Warner would be back for lunch either. Dropping out of school isn't as simple as just getting a withdrawal certificate, there are some procedures involved. Although Ye Qinghe hadn't experienced it himself, he'd heard about it before. Okay, just let me know when you ask. Okay. After hanging up, Ye Qinghe dialed Joe Warner's number. The call connected, but the background noise was chaotic, several voices, all girls, could be heard. Qinghe, what's up? Upon seeing that it was Ye Qinghe calling, Joe Warner immediately told everyone to be quiet. She answered the phone and asked softly, is it her childhood sweetheart? Every time I see her answer his call, I feel there's a huge difference in her tone. Who else could it be but him? Even when that school heartthrob, Gu, called her, she never spoke like this. Speaking of which, that school heartthrob Gu is really quite nice, why doesn't Warner like him? Is that even a question? He already has someone in his heart. Why doesn't school heartthrob Gu like me? If he did, I would have said yes immediately. You wouldn't just say yes immediately, I think you'd practically crawl into his bed. Ha ha ha, that's something she'd do. The girls in the dorm were already used to Joe Warner's attitude when answering Ye Qinghe's call, and their quiet conversation drifted off topic. Seeing their reactions, Joe Warner shook her head and took the phone to the balcony. Noon. Hearing Ye Qinghe ask if she was going home for lunch, Joe Warner glanced back at her roommates, who were also skipping morning classes because of her dropping out. I won't be going back for lunch. My roommates want to eat together, and I have various procedures to handle this afternoon. Okay, if you need any help, just let me know, and I'll have my dad come over to help you. No need, but I probably won't be going tonight either. They insist on throwing me some kind of farewell party. I reckon there'll be drinking tonight and it won't be over early. Joe Warner shook her head. She didn't have much stuff, she could carry it herself in a few trips. She needed to tell Ye Qinghe about not going tonight. Okay, try to drink less alcohol and don't go to any shady places. If anything happens, remember to call. Ye Qinghe wasn't worried about Joe Warner, he was only concerned that the girls might drink too much and run into some ill-intentioned person. He had seen photos of Joe Warner's roommates. Besides Joe Warner, there was Sumi Hour who looked like a little child. The other four, while not quite as attractive as the other two, were still above average in looks. If they drank too much, there was no guarantee that some lustful people wouldn't try to take advantage of them. Don't worry, I know my limits. And if anyone does try, I'll kick them and teach them a lesson they won't forget. Yeah, Qinghe's concern pleased Jo Wanner. She almost jumped up when she spoke, her voice brimming with excitement. Okay, that's settled then. All right. After hanging up, Jo Wanner entered the room and heard her roommates making a series of oohs and ohs. Their expressions and eyes, well, they weren't exactly innocent. We've always known you have a childhood sweetheart, but it's always you going to him, he's never come to you. Now that you're dropping out, shouldn't you call him over and let him meet us? Lily teased. Yeah, it's one thing if he doesn't show up before, but if he doesn't on a day like today, it's a bit much, isn't it? Yes, we should at least help you vet him, right? But, he hasn't shown up in the last 2 years, that's a big no-no. Indeed, if my boyfriend hadn't shown up at my school for 2 years, I'd break up with him immediately. The other 3 roommates chimed in. Actually, they'd always been quite curious about Jo Wanner's childhood sweetheart. What kind of charm did he possess that made Jo Wanner act like she was head over heels in love, going to see him every week, rain or shine? But he'd never actually come to their school. At most, they'd overheard Jo Wanner talking to him on the phone. They asked Jo Wanner, but she wouldn't say anything. Privately, they thought the man might be from the military, where discipline was strict, which explained his behavior. Let's forget about it. It's not convenient for him. Let's talk about it another time. Jo Wanner shook her head. She had only told Sumiaura about Ye Qinghe in the entire dormitory, the others knew nothing. Not coming today? You didn't tell him about this. Doesn't he know you dropped out? Lily and the others exchanged glances, feeling that Jo Wanner's childhood friend was being a bit too much. Not coming for something so important? I didn't tell him. Even if he knew, he couldn't come. There's no need to say anything more. Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to go get the withdrawal papers done. Jo Wanner shook her head, not intending to say anything more about it. She picked up the withdrawal documents on the table and walked out. I'll go with you. Sumiaura got off the bed. Let's go with you. The other 4 also stood up. This was probably the last 2 days they'd spend with Jo Wanner, and they wanted to spend as much time with her as possible. As for today's classes, they decided to skip them all. So, the 6 beauties appeared together in the teaching building and the library. Teacher, what were those girls doing here? After the group signed a form at the library confirming they didn't know any books, a tall, handsome boy, about 1.85 meters tall, with a chiseled face, striking features, and captivating eyes, approached the spot where the group had left and asked a library staff member. Them? One of them dropped out, and the others came with her. Dropped out? Who? Jo Wanner. What? Chapter 99 Company License in hand. Gu Yanzhou took the form Jo Wanner had signed from the library staff, staring at the 3 elegant characters of her name on it, and fell silent. He had fallen for Jo Wanner the moment she entered the school, but she didn't like him. She hadn't even given him a chance. She was a freshman, and he was afraid of scaring her away, so he only occasionally bumped into her, trying to get to know her slowly. Each time, she acted as if she were meeting him for the first time, completely oblivious to his presence. In the 2nd semester of his sophomore year, he finally found an opportunity to confess, but she dismissed him with a simple, "You're not my type." Recently, he was thinking of finding another opportunity to confess again when the seniors were leaving and the entire school was filled with an atmosphere of farewell. But after all the effort he'd put in, she had dropped out? Why? Difficult family situation? That couldn't be right. He remembered hearing from her classmates that her family was relatively well off. Studying abroad? He'd never seen anyone drop out of school to study abroad. He had to find Jo Wanner and ask her. If she was in trouble, he would even help his family. Brother Yanzhou, what are you doing here? Just as he put down his watch, preparing to chase after Jo Wanner to get some answers, a sweet, drawn-out voice appeared behind him. Brother Yanzhou, it's noon. Let's go eat. I heard a new French restaurant opened near the Asian Games Village, and the chef seems to be a real French master chef. I made a reservation, let's go try it. The woman immediately reached out and grabbed Gu Yanzhou's arm, his hand sinking into it without him noticing. You row, I have something to do. I won't be going at noon. You go by yourself. Gu Yanzhou forcefully pulled his arm away. Su Ro's eyes reddened, her lips pouted, and she looked at Gu Yanzhou pitifully, on the verge of tears. Brother Yanzhou, do you dislike Yu Ro? Su Ro was wearing a white, tight-fitting tank top, paired with a high-waisted pleated mini-skirt and a Chanel-style jacket. No, I knew it. Brother Yanzhou wouldn't dislike me. Before Gu Yanzhou could finish speaking, Su Ro wrapped her arms around his again and rested her head on his shoulder. Gu Yanzhou opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Jo Wanner and her roommates ate lunch at the cafeteria. Afterwards, they accompanied her several times around campus to complete all the necessary procedures except for the dormitory registration. Sigh, the thought of having one less person in the dorm makes me feel uneasy. As they walked towards Heidai after completing the registration, Lily suddenly felt a pang of emotion. Yes, the 6 sisters in the dorm are gone, and from now on, one of the roommates felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. Jo Wanner was the glue that held their dorm together. She got along well with everyone, especially Sumiaur. Sumiaur's relationships with the others were usually just so-so, and without Jo Wanner around, it was rare for the group to get together for meals with her. It's okay, I'll come back to visit you guys when I have time. Like I said, I'll still be around here, you can come find me then. Jo Wanner put her arms around both of their arms, smiling. But you still haven't told me what you're going to do after dropping out of school. Hearing this, someone immediately said, "Oh dear, I really can't say. I'll tell you in a few days when I can. I dropped out of school for this, it's a good thing, but I can't say until it's settled." Jo Wanner kept her mouth shut. Even though they were close, she wouldn't reveal anything before things were finalized. "Okay, I wonder what it was that made you choose to drop out of school." Jo Wanner didn't say, and the others didn't ask any further. At Heidai, because they arrived early, it wasn't crowded, and they could go straight in without waiting. "What do you all want to eat? Order yourselves. Today's bill is on Su Dahu." Jo Wanner sat down and told everyone to order whatever they wanted. "Huh? Why?" Su Miaur was taken aback. "Why should she pay? The big meal I had with you at the competition counts as this one. Besides, there's something you hid from me before, so it's not unreasonable for you to treat me to Heidai, is it?" Upon hearing Jo Wanner's words, Su Miaur knew she was referring to Tan family private kitchen, and nodded in agreement. "No need, let's split the bill. This is Wanner's farewell dinner, so we'll split it, and Wanner doesn't need to pay." Right, we'll split it, and Wanner doesn't need to pay. "We can't afford anything too expensive, but a few of us pooling our money to treat you to Heidai is no problem. It's settled then, 5 of us split it." However, the roommates weren't going to let Su Miaur pay alone, and they all suggested splitting the bill, showing that the meal was a token of their appreciation. Meanwhile, at noon, after Yadali learned that Jo Wanner wasn't coming, he went back to school and found a restaurant near the entrance, ordering 2 dishes to go. It wasn't because Jo Wanner wasn't there, but because their business license had been issued, and they felt they should treat themselves to something nice. "Today I contacted an old friend, their company also has some related business needs. They said they'd have someone send them to me later. Also, a friend of Mr. Huang called, saying they have a design project that requires mathematical calculations," Yadali said while feeding Ye Qinghe. The company wasn't even officially established yet, and they already had 3 orders. The cheapest order was 50,000 yuan, and the most expensive was 200,000 yuan per order. Adding them together, the total was 340,000 yuan. The company didn't need to pay salaries or rent yet, these 3 orders were pure profit. Even if there weren't any other orders this month, the income would still be considerable. However, for now, we can only do mathematical calculations for these projects. We don't have the necessary application services, compliance, or related qualifications. We need to find a way to add those in the future. Although this will increase costs significantly, it will also increase revenue considerably. Take it slow. At first, just math problems will be enough. We can add more projects gradually. By the way, I wrote a song before and had Wanner register the copyright. I might write some more in the future, not all of them necessarily suitable for Wanner. We might need to register the copyright then. You should also look into that. Ye Qinghe felt it was necessary for Yadali to understand music copyright registration beforehand. Many songs and singers from his previous life didn't exist in this world. Now that he had the ability to compose, he would definitely need to register the copyright for any songs he wrote in the future. Yadali was somewhat surprised by Ye Qinghe's request, but he didn't say much. "Register the copyright? Okay, I understand. I'll look into it." Chapter 100, Restoring Right Forearm Function. After lunch, Yadali finished cleaning and grooming Ye Qinghe and then went to the 17th floor of the technology building. He had arranged for someone to clean the office today. They would arrive around 1 p.m., and he needed to keep an eye on things. The office was ready to use without much preparation, but a thorough cleaning was still necessary. In addition, he needed to go to Zhongwenkan to buy some computers and office equipment. At the very least, he needed computers, printers, and other office supplies for the receptionist, the finance department, and himself. Also, he needed to have someone make a company name. There needed to be a sign behind the reception desk. There were other miscellaneous things to take care of, so the schedule was quite tight. With Yadali not here and Jo Wanner also unavailable, Ye Qinghe was alone in the room. This was actually Ye Qinghe's usual routine. Recently, things have come together so much that he's had someone with him every day. Before, he was mostly alone in the house, lying there unable to move, only able to entertain himself by having smart devices play music, videos, or books. This sudden change has left Qinghe feeling somewhat unaccustomed, especially hearing male and female students passing by outside the window, and the occasional cheers from the nearby sports field. This feeling of unease is even more pronounced. Back when he lived in Qinghe village, there was practically no human presence during the day. Most of the residents had gone to work early, leaving the courtyard mostly empty. After looking at things for a while, Qinghe entered his consciousness space. He hadn't completed his 50-kilometer run yet, and he also wanted to use this space to experience the outside world. Transform into the Zhaijing student apartment building on the Qinghe University campus. Upon entering the space, Qinghe immediately changed the surrounding environment from city scenery to the scenery of Qinghe University, specifically to the area below the Zhaijing student apartment building. The system was quite thoughtful, not only replicating the school's buildings and trees but also the students. Students running and playing not far downstairs, two students walking side by side, their little hands clasped tightly, wanting to get closer but only daring to move their little fingers, or heads down, reading as they walked. Nearby, students were sweating on the sports field, cheering from the sidelines. I wonder when I'll be able to step into reality and see this scene on my own. Looking at all this, Qinghe muttered to himself. He wasn't his predecessor. Although he had the memories of his predecessor's 3 years of going from being unable to accept it to having to accept it, this wasn't something he had personally experienced. Just a few days ago, he was a healthy person, unable to move, confined to bed. If it weren't for this consciousness space, he felt he would have already suffered a mental breakdown. It's New Year's Eve. After jogging slowly around the school for a while, Qinghe changed the scene again. He didn't know if his transmigration was related to the original timeline, but if it was based on the time he transmigrated, today should be New Year's Eve. The scenery transformed in an instant from Qinghe's campus to a somewhat deserted city. However, the light shining through the city windows had a warm and inviting feel. Fireworks rose and fell in the distance, exploding into a dazzling display of sparks. The aromas of cooking wafted from the nearby apartment buildings: stewed meat, fried meatballs, steamed rice cakes mingling with the faint scent of firecrackers in the air, instantly creating a festive atmosphere. Passing by a window, a middle-aged couple busied themselves in the kitchen. The sounds of stir-frying, chopping vegetables, and clattering pots and pans filled the air. The Spring Festival Gala was playing on the television in the living room, and laughter occasionally drifted out. In another family, a table was laden with steaming dishes, glasses clinking, and laughter filling the air. A little further ahead, a child ran out, holding a small firework. The alley was brightly lit, every house illuminated. Happy New Year! Qinghe stood there, taking in everything around him, and murmured a New Year's greeting to his family from his past life. 50 kilometers is a long distance, but today, it felt exceptionally long to Qinghe. He ran slowly. The scenery around him lacked grand ceremonies, only the most ordinary human bustle. But as long as his family was by his side, the food was hot, and the lights were warm, all his toil had found its home, and all his longing had found its rest. I hope everything is well with you. Happy New Year! May your careers soar to new heights in the new year. May wealth flow in abundantly. After completing 50 kilometers, Qinghe, drenched in sweat and panting, glanced back at the 50 kilometers of New Year's Eve fireworks, murmured a few words, and then left the consciousness space. Having experienced those 50 kilometers of fireworks, Qinghe returned to reality with a much calmer mood, no longer feeling uncomfortable because of the youthful, energetic sounds outside. Lottery. Qinghe clicked on the lottery wheel. On the wheel, the three options: restoring the function of his right forearm, restoring sensation in his left foot, and restoring control of his gluteus maximus made Qinghe pray that he would best obtain the function of his right forearm. Gluteus maximus control? What's the use of this? Moving your body with your gluteus maximus? And the sensation in your left foot isn't very useful either. Of the three options, the right forearm is the most useful. Once this option is selected, his right hand's range of motion will be greatly increased. He can pick something up, write something, or even shake hands briefly. Restore right forearm function. Awesome! Yay! Seeing the pointer finally stop at restore right forearm function, Qinghe couldn't help but shout. And immediately after the pointer stopped at this option, he clearly felt sensation returning to his right forearm. The subtle texture and roughness of the sheets. Qinghe couldn't help but swing his right forearm from side to side, rubbing it back and forth on the sheets. The tactile sensation of the texture rubbing against his skin in his previous life when Qinghe was healthy, he basically ignored this feeling, but now, with only his head and right forearm able to move, the sensation was amplified at this moment. Wow! This is the first time I've ever felt the texture of this fabric. Qinghe was enjoying the sensation, closing his eyes and rubbing his arm back and forth on the sheets. After a while, he raised his arm and moved his hand back and forth in front of his eyes. Although two fingers were still immobile, his raised right forearm allowed him to see his own hand for the first time since coming into this world, lying in bed. His hand and fingers, though still imperfect, could move freely. It's true that you only know how to cherish something after you lose it. Yeah, Qinghe murmured. This action, so ordinary before that he would hardly notice it, now made him feel incredibly happy.